You merely delivered a punch to Whitebeard, empowered by the might of the Diamond Realm. Since Hehe has unexpectedly requested you to be his son. Only because you traversed the realm of pirates, you awakened the 8 divine powers within the Chronicles of Wugong. As long as certain conditions are met, you will be able to unlock additional divine abilities. Now, with the battle against Hehe, we are on the verge of unlocking the profound powers of the realm of immortality. At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates had already arrived near Fishman Island, and amidst the jubilant cheers of these pirates, you slowly rose to your feet and made your way toward the bow of the ship. Just as you are merely 5 paces away from Hehe, his keen perception and imposing presence have already anticipated your every move. At this moment, turning around, I gazed at the approaching figure, whose white beard framed a brow slightly furrowed. He could sense a trace of battle intent emanating from you, and this faint aura of resolve unexpectedly ensnared his very spirit. The aura of this little imp, the Whitebeard man murmurs softly, gazing at you before him, appears to be. Just moments ago, he distinctly sensed a surge of combat spirit. However, as he turned away, that fervor swiftly dissipated. I am new here. I have heard them say that you are quite remarkable. You wear a beaming smile. Then, you suddenly lifted your head and declared, "Dare to clash with me? I shall challenge you." However, as soon as his words fell, he was met with a chorus of laughter from those around him. Ha 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 ha. Such arrogance. This young man is truly insufferable. To exhibit such audacity towards his father. He must be utterly weary of life. Does he not know that Lao Duo is the strongest man in the world? He is merely an intern. Does he truly wish to invite his own demise? Amidst the mocking whispers of the crew, you stand tall, your demeanor unyielding and composed. Ignoring the chatter surrounding you, your gaze remains fixed on the old man with a white beard, your eyes shimmering with fervent determination for battle. Upon witnessing this, the Whitebeard man was momentarily taken aback. He had only sensed something amiss moments ago, yet he never anticipated that the young individual would truly dare to confront the situation. Such audacity is indeed commendable and surprising. Little ghost, I hold your courage in high regard. However, you remain too feeble. With but a mere gesture, I could. After a brief silence, the Whitebeard man uttered these words. While he certainly admired the young man before him, he did not deem him worthy of consideration. Nor did he find it necessary to squander his time competing with this inexperienced youth. As soon as Whitebeard spoke these words, all eyes were upon you, filled with a glimmer of disdain. In their view, you were utterly oblivious to your own limitations, reaching the pinnacle of arrogance. Ha, then I shall not hold back. To their surprise, you launched a sudden attack. As soon as he finished speaking, seizing the opportunity of such close proximity, before the old man with the white beard could react, you suddenly thrust your right fist fiercely towards his chest. With a furrowed brow, the Whitebeard man did not shy away. Instead, he boldly absorbed the force of the punch with his sturdy chest. Unexpectedly, when the two forces collided, the bearded man was actually repelled by the impact. This left everyone momentarily breathless, gazing in astonishment at the scene before them. How is this possible? Father is undoubtedly the mightiest man in this world. And there are scarcely any who can rival him. Yet now, this young intern before me has astonishingly managed to repel him with a single punch. At this moment, all the pirates were left in astonishment, gazing at your radiance, filled with awe and wonder. Ding! Task accomplished. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the realm of immortality and divine power. Yet your heart trembles slightly. Is this the formidable power of the Vajra realm? To think it has unleashed merely 30% of its might. And yet its potency is so terrifying. At this moment, Whitebeard steadied himself once more, casting a glance at you with an expression of profound astonishment. The strength of this little rascal was truly astonishing. At this moment, a tempest surged within the heart of the Whitebeard man. A grave expression manifested upon his visage, for he had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable young man could indeed repel him. You have successfully captured my attention, he said, taking a deep breath. Listening to the words of Hehe, you did not respond. Having become somewhat familiar with the application of the Vajra divine power, he launched another surprise attack, charging fiercely towards Hehe. He chuckled, since the Vajra divine power is so formidable, who would still wish to be a subordinate? Your growing arrogance in light of its strength is evident. At that moment, his right arm swung fiercely, unleashing a torrent of force that surged from within him. Subsequently, a tremendous wave of energy erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, hurtling towards the visage of the Whitebeard man. Feeling the pressure that surged before me, I was unprepared, my brow furrowed tightly. In a swift motion, I unleashed a punch empowered by the additional effects of the fruit. Two immense forces collided violently, unleashing a torrent of explosive air that rapidly disseminated, toppling all surrounding furniture. Even several stones were caught in the maelstrom, reduced to mere dust and scattered into the ether. This strike yielded no advantage to either party. Both individuals retreated 5 or 6 steps before finally regaining their balance. However, this scene has rendered all the pirates with an expression of utter childlike wonder. How on earth did this young man achieve such a feat? He astonishingly managed to confront Whitebeard without falling behind, which is simply inconceivable. At this moment, Whitebeard felt a surge of blood rising within him, his face flushed with a hint of crimson, evidently shaken internally by the impact of your recent blow. Indeed, what a remarkable individual. As expected, one is truly formidable. With a deep breath, the Whitebeard figure gazes into your eyes, which are equally filled with intrigue. This formidable physical strength is not inferior to that of Iron Fist Carp. You are impressive indeed, living up to the title of the most formidable in the world. You possess a certain awe, especially in the context of a surprise attack. Even in such circumstances, Whitebeard demonstrates remarkable swiftness, coupled with immense strength. La 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 la. How intriguing. I never anticipated that within my crew of the bearded pirates, there existed such a remarkably talented individual, so youthful and gifted. At this moment, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter, his eyes sparkling with exuberance. He never anticipated that one day, as the illustrious captain of the esteemed Huzi pirate crew, he would be bested by a mere serendipitous encounter with an ordinary individual. This is truly an astonishing turn of events. Moments later, the Whitebeard man suddenly gazed at you with interest and let out a hearty laugh. Little one, become my son and call me father. That is the position of the Zero Squad captain. What? The old man actually intends to make this kid the captain. And a 0 rank at that. What on earth is going on? The words of Whitebeard instantly widened the eyes of everyone present, rendering them unable to believe their ears. How could the old man appoint an intern as the captain of the 0 division? What on earth is going on? They could never have anticipated that, after merely 2 exchanges, and amidst a surprise attack from their opponent, their leader would appoint this young man as the captain of the 0 Squad. It was utterly absurd. In the eyes of all, the position of captain holds immense significance. It is a privilege bestowed upon them by the ship's master. A protective shield that guards them. Yet, what merit does this young lad possess? Is it solely based on the courage he summoned moments ago to launch a surprise attack on his father? However, anyone with discernment can clearly see that although this lad appears to possess considerable strength, and indeed, my father was genuinely pushed back a few steps, it was, after all, he who launched the ambush. My father has never exerted his full strength. Otherwise, how could this little rascal possibly be a match for the old man? Who is this fellow? Father, has he lost his mind? I am unclear. All I know is that he is Marco, and in turn discovered by the captain, lacking any substantial background or prowess. Moreover, he resorts to ambush tactics. I truly fail to comprehend what qualifications he possesses to occupy the position of the captain of the 0 division. Indeed, it appears that my father has become quite perplexed. How could he possibly act in such a manner? From the words of Huzi, the package has elicited a considerable amount of discontent among many individuals. Are you truly certain about assigning this young lad the position of captain of the 0 division? The one speaking is Marco, the 1st division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, who harbors profound opposition within regarding the decision to elevate you to the rank of 0 division captain. Indeed, the old man with a white beard gently tilted his head, gazing at you with eyes that sparkled with a bright, cheerful smile. Although this little rascal resorts to sneak attacks, he possesses genuine talent. He merely lacks combat experience. With further training in the future, he is destined to become a figure that strikes terror into the hearts of the Navy. I would not hesitate to bestow upon him the position of the 0 Squad captain. Whitebeard spoke, his eyes brimming with anticipation. From their earlier confrontation, he had fully sensed the formidable strength of your flesh and blood. Marco was momentarily taken aback. You are the first individual to receive such high praise from my father. However, since he is resolute in his opinion, there is little I can do but shake my head and let out a sigh. As for your penchant for ambushes, I must admit that it does not command my utmost respect. The position of the Zero Squad Captain. That is not your son. I certainly do not want that. I aspire to be aboard the Pequod. I wish to become a father. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, you suddenly interjected, your tone resolute and unwavering, laced with an undeniable hint of arrogance. It was evident that the overwhelming power of the Diamond Realm had inflated his ego to an unsustainable degree. Upon hearing your words, the crowd initially fell silent, only to soon thereafter be illuminated by a glimmer of both childlike wonder and seething anger in their eyes. This fellow is truly despicable, foolishly giving up the position of the Zero Division captain without a second thought, and even daring to proclaim his intention to become their vice-captain, assuming a paternal role. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? This fellow dares to boast. To become our vice-captain and act as a father. Loudly, he proclaims. Who bestowed upon him such audacity? In the wake of shock, the renowned pirate, with a bounty in the millions, laughs heartily, his tone saturated with disdain. This remark instantly provoked a chorus of uproarious laughter and indignation throughout the entire vessel. If one could casually claim the position of the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, then surely all of them could aspire to become captain. Yet, how audaciously you proclaim your desire to become the first mate of the Pequod, to assume the role of their paternal figure. One must surely have been struck senseless by a mule to utter such words. In the face of the surrounding mockery, you maintain a tranquil demeanor, resolutely steadfast in your stance. Upon arriving in the realm of pirates, he quickly comprehended that this was a domain where strength reigned supreme. Without formidable power, one would inevitably meet a tragic demise. Now, having grasped the immense might of the Diamond Realm's deity, to still submit oneself to others would indeed be akin to having one's head kicked by a mule. Just now, I launched a surprise attack on Whitebeard. At this moment, I am becoming increasingly adept in the realm of the Diamond God. It is time to truly demonstrate my worth and let them know whether I am qualified to be the deputy father. You, young one, aspire to become the first mate? I concede that you may possess considerable strength, akin to a formidable beast. However, such arrogance comes with a significant price. At that moment, a robust pirate emerged from the crowd. He gazed at you and spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an air of menace and caution. In his view, the recent skirmish was utterly insignificant. It was merely the act of a cowardly ambusher, unworthy of recognition. Had it not been for the old man's magnanimity in restraining his full might, this scoundrel would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Upon hearing the words of this individual, a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum graced your face. You replied softly, I am aware of your reputation, Ramos, the pirate of Bailey. Indeed, you are a formidable pirate. However, you alone cannot hinder my path. Before you stands a robust and imposing pirate, Ramos, whose bounty has reached a staggering 78 million berries. Over the past 3 months, his name has been etched into your memory, not because of any remarkable impression he has left upon you. However, for the past 3 months, you have been subjected to the daily boastful declarations of other interns, each flaunting their bounty. During this time, your ears have grown calloused, and naturally, you have come to remember him. Humph. Only capable of ambushes. Such audacity. Upon hearing your words, Ramos could not suppress a chuckle. A glimmer of mischief flickering in his small eyes. With a disdainful snort, he spoke. I find myself quite curious about you now, young one. However, no matter what covert tactics you may employ, they will prove futile. Unlike my father, I shall not extend my generosity towards you. I, Ramos, am more than capable of teaching you a lesson. You possess quite a robust physique. I was just contemplating the search for an ideal human punching bag to hone my skills. It appears you may be rather suitable for this purpose. In the face of Ramos' threat, you raised an eyebrow, casually uttering a phrase imbued with authority and confidence. Now, he has mastered the art of utilizing the Diamond Realm, having expanded his prowess 100-fold. These words once again ignited the entire deck. The pirates beside were utterly dumbfounded. Goodness! This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Exceedingly audacious. Rascal, the scoundrel who ambushes. Your father may yield to you, but I shall not. Upon hearing your response, Ramos bellowed with fury, his body swaying as he abruptly appeared before you. His speed is astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he has already arrived before you. With a swift motion, his palm extends, striking towards you. As you gazed at the outstretched palm, a glimmer of cold light flickered in your eyes. With a swift motion, your right hand rose, and your fist struck decisively at the center of his palm. Instantly, Ramos's body resembled a kite severed from its string, retreating uncontrollably before crashing heavily in the distance. The intense pain elicited a muffled groan from him, as a look of anguish crossed his face. Although this punch may appear unremarkable, you have infused it with a third of the divine strength of the Vajra realm, resulting in Ramos sustaining a significant injury. At that moment, the others finally reacted. A few pirates rushed forward to assist the injured Ramos. "Are you all right?" one of the pirates inquired anxiously. Ramos clutched his numbed arm, a grimace etched across his face. However, he swiftly regained his composure, casting a cold, mocking glance in your direction. In a low voice, he remarked, "Very well, you do possess a certain skill, but that is where it ends. Now, I shall begin to take things seriously." Having spoken, Ramos brandished his fists and launched a fierce assault upon you. As I watched Ramos once more charge forward, your figure swiftly moved. His form abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear instantaneously behind Ramos. Without mercy, his palm struck ruthlessly at Ramos's back. Fist. Ramos was once again sent flying by you, colliding with several gardenias. The wolf fell helplessly onto the deck. Blood gushed forth from its mouth incessantly. Upon witnessing you strike Ramos with a single blow once more, the surrounding pirates collectively gasped, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed upon you, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Now is not the time for a sneak attack. They have witnessed your prowess firsthand. The speed and explosiveness displayed moments ago are levels unattainable by these ordinary individuals. In fact, they could barely discern your form, only catching a fleeting glimpse of such velocity, a phenomenon that is almost beyond belief. However, how could this be possible? He is merely an intern. Just a moment ago, when he confronted the elder, he resorted to a sneak attack. His physical skills are evidently quite clumsy and lacking in finesse. How did one become so remarkable in such a short span of time? Could it be that he is, in fact, a formidable user of a devil fruit? At this moment, gazing upon you in the arena, the captain of the squad, Marco, displays a hint of gravity. He has observed your recent actions with utmost clarity. Simple, decisive, effortless. Such skills are nothing short of comparable to the 6 styles, shave. Hehe. Old book. Your insight into people remains remarkably keen. This young man is indeed a prodigy. At this moment, Captain Hujian of the 5th Division, with a notable interest, began to speak. Beside him stood the captain of the 10th Division, Cooley, along with the captain of the 11th Division, Jingu Duo. Both gazed at you in a state of astonished disbelief. I have long asserted that this little rascal is a prodigy. In a remarkably brief period, he has mastered the ability to harness his formidable strength. Whitebeard chuckled heartily, nodding in satisfaction, and then turned his gaze towards you, his eyes now ablaze with intensity. At this moment, you stand on the deck with your fists withdrawn, your gaze calmly fixed upon Ramos in the arena. A subtle smirk graces your lips as you remark, "It appears that you, a mere human punching bag, are not all that impressive after all." Upon hearing these words, a shadow of gloom enveloped Ramos's face, his heart brimming with a surge of indignation. Yet, in the end, he succumbed to defeat, compelled to silence, closing his mouth and refraining from uttering another word. Just now, that punch has already dislocated his internal organs. He has truly experienced the might of your strength. However, he remains unconvinced. You are merely an ordinary individual. If, in the blink of an eye, you were to become their vice-captain and take on the role of a father, I fear that no one would be able to endure it. Yet the truth stands before us, this young man is indeed exceptionally formidable. Little demon. Your name is Sean, correct? At this moment, Ulrico approached with a solemn expression, gazing at you and inquiring. Address him as Father Shao. Yet, you merely offered him a fleeting, indifferent glance in response. Upon the utterance of these words, the surrounding pirates instantly tensed their bodies, straightened their postures, and gazed at you with astonishment. Your audacity remains unbridled, exceedingly so indeed, it has reached an unparalleled zenith. You are conversing with the esteemed Captain Marco of the 1st Division. How dare you still have the audacity to address him so casually? Regarding the expressions of the crowd, you seem unfazed. This is a world where strength is revered, a realm where one must command respect amidst a cacophony of dissenting voices. One must possess sufficient strength and momentum. He has already attained strength naturally, momentum must not be lacking. Moreover, having already made his move, there is no room for retreat. Why not seize this opportunity to unleash a sudden outburst and assume the role of a secondary father figure? At this moment, witnessing your haughty and arrogant demeanor, Marco could not help but furrow his brow, a hint of displeasure evident upon his visage. Xiao En. Indeed, you are a prodigy. However, I must candidly inform you that the position of the vice captain is beyond your reach, and the role of the Zero Squad leader is equally uncertain for you. It is evident that he should call him father. Marco, however, still harbors a touch of annoyance. Hehe, are you preparing for a duel with me? A subtle remark. You smiled gently. Then fixed your gaze intently upon the bird. A detached voice slowly resonated through the air. Animal Kingdom mythical beasts undead bird fruit. Possessing an extraordinary regenerative ability. Once injured, the wounds are enveloped by an azure flame for healing. Indeed, it is formidable. Yet in the face of absolute might, it proves futile. I have firmly established my position as the vice captain. Upon hearing those words, the entire audience gasped in astonishment, their gazes fixed upon you, brimming with shock. This lad has been remarkably honest over the past 3 months, diligently selling his wares without engaging in conversation with others. To my surprise, he has managed to uncover the Captain Marco's secrets with utmost clarity. Moreover, it is evident from his words that he possesses a profound familiarity with Marco's capabilities and exhibits no fear in his regard. Upon hearing these words, Marco cast a peculiar glance, his eyes filled with curiosity. What he perceived upon your visage was an unmistakable aura of profound confidence. For reasons unknown. Upon witnessing the gaze you possess at this moment, a subtle pressure envelopes him. He finds himself feeling an inexplicable weight. An emotion that had only surfaced in his adulthood now manifests in the youthful spirit of a lad at the tender age of 17 or 18. As thoughts whirl through his mind, Marco speaks with an unruffled demeanor. Youth may be imbued with fervor, yet one must not exceed the bounds of arrogance. In this arena of duel, allow me to impart a lesson to this audacious young man. As soon as the words left his lips, Marco was the first to leap from the vessel, striding towards a nearby expanse. The remaining pirates followed suit, disembarking to witness the unfolding spectacle. Though this young man is indeed arrogant, he undeniably possesses remarkable talent. It is astonishing that even Ramos cannot withstand a single move from him. If such a genius were to be inadvertently harmed in this duel, it would be a tragic loss. Perhaps we should intervene to halt their confrontation. At this moment, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jaws, stepped forward to caution the Whitebeard figure beside him. The little imp dares to engage in a duel with Marco, which undoubtedly indicates a remarkable level of self-assurance. Just observe his calm demeanor, it is evident that he holds Marco in little regard. Whitebeard raised a bowl of liquor and drank heartily, laughing boisterously. He then turned his gaze towards Jaws, who stood beside him. I have long asserted that this fellow is truly exceptional. Do you genuinely believe that I allowed you to witness that on purpose? Let me inform you, this individual is likely a natural talent. That punch just now left me in a state of numbness in my hand even now. Upon hearing these words, Jaws and the captains beside him, including Bista, widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. Old man, do you mean to suggest that the strength of this mischievous little rascal who engages in theft surpasses your own? Jaws glanced over at you from a distance, his heart already filled with disbelief. Golalala. Otherwise, what do you think I, without the slightest hesitation, bestowed upon him? The position of the 0 Division. Whitebeard took a sip of his drink. After downing another drink, he grinned widely and proudly proclaimed. Upon hearing these words, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Jiaozi's mouth, as disbelief washed over him. At this moment, the battle between Bert Erk and you has already commenced. Before you could make a move, Marco had already transformed into a blue phoenix, its wings unfurled, resembling 2 enormous fans, whipping up a howling gale. As it soared towards you with incredible speed, seemingly poised to unleash a strike. However, when his assault was merely 0.01 centimeters away from your body, it emitted a dull thud, completely thwarted. Witnessing this scene, Urko's expression changed dramatically. Even the bearded man beside, who was indulging in his drink, suddenly sat upright. His eyes sparkled with an intense gaze, fixated upon you without a blink. Jaws and several other captains, including Bista, were equally struck with astonishment. This young man, endowed with innate strength, possesses an astonishingly formidable defense as well. You remained oblivious to the presence of those around you. The wielder of the divine power of the Vajra possesses an innate Vajra body, endowed with an extraordinary capacity for both offensive and defensive prowess attributes beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. Now, it is your turn. Gazing into Marco's astonished eyes, a subtle curve graced your lips. Subsequently, with a powerful thrust of your right leg, your entire being surged forth, akin to a cannonball, racing towards Marco with the swiftness of lightning. Marco's countenance instantly turned grave. After a swift mental calculation, he promptly crossed his legs and unleashed a formidable technique, the Phoenix Seal. A powerful shockwave, imbued with overwhelming force, surges towards you with an unstoppable might. Upon witnessing this scene, Whitebeard could no longer remain seated. Several captains were also fixated, their eyes unwaveringly fixed upon the battle unfolding before them. Marco is an exceptionally composed individual, rarely resorting to the use of the Phoenix Seal technique. Yet, the current circumstances have compelled this in turn to push him into employing it. How could one not be astonished by such a turn of events? Oh my, Captain Marco has actually unleashed the Phoenix Seal. This lad is doomed this time.
How could this scrawny lad possibly expect us to call him father? It's utterly laughable. Captain Marco must be eager to swiftly conclude this battle and deliver a profound lesson to this insolent brat. Indeed, he is far too arrogant and infuriating. It is high time he received a proper reprimand. Once the Phoenix Mark is unleashed, if he cannot evade it, he shall be left begging for mercy. The surrounding pirates erupted in laughter, their gazes toward Sean brimming with derision. However, in the next instant, their mirth was abruptly silenced. They beheld Sean, undeterred and brazen, charging directly into the overwhelming Phoenix Mark with a demeanor reminiscent of one seeking a target, utterly devoid of any intention to evade. At that moment, the onlookers were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief, minds awash with confusion. Had he lost his senses? Did he not comprehend the perilous nature of such a technique? Was he courting death? Even Whitebeard stood stunned at this spectacle. He had presumed that, despite Sean's somewhat monstrous defensive capabilities, he would at least attempt to dodge Marco's Phoenix Mark. Yet here he was not only refusing to retreat, but advancing headlong, seemingly intent on absorbing the blow with his own flesh. Old mare fall now, diamond fist. At this juncture, Sean concentrated, channeling all his divine might into his right fist, and bellowed. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated, and before the astonished gazes of all present, two torrents of violent energy collided with ferocity, akin to two boulders striking each other, sending sparks flying and a tempest of force rippling outward. Crack! Moments later, a piercing sound of fracture erupted, and the illusionary form of Marco dissipated, his attire shredded by the fierce gale of Sean's punch. In the next heartbeat, he was sent hurtling like a severed kite, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. This was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the young man, standing proudly amidst the chaos, disbelief etched across their faces, mouths agape in astonishment, unable to comprehend the reality that Sean had truly triumphed over Marco. Moreover, he had done so with such elegance and ease. It was evident that Sean's prowess had surpassed their wildest imaginations. They even began to question whether he was a formidable user of a devil fruit. How else could he possess such extraordinary strength? Now, who dares to claim, I am unworthy of serving as the vice captain of this vessel? Sean turned, striding confidently toward Marco, a radiant smile gracing his face as he surveyed the surrounding pirates. Chapter 4. Celebration. Vice Captain of the Moby, Dick among the pirates. A few who had previously taken advantage of Sean's status as a newcomer in the past few months now found themselves trembling under his chilling gaze, unable to meet his eyes. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings, and no one dared to voice any doubts. Even Ramos, who had been defeated by Sean with a single strike, now regarded him with a newfound respect. Kid, well done. Congratulations to the Moby Dick for gaining another fierce warrior. At this moment, Whitebeard finally regained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Sean, his voice brimming with excitement and joy. He then raised his jug high and proclaimed loudly, "My sons, I declare that the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates is none other than Sean." Cheers erupted as Whitebeard's words resonated throughout the gathering, demonstrating how formidable strength could compel one to acknowledge a leader. Amidst the applause, Whitebeard's expression radiated exhilaration. Suddenly, he recalled something and instructed one of the pirates. Immediately informed the rest of the crew aboard to gather at once. "Tonight, we shall revel at Fishman Island." Whitebeard's announcement incited another wave of enthusiasm, and the atmosphere grew uproarious. "Wonderful! Tonight, I shall indulge in a fine drunken revelry. Ha ha ha! Indeed, tonight, we brothers can let loose and truly enjoy ourselves." However, one could not overlook the fact that this new recruit was genuinely formidable. "I used to think he was just a simpleton, but it turns out he is quite ruthless." "Haha, Tim, you used to bully him quite a bit. Now that he's the vice captain, you better watch out for him, making you call him father." "Hey, I doubt he would bother with someone as insignificant as me." At that moment, upon hearing Whitebeard's command, all the pirates erupted into jubilant cheers, creating a thunderous cacophony. Meanwhile, Marco found himself collapsing to the ground, pale and wide-eyed with astonishment. At this moment, he felt as though his worldview was about to be shattered. The strength of this in turn was astoundingly terrifying. That punch earlier, had Sean not retracted some of his might at the last second, Marco would likely be on the brink of unconsciousness now. Where did this extraordinary individual emerge from? Is he truly just an intern? Marco gazed at Sean's retreating figure, his eyes filled with shock and apprehension. Until now, apart from the old man, he had never encountered an opponent as fearsome as Sean, and he distinctly sensed the immense power surging within him. He believed that if he were to continue fighting Sean, he would ultimately be reduced to nothing more than a pile of mush. It seemed the old man's words held no embellishment at all. Reflecting on his earlier doubts about Whitebeard's judgment, Marco couldn't help but smile ruefully. "Old man, care to share a drink?" Just as Marco was about to rise, still recovering from his injuries, someone approached him. Sean extended a hand with a smile, the ferocity and sharpness from their earlier battle long gone, replaced by a radiant grin as he looked at Marco. "Shall we go have a meal together?" Marco was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, he found solace in the situation, clasping Sean's hand and rising to his feet with a hearty laugh. "Goodness, you truly are formidable. I must admit, I am genuinely impressed this time. However, let me make it clear that even though you are the vice captain, you are still merely our peer. Do not expect us to call you Dad. Old man will suffice," he jested. Sean laughed heartily in response. Their previous discord gradually dissipated amidst their banter, and soon they returned to the banquet venue. In truth, Sean was not overly concerned about being called Dad. He simply preferred not to assume the role of a son. The feast hosted by the Whitebeard pirates was nothing short of opulent. The variety of drinks and dishes was exquisitely refined. And to commemorate the addition of a formidable new member to the Moby Dick, Whitebeard had arranged for an abundance of fresh delicacies, many of which had never been tasted by pirates before. Each platter of food was valued at thousands of berries. These items are truly exorbitant. In the kitchen, Altorelai gazed at the exquisite ingredients on the table, her eyes sparkling with envy. As a resident of Fishman Island and a skilled chef, she had settled into her role since Whitebeard declared the island his territory, taking charge of the culinary affairs of the entire locale. It must be noted that Altorelai's culinary skills were quite commendable. Although she often worked with humble ingredients, the flavors were exceptionally delightful. The rare ingredients before her were long-preserved delicacies from Whitebeard's collection, brought forth with great reluctance to celebrate the arrival of a powerful vice-captain. Furthermore, in honor of the new vice-captain, Whitebeard had specially arranged for copious amounts of warm wine to toast Sean's arrival. "All right, everyone, please take your seats. All these dishes are prepared by Miss Altorelai, and I assure you, the taste is beyond reproach. Let us feast to our heart's content today," Whitebeard proclaimed as he took his seat, prompting the other pirates to follow suit. Marco and Sean, amidst their jovial conversation, also settled down. The moment they sat, Whitebeard turned his joyful gaze toward Sean. Today brings me great joy. I am delighted to have such a powerful young lad aboard the Moby Dick. I hope everyone will look after him during our future voyages, he expressed, raising a large bowl from the table and addressing the gathering. Glug, glug, glug. Now, let us all raise our bowls to welcome our Vice Captain. Welcome, Vice Captain. Under Whitebeard's lead, everyone erupted in cheers, lifting their bowls and downing their drinks in unison. Glug, glug, glug. The wine flowed freely into their throats. Ah, how refreshing, Whitebeard exclaimed, setting down his empty bowl with a satisfied smile before turning to Sean. Young lad, I toast to you. Without hesitation, Sean raised his own large bowl, clinking it against Whitebeard's before downing its contents, reveling in the exhilarating sensation. After a few rounds of drinks, Whitebeard began to lavish praise upon Sean, causing the latter to blush slightly. As the revelers continued to indulge in their libations, Sean was guided by several crew members to explore the enchanting vistas of Fishman Island. However, before long, as he was admiring the town's picturesque scenery, a voice filled with astonishment reached his ears. It was Tim, a fellow pirate. Captain Sean, it seems to be the Wolf Pirates. They appear to have already landed. At this, Sean's expression hardened. He lifted his gaze in the direction Tim was pointing, and there, anchored in the waters bordering Fishman Island, was a ship adorned with the prow of a wolf. The vessel was deserted, confirming that the notorious pirates had indeed disembarked. Let us investigate, Sean spoke slowly. He was in dire need of combat experience, and these pirates, daring enough to encroach upon Whitebeard's territory, presented the perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. Moreover, he had heard whispers of the wolf pirates before, a band notorious for their ruthless pillaging and merciless acts. Under their might, no village or isle could escape the fate of annihilation. Their captain, Nethys, was reputed to be a formidable pirate with a bounty of 33 million, a man of unfathomable strength who had founded this savage crew. Before long, Sean and 3 members of the Whitebeard pirates found themselves a mere 100 meters from the wolf pirates. The scene before them was chaotic. It was evident that the area had suffered the ravages of the wolf pirates' onslaught. Damn it! Do these scoundrels not even respect our father? Are they unaware that Fishman Island is under his dominion? They must have seized the moment while we were drinking, one of the crew members remarked, his face pale with fear. Captain Sean, these are ruthless killers, and there are likely many of them. We should return and alert the others. Gazing at the desolation before him, Sean observed the ground strewn with torn garments belonging to women, strands of hair, and traces of blood. It was clear that this place had recently witnessed a dreadful event. He had heard tales of such occurrences prior to Whitebeard's reclamation of Fishman Island. Many passing pirates would abduct the merfolk and fishmen, particularly the young and beautiful mermaids who fetched a high price in human trafficking markets. It was shocking that even now, with Fishman Island belonging to Whitebeard, such atrocities were still happening. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Who is this little brat, daring to know of our wolf pirates? Just then, amidst the crew's discussions, a chilling, sinister laugh echoed around them. From beside a nearby structure emerged a tall man clad in black, flanked by a dozen menacing pirates, each brandishing weapons and exuding an aura of malevolence. Upon encountering the sudden emergence of a figure clad in black, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Sean's lips. These individuals had been the source of his frustrations, as he had been seeking them, and now they had fortuitously revealed themselves. How amusing! Quickly surrender the valuable treasures you possess, commanded a man towering over 2 meters, his muscular arms resembling iron pillars, as he loomed over Sean with an air of arrogance. What if I refuse? Sean replied with disdain, gazing coolly at the muscle-bound man. His inflated ego had led him to disregard the old man with the white beard. So how could he possibly fear a mere petty pirate? Refusal, is it? Then you shall face the consequences. The muscular man sneered, his fist the size of a sandbag, cracking ominously as his companions, including the man in black, displayed expressions of wicked amusement. However, in the next moment, their smirks froze in shock as they stood transfixed. Eyes wide, Sean seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. With a single punch, the muscular man was sent flying like a kickball, crashing into the wall behind him with such force that the sturdy stone structure shattered into fragments. This blow, though unexpected, was unparalleled in might. The scene left the members of the wolf pirates gaping in astonishment, including the man in black. "Why are you all standing there? Get him! Kill this brat!" The man in black shouted as he regained his wits. Only then did the pirates spring into action, surging toward Sean, unfazed by the onslaught of the pirates. Sean let out a disdainful snort. With a slight bend of his right arm, he clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful thrust at the nearest pirate. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted, striking the pirate's body and sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball, colliding with his comrades and leaving them in disarray, sprawled on the ground in chaos. Within a mere moment, the members of the wolf pirates lay groaning and howling in defeat. This spectacle thoroughly astounded the man in black, who had yet to comprehend the situation when Sean seized him by the collar, stating coolly, "You will take me to your captain, Nethers. Consider your words carefully. Refusal and deceit can lead to dire consequences." Though Sean's voice was quiet, it resonated in the ears of the man in black like a death knell, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He was the squad leader of the wolf pirates, known as Black Shark, having just completed a successful raid in the area. He had intended to depart when he spotted Sean and his companions, thinking to flaunt his bravado and procure some wealth. He did not anticipate that the adversary would outshine him. "I'll tell you," the man in black stammered, panic evident in his voice. "The captain is north of Fishman Island. We plan to regroup there after a successful plunder. Lead the way," Sean replied impatiently. "Yes, yes." The man in black, having witnessed Sean's formidable prowess, dared not voice any dissent and promptly set off to guide him. After a brief moment, Sean, along with Tim, was led by Black Shark to a secluded area. Upon arrival, Sean was utterly astonished. So many mermaids. Before him, on the bow of a colossal ship belonging to the Great Wolf, an array of voluptuous mermaids appeared. Their skin fair and delicate, their figures graceful and alluring, yet their faces were marred by expressions of fear and panic. Sean also noted that the garments of these mermaids bore signs of having been torn, and some even sported visible scars, as if they had endured mistreatment. While they were now bound, it seemed these were the mermaids plundered by the Great Wolf pirates, and this grand vessel was undoubtedly the true lair of the nefarious crew. Frowning, Sean suddenly seized Black Shark. "No, don't." Black Shark immediately realized Sean's intent, his face draining of color. Boom! However, his cries fell on deaf ears. With a thunderous noise, Sean propelled Black Shark forward, sending him crashing onto the deck of the massive ship with such force that he left a significant dent in the wood. The commotion instantly elicited shrieks from the captured mermaids and drew forth the remaining members of the Great Wolf pirates from the hold. The first to emerge was a burly man with a face full of coarse features, his gaze fierce and predatory, adorned on his chest with a menacing depiction of a wolf. Sean recognized him as Nessus, the captain of the Great Wolf pirates, with a bounty of 130 million from a navy. At this moment, Tim cautiously approached Sean and whispered, "Oh, is that him?" Sean squinted, surveying the brutish figure with a glint of cold light in his eyes. "Who are you?" Nessus inquired, his gaze fixed on Sean, his voice icy. "A handsome fellow here to claim your head for the bounty," Sean replied with a smile directed at Nessus. This proclamation immediately provoked a chorus of furious roars from the members of the Great Wolf pirates. Where did this scoundrel come from, daring to be so brazen and shameless? "Boss, this guy is too arrogant. Let's kill him. Yes, let's swiftly end him. You insolent brat. Arrogance will lead to your demise." At this moment, Nessus began to stride toward Sean, his eyes locked onto him, a sinister grin curling on his lips. Sean maintained a faint smile, declaring, "Regrettably, I must inform you that due to my arrogance, I have already annihilated another squad of yours. I have come specifically to borrow your head for some much-needed funds." Nessus displayed little surprise at this revelation, as he had already surmised the outcome when Black Shark was kicked towards him. However, this young man before him was a stranger, and his identity remained a mystery, causing a flicker of confusion. Yet, he cared not for the details. The audacity of this young man to speak so defiantly in his presence was akin to courting death. You have enraged me. The consequences will be severe. A malevolent expression crept onto Nessus's face, his eyes piercing as they bore down on Sean, the murderous intent unmasked. Foolish wretch, prepare to meet your end. Subsequently, a colossal fist, enveloped in the aura of armament Haki, swung rapidly toward Sean's head. He, the boss, is furious. This kid is about to be reduced to a pulp. Ho ho! Indeed, when the ravenous wolf is enraged, rivers of blood will flow. This arrogant little brat is surely doomed this time. Oof. Daring to provoke our fearsome wolf pirate crew with just 3 companions is blatantly courting death. The other members of the fearsome wolf pirate crew sneered with glee. However, in the next instant, everyone was taken aback, for Sean effortlessly seized Nethersus's fist with a single hand, rendering it immovable. Chapter 6. The annihilation of the fearsome wolf pirate crew. Nethersus's fist seemed as if it were obstructed by an incredibly heavy stone, unable to budge an inch. His expression changed drastically as his pupils contracted. How is this possible? My fist was so easily thwarted. Nethersus gazed incredulously at Sean, observing the shock on his face. Sean smirked coldly, commenting that a pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries seemed to possess little capability. Nethersus was seething with rage. Boy, do not rejoice too soon. Just as he uttered these words, an astonishing transformation occurred. He broke free from Sean's grip, his once formidable physique morphing into that of a massive, ferocious wolf. This wolf boasted 3-foot-long, sharp fangs, its jaws gaping wide enough to devour 1 or 2 grown men. Its limbs were adorned with razor-sharp claws, each swift movement leaving behind a trail of sharp afterimages in the air. Upon its appearance, the wolf lunged at Sean with astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the remaining members of the fearsome wolf pirate crew wore expressions of schadenfreude. Convinced that this young man was undoubtedly doomed, for once their captain transformed into wolf form to attack, no one could withstand him. Is this the power of a Zoan-type devil fruit? Sean contemplated the wolf before him, his gaze sharpening. Suddenly, his body vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared, standing behind Nethersus. At that instant, Sean's right hand clenched into a fist, and he struck with tremendous force. Nethersus, this punch is destined to send you to meet your maker. Boom! The punch, infused with 40% of the formidable power of the Diamond Realm, erupted and struck Nethersus's back with a resounding thud. Immediately, Nethersus's body was sent flying. Whoosh! The immense figure of the wolf traced an arc through the air, vanishing like a meteor 1,000 meters away. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. The remaining members of the fearsome wolf pirate crew stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend what they had witnessed, for their captain, the strongest of the fearsome wolf pirate crew, had been sent flying by a single punch from a mere youth. How could this be possible? Their captain was gone just like that? In a moment, the members of the wolf pirates were utterly dumbfounded. Tim and his companions nearby trembled at the corners of their mouths. For the strength of first mate Xiao was indeed terrifying. At that moment, they finally understood why this young man was undeniably qualified to be the vice captain of the Moby Dick. Tim, I leave these insignificant fish to you. Is that acceptable? Xiao turned to Tim and said with an air of nonchalance, Hehe, rest assured, Vice Captain Xiao, we have mastered such matters with ease. Tim replied with a grin. Nessus had been sent flying by a single punch, and it was likely he was beyond saving. Xiao shattered their only glimmer of hope, delivering a heavy blow to the morale of the wolf pirates. When a person loses their courage and fighting spirit, the outcome of battle becomes all too predictable. Soon, the remaining members of the wolf pirates were thoroughly crushed under the onslaught of Tim and his comrades' Haki-infused fists, all meeting their demise. The scene was drenched in blood. With bodies strewn across the ground, Xiao stood motionless, observing the fallen members of the wolf pirates, his face devoid of expression. He understood that taking lives in this world was an inevitability he would eventually confront. Moreover, he had become accustomed to such scenes over the past 3 months. In this pirate world, it was either you kill me or I kill you. Given this reality, he resolved that it must be him who would deal the fatal blow. Vice Captain Xiao We have completely looted the wolf pirates, totaling a fortune of 180 million berries. Tim approached Xiao respectfully and reported. Understood, Tim. You three should head northwest to retrieve Nessus' head and exchange it for berries to present to me. Xiao nodded, a smile gracing his face, for he would not forget the bounty of 130 million berries. Understood, Vice Captain Xiao. Tim and his companions replied in unison, excitement propelling them swiftly away. After a while, Xiao turned his gaze towards the mermaids, who had long been left in a state of shock by the earlier spectacle, utterly unable to regain their composure. It was only when they noticed Xiao approaching that they began to react, as his footsteps grew nearer, particularly with the smile upon his face. Fear and panic flooded the eyes of the mermaids. They could not help but wonder if they had just escaped the den of wolves only to enter the lair of tigers, their hearts racing perilously close to their throats. Xiao paid no heed to the mermaids and made his way directly towards a corner of the cabin. There, he found 5 robust men, bloodied and battered, one of whom was Ramos, the very individual who had previously challenged Xiao out of defiance. It seemed they had encountered the wolf pirates while on patrol. As Xiao approached, Ramos' lips quivered. The way he addressed Xiao as vice captain reflected a newfound respect. All previous grievances seemed to evaporate in that moment. He had witnessed the entire battle and could only describe Xiao's strength as astonishing. At that moment, he had entirely acknowledged this young vice captain. And even if Xiao were to command him to call him father, he might very well grit his teeth and comply. Ramos, my friend, how careless you are, Sean remarked with a casual smile as he observed Ramos's condition. He then crouched down, placing his right hand directly atop the wound on Ramos's shoulder. In an instant, a torrent of formidable vitality surged from his being, swiftly entering Ramos's body. An immense life force radiated forth, rapidly mending the injury upon Ramos's shoulder. Within moments, the wound healed completely, returning to its former state. Furthermore, the internal injuries Ramos sustained from his earlier confrontation with Sean were entirely restored. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Ramos could not help but gasp in astonishment. Such a technique was truly beyond comprehension, something he had never encountered before. Previously, when crew members aboard the Moby Dick suffered injuries or ailments, it was Captain Marco who utilized his fruit abilities for healing, which was already an extraordinary feat yet now. With merely a touch, Sean had managed to completely heal his wound. This ability was simply unfathomable. Thank you, Vice Captain Sean. Ramos expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Now fully devoted to Sean, Sean smiled and turned to treat the remaining 4 individuals. Moments later, the injuries of all 4 were healed, their faces awash with expressions of amazement. Vice Captain Sean, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, this is nothing short of miraculous. It's even more powerful than Captain Marco's healing abilities. It is astonishing. Observing the awestruck expressions on their faces, Sean merely wore a gentle smile, unaware that his healing was primarily aimed at gaining experience. In this brief span, his mastery of the vitality power had noticeably increased. Vitality power advanced. Proficiency 296 from the healing process, it became evident that the proficiency of this power was contingent upon the severity of the injuries. The more severe the injuries, the greater the proficiency gained from the healing. Without hesitation, Sean instructed Ramos and the others to free all the mermaids who had been captured aboard the ship. Once untied, the mermaids' beautiful eyes shimmered with tears, exuding a pitiable demeanor, their gazes towards Sean filled with gratitude. What moved them even more was that Sean not only liberated them, but also took the initiative to heal their wounds. Throughout this brief interlude, Sean continuously glanced at the system panel in his mind. Vitality Power Expert, Proficiency 578. Vitality Power Expert, Proficiency 586. Vitality Power Expert, Proficiency 597. Vitality Power Mastery, Proficiency 799. As he watched his proficiency steadily rise, Sean's face lit up with joy. At this rate, it would not be long before his vitality power reached a state of perfection, and when that time came, he would be poised to trigger the next phase of the system quest, unlocking the Earth Store power. Ramos, it seems our vice captain has quite the penchant for beautiful women. The 4 pirates, witnessing Sean tirelessly tending to the mermaids with expressions of delight, could not help but speculate. Ramos, too, observed this scene and chuckled, remarking that they ought to introduce more beautiful women to the vice-captain in the future, haha. Amidst their discussions, Sean continued to accrue experience. In mere moments, the group before him was restored to health through the divine power of the eternal life realm. Almost every individual among them bore both internal and external injuries, and several of the older mermaids were afflicted with incurable ailments, which naturally required considerable effort from Sean. However, his efforts were not in vain. His mastery of the divine power of the eternal life realm reached its pinnacle, standing just a hair's breadth from perfection. Now, seeing that the proficiency of his divine power had achieved 991, the injured had suddenly vanished. Faced with this situation, Sean was not without recourse. He had resolved to elevate the proficiency of his divine power to a state of perfection today, and thus he would strive with all his might. With this thought, a wicked expression crept onto Sean's face as he cast a smile towards the black shark, which lay on the deck like a lifeless dog. Chapter 7. Perfection of the divine power of the eternal life realm. The black shark, having just had its sternum broken and several ribs fractured by Sean's kick, had been rendered incapacitated, barely clinging to life and finding it difficult even to sit up, just as it resigned itself to death. The black shark felt a surge of immense divine power enveloping its body, beginning to mend its wounds. Yet, just as it sensed the fatal injury nearing repair, that force abruptly ceased. At last, the relentless pain sharpened its consciousness. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld Sean, the very individual who had sent it flying. The black shark was startled at the sight of Sean, its eyes betraying immense terror, as if it were gazing upon the Grim Reaper. Sean regarded the black shark with a sinister smile, saying, "Little Black, it's time for you to serve your final purpose. I shall grant you a swift end." Upon hearing Sean's words, the black shark's expression morphed into one of utter despair. No, please don't kill me. I do not wish to die." It trembled, pleading. Hearing its cries for mercy, Sean adopted a serious demeanor for the first time, coldly responding, "When you burned, killed, and plundered, did you ever consider the plight of others?" The black shark opened its mouth, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Sean's divine power of the eternal life realm was nearing perfection. Divine power of the eternal life realm, great achievement. Proficiency 995. Divine power of the eternal life realm, great achievement. Proficiency 998. Ding. Divine power of the eternal life realm, perfection. Proficiency 100. With the sound of the system's notification echoing, excitement illuminated Sean's face. This method of accruing experience was a novel approach for him. Though somewhat time-consuming, the results were exceedingly gratifying. At last, his divine power of the eternal life realm had attained the realm of perfection, granting him an extraordinary card to play in the future. However, what exhilarated Sean the most was that the perfected divine power of the eternal life realm was not merely about healing. This state of divine power allowed him to grasp the essence of life itself, thereby further prolonging his existence and even opening the possibility of resurrection. Such a miraculous ability was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for Sean. Furthermore, upon reaching the pinnacle of the eternal life realm's divine power, Sean inexplicably acquired a new skill, the cycle of life and death. This skill could envelop a certain area, providing collective healing to those within its range, which was currently his most formidable method of healing. Had he possessed this cycle of life and death earlier, he would not have had to go through the trouble of healing each individual one by one. With his divine power now perfected, Sean resolved to deal with the black shark swiftly. Devil, you are a merciless fiend." The black shark gazed at Sean in terror, his eyes filled with profound fear and resentment. Yet he lacked even the strength to rise and flee. In that moment, all he perceived was death and despair. With a crisp snap, Sean expressionlessly broke his neck. This scene was witnessed by the surrounding merfolk, yet they did not view Sean's actions as cruel. Rather, they felt a sense of righteous satisfaction. "Ramos, summon the others. It is time for us to return," Sean instructed Ramos. Upon hearing this, Ramos respectfully complied and gathered the remaining 4 companions, along with Tim, who had just returned after collecting heads. Aboard the Moby Dick, ha ha ha. Truly delightful. You are indeed the vice captain of my Whitebeard pirate crew. Whitebeard laughed heartily after hearing the accounts from Tim and the others, relishing in the exhilaration of the moment. Sean's accomplishments were nothing short of extraordinary, having annihilated the entire wolf pirates in such a short span of time. Truly a miracle. Moreover, Whitebeard had heard from Ramos about Sean's miraculous healing abilities, which only deepened his admiration for Sean, although it also led him to question whether Sean was indeed a formidable devil fruit user. However, he soon dismissed his doubts, for Sean was certainly no novice. He was an excellent swimmer, unafraid of the sea, and thus would not suffer the side effects typically associated with consuming a devil fruit. Days later, in a New World Sea region, a massive pirate ship sailed swiftly, its mast proudly displaying a colossal Whitebeard skull flag. Within the cabin, Sean was sharing drinks with Whitebeard. During this time, the two had become thoroughly acquainted, with Whitebeard expressing great admiration and respect for Sean, even personally imparting some pirate knowledge and rules to him. Whitebeard's appreciation for Sean was evident. The strength Sean exhibited was indeed worthy of the title of vice captain, and it far surpassed even Whitebeard himself. Throughout this period, in addition to these interactions, Sean continued to enhance his mastery of the Diamond Realm and Eternal Life Realm divine powers, refining his control over them to an even greater degree. However, despite having achieved mastery of divine power in the realm of longevity, the task to unlock the divine power of the Xitigarbor realm remained elusive. Report: a pirate ship has been spotted approaching us from 2 kilometers ahead. At that moment, a pirate entered to deliver the news. Oh, Whitebeard paused for a moment, taken aback. This sea was teeming with vessels, yet many would steer clear upon seeing the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. It was unexpected that someone would dare to approach them. Although puzzled, Whitebeard commanded, "All hands on alert." Yes, the crew responded promptly, emerging from a cabin. Upon hearing this, Sean, filled with curiosity, set down his cup and stepped out of the cabin, raising his gaze towards the approaching ship. There, in the distance, a pirate ship was swiftly making its way towards them. As the vessel drew nearer, the members of the Whitebeard pirates finally discerned the flag of the opposing ship, which bore a white skull with a closed mouth, displaying a somewhat stern expression. At the sight of this flag, someone exclaimed loudly, "It's the Red Force, the red-haired pirates." The announcement instantly captured everyone's attention, including that of 1st Division Commander Marco, who quickly positioned himself at the bow, furrowing his brow as he focused on the Red Force. Upon confirming the identity of the red-haired pirates, the Moby Dick came to a halt. Before long, a one-armed man with red hair emerged from the Red Force and slowly stepped onto the Moby Dick. To Sean's astonishment, the moment the red-haired figure appeared, a voice resonated in his mind. Quest triggered. Deter Shanks. Unlock Xitigarbor Realm Divine Power. Chapter 8. Deter the Red-Haired. Unlock Xitigarbor Realm Divine Power. Upon hearing the system's voice, Sean could not help but feel a surge of joy. The unlock was finally at hand. However, just as he relished this moment, he noticed his companions around him had gone pale and collapsed to the ground. What was happening? "Hey, what's wrong with you all?" Witnessing this scene, some pirates began to scream in terror. "Calm down, don't panic. He merely fainted," Marco remarked lazily, casting a glance at the fallen. Diamond Jozu added, "It's normal for those without sufficient resilience to succumb in his presence." At that moment, Sean's attention remained fixated on the red-haired figure, his heart racing with astonishment. Such formidable conquerors Haki. He could distinctly feel the overwhelming presence radiating from Shanks, akin to an imposing mountain that rendered one breathless. Had it not been for his formidable resilience, he too might have faced a similar fate as the others. Meanwhile, nearby pirates, including Ramos, also crumpled to the ground, their facial muscles twitching as if under immense pressure, their complexions paling before they ultimately succumbed. Thud! Thud! The heavy footsteps echoed from beneath Shanks, causing hearts to tremble. With each step he took, more individuals from the Moby Dick fell to the deck. In the blink of an eye, dozens of individuals succumbed to the oppressive force of the red-haired captain's Conqueror's Haki. "Ah, my apologies for the abrupt welcome," he remarked with a hint of amusement. As the footsteps finally ceased, The red-haired captain stood facing Whitebeard, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just as he finished speaking, Marco tilted his head and inquired, "Hey, red-haired, what you up to?" Upon hearing the voice, the red-haired captain turned to Marco, revealing an innocuous smile. "Oh, it's Marco from the First Division. Would you care to join us?" Marco's expression shifted between irritation and contemplation. Chuckling softly, the red-haired captain then directed his gaze back to Whitebeard, stating, "I come not to duel, but to implore you to cease your actions. Please, stop Ace and prevent him from continuing his pursuit of Blackbeard Teach." At this, Whitebeard took a hearty swig from his drink and erupted into laughter. "Huh, your words echo those of a naive child. That scoundrel has slain my comrades, shattered my rules, and committed an unforgivable sin. Such a person has no right to exist in this world. If I do not eliminate this wretch, how can the souls of the fallen be at peace?" The red-haired captain's demeanor remained unchanged as he patiently continued to discuss the ramifications of this matter with Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Shanks listened quietly from the side. Blackbeard Teach, a member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, had long harbored ambitions for the dark fruit. Ultimately, he killed the captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, to seize it, revealing himself as a ruthless and greedy villain. Suddenly, the conversation between the two seemed to reach an impasse. Whitebeard's expression darkened as he hurled a massive jug to the ground, declaring to Shanks, "Silence, you insolent fool. If you wish to dictate my actions, you may wait a century. I am Whitebeard." It appeared that this era was on the brink of chaos. Anger flickered across Shanks' face as he slowly rose to his feet, drawing his sword, Griffin, and slashing towards Whitebeard. The razor-sharp blade cleaved through the air, accompanied by a chilling whistle that sent shivers down spines. "What does that scoundrel intend to do?" The pirates aboard the Moby Dick murmured in outrage. Marco tilted his head, remarking, "This guy doesn't seem foolish." But his conversation with Dad appears to have reached a breaking point. As his words fell, the lethal glint of the blade surged toward Whitebeard, poised to strike. However, in that instant, a figure suddenly intervened, blocking Shanks' assault with a perfectly timed fist. The collision sent forth an overwhelmingly terrifying shockwave that erupted above the pirate ship, stirring a tempest that knocked many off balance. It's Vice Captain Shanks. How impressive that he can withstand one of the 4 Emperors. Many pirates aboard the Moby Dick widened their eyes in astonishment at this scene. Even Marco and his companions were left in disbelief. The terrifying strength of the red-haired Shanks was not lost on him, yet he was astonished that Sean dared to confront him with sheer force of his fists. "Wait, look at the sky," someone exclaimed, as the heavens above began to fracture ominously. "How is this possible?" In that instant, the crew aboard the Moby Dick were paralyzed with fear, gasping in disbelief. The once serene sky had been rent asunder by a pitch-black fissure, deepening and widening as if the very firmament were on the verge of collapse, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Even Whitebeard's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Shanks stared in astonishment at the young man standing before him, who had dared to engage him in combat. It was not only Shanks who was taken aback. His first mate, Ben Beckman, sharpshooter Yassop, and other pirates in the red-haired pirates were equally dumbfounded. They could scarcely fathom that someone would challenge one of the 4 Emperors with mere fists. Such audacity seemed insane. Yet, the undeniable reality stood before them. This individual had indeed matched Shanks blow for blow. Internally, Shanks felt a greater shock than anyone else, unable to believe that this unfamiliar young man could stand against him. Who was this person he had never seen before? A flicker of intrigue ignited in Shanks' eyes as he focused intently on Sean, filled with curiosity. He had not anticipated that such a formidable presence was concealed aboard the Moby Dick. After a brief moment, Shanks regarded Sean with a newfound interest. To him, someone of this caliber should have been widely recognized, yet he had never encountered this individual. "Huh, Shanks, I never expected to see you in this predicament. I must inform you that this young lad is my prized possession and the new first mate of the Moby Dick," Whitebeard declared with a smug expression, as if he were boasting about a treasure possession. "First mate?" Upon hearing this, Shanks frowned, his expression morphing into one of bewilderment. In his understanding, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates had always been Marco, the captain of the First Division, when had such a young first mate emerged. Just then, as Shanks and the others remained in shock, Sean withdrew his fist, having completed his task. The gray, locked state of the earthly bodhisattva's power in his mind transformed into that of initial mastery. However, just as Sean prepared to turn away, Shanks suddenly emanated a more intense aura of Conqueror's Haki. What is he planning? Does he truly intend to duel with the Whitebeard pirates? The crew aboard the Moby Dick felt a mix of astonishment and anger as they sensed the overwhelming presence of Shanks' Haki. They dared not underestimate him. After all, he was one of the four emperors, and at that moment, Shanks had readied his weapon for battle. This weapon is indeed comparable to the legendary Black Blade of Hawkeye. It is well known that before red-haired Shanks lost his arm, he frequently engaged in swordsmanship duels with Hawkeye, both of whom are nearly equal in skill. Hawkeye is renowned as the world's greatest swordsman, and the fact that red-haired matches him in prowess speaks volumes about his own formidable swordsmanship. Not to mention the formidable Conqueror's Haki he possesses. If a duel were to take place aboard the Moby Dick, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for both parties. At that moment, a robust figure stood before Shanks, exuding a sense of security. You, back then just a young lad aboard Roger's ship. Though you have grown over the years, you are on my territory now, so be wise and get lost. Whitebeard gripped his sword, Song Yun Chia, glaring fiercely at red-haired, his aura surging with intensity. In an instant, the tension escalated on both sides, casting a heavy pall over the scene. After a prolonged silence, Shanks finally sighed, his Conqueror's Haki gradually subsiding. He understood that Whitebeard would not heed his counsel. The earlier display of Haki was merely a manifestation of their conversation's abrupt end, fueled by both anger and the shock from the clash of fists with Shanks. I hope you won't regret this. Red-Hair turned his back, leaving those words lingering in the air. The crew aboard the Moby Dick collectively exhaled in relief. However, just 3 steps later, Red-Haired suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on the bewildered Sean standing to the side. Tension gripped the crowd once more. If we must pursue Teach, perhaps he could go into battle alongside Ace. Shanks remarked casually, his eyes still on Sean. After uttering this statement, he boarded the Red Force and began to depart. As his figure vanished, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. What does this mean? Could it be that Red-Haired acknowledges Vice Captain Sean's strength surpasses his own after suffering at Blackbeard's hands? This is utterly impossible. Shanks is one of the 4 emperors, with unparalleled swordsmanship and Haki. While Vice Captain Sean is indeed powerful, he cannot possibly exceed Shanks. If that were the case, then Vice Captain Sean would be extraordinarily fearsome. Perhaps Red-Haired insinuated that Vice Captain Sean could be Blackbeard Teach's nemesis? Do not forget the tremendous shockwave that echoed across the sky when their fists collided. Such an anomaly could only arise from immense power. Moreover, let's not overlook how Vice Captain Sean attained his rank. Listening to the speculations of the pirates, astonishment painted the faces of all aboard the Moby Dick. Even Marco was momentarily taken aback, soon revealing a bittersweet smile. He never anticipated that Red-Haired would hold such a high opinion of this young man. It seems losing to him is not a disgrace at all. At this moment, not only were the pirates aboard the Moby Dick astonished, but even the Vice Captain Ben Beckman and others on the Red Force were equally struck by the weight of Shanks' recent words. Boss, is that kid truly that formidable? The first mate, Ben Beckman, inquired, his face etched with astonishment. The sniper, Jesus Burgess, also wore an expression of surprise. He had never heard of this individual before and was taken aback by his remarkable prowess. In response to their bewilderment, red-haired Shanks calmly remarked, "That lad is far from being as simple as he appears. Although he may seem rather daft at present, his eyes reveal a profound confidence and authority. In the face of my intimidation, he did not flinch even once, and his strength has likely reached a terrifying level. If I were to engage him in a duel with all my might, the outcome would be uncertain." Upon hearing these words, Beckman and the others instinctively inhaled sharply. They had not anticipated that this young man from the Whitebeard pirates would possess strength rivaling that of the 4 emperors. No wonder Whitebeard made an exception and appointed him as the vice captain of the Moby Dick. Meanwhile, tranquility finally returned to the Moby Dick. "Hey, what are you lingering around for?" The old man has tasks for you. Come over here, Marco called out, gesturing toward Sean from the doorway of the cabin. After red-haired Shanks departed, Whitebeard immediately retreated to the cabin for rest, while Sean remained at the bow of the Moby Dick, meticulously studying the newly unlocked powers of the Xidagarba realm. At that moment, hearing Marco's voice, Sean slowly made his way into the cabin. However, upon entering, he was momentarily frozen in place. In a brief span, the Whitebeard before him had transformed dramatically. The imposing figure who had previously stood protectively before him now appeared to have aged a decade, his complexion pale and resembling a frail invalid, even with an intravenous drip. "Father, Sean has arrived," Marco announced, concern etched on his face as he glanced at Whitebeard's weary appearance. "Ha, Marco, do not wear such a sorrowful expression. This old bone of mine isn't going anywhere just yet." Whitebeard managed a strained smile before turning his attention to the newly arrived Sean. "Come here and sit, little one." Sean nodded and slowly took a seat beside Whitebeard. The elder pirate offered a wan smile and remarked, "You, young lad, that punch today was truly satisfying." Red-haired's face fell. It was quite amusing. Sean chuckled, noting that he merely wanted to teach Red-haired a lesson for his arrogance, having relied on his Conqueror's Haki to intimidate his companions. "You youngsters are destined to inherit the future. I may not be around to witness it. Before I depart this world, I hope you will safeguard the Moby Dick in the days to come. I believe that under your leadership, the Whitebeard pirates will shine with unparalleled brilliance in this era." At that moment, Whitebeard's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an expression of resignation and weariness as he gazed at Sean. As his words settled in the air, Sean felt a slight tremor within himself. Their time together had been brief, yet for Sean, both Whitebeard and the Moby Dick had become an inseparable part of his life. After all, this is the first home that belongs to oneself in this world, and I am but a vice captain. "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? You are undeniably the strongest man in existence." Sean maintained a calm demeanor, speaking lazily. Then, he extended a hand and placed it gently upon Whitebeard's arm, examining his ailment while softly stating, "Old man, I am merely a deputy. If the Moby Dick were to lose you, the Whitebeard pirates would cease to exist. Furthermore, do not forget, your treasured vice captain is a legendary physician. As long as I am here, you must live on." Chapter 10. Returning with his head. Apologizing to fallen comrades, listening to Sean's unreserved words, a flicker of appreciation shone in Whitebeard's eyes. He gently patted Sean's hand and laughed heartily. "Very well. Since this little rascal has said so, I shall accompany you for a while longer." He was acutely aware of his physical condition, so he merely chuckled at Sean's words without elaborating further. Gazing at the kindly visage before him, Sean felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. In this fleeting moment, he had meticulously examined Whitebeard's ailment and discovered that years of excessive drinking and irregular living had ravaged his body, bringing him to the brink of death. His lifespan was indeed drawing to a close. Moreover, he had grown old. Sean couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Such a formidable man could not withstand the ravages of time. Seizing the opportunity, after identifying Whitebeard's illness, Sean promptly channeled a thread of divine power from the realm of longevity into his body. However, he soon realized that this divine energy vanished as quickly as silver needles sinking into the sea, and Whitebeard's condition remained largely unchanged, with only a slight improvement in complexion. It was no wonder that even Marco was unable to witness this scene. Sean mused, furrowing his brow. Marco, as the ship's doctor of the Moby Dick, was renowned for the miraculous healing properties of his regenerative flames. If he could have healed Whitebeard, he surely would have done so by now. Yet, it appeared that even Marco was at a loss, which underscored the severity of the situation. Nevertheless, for Sean, who possessed the ultimate power of the realm of longevity, healing Whitebeard was not a daunting task. It merely required some effort. His divine power was the pinnacle of healing arts. As long as there was breath, one could be revived, and even longevity could be extended, if not restored. Without hesitation, Sean once again infused a surge of potent divine energy into Whitebeard. In that instant, waves of mysterious power surged from Sean's body, swiftly penetrating Whitebeard's form. At that moment, Whitebeard's formidable physique trembled, clearly taken aback. This surge of energy made him feel an invigorating vitality coursing within, and he sensed that some of his minor ailments were gradually improving. "Little rascal!" Whitebeard exclaimed in astonishment. Gazing at Sean, Marco, standing nearby, also noted the noticeable improvement in Whitebeard's complexion, his face reflecting surprise. He had not neglected to attempt a cure for Whitebeard, however. The regenerative flames within him responded sluggishly to Whitebeard's condition. Moreover, the ravages of time were such that, despite his utmost efforts, he found himself powerless against them. To his astonishment, Sean's miraculous healing techniques provided him with a glimmer of hope. "Do not speak," Sean murmured, while his right hand tirelessly channeled divine energy from the realm of eternal life into Whitebeard's body. At that moment, he was wholly engrossed in delivering this divine energy throughout Whitebeard's entire being, permeating every limb and sinew. In less than a moment, as Whitebeard's complexion grew increasingly vibrant, a smile flickered across Sean's face, for he realized his efforts had not been in vain. After nearly half an hour of concentrated exertion, Sean finally ceased the treatment, exhaling heavily in relief. "How are you holding up, you rascal?" Marco inquired with genuine concern, observing Sean's apparent fatigue. Sean waved his hand dismissively and turned to Whitebeard, grinning. "So, are you satisfied with your vice-captain's abilities?" Whitebeard, still enveloped in astonishment, felt a marked improvement in his condition. Ailments that had lingered for years had been swept away. "Gururara, what relief! Young one, you have truly saved my life." Whitebeard laughed heartily. Sean, beaming with joy, acknowledged that although the treatment had drained considerable energy, healing Whitebeard was a way to repay the kindness they had shown him when they rescued and sheltered him from the sea. However, the scars left by time remained beyond Sean's immediate reach. While the divine energy from the realm of eternal life could indeed prolong life and even resurrect, it would require a gradual and continuous application of this power in the days to come to extend Whitebeard's lifespan. "Old man, is Blackbeard truly formidable?" At that moment, as Marco and Whitebeard reveled in the joy of healing, Sean abruptly rose, turning his back to them and presenting a resolute silhouette as he calmly posed a question. This sudden inquiry caused both men to halt their laughter, their gazes drawn to Sean, who in that instant seemed to have matured from the mischievous rogue they knew. Sean then turned around, donning an innocuous smile, and declared this scoundrel betrayed his comrades and the Moby Dick. "As vice-captain, I believe it is my duty to bring back his head as an apology to our fallen brethren." As soon as he spoke, Whitebeard and Marco were momentarily rendered speechless. "Young one," Whitebeard began, attempting to voice his thoughts. Yet, before he could finish, Sean swiftly interrupted him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "As the vice-captain of the Moby Dick, this is a responsibility I must fulfill." Upon witnessing Sean's unwavering resolve, both Whitebeard and Marco fell silent. For, as the red-haired pirate had said before his departure, Sean indeed possessed the strength for such a task. Nevertheless, Whitebeard remained concerned. Despite Sean's formidable power, he lacked experience. And Blackbeard Teach was treacherous and ruthless, instilling fear in Whitebeard of potential unforeseen dangers. After much contemplation, Whitebeard finally spoke, his voice low and somber. "Little one, that scoundrel is entrusted to you. You must return with his head. Old man, rest assured, I shall fulfill this promise." Sean replied with a grin, before striding confidently out of the cabin. For the next 3 days, Sean immersed himself in maritime knowledge, while also honing his mastery of the Xidagarba divine power. He gradually became proficient in this newly unlocked ability. Xidagarba divine power advanced, proficiency 279. This power is quite peculiar, capable of inflicting permanent damage upon foes using decaying and venomous forces, and when cultivated to its pinnacle, it can swiftly reduce adversaries to mere bones. However, this divine power bears a significant drawback. Its attack strength is feeble compared to the formidable might of the Diamond Divine Power. In encounters with exceptionally powerful foes, it proves of little use, though its ability for unexpected disruption and clearing of enemies is commendable. On the 4th day, Sean resolved to depart the Moby Dick and officially pursue the treacherous Blackbeard Teach. Chapter 11. Setting Sail. Encountering members of the Beast Pirates, The midday sun blazed fiercely over the ocean, illuminating the tumultuous waves. At this moment, all members of the Whitebeard pirates congregated on the deck. Today marked Sean's departure from the Moby Dick. Little one, are you truly not considering staying a few more days? Whitebeard gazed at Sean, his face betraying a hint of reluctance. I must go. I won't allow that scoundrel Teach to live another day. Sean chuckled, bowing slightly to Whitebeard. Very well, you rascal. Whitebeard sighed, but soon a smile graced his lips as he advised. Remember your promise to me. You must find Ace and return with Blackbeard Teach's head. Sean responded with a casual smile. Understood, you old man, always so verbose. With that, Sean accepted the compass and life card from Marco, along with some treasures bestowed upon him by Whitebeard, and turned to leave. In that moment, all members of the Whitebeard pirates watched Sean's retreating figure, their hearts heavy with a sense of loss. During their time together, they had not only come to recognize the young vice-captain, but had also embraced him as family. Kid, we await your triumphant return, Marco called out heartily, his voice echoing across the deck. Sean did not glance back. He merely waved his hand as he stepped onto a small boat, sailing into the distance, soon vanishing into the vast expanse of the sea. After a considerable time, Sean let out a soft sigh. Such farewells weighed heavily on his heart. Yet he understood that Blackbeard Teach's betrayal had cast a shadow over Whitebeard's soul. This was a deeply rooted enmity, a thorn lodged in his heart. Unless it was extracted, Whitebeard would likely remain burdened by this anguish, and his affliction would be difficult to heal. Thus, regardless of his circumstances, he was determined to return with Blackbeard Teach's head. On the eve of his departure, Sean had already briefed Marco on Whitebeard's condition. For the past few days, Sean had been nurturing Whitebeard's body daily with the divine energy of the realm of eternal life. It could be said that Whitebeard's health had significantly improved, and thanks to the effects of this divine energy, he appeared rejuvenated, as if he had shed a decade from his age. However, this state was not permanent. After all, Whitebeard was a man who indulged in alcohol, and should he continue to live without moderation, he might very well relapse in the future. Thus, Sean instructed Marco to regulate Whitebeard's drinking habits. In addition to this, yesterday, Sean finally adorned his back with the tattoo of the Whitebeard pirate's emblem, symbolizing his commitment to carrying forth Whitebeard's will and fulfilling their shared dream of adventure upon the vast ocean. Furthermore, as the first mate of the Moby Dick, Sean also bore a unique tattoo on his right arm, signifying his fearless spirit in these waters. Amidst the ocean, a solitary sail fluttered as a small vessel glided through the waves, the flag of the Whitebeard pirates billowing freely in the wind. At the bow, Sean gazed towards a distant island, quickening his pace. After a considerable time, he had completely departed from the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, drawing ever closer to the island ahead. However, at that moment, Sean narrowed his eyes, fixated on a dark spot that was rapidly enlarging in the distance. There, a large ship was approaching him at an alarming speed. As the distance closed to 1 kilometer, Sean could finally discern the flag flying from the large vessel. It depicted a skull with long horns, framed by a skeletal shape arranged in a star pattern, accompanied by 2 trapezoidal white bones. This was unmistakably the emblem of the Beast Pirates. At this point, the opposing crew had also noticed Sean's presence, and immediately, a pirate dashed into the cabin to report. Captain Jack, we have spotted a member of the Whitebeard pirates ahead. Upon hearing this, a burly man with golden hair, clad in a fur coat, sprang up from his chair, his expression contorting into a fierce snarl. This man was none other than Jack, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, notorious for his Zoan-type ancient mammoth fruit powers, with a bounty that had soared to 1 billion berries. Jack's immediate reaction to the mention of Whitebeard was one of rage, immense rage. Not long ago, one of their subordinate crews, the Wolf Pirates, had been entirely annihilated, and the reports indicated that the assailants were indeed members of the Whitebeard Pirates. While it was not that Jack could not accept being overpowered by another crew, what truly infuriated him was the fact that it had been accomplished by a single individual, a young stranger at that. How many are there? Jack coldly inquired. Just 1. Captain, he's rowing a small boat and looks like just a kid, the pirate quickly replied. Oh, only 1? And just a child? A hint of interest flickered across Jack's face upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Sean's small boat was drawing ever closer to the beast pirate's massive ship, and soon he would fully comprehend the circumstances aboard that vessel. At a glance, there were no fewer than 200 to 300 pirates aboard the formidable vessel, each exuding a menacing aura, their gazes far from amiable. Upon spotting Xiao and standing alone on a small boat, these pirates exchanged glances filled with disdain and mockery. The audacity of this lad was remarkable. He did not flee upon seeing the beast pirates, but instead dared to approach us. Just a mere child, utterly oblivious to his own limitations. Yet, he seems to be affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates. What's there to fear? He is but one solitary figure. Can he truly pose a threat? As the murmurs of the surrounding pirates reached his ears, Xiao-in's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, resolutely steering his small vessel forward without any intention of halting. Witnessing this, the pirates furrowed their brows in confusion. Could it be that he didn't recognize the flag of the beast pirates? Did he wish for his own demise? How foolish he was to disregard our formidable presence. In an instant, the pirates began to chatter amongst themselves. However, Xiao-in appeared wholly indifferent to their discussions, continuing to navigate his small boat with unwavering determination. The pirates, infuriated by his blatant disregard, erupted in anger. "This brat is courting death," one exclaimed. "Let us show him a lesson." A cacophony of noise ensued. Gazing at the approaching beast pirates, Xiao-in's demeanor shifted from calm to one of disarming cheerfulness. Money is coming, he thought to himself. At that moment, a figure emerged from the throng of pirates, clad in a gray pirate uniform. This individual radiated an imposing presence. A scornful expression etched upon his face as he addressed Xiao-in. "You, encountering the beast pirates, and still grinning foolishly. You truly are unaware of your own insignificance, and will pay a grievous price for your insolence." Chapter 12. Provoking Drought Jack, Xiao-in merely cast a casual glance and immediately recognized the pirate. His name was Hehe, a favored subordinate of Drought Jack from the Beast Pirates, renowned among the gifted for his formidable prowess. Moreover, he possessed the ability of a sheep-shaped artificial devil fruit user. While this sounded impressive, Xiao-in regarded him with indifference. Seeing Xiao-in's blatant dismissal, Hehe narrowed his eyes, his face contorted with rage. His arms morphed into formidable ram horns as he lunged towards Xiao-in with the force of a cannonball. "I warned you that you would pay the price," he bellowed. At this, a faint smile graced Xiao-in's lips as he retorted, "You are far too weak." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dull thud echoed. The massive ram horn, mere feet from Xiao-in's face, was suddenly grasped firmly by a single hand, immovable as a mountain. How is this possible? The pirates, who had been mocking Xiao-in moments before, were now stricken with disbelief, shock etched across their faces. Hehe's head was engulfed in sheer terror. It is important to note that his colossal ram's horn is, thus far, his most formidable attack, possessing immense power that even ordinary devil fruit users must evade. Yet now, before this young man, it appears entirely ineffective. "Damn it, kid, you have thoroughly provoked my ire," Hehe said, his expression dark and teeth clenched. He then summoned all his strength once more to unleash the colossal ram's horn. Again and again. However, his might was as inconsequential as a drop in the ocean against Sean's indomitable divine power, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. At this moment, a smirk crept onto Sean's lips as he remarked, "Fool, I warned you not to provoke me." As soon as his words fell, Sean clenched his fist tightly, and a tremendous force surged forth from his palm, instantly reducing Hehe's colossal horn to mere dust. A piercing pain radiated throughout Hehe's body as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. To his astonishment, Sean followed up with a punch that sent him hurtling through the air, crashing onto their grand ship. The violent impact jolted the pirates from their shock. "Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Kill him. Charge." With a commanding shout, a dozen pirates surged towards Sean, weapons in hand, brimming with rage. However, as they moved, they were struck dumb by Sean's actions. Boom! As they charged, Sean did not retreat. Instead, he leapt from the small boat onto their grand vessel. landing in the midst of them with a mocking grin. It seems you fools are the ones in trouble. This unexpected scene instantly captured the attention of everyone aboard, leaving the pirates momentarily stunned and unsure of how to proceed. Here stood a solitary figure against their 100-strong beast pirates, unyielding and even daring to board their warship. Had he lost his mind? Yet, for some reason, seeing Sean again stirred a sense of dread within them. What are you all standing around for? Kill this bastard. At that moment, Cypress Hehe, looking battered and furious, clawed his way up from the deck, his eyes a fiery red, as if he wished to devour Sean alive. Kill him. Upon hearing the command, the pirates snapped back to reality, their faces gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as they brandished their weapons and charged at Sean with murderous intent. Observing the unfolding scene, Sean merely cast a casual glance at the advancing horde, then smirked slightly and uttered 2 words, "Poisonous locusts." No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous force emanated invisibly from him. In the next instant, a vast army of black locusts surged from the distant horizon, sweeping through the sky, darkening the sun, their sheer numbers creating a sensation of dread. The scene left Sip's head and his companions utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, their faces etched with sheer horror. What on earth was this? How could such an immense swarm of locusts appear over the ocean? Cursed be it, could he possibly be a user of a summoning-type devil fruit? In the next instant, a buzzing sound filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of toxic locusts descended upon them, swiftly enveloping their heads. No, please. As the toxic locusts surged forward, the pirates' faces turned pale, and they shouted frantically, "Run!" Yet it was too late. With a whoosh, hundreds of toxic locusts rapidly ensnared dozens of pirates, draining their blood in an instant. This chilling sight sent a wave of dread through everyone present, until someone shouted, "Fire the cannons! Quickly, use the artillery!" Hearing the command, the crew regained their senses and immediately aimed their cannons at the swarm of locusts. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as cannonballs struck the mass of locusts, blackening a large area and sending plumes of thick smoke skyward. Realizing this method was effective, many pirates intensified their firepower, bombarding the swarm with cannonballs. In no time, the locusts suffered heavy casualties. Witnessing this, Sean remained largely unfazed. The power of the Earth Buddha's divine might was not particularly strong. The locusts had merely been summoned to enhance his proficiency with this ability, hastening his progress towards unlocking the next stage of the time-space Buddha power. With these experience-giving creatures, his proficiency had indeed reached a new level. Earth Buddha's divine might, mastery. Proficiency 537. Beyond summoning the locusts, he now possessed the ability to emit a decaying miasma, a noxious gas with potent corrosive and toxic properties capable of easily dissolving hard substances and causing an enemy's body to rot into a puddle of pus in a short time. However, this skill was rather cruel and vicious. Sean would only resort to it in dire circumstances. "You little brat, have you caused enough trouble?" At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the cabin door. Jack stood there, his face twisted in rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Sean. He had witnessed everything unfold. From the moment Sip's head made his move, Jack had been observing from the cabin door. He had initially believed that Sip's head's abilities would be more than sufficient to handle this boy, but to his astonishment, the outcome was entirely the opposite. Sip's head had not only failed to defeat Sean, but had also been vanquished without lasting a single exchange. Now, Jack finally comprehended why the wolf pirates had met their demise. Of course, from the previous events, he was now utterly convinced that Sean was also a user of a devil fruit. "Ah, it's the drought, Jack. I've heard you're quite valuable. I thought the one among the 3 disasters was just a turtle hiding its head." Gazing at the figure before him, Sean stood with his hands nestled in his pockets, leaning slightly as he spoke with a bemused expression. Chapter 13. Confrontation with Drought Jack. Upon hearing Sean's words, Jack's eyes immediately turned a furious crimson, his gaze radiating a tempest of wrath. His iron fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously, as if he were poised to charge forward at any moment. "You little brat, having dared to provoke us, your fate is sealed. Death awaits you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jack's form transformed into an enormous ancient mammoth. The newly morphed mammoth towered impressively, exuding an aura of oppressive might. Resembling a small hill, its presence both formidable and fearsome. It was clear that Jack was genuinely enraged this time. Indeed, the last time he had unleashed his fury, the land for miles around lay barren in his wake. As Jack transformed, shock and excitement spread across the faces of the surrounding pirates. Cyphus Head, in particular, shouted exuberantly at Sean, "Ha, kid, your end is nigh. Jack will show you the true meaning of cruelty." In response to Cyphus Head's taunts, Sean merely smiled with disdain, choosing to ignore him as he raised his gaze to the colossal mammoth. Is this the ancient Zoan-type mammoth fruit? It merely appears to be a cumbersome giant, a living target for me. Hardly impressive. You insolent fool, you seek your demise. Jack's expression grew increasingly feral as he bellowed, "Die, brat." With that, Jack's massive form stepped forward, enveloped in the formidable aura of armament Haki, which rapidly encased his sharp tusks. Instantly, the entire ship lost its balance, violently swaying beneath the force. Subsequently, Jack leapt ferociously toward Sean, his tusks slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Sean's head, intent on decapitating him. In truth, from the moment Jack had witnessed the confrontation between Cyphus Head and Sean, he sensed that Sean possessed formidable martial prowess. Thus, at this juncture, Jack employed his observation Haki, anticipating that Sean would, as before, attempt to intercept his assault with a punch. However, Jack was convinced that this time, Sean would falter, for the offensive power of his Haki-enveloped tusks was exponentially sharper than his weapon, the short sword. "Your fate ends here," Jack declared, as his massive form surged forward. Observing the oncoming Jack, Sean smirked slyly, and unlike before, he did not brace himself for a direct confrontation. Instead, he swiftly retreated. Boom! This scene momentarily stunned Jack, as he had not expected his prediction to go awry. Immediately, he attempted to change direction, but the weight of his mammoth form propelled him forward with such force that, after leaving a fleeting shadow in the air, he crashed violently into the ship's hull. The vessel shook violently, tables, chairs, and dishes within the cabin shattered, while many of the less capable pirates aboard were unable to withstand the tremendous inertia, toppling over and emitting cries of agony. At that moment, Sean's figure seemed to vanish into thin air. "Watch out, Captain!" Cyphus cried out, having spotted Sean's silhouette. Hearing Cyphus's warning, Jack was instantly engulfed by a sense of foreboding and swiftly turned to search for Sean. However, just as he made a move, he felt a fierce wind rushing above him. Before he could lift his head, an immense force struck him down, pinning him hard against his back. With a thunderous crash, Jack's body slammed into the ground, causing the entire deck to cave in, revealing a deep pit beneath. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped, their faces etched with astonishment. At that moment, Sean stood atop Jack's back, looking down upon the man beneath his feet with a faint smile. "I told you, your mammoth form is merely a living target for me. The billion-dollar bounty on Drought Jack seems rather trivial." Jack's face darkened to an ominous shade as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You bastard! Get off me!" As he spoke, a surge of power erupted from Jack, attempting to throw Sean off his back. "Heh, that little strength of yours may work on ordinary folk, but against me, it stirs not a ripple." Sean retorted with a chuckle. Then, before the eyes of the onlookers, he reached out to grasp Jack's tusks. Boom! The moment Sean's palms made contact with the tusks, Jack unleashed a powerful force, trying to dislodge Sean from his back. Yet, Sean remained steadfast as a mountain. "Let go of me," Jack cried, panic flashing across his face as he sensed the overwhelming energy coursing through the tusks. However, Sean showed no sympathy and did not relent. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the razor-sharp tusk snapped cleanly in Sean's grip, the sound of its fracture resonating clearly. The tusk appeared rather realistic and likely quite valuable. "Ah!" Jack let out a pained scream, his body trembling violently. At that moment, he finally grasped the meaning of despair. He had never anticipated that his enhanced physical defense and offensive power in mammoth form would be utterly laughable before this young man. Sean's strength surpassed his expectations, rivaling that of the four emperors. Kid, let me go. Name your terms. Whatever I can do, I will comply. Even Jack, known for his ruthlessness, felt a trace of regret rise within him. Terms? Sean sneered, looking down with indifference. Quite simple, really. I need cash. Hand over your head. Upon hearing Sean's words, Jack's pupils abruptly constricted, and his countenance darkened to an extreme. You little brat, he exclaimed, I am a favored subordinate of the Emperor Kaido. Should you choose to kill me, it would surely incite the wrath of Lord Kaido, inevitably sparking a war between our factions, resulting in countless lives lost. I trust you would not wish for your comrades and friends to perish in such a conflict. At this moment, Jack, disregarding all else, brandished the name of his superior, Kaido, hoping to leverage the Emperor's reputation to intimidate Sean. In truth, minor skirmishes and frictions frequently occur among the emperors, often involving insignificant figures from peripheral forces, circumstances that the emperors tacitly accept. However, Jack is different. As Kaido's confidant, he is acutely aware of the established rule among the emperors. Petty disputes are permissible, but should a core member of 1's faction be eliminated, that rule is irrevocably breached, leading to inevitable war and disrupting the delicate balance of power among the emperors. Thus, in invoking Kaido's name, Jack believed Sean would reconsider the consequences of his impulsive actions. Kaido, you say? Huh. Yet, upon hearing this, Sean appeared unimpressed, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he contemptuously retorted, What is he to me? Even if the king of hell himself were to come today, it would be of no consequence. Observing Sean's disdainful demeanor and the unmasked derision in his eyes, Jack's face flushed with rage. He could hardly fathom that this young man was so brazen as to disregard the Emperor Kaido. Just then, a woman adorned with 2 antlers and flowing purple hair approached, clutching a transponder snail. Her name was Jean Lamy, a member of the Beast Pirates Mammoth ship and a subordinate of the Drought Jack, possessing the powers of a synthetic devil fruit that allowed her to transform into a gazelle. Having witnessed the recent battle in its entirety, she was deeply shaken by Sean's formidable prowess. She had believed that her captain, Jack, faced few rivals in these waters. Yet she was utterly astonished to find that this youth from the Whitebeard pirates exhibited no fear of Jack in his mammoth form, even managing to snap Jack's tusks. With the situation escalating, Jean Lamy promptly connected with Kaido via the transponder snail to apprise him of Jack's predicament. Kaido, valuing Jack, quickly dialed the transponder snail of the Whitebeard pirates, detailing the situation and essentially instructing Sean to cease his assault on Jack. Kid, Whitebeard has something to say to you. At that moment, Jean Lamy extended the transponder snail to Sean. Surprised by Jean Lamy's declaration, Sean hadn't anticipated that the news had already spread. He surmised the purpose of Whitebeard's call. Accepting the transponder snail, Sean casually greeted, Hello, old man. Is that you, little rascal? I can't believe it. Whitebeard's voice, filled with astonishment, echoed from the other end, realizing that Sean was indeed aboard Jack's ship. Indeed, it is I, Sean replied with a smile, nodding. I'm relieved to hear you are well. On the other end of the line, the old man with a white beard chuckled heartily a few times before getting straight to the point. Is Jack in your hands, little one? Sean replied softly with a slight Upon hearing this, the old man fell into silence, while Marco beside him shouted into the transponder snail, Hey, don't be impulsive. Killing Jack will spark a war between the 2 factions. This statement not only reached Sean's ears, but also caught Jack's attention, who had just regained his human form. He immediately sneered at Sean, saying, Kid, did you hear that? I am a trusted subordinate of Lord Kaido. If you dare to kill me, you will surely pay a grievous price in the future. Sean paid no heed to Jack's mockery and suddenly smiled at the transponder snail, saying, Old man, there's a saying in my hometown. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall strike back. After these words, the old man on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent until half a minute later, when his hearty laughter erupted. Gulalala, you little rascal. Don't forget you are the vice captain of the Moby Dick. Why should you seek anyone's approval for your antics? Hearing this, a faint smile curved on Sean's lips. Shortly thereafter, the call was abruptly ended, and Jack's expression transformed into one of sheer terror. "Kid, impulsiveness is the devil. I advise you to leave at once," Jack exclaimed in a panic, his voice a mixture of fear and anger. "Ha! I apologize, but my nickname is the devil. If you provoke me, you must be prepared for your annihilation," Sean replied coolly. "You." Upon hearing Sean's words, Jack's face twisted in distress. Without a second thought, he gritted his teeth and transformed back into his mammoth form. "Kid, I'll fight you to the end," Jack bellowed madly, charging toward Sean with his massive, imposing body, while his colossal trunk swung violently toward Sean's head. Is this a struggle before death? Watching Jack charge at him, Sean narrowed his eyes, lightly pressing his foot against the ground. In the next moment, his seemingly slender figure boldly advanced to meet Jack. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous sound resonated across the sea surface. As the two collided, Jack's enormous trunk was suddenly seized tightly by Sean's hands, and the massive mammoth body was effortlessly lifted into the air by Sean. At that moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all the pirates, Sean exerted a powerful force, executing a shoulder throw and crashing the gigantic Jack down onto the ship's central deck. Boom! The entire ship was instantly snapped in two by the impact, with the resulting shockwave expanding outward like a tornado, the tremendous force shattering everything on board. Run! Run for your lives! Witnessing the ship's sudden destruction, the pirates finally reacted, frantically scrambling to escape. Meanwhile, Jack lay on a splintered plank, barely clinging to life, gasping for breath with a pale complexion that hinted he was on the verge of death. "Kid, who on earth are you?" At this moment, Jack was gripped by an overwhelming fear that resonated deep within him, for he had just glimpsed a chilling intent to kill in Sean's eyes, a gaze that instilled a profound sense of dread and terror. Sean offered no response. Instead, he approached Jack with deliberate slowness, emanating a palpable wave of murderous intent that sent shivers down Jack's spine. "Do not act recklessly. I am a favored subordinate of Lord Kaido. Should you take my life, not only would you suffer the consequences, but the Whitebeard pirates would also pay a heavy price," Jack pleaded, summoning the last vestiges of his strength in a desperate cry, hoping against hope that Sean would show him mercy. Yet, it was evident that his hopes were in vain. "I am quite curious to know how much the proficiency of the Xitigarbra divine power could increase from slaying a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, Sean remarked with a mocking expression. Jack, bewildered by this statement, felt a surge of terror rise within him as he observed Sean's demeanor. Corpse miasma. At that moment, a surge of Xitigarbra divine power emanated from Sean's palm, transforming into a faint green miasma that swiftly advanced towards Jack. This noxious mist not only possessed a severe corrosive quality, but also exhibited paralyzing effects, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. No! As the toxic fog enveloped him, Jack's face was instantly etched with horror, and he let out a desperate scream. This would be his final utterance. Soon, apart from broken tusks, Jack's body began to wither like a deflated balloon, rapidly transforming into a pool of green blood that blended into the tumultuous sea, vanishing without a trace. A pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, once a figure of immense power, was thus reduced to nothingness. With Jack's demise, Sean's proficiency in Xitigarbra divine power surged dramatically, advancing from mastery to a realm of great achievement. Xitigarbra divine power, great achievement, proficiency 864. This outcome took Sean by surprise. He had not anticipated that utilizing Xitigarbra divine power to eliminate a grand pirate would yield such a substantial increase in proficiency. Do not come any closer. At this juncture, Cypress' head stared at Sean in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He desired to flee, yet the previous impact had left his legs shattered, making it exceedingly difficult to rise. Observing Cypress' head's disheveled state and ashen complexion, Sean smiled and assured him, "Do not worry. Though it is your first time, it will not be painful. Just endure it." With that, the faint green miasma surged forth once more, directly lunging at Cypress' head. In an instant, his body began to wither rapidly, and within 3 minutes, he too was reduced to a pool of blood, flowing into the ocean. If the earlier shoulder throw had shocked everyone, This scene filled all with profound terror. First Jack, then Cypress Head. In the span of mere moments, both had been transformed into mere puddles of blood. It was utterly horrifying. A devil. A terrifying and cruel devil. Everyone, flee. The remaining pirates gazed at Sean with eyes filled with terror, erupting into frantic screams as they turned and fled in haste. Observing their panicked retreat, Sean felt no inclination to pursue them. Instead, his gaze fixated on Jean Lamy. The moment Sean dispatched Jack, she had swiftly contacted the notorious Four Emperors, Kaido, to report the incident. Just as she concluded her report, Sean stood before her. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the corpse poison, and in an instant, Jean Lamy was reduced to a pool of blood amid her terrified screams. At that moment, a voice echoed in Sean's mind. Ding! The power of the Earth God has reached perfection, proficiency 100. However, at that very instant, a fleet of warships suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. It seems the Navy has been alerted. How intriguing. Sean squinted at the seagull-emblazoned sails of the approaching ships. Chapter 15. Shockwaves at Navy headquarters at this moment. 2 kilometers ahead in the ocean, a line of warships sped towards him. At the forefront, a naval cruiser bore a colonel draped in a cloak emblazoned with the word justice. His white hat perched atop his head, eyes glinting with a cold, fierce light as he surveyed the sea ahead. They were elite troops under the command of Rear Admiral Mouse, dispatched to patrol this maritime region. Recently, their fleet had detected intense fighting in the area, prompting them to rush to the scene. Colonel, it appears the battle has concluded. There is only one individual remaining, while the rest of the pirates are either dead or fled. A naval officer hurriedly approached from the bow and respectfully reported to the colonel. Oh, only one person? Upon hearing the officer's report, the colonel furrowed his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, regardless of which faction, surround him immediately. I want him captured alive. Understood. The officer nodded and promptly departed the deck. Shortly thereafter, several other warships received the same orders. With a series of piercing whistles, 5 or 6 vessels, accompanied by hundreds of armed soldiers, swiftly surrounded Sean's position. Due to the earlier confrontation with Jack, Sean had already stowed away the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, leaving the Navy unaware of his affiliation as the captain. At this moment, Sean sat at the bow of his small boat, gazing at the encircling warships in the distance. A playful smirk curving his lips as he murmured, "It seems yet another feast awaits." Just moments ago, the system's notification had sounded. Ding! Task triggered. Repel the Navy, unlocking the power of the Void Realm. Sean had not anticipated that the Navy's arrival would activate his task to unlock the power of the Void Realm. And thus, facing the ravenous gaze of the encircling Navy, he felt a thrill of excitement. At that moment, the 6 warships drew near to Sean's small vessel, abruptly slowing down to form a tight encirclement at less than 100 meters away. As the warships encircled him, Sean's countenance revealed no trace of fear. He merely gazed at them with serene composure. "Young lad, surrender. Accepting judgment is your wisest choice," the naval colonel declared from the deck, looking down at Sean with a cold demeanor. Upon hearing the colonel's words, a flicker of derision crossed Sean's eyes, and he replied with a faint smile, "Surrender? That term is better suited for you." Before the colonel could react, Sean suddenly sprang into action, propelling himself with great force. In the blink of an eye, he had leaped onto the naval vessel. The scene unfolded so abruptly that the surrounding sailors were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Damn it! Even the colonel's expression changed drastically as he swiftly retreated. Yet it was too late. Sean's hand had already struck his chest. With a resounding thud, the colonel was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the deck and spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He had been defeated in a single blow. The surrounding naval soldiers stared in shock, their eyes filled with incredulity. In the next moment, Sean's actions left them utterly astounded. "I said, it is you who should surrender," Sean remarked with a calm smile, swiftly moving to stand before the colonel once more, seizing him and leaving the other sailors no opportunity to intervene. More terrifyingly, amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, a subtle smile graced Sean's lips as he picked up a cannonball from the ship. At this sight, the previously composed naval officer seemed to connect the dots, his pupils constricting as he shouted, "All units retreat." Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when Sean hurled the cannonball. Boom! In an instant, the warship to the northwest erupted in flames. The sailors aboard were thrown into disarray, tumbling to the ground and wailing in terror, their faces reflecting sheer horror. But that was not the end. With a casual flick of his arm, Sean launched 2 more cannonballs towards the warships to the southeast. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a series of violent explosions, the 2 vessels were simultaneously shattered by the cannon fire. Witnessing this, the remaining naval personnel felt their eyelids twitch in fear, their gazes directed at Sean, filled with dread and astonishment. Such raw strength in tossing cannonballs was something they had only witnessed from Admiral Karp at the naval headquarters. Yet they never expected this young man to possess such prowess, one that exceeded even the might of a ship's main cannon. This realization filled their hearts with trepidation. "It seems your entire fleet is on the brink of annihilation," Sean taunted, picking up another cannonball as he turned to the subdued colonel. "How dare you assault our elite naval forces? This is an unforgivable crime, and I shall hand you over to the naval headquarters for the most severe judgment." The colonel's countenance darkened ominously. Upon hearing these words, a mocking smile crept onto Sean's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled 2 more shells, which precisely struck the bows of the last 2 warships. With a thunderous roar, the shells detonated, immediately wreaking havoc upon the vessels, flipping them over and releasing plumes of black smoke upon the surface of the sea. This spectacle utterly stunned every naval soldier present. They could scarcely believe that the young man before them could single-handedly vanquish their 5 warships. "Quick! Report to headquarters immediately," a naval officer exclaimed anxiously, urgently calling out to a nearby soldier. Meanwhile, Sean made no effort to hinder their communication. He tossed the captured naval colonel to the ground and, with an indifferent expression, raised his right foot. Diamond stomp. With a low command, his foot came crashing down heavily onto the deck of the ship. Bang! With a muffled thud, the naval warship was instantly shattered into pieces, countless splinters flying into the air, transforming the vessel into a cloud of debris, leaving the soldiers aboard in utter disarray. How terrifying! At that moment, the naval colonel stood in a daze, his face a mask of shock and fear, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If Sean's artillery skills had left him astounded, the power of that single stomp filled him with dread. After all, the ability to reduce a warship to ruins with 1 foot was unfathomably formidable, a strength so overwhelming that it defied belief. Ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the void knowledge divine power. Just then, the system's voice finally echoed in his ears. A smile graced Sean's lips as he departed from the wrecked warship. Aboard a small boat, he soon vanished from the waters, heading toward the distant island. Meanwhile, the injured sailors remained in a trance, gazing blankly at the scene. Simultaneously, the naval headquarters received an urgent call. The caller was General Weasel, a vice admiral and a base commander at Naval Branch 1. Report. This is Vice Admiral Weasel. I have critical military intelligence to convey. His voice was low and anxious, as though he was grappling with a troubling situation. At the naval headquarters, Sengoku took the call, his tone becoming grave. Vice Admiral Weasel, what significant event has transpired? Commander Sengoku, we have just received intel that 6 of our warships were destroyed by a single individual during a patrol. The number of casualties is currently unknown. Weasel's tone was laced with anger. Hearing this, Sengoku was taken aback and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Who is this individual?" "This has yet to be determined. All I know is that he is quite young, yet possesses terrifying strength," Weasel responded hastily. "Young and exceptionally powerful?" Upon hearing these words, Sengoku could not help but furrow his brow. Although the patrol teams under the command of the Weasel were not particularly formidable, the fact that 6 warships were destroyed by a single individual was enough to attest to that person's immense strength. Moreover, what? After pondering for a moment and finding himself at a loss, Sengoku inquired once more. Chapter 16. Kaido's Fury. The Flying Six mobilized in response to Sengoku's question. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the transponder snail. After a considerable pause, the weasel took a deep breath and reported, Admiral Sengoku. According to a report from a lieutenant, they captured a member of the Beast Pirates on their way back. This pirate claimed that their ship was also destroyed by that young man. Furthermore, their captain, one of the three calamities, Jack, was killed by this young man. The pirate also revealed that this young man is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, yet he is not one of the captains of the 16th Division. What? He even killed Calamity Jack? Upon hearing this, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. Even Carp, who was savoring a donut beside him, found it hard to believe. What? Since when did the Whitebeard Pirates gain such a formidable powerhouse? Upon hearing Carp's voice, the weasel suddenly recalled something and hurriedly added, Vice Admiral Carp. That young man also employs your combat technique, the Meteor Fist. Upon hearing this, Carp immediately swallowed his donut, his eyes widening in disbelief at the notion that someone could replicate his technique. Was he perhaps a fan? At that moment, Sengoku was deep in thought, his expression grave. It was only after the weasel ended the call that he turned to Carp and solemnly asked, What do you think? Haha, just a kid. What else is there to say? Let me go and crush his arrogance. Carp laughed heartily. Although the opponent was described as formidable, he remained unconcerned. In response, Sengoku shook his head and sighed. This matter should be reported to the Gorosei first before we deliberate further. Meanwhile, Sean remained unaware that his actions had not only captured the Navy headquarters' utmost attention, but had also incensed the Yonko Kaido. On Onigashima, upon learning of Calamity Jack's demise, Kaido's expression darkened to an abyss, and a chilling, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. During the first communication with Jean Rami, he was already astounded. He never anticipated that this young newcomer from the Whitebeard Pirates would be so powerful as to subdue Jack. Jack was one of his most trusted subordinates, and Kaido would not easily relinquish him. Therefore, he immediately contacted the Whitebeard Pirates via transponder snail, expecting that his words would compel them to release Jack. However, to his astonishment, the young man completely disregarded his warning and chose to annihilate Jack's crew instead. Such arrogance was intolerable. Damn it! Kaido clenched his fists. His face contorted with rage as he bellowed, Whitebeard, since you wish to incite war among the Yonko, then I shall gladly oblige. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kaido swung his kanabo, the Hachi Shaku, in fury, obliterating everything in his vicinity. He had resolved that regardless of who it was, they would have to pay the price for this affront. In a fleeting day, Sean arrived at the coastal shores of the small island, mooring his boat with purpose. As he surveyed his surroundings, he shouldered his pack and made his way toward the heart of the island. Though modest in size, the island thrived with bustling commerce. Shops lined the streets, and a vibrant throng of people animated the thoroughfares. Sean settled into a tavern, ordered a cocktail, and took a seat by the window, contemplating his next course of action. Hey, Moore, you seem rather out of sorts today. Pray tell, what mischief did you indulge in last night? At that moment, a few patrons at nearby tables cast their amused gazes toward Moore, who occupied the far corner. Moore lifted his head, assessing the crowd without immediate response. He raised his glass and took a delicate sip, then, with a playful wink, responded, Hehe, my work is quite demanding. Even as the deluge rages, I must tirelessly patch the breaches until I am utterly spent. Ha ha ha. At his words, the others exchanged glances of disdain, looking down upon what they deemed Moore's frivolous profession, an unabashed libertine who flitted between taverns each night in pursuit of fleeting pleasures. By the way, Moore, did you happen to notice the sudden influx of strangers on our little island? A man interjected, breaking the tension. Indeed, you've reminded me. Just 2 hours ago, while in Miss Celia's chamber, she informed me of a considerable number of pirates arriving on our shores, purportedly under the flag of the Beast Pirates, Moore replied, his expression shifting to one of surprise as realization dawned upon him. What? Pirates from the Four Emperors, the Beast Pirates? The crowd reacted with astonishment at Moore's revelation. Moreover, Miss Celia mentioned that these pirates seemed to be searching for someone on our island. She even provided me with a likeness. Take a look. Moore unfurled a scroll upon the table, pointing to the image inscribed upon it. Here, observe this young man depicted. I wonder what the Beast Pirates seek him for. It is said that the notorious Flying Six are leading the charge. As the onlookers gathered closer, Their expressions transformed to shock upon seeing the details of the image. The Flying Six were esteemed officials within the Beast Pirates, their ranks only below the Three Calamities, comprised of the 6 most formidable combatants, each wielding ancient Zoan-type devil fruit powers. The very presence of all 6 signified the importance of the young man in the portrait, especially with a bounty of 80 million berries offered for information regarding him. What manner of individual is this young fellow to warrant the attention of the Beast Pirates and the pursuit of the Flying Six? A striking young lady in a red dress questioned, her face a mask of bewilderment. The others shook their heads in confusion, though they speculated that the young man must have incurred the wrath of the Beast Pirates, for such a formidable search could only be justified by a grave offense. Ahem, may I have a glance at that? At that moment, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Sean abruptly stood up and walked towards Moore. The latter and his companions were momentarily taken aback, yet offered no objections. However, when the young lady in the red dress caught sight of Sean's visage, her eyes widened in astonishment. She covered her mouth with her hands, her complexion drained of color, displaying unmistakable terror. Instantly, Moore and the others reacted, their gazes fixated on Sean's face. Yet, in the next heartbeat, upon recognizing Sean's countenance, their expressions morphed dramatically, revealing profound shock to the extent that they nearly dropped their glasses, which trembled precariously in their grip. You are. Moore stuttered, his gaze filled with dread as he looked at Sean. Noticing the fear etched on their faces, Sean was momentarily taken aback, but then raised an eyebrow and smiled amiably. Indeed, it is I. Chapter 17. Taking the initiative once Sean's words resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the room, an oppressive atmosphere permeating the bar, rendering it nearly suffocating. Moore and his companions trembled noticeably, their eyes filled with palpable fear. They had not anticipated that the individual responsible for mobilizing the entire Flying Six to hunt them down would appear right before them. Observing their cautious and fearful demeanor, Sean chuckled softly. There is no need for alarm. I bear you no ill will. On the contrary, I seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Moore and his companions initially exhaled in relief, yet soon felt a sense of unease. After all, Sean was a pirate of great significance to the Flying Six. Consequently, they exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Sean nonchalantly sipped his drink and smiled calmly. I merely require a small favor. Guide me to them. At this declaration, Moore and the others were momentarily stunned, only to react with even greater horror. They could scarcely fathom that upon seeing the bounty poster, Sean not only exhibited no fear, but instead sought to confront the Flying Six. What audacity and resolve did he possess? Did he not realize that the vast power behind the Flying Six was the Beast Pirates, a force that even some navies feared? Are you out of your mind? Moore exclaimed incredulously, his voice trembling. Sean chuckled and shrugged. Fear not. Even the King of Hell would hesitate to claim me. 50,000 berries lead me to them. What say you? In that moment, Moore and his companions found themselves at a loss on how to decline Sean's request. They indeed harbored deep trepidation towards the bounty on Sean, yet they too were terrified of the Flying Six. I could take you there. At that juncture, the lady in the red dress bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before slowly speaking. Upon hearing her words, Sean's gaze swiftly turned to the girl in red, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, Very well, please lead the way, and I shall compensate you. Nodding in agreement, the girl in red rose and stepped out of the tavern, guiding the way. Xiao In smiled faintly, settled the bill, and followed suit. Moments later, under her guidance, Xiao arrived before a secluded building. It was here their associates resided within this structure. Upon speaking, the girl in the red dress reached out and knocked gently on the tightly shut door. With a creak, a window opened from the inside, and an arm emerged, followed by a somewhat languid voice asking, Who is it? Don't you know I'm resting? Though the voice was relaxed, the authority and menace it conveyed sent a shiver down Xiao's spine, prompting her to frown. If her intuition was correct, this individual was likely a member of the infamous Six Flyers, and this place appeared to serve as their temporary stronghold. At that moment, upon hearing the voice from within, The girl in the red dress trembled slightly, quickly bowing and saying, "It's me, Jasmine. I found the person you're looking for, Lord Saki." With a sudden creak, the door swung open, revealing a burly man with a face full of excess flesh, sharp teeth, and long green hair, whose fierce appearance was quite imposing. "Lord Saki, I brought the person. When will I receive the bounty of 80 million berries?" Upon seeing Saki emerge, the girl in the red dress hurriedly spoke, her face marred with urgency. "Bounty? Huh, get lost." Saki could not help but erupt into a raucous laugh upon hearing the girl's words, then abruptly pushed her to the ground. The girl was taken by surprise, stumbling and falling harshly against the stone slab, letting out a muffled groan of pain. Witnessing this scene, Xiao-in remained unfazed, her expression adorned with a subtle smile. After all, when faced with a bounty of 80 million versus a reward of 500,000, nearly everyone would choose the former. Unfortunately, her choice was destined to be a foolish one. "Oh, so it is the lad from the portrait. I didn't expect to encounter you first, kid. Will you surrender willingly, or should I beat you until you beg for mercy?" Saki approached with menacing strides, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he spoke. "You seem to be alone. Let them all come out." In response to Saki's words, Xiao-in remained unperturbed, still smiling gently as she addressed him. "Boy, are you seeking death?" Saki's expression darkened at Xiao-in's reply, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. He stomped his right foot, propelling himself towards Xiao-in like a cannonball, moving with astonishing speed until he stood before her in the blink of an eye. Xiao-in, however, maintained her serene smile, advancing rather than retreating. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a dull thud. Xiao-in stood firm, while Saki was sent reeling backward, crashing through the air. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Saki's face turned a deep shade of red, his countenance shifting to a pallid hue, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He simply could not fathom how this seemingly frail figure could possess such immense strength, launching him away with a single punch. Xiao-in chose to disregard him, stepping through the doorway with a single foot. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the presence of others within this vast edifice, likely other members of the Flying Six. Such detritus, if not thoroughly eradicated, would render one's experience quite uncomfortable. "You have provoked my ire, young one." However, just as Xiao-in took 2 steps forward, the fallen Sasaki abruptly rose, his eyes filled with a venomous glare directed at Xiao-in. After a low growl, his form transformed into that of a triceratops. "Oh, is this the ancient form of the Zoan-type dragon fruit?" Xiao-in raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in his gaze. "Now you understand," Sasaki taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "Are you frightened now?" "Ha." Observing the expression on Xiao-in's face, Sasaki let out a cold laugh, his crimson eyes shimmering with a malevolent light. No sooner had he uttered these words than Sasaki's massive form swayed and vanished from sight, a formidable aura enveloping Xiao-in an instant. "Die, cannon horn dragon!" Sasaki roared, his colossal body charging toward Xiao-in. Faced with the oncoming threat, Xiao-in's countenance remained remarkably composed, even curling his lips into a disdainful smirk, his eyes radiating contempt. "Is that all you've got? Truly pathetic," he scoffed, shaking his head in derision. As Sasaki closed in within 3 meters, Xiao-in's gaze sharpened, and he extended a fist in a seemingly unremarkable manner. Yet, at the moment of extension, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, propelling his fist through the air and sending the Triceratops form Sasaki flying several dozen meters, crashing violently into the innermost part of the building, creating a tremendous uproar. Sasaki lay there, on the brink of unconsciousness, teetering between life and death. Nearby, the girl in the red dress swallowed hard, her face reflecting utter shock, mixed with a rising tide of fear. She had never anticipated that Xiao-in could vanquish Sasaki with a single punch. Unfazed by her emotional turmoil, Xiao-in calmly advanced deeper into the heart of the building. Chapter 18. One against the Flying Six. As for that punch, it was merely Xiao-in's initial attempt. The power of the void awareness had been unlocked yesterday. This divine force bore similarities to the observation Haki of the pirate world, It allowed one to sense the surrounding energies and predict an opponent's movements and positions. However, the void awareness was far more versatile. It could not only be wielded in battle, but could also delve into a person's past, even enabling one to read minds and discern weaknesses. Those who master it to a profound degree can control others' thoughts and strike from a distance, making it an exceptionally practical divine power. The previous attack, although somewhat tentative, was sufficient to deal with a scoundrel like Sasaki. A moment later, as Sean's figure ventured into the deepest recesses of the building, he beheld a throng of pirates surging down from the second floor, adorned in an array of eclectic attire. They wielded an arsenal of weapons including swords, guns, clubs, axes, and various implements of war, exuding an air of murderous intent. At the forefront of this chaotic assembly stood a portly, bald man sporting sunglasses. His right arm bore a dark tattoo featuring inscriptions and the emblem of the Beast Pirates, while a cigar dangled from his lips. The moment Sean laid eyes on him, recognition struck. This was none other than Queen, one of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates, infamously dubbed the Plague, with a bounty of 32 billion berries. He was a user of the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, possessing the form of a brontosaurus. Previously affiliated with a research team, he had engineered a series of biochemical weapons, including mummies and ice demons, and had perfected his own body as modifications, mastering techniques strikingly similar to those of the Germa 66, enabling him to wield abilities akin to the Vinsmoke family. Furthermore, he oversaw all members of the Flying Six. Sean cast a discerning glance at Queen, and true to his expectations, several other members of the Flying Six were also present behind him: Fuserf, Black Maria, and the others, alongside numerous pirate affiliates. Well, it seems fortune smiles upon us today. Black Maria, one of the Flying Six, was the first to speak. Dressed in a revealing kimono that accentuated her voluptuous figure, her face was exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, with her golden locks cascading down her back, exuding an alluring charm. Is this the fool who defeated Drought Jack? He appears rather dim-witted for presenting himself so willingly. Truly a death wish. Fuserf, fixated on Sean, interjected with a mocking tone. Kid, it's understandable that you bested that fool, but now there is no escape for you. Black Maria cooed seductively, a sinister smile playing upon her lips as she fixed her gaze upon Sean, exuding an air of confidence in her impending victory. At that moment, the impatient Runny chimed in. Enough with the chatter. Let us commence the battle already. She exhibited visible irritation towards her companion's delay. Indeed, let us hasten to battle. After I deal with your ragtag group, I have other matters to attend to. Sean yawned languidly, displaying no hint of trepidation in the face of Queen and the Flying Six. Instead, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Currently, his mastery of the void knowledge divine power stood at a mere 6. To swiftly elevate it to 100 and unlock the myriad world divine power, he needed to continuously accrue experience through combat, the fastest route to proficiency being through battle. Don't be so arrogant, boy. I shall make you acquainted with despair. Fuserf seethed with rage at Sean's words. His volatile temperament, already prone to anger, flared at the perceived provocation, igniting a firestorm of fury within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped his weapon, enveloping himself in the aura of armed Haki, and charged toward Sean, his weapon slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Xiao stood motionless, his gaze fixed ahead as he observed Fuserf rushing towards him with great speed, channeling the full extent of his divine power from the void knowledge realm. Fuserf wielded a dagger approximately 1 foot in length and half an inch in width, its blade serrated and glimmering with a chilling light at the tip. As he swung it, the air was sliced open, creating a fine fissure. This dagger was Fuserf's signature weapon. With a swift motion, Fuserf closed the distance between them in an instant, thrusting the dagger menacingly towards Xiao's chest. A sharp clang resonated through the air as the impact occurred, the sound of metal meeting metal echoing around them. Remarkably, Xiao remained steadfast, his hand deftly intercepting the dagger. This scene caused Fuserf's pupils to constrict in disbelief. Even Quinn and the others were momentarily stunned. It was well known that Fusifer's strength rivaled that of a tank. A blow from him could pierce not only a human body, but even steel. Yet, Xiao En did not evade. He caught the attack barehanded. This revelation left Quinn and the other members of the Flying Six in utter shock. They finally understood why the formidable Jack the Drought had fallen to this man. How is this possible? Fusifer muttered in disbelief. He was acutely aware of his own strength and the sharpness of his dagger. Yet he had not anticipated Xiao En's physical resilience to be so formidable. You are nothing but a mere insect. With that pathetic dagger, you stand no chance against me. Stop delaying and transform already. I am curious to see what kind of creature you are from this zoo, Xiao En remarked, his expression tinged with impatience. Seeking death? Then perish. Fusifer seethed, anger igniting within him as he gritted his teeth. In an instant, his form transformed into that of a colossal saber-toothed tiger, the ancient zootype of the cat fruit. His two fangs gleamed like massive steel needles, radiating a frigid light. With a swift movement, he unleashed the six forms, shave. A piercing whistle echoed as Fusifer's speed surged, his form vanishing from sight, reappearing in the blink of an eye behind Xiao En. In response to this maneuver, a peculiar smirk curled at the corner of Xiao En's mouth. He aimed to provoke the Flying Six and even Quinn, urging them to unleash their full potential, thereby accelerating his mastery of the divine power from the Void Knowledge realm. He was also intrigued to see what peculiar transformations the members of the Flying Six would undergo. Six forms, Gale Foot, Bot. A series of sharp whistles filled the air as Fusifer delivered a devastating kick toward Xiao En, the sheer force causing the surrounding atmosphere to feel as though it had solidified. This technique, executed with incredible speed and immense power, generated a cutting wave of air capable of cleaving its target in two. Moreover, the force contained within his legs was tremendous, powerful enough to shatter rock. Fusifer unleashed the Gale Foot, confident that even if the boy's physique was robust, he would surely sustain injuries. There was no doubt that Fusifer would break his bones. One of the robust members of the True Strike team, his eyes brimming with a fierce killing intent, wore a bloodthirsty grin on his lips. Splendid. No need for Lord Quinn to take action. This kid is already doomed. In their eyes, Fuzz's kick could shatter even a steel plate, let alone the frail body of a mere human. How intriguing. I am eager to see if this little brat can withstand the might of the Six Styles Gale kick. At that moment, a spark of interest flickered in Black Maria's beautiful eyes. Bang! Yet, the next scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Whoosh! Just as the Six Styles Gale kick approached Sean's nape, he twitched his ears, swiftly turned, and unleashed a punch. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying wave of air surged from the point of impact. A tremendous force erupted from his fist, sending visible shockwaves radiating from Sean and Fuzz in all directions. In an instant, the weaker pirates were knocked to the ground by this force, while Fuzz, in his colossal saber-toothed tiger form, was sent flying like a meteor, vanishing into the distance. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as all eyes widened in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Chapter 19. The Flying Six Encircled. How is this possible? One strike, merely one strike. This young man has sent Fuzz, in saber-toothed tiger form, flying thousands of miles away with a single punch. It is simply unbelievable. At this moment, whether it was the Flying Six or the members of True Strike, all gazed at Sean with dazed expressions, their faces etched with shock and incredulity. This is infuriating. You foolish buffoons. Kaido already warned against underestimating this kid, and you insisted on doubting him. Now do you believe? Runmi, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, could not help but berate Quinn and the other members of the Flying Six, considering her teammates to be a group of arrogant and loquacious fools. Upon hearing this, Quinn, the leader of the Flying Six, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Runmi was known for her sharp tongue. She would even confront Kaido directly, calling him a fool. So they had become accustomed to her demeanor. Moreover, as Runmi pointed out when the Flying Six were dispatched, Lord Kaido had explicitly instructed them not to underestimate the young man who had slain the Drought Disaster Jack. However, their arrogance led them to disregard Sean entirely. believing him to be weak and even contemplating torturing him, only to find the outcome was the complete opposite. "I think we should all attack together," Peggy-wan suddenly suggested. "Otherwise, in a one-on-one scenario, we may all be defeated by him." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, though reluctant to admit it. Peggy-wan's words held a grain of truth. After all, how could someone capable of killing the drought disaster Jack be anything less than formidable? In that instant, Fei Lu Bao and dozens of pirate members readied themselves for battle, while Quinn squinted from his side, scrutinizing Sean, seemingly in search of any weaknesses. It appears you rabble possess quite the courage. Come meet all at once." Observing the group before him, Sean couldn't help but shake his head, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Arrogant fools. If that's the case, then let us engage together." His words ignited a frenzy among the pirates, who eagerly prepared to unleash their unique skills. Bang! At that moment, Sean's right arm tensed, and he propelled his fist forward, striking a member of the true fighters squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying. Then, with a powerful push from his left foot, Sean launched himself into the air like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards another pirate. The pirate, sensing the impending danger, attempted to roll away. But Sean was relentless. He adjusted his stance and surged forward, his legs striking like whips, delivering a knee to the opponent's midsection. Crack! The pirate's body bent in agony, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his waist and groaning in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "We should join in as well." At that moment, the enchanting Black Maria's expression darkened as she spoke. For reasons unbeknownst to her, witnessing the confidence radiating from Sean instilled an unsettling premonition within her, stirring unease in her heart. Upon hearing Black Maria's remark, the expressions of the others grew serious as they regarded Sean. Without hesitation, the nearest Pejuan charged forward, enveloped in the aura of armament Haki. His form swiftly transformed into that of an ancient species of the dragon fruit, the spike-back dragon, clearly indicating that he did not approach Sean with any semblance of underestimation. Sean, witnessing this, raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips as he accelerated, instantly appearing beside Pejuan. With a swift punch, accompanied by a piercing whoosh, he struck Pejuan squarely in the face, propelling him backward. Puffed. Pejuan had no time to respond, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his body collided with a nearby wall like a cannonball, creating a massive hole, his beastly form crumpling in a most pitiful manner. The sight prompted gasps of astonishment from the other pirates. It was well known that in his beastly form, Pejuan's strength and speed had undergone a qualitative leap, coupled with extraordinary resilience and recovery. Yet now, he had failed to withstand even a single blow from Sean. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Little Pei, at that moment, witnessing Pejuan's defeat in one strike, Runti gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. As Peggy-wan's sister, Runti's affection for him knew no bounds. Not only would she rage if anyone harmed him, but even verbal assaults would provoke her fury. Thus, upon witnessing Peggy-wan being struck down, she could no longer restrain herself. Instantly transforming into the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, she assumed her hybrid form, her face contorted with rage as she glared at Sean. "You scoundrel! How dare you bully my brother?" Runti seethed, her eyes blazing with an intensity that seemed capable of tearing Sean asunder. Seeing Runti's transformation, a flicker of surprise crossed Sean's eyes. With his awareness of the Void Realm's divine power, he sensed that Runti's strength had multiplied several times over in this form, which, amusingly, also bore a hint of cuteness. "Damn it, perish!" she cried, unleashing her Runtu spear. With a fierce shout, the horn upon her forehead, enveloped in armament Haki, charged towards Sean with the ferocity of a massive cannon, potent enough to shatter the skull of an ordinary person. Should such force collide with a human, it would undoubtedly reduce them to mere pulp. Simultaneously, not only did Runti transform, but the Dark Maria beside her also swiftly shifted into the ancient Zoan-type spider fruit, the Goliath bird-eating spider form. "Little brat, my sister won't show mercy," Maria taunted with a light laugh, before dashing forward like a fleeting shadow towards Sean. "Bind him, Maria," she commanded, and with that, her 10 fingers unleashed a torrent of webs, ensnaring Sean in an instant. As Runty and Maria launched their assaults, the surrounding pirates also joined the fray, swarming towards Sean in a fervent rush. In an instant, Sean found himself encircled, while the webs released by Maria enveloped him with astonishing speed. "Now, little brat, let us see how you escape this." Maria smirked, observing Sean trapped within the spider's web. Yet, unbeknownst to her, as the encirclement tightened, the faint smile on Sean's face deepened into something more profound. "Go, Runty." Just then, as Sean was ensnared in the spider's web and Runty's spear was poised to pierce his skull, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Runty abruptly changed direction, aiming her fierce attack straight towards Maria's chest. This sudden assault took Maria by surprise. In a flurry, she hastily drew her weapon to shield her chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Runty's strike pierced through Maria's defense, impacting her fair shoulder with tremendous force. A wave of immense power surged through Maria, leaving half of her body numb and a searing pain coursing through her, prompting an involuntary gasp of agony. The abrupt shift left everyone present in a state of shock, their minds grappling to comprehend the unfolding scene. Clearly, they were oblivious to the reasons behind Runty's unexpected aggression towards her ally, Maria. Gazing at this scene, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Sean's mouth. Following Runty's furious outburst, his psychic powers had been fully unleashed, which prompted him to embark on a daring experiment, one that involved the manipulation of thought. Apart from predicting his opponent's moves, the only form of mental energy he currently wielded was the power of the Void Mind Realm, a capability that allowed him to control an enemy's cognition and even rewrite their will. He had just attempted to exert this power over Runty. Given her naturally innocent and volatile temperament, she was an ideal target for such manipulation. However, to Sean's surprise, Runty was even more susceptible to control than he had anticipated. Thus, when her spear lunged toward him, he had already thoroughly seized her thoughts. Had it not been for Black Maria's timely intervention, she would have likely perished beneath Runty's spear. "What on earth are you doing, Runty?" Black Maria's expression darkened as she shouted at her, her face contorted with disbelief at the bizarre tableau before her. Yet in that moment, Runty offered no response, relentlessly assaulting her with a series of fierce, intricate attacks, as if she had deemed Black Maria to be the villain responsible for her brother's downfall. "For heaven's sake, have you lost your mind, Runty?" Black Maria's countenance grew increasingly grim, shadows clouding her once beautiful features. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were equally taken aback. What is happening? What is Runty doing? "I don't know, but this is clearly abnormal. Forget about her. That kid is ensnared in Black Maria's web. Let's strike him down together and present his head to Lord Kaido. Yes, kill him. Slay him." A horde of pirates brandished their weapons, their eyes gleaming with a murderous intent directed at Sean. Chuckling softly, Sean shook his head in derision. The web's bindings were indeed formidable. Had it ensnared anyone else, they would likely have lost their combat capability entirely, finding escape nearly impossible. However, such constraints were utterly ineffective against him. Corpse miasma. Immediately, Sean summoned the powers of the earthly realm, unleashing a stream of faint azure gas that swiftly enveloped the web binding him. With a hissing sound, within moments, a corrosive aura spread at a visibly rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, the once intact and resilient web disintegrated into dust. Observing this, Black Maria's face manifested profound shock, her eyes flickering with disbelief. She was acutely aware of her own abilities. While the binding force was not particularly potent, it was certainly not weak. Yet, to witness her web crumble to dust in an instant was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, the pirates who had rushed forward were taken aback as they witnessed Sean breaking free from his bonds, their expressions frozen in astonishment. With a chuckle, the warm-up completed. It was time to delve into the main event. Observing their astonished expressions, Sean grinned broadly. In that instant, the formidable power of the Diamond Realm surged forth, unleashing a vast and mysterious force. Sean's form vanished in the blink of an eye, and soon after, a flurry of punches erupted, striking with lightning speed at the surrounding pirates. Each blow, imbued with the tremendous might of the Diamond Realm, proved insurmountable for the pirates within moments. 2 to 3 dozen of them were sent sprawling, their fates uncertain. Extreme dominance. Sean bellowed, leaning forward slightly, his fists forming a bagua shape as he unleashed a powerful strike. A thunderous crash resonated, and in front of him, a corpulent pirate was sent hurtling backward by a devastating punch, blood spewing forth as he flew like a cannonball. In the wake of this pirate's flight, dozens more were similarly struck down, bloodied, and propelled away. In less than a minute of fierce engagement, over 40 pirates lay defeated, sent flying by Sean's overwhelming force. This astonishing outcome left Quinn, who had been observing in hopes of uncovering Sean's weaknesses, utterly dumbfounded. The sheer absurdity of all was staggering. These individuals were elite warriors of remarkable strength, yet they crumbled like paper beneath Sean's onslaught. Simultaneously, as the battle reached its conclusion, the Dark Maria emitted a muffled groan of pain, caught off guard as a crimson line appeared on her fair neck from a strike by Runme. The bright red blood flowed down her long, pale neck, creating a jarring contrast against her pristine skin. However, at that moment it seemed Runme, controlled by thoughts beyond her own, succumbed to the strain and fainted. "Hey Quinn, is it? You're the last one standing. Perhaps you should consider surrendering?" Sean remarked, flashing a grin that revealed his pristine teeth. Yet, to Quinn, this smile appeared arrogant and infuriating. "Kid, don't get cocky. I'm not like those fools. When I capture you, you'll face the most brutal and twisted punishment this world can offer," Quinn retorted, taking a deep drag from his cigar, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Oh, is that so? I hope your words are as formidable as your strength." Sean shrugged, a dismissive smirk crossing his face. "But before that, you must first pay the price." With that, Sean's right foot slammed into the ground, propelling him forward like an arrow released from its bow. "Bastard, you seek death." Quinn seethed, his fury intensifying at Sean's audacious demeanor. He immediately raised his Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of plague bullets, an abhorrent bioweapon containing a virus that, upon impact, would infect the internal organs, leading to certain death. Regrettably, Xiao exhibited no fear of the onslaught. His form danced like a specter amidst the barrage of Gatling gunfire. In the midst of his evasions, he launched an assault on Quinn, his fists cutting through the air with ferocity akin to a tempest, imbued with an inexorable, fierce power that surged towards Quinn. Yet, witnessing Xiao's bold advance, a barely perceptible, sinister smile crept across Quinn's lips. Chapter 21. Unilateral domination. Having meticulously observed his opponent, Quinn had discerned Xiao's vulnerability, his peculiar agility. Xiao's movements were so elusive that a moment's inattention could allow him to close the distance and strike with devastating force. However, Quinn reasoned that by deploying a widespread viral assault, even Xiao's uncanny agility would deter him from recklessly charging into the viral storm, consequently diminishing his strength severalfold. Moreover, should Xiao become infected, he would be rendered inert, leaving him entirely at Quinn's mercy. "Huh, you've fallen into my trap." Quinn's smile widened at this thought. Just then, his mouth transformed into a mechanized gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage in all directions. A deluge of bullets erupted into the surrounding air, enveloping the area in a relentless storm of projectiles that obscured visibility with a thin veil of vaporized moisture. Under such an unrelenting assault, even a figure as formidable as Xiao would find it arduous to evade capture. "Haha, you're doomed, boy. These bullets contain my finest creation, the Ice Demon, a terrifying synthetic virus. Once infected, the chilling essence will gradually permeate the body, sapping all strength and stamina, leading to certain death within an hour, if not cured." Quinn cackled maniacally at the sight of Xiao charging towards him. No one had ever survived the onslaught of his Ice Demon. However, Quinn's mirth quickly morphed into a grimace. The moment he unleashed the Ice Demon, Xiao seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, vanishing from his line of sight and evading all bullets. "What?" Quinn's expression shifted dramatically as a wave of foreboding washed over him. Before he could react, he felt an ominous gust of wind above him, and a fist descended from the heavens, striking down upon his head. Bang! The punch collided with his forehead, the immense force causing his skull to cave in, leaving a prominent imprint of a fist. Blood streamed from his nostrils, ears, and the corners of his mouth, rendering him a ghastly sight. Having repelled Quinn, Shaoan did not linger. He swiftly pivoted, his form blurring as he instantaneously reappeared before Quinn, lifting his left leg to deliver a powerful kick. Boom! A sudden explosive sound reverberated through the air as Quinn was ruthlessly kicked by Shaoan, sending him crashing into the distant wall before collapsing heavily onto the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, an eerie silence engulfed the ruins. Not a single sound could be heard. The few who remained conscious, along with the incapacitated Black Maria, were struck dumb, unable to fathom that even their leader, Quinn, could not withstand a single blow from this formidable opponent. It was terrifying. He seemed like a monster, a devil incarnate. Damn it, I will kill you. After a prolonged struggle, Quinn managed to rise from the ground. His face twisted in resentment as he glared at Shaoan and roared in fury, his appearance pitiably disheveled. Yet, scarcely had his voice faded when Shaoan's figure vanished once more, reappearing with a ferocious punch to Quinn's abdomen, eliciting a pained cry as he curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach. Curse you! I want you dead. I will make your life a living hell. This blow brought tears to Quinn's eyes, his heart consumed by an insatiable hatred, and he erupted into a frenzied scream. In a swift transformation, his body morphed into the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit form, the Brontosaurus, an enormous creature boasting formidable regenerative abilities and immense vitality, rendering him nearly indestructible. Boy, you are doomed. I will tear your body into pieces. Quinn growled through gritted teeth. In response, Shaoan disdainfully shook his head, remarking, "You truly are both ordinary and overconfident." With that, Shaoan's figure vanished once again, only to materialize behind Quinn. Damn it, how can he be so fast? Quinn gasped in shock, quickly summoning his inner strength in preparation for a counterattack. However, before he could react, he felt a terrible gust of wind at his back. Realizing the imminent danger, Quinn's pupils constricted and his eyes widened, yet he stubbornly unleashed a binding attack with his tail, which had been modified to ensnare enemies like a serpent, capable of shattering their bones with sheer force. Regrettably, Shaoan's speed was unfathomably swift. In an astonishing display, Shaoan's hand pierced through the binding at Quinn's elbow, twisting with brutal force. A sharp crack echoed as Quinn's tail was gruesomely severed. The excruciating pain forced a scream from Quinn, his complexion turning ghastly pale, eyes bulging with agony. The defensive prowess of the Brontosaurus form was formidable, yet it appeared as mere child's play under Shaoan's might. My apologies. I slipped up just now, Shaoan shrugged innocently. In truth, he had held back significantly, had he not carefully controlled the might of his power. Quinn would have met a fate akin to that of Fuzzfur. The reason for not swiftly resolving the situation lies in Quinn's role as the administrator of the 6 Flying Claws, one of the 3 Great Calamities, whose strength is undeniably formidable. With such a formidable opponent to garner experience from, enhancing the proficiency of the Void Perception Divine Power becomes significantly expedited. Moreover, through relentless combat, Shaoan discovered that his mastery of divine power not only reached new heights, but he also gleaned profound insights. For instance, the peculiar footwork he had just employed was, in truth, rather ordinary. It merely involved concentrating the Vajra realm divine power in his legs to unleash explosive force, commonly referred to as the instant step. Similarly, while the 8 extremities burst may appear unremarkable, it proves exceptionally effective in close-quarters combat, delivering powerful results in such encounters. However, those considerations are secondary. At this moment, Quinn was in excruciating pain. His right hand pressed tightly against his wound, the agony nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He had never anticipated that the resilient armed dragon form, known for its tenacity, could be so effortlessly shattered by this individual. This wretch is nothing short of a monster, Quinn cursed inwardly. The 3 Great Calamities seemed to be nothing extraordinary after all. Observing Quinn's anguished expression, Shaoan's face broke into a smirk, his tone laced with mockery. As if you were watching a jester, You better not celebrate too soon. Upon hearing Sean's taunting voice, Quinn's rage surged, and he cursed vehemently. His pride had always been unassailable. He had never endured such humiliation, and Sean's words struck a heavy blow to his self-esteem. I relish seeing you in such a fluster. The more furious you become, the more exhilarated I feel, Sean retorted coldly, advancing toward Quinn. As Sean approached, Quinn's expression grew increasingly sinister, his eyes ablaze with fury. Wretch, today you shall witness the true might of a dragon. Quinn bellowed in a frantic rage. With that, he leapt forward, aiming to ram his head into Sean with great speed. Arm Dragon Bomb! Die, you scoundrel! Quinn shouted, his head swelling to the size of a massive bomb. However, before his colossal head could collide with Sean, the latter's figure abruptly vanished from sight. With each calculated evasion, Sean's mastery of Void Perception Divine Power continued to ascend. Void Perception Divine Power, Mastery, Proficiency 82, Void Perception Divine Power, Mastery, Proficiency 859, Chapter 22. The battle concludes, Poison of the Dead Seeds. Damn it, not again. At this moment, witnessing the scene unfold, Quinn's expression darkened to its nadir, his teeth gritted in seething rage, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Just then, a terrifying gust of wind surged from behind Quinn, causing his expression to shift once more. This time, he ultimately did not dare to turn back and attack. Instead, relying on instinct, he unleashed the Gale Fist, retracting both his mechanical arm and claw, then swiftly swung his arm to deliver a relentless barrage of strikes. Thunderous sounds echoed. The speed at which his arm moved reached an extreme, emanating waves of terrifying power. Yet, he still failed to land a blow on Sean, merely squandering his energy in vain. At that moment, Sean had already arrived behind Quinn. Observing the expression of sheer astonishment on his face, Sean smirked and remarked, "Not bad. Such speed is quite commendable, but unfortunately, it's still too slow." As his words fell, Sean's fist shot forth with a fierce gust of wind. Quinn's expression immediately darkened, feeling an intense sense of impending doom. Bang! As Sean's fist struck his lower back, a fist-sized imprint instantly appeared, followed by a torrent of blood spewing from his mouth. Quinn's form plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. With a dull thud, Quinn's massive body crashed onto the floor, creating a deep crater. Gazing at the twitching figure of Quinn on the ground, Sean raised an eyebrow. "Not bad. You're still alive," he said nonchalantly, then walked towards Quinn, placing a foot on his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Quinn, pinned beneath Sean's foot, began to cough violently, involuntarily spitting out bright red blood, evidently suffering from severe internal injuries. "What do you intend to do?" Faced with Sean's apparent unwillingness to spare him, Quinn's expression turned increasingly frantic, his eyes darting about. Now, he was genuinely afraid, regretting not having acted swiftly with the Flying Six earlier when he realized how terrifying this opponent was. Perhaps he might have had a chance then. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world, and now he had lost his opportunity. Yet, corner dogs may still leap over walls. How much more so a human? Gritting his teeth, Quinn suddenly struggled with all his might. Wrist Dragon Launcher. With a furious roar, Quinn, now in his wrist dragon form, abruptly launched both his head and tail, sending forth a missile that struck Sean with great force. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a burst of intense light, as a mushroom cloud ascended in the distance. Witnessing the raging flames, Quinn displayed a fleeting smile of triumph, then slowly raised his head to gaze in the direction where Sean had vanished, confident that he had succeeded, that the bastard had been reduced to ashes. "Ha ha! Did you expect this? At such close range, no matter how fast you are, you could never evade." Quinn laughed maniacally, unable to conceal his inner joy. However, this arrogant laughter quickly came to an abrupt halt. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a hazy figure slowly emerged. Upon witnessing this scene, the smile on Quinn's face froze in place. "No, it's impossible. You were clearly hit," Quinn shouted in horror, unable to fathom that the missile had failed to obliterate the wretched being before him. "Oh, my sincerest apologies for being slightly careless," Sean said as he emerged slowly from the smoke, touching his nose with an awkward smile. "That missile indeed struck me, but its power seemed somewhat lacking." Upon hearing these words, Quinn felt a deafening silence engulf his mind. He could hardly believe that such a powerful missile had not reduced this individual to mere fragments. Did this not imply that the wretch's defensive capabilities were equally formidable? A chill coursed through Quinn's heart. To what extent had this fellow's combat prowess ascended? The day grows late. It is time to conclude this, Sean remarked coolly, taking a decisive step forward. In a sudden burst, he propelled himself several meters, and with a flicker, he stood before Quinn. As Sean approached, Quinn's complexion paled, and a deep fear flickered in his eyes. "You cannot kill me, otherwise Lord Kaido will tear you apart," Quinn exclaimed in panic. "Apologies, but my patience has worn thin, and you must now pay the price." Sean replied with a hint of a smile, then unleashed a powerful right fist that struck Quinn's massive form. The impact resonated like thunder, causing Quinn's formidable body to collapse into the earth, creating a deep crater. A violent force radiated outward, shattering the surrounding rocks. Devil! Devil! The scene left Black Maria, already weakened and injured, utterly dumbfounded. Her long, snow-white legs curled tightly together, and her eyes reflected sheer terror as they fixed upon Sean. With a wicked grin, Sean advanced toward her. Black Maria, paralyzed by fear, bit her lip and instinctively shut her eyes, trembling as she pleaded, "Little boy, grant your sister a swift end." Having witnessed the entire ordeal, any notion of resistance had evaporated, replaced solely by profound despair. "Time to go," Sean stated, yet he did not pursue her further. Instead, he gently patted her shoulder before turning to leave. As she watched him depart, Black Maria slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief while wiping the sweat from her brow. Unbeknownst to her, a mysterious force had silently infiltrated her body moments before. This was a form of corpse poison derived from the powers of the Xidagarba realm, capable of being implanted within a person without causing harm. Its sole purpose was to emit a faint scent, allowing Sean to summon the poison wasp from any distance, thereby tracking its whereabouts. This method was novel for Sean, conceived due to the full mobilization of the Flying Six. Black Maria, closely associated with Kaido, often spent time with him. Thus, by planting the corpse poison on her, he could trace Kaido's precise location through the poison wasp. Throughout history, the relationship between Whitebeard and Kaido has been fraught with discord. This time, Sean not only eliminated Kaido's trusted subordinate, the drought-afflicted Jack, but he also dispatched the plague-ridden queen at his own hands. As a result, the Flying Six suffered significant losses, and the bond between the two parties has irrevocably shattered, making the onset of war an inevitable reality. Rather than awaiting an assault from the adversary, it is more prudent to take the initiative. Therefore, Sean implanted a venomous toxin within Black Maria's body for the purpose of tracking the poisonous maiden. Once he locates Ace and beheads Blackbeard Teach, Sean would not hesitate to confront the beast Kaido, often referred to as the strongest creature. Upon emerging from the ruins of what was once a formidable structure, Sean exhaled a sigh of relief. Glancing at the system panel, a wave of joy surged within him. This trial not only elevated his mastery of the Void Recognition divine power to perfection, but also enhanced his combat experience significantly. Now, Sean could deftly wield his divine power, and his combat techniques had reached an unparalleled level of finesse. "Look, he's out." At that moment, a cacophony of voices reached Sean's ears. He lifted his gaze to see a throng of people gathered in a circle, their faces painted with astonishment. Among them were Moore and the others he encountered at the tavern, along with numerous local men and women, presumably drawn by the commotion. "Moore, look," he emerged unscathed. "How is this possible?" a voice exclaimed. "It's terrifying. He single-handedly contended with the Flying Six and defeated Plague Queen. Is he a monster? Whether he is a monster or not remains to be seen, but I would wager he is undoubtedly a formidable user of a devil fruit." The emotions swirling among Moore and the others were undeniably complex. On one hand, they were astounded by Sean's prowess. On the other, they felt a deep sense of relief at not having offended him. "Please don't kill me. I'm so sorry." At that moment, the girl in the red dress, witnessing Sean's emergence, implored him with terror etched across her face. She was consumed with regret over her previous actions, especially upon witnessing Sean swiftly eliminate one of the Flying Six, Sasaki. Had it not been for her greed, she might have secured a reward of 500,000 berries and perhaps even forged a friendship with such a young, powerful individual. Yet now, she found herself bereft of both fortune and safety, facing the grim prospect of being struck down by Sean's fist at any moment. "I'm truly sorry. Please, spare me. I can explain," she pleaded, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Sean with desperation. The surrounding crowd sighed collectively, yet no one extended sympathy. After all, those who commit sins brought upon themselves their own demise. This was all rooted in her avarice. Nevertheless, despite the girl in the red dress's incessant pleas and even her offer to redeem herself through her body, Sean did not cast her another glance. Instead, he departed the scene with an air of composure. The feeling of being overlooked left the girl in the red dress in a state of disarray. As she gazed at Sean's retreating figure, her expression betraying an urge to weep. Yet, in the end, she restrained herself, lowering her head in silent shame. After departing from that place, Sean did not leave immediately. Instead, he made his way to the pirate ship belonging to Quinn and the Flying Six. Prior to this, when Quinn and the rest of the Flying Six were mobilized, their ship had been anchored along the coast, with no one guarding the vessel at present. Sean swiftly entered the cabin. After a thorough search, he amassed a fortune totaling 260 million berries, but to his astonishment, he discovered a devil fruit tucked away in a safe within the cabin. Chapter 23. The Billion-Berry Devil Fruit. This particular devil fruit resembled a gourd, roughly the size of a soccer ball, enveloped in a deep blue hue, adorned with faint, swirling patterns that rendered it exceedingly peculiar. This was indeed a devil fruit. Upon opening the safe and beholding this sight, a look of shock flickered across Sean's face. Devil fruits have long been regarded as treasures of the sea, with even the most ordinary ones fetching a market price exceeding 100 million berries, while the rarest could reach as high as 5 billion berries. Many have exhausted themselves in pursuit of such a fruit, and yet here it was concealed. However, Sean had no immediate intention of consuming it. Firstly, he was unaware of the category of this particular devil fruit. Moreover, while consuming a devil fruit bestows formidable abilities, it also results in the inability to swim. And his own 8 divine powers were not inferior to the powers that these fruits might grant. Ding! Triggering task to sell the devil fruit for 1 billion berries, unlocking the power of the cosmic realm. Just then, as Sean was examining the peculiar devil fruit, a voice from the system unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Startled by the familiar sound, Sean paused. The task had been triggered remarkably swiftly, and it was not a combat-related mission, but merely the sale of this devil fruit, a seemingly straightforward endeavor. However, a price of 1 billion berries would likely be a sum only accessible to those with formidable power or wealth. Reflecting on this, Sean couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although it was not a combat mission, the difficulty of the task was by no means trivial. After some time spent gathering the plundered wealth, he made his way back to the tavern, intending to inquire about the situation regarding the fruit. "My bah, you cannot imagine it. That young fellow is simply a monster. He not only defeated a member of the Flying Six with a single punch, but also took down the plague Quinn. Indeed, I, along with Moore and the others, witnessed the entire ordeal. That young man was utterly impressive, taking down one adversary after another. Yes, I saw it as well. The young chap appeared to be around 20 years old, yet he possesses such strength. It's truly astounding. Such a prodigious talent exists in this world." In the tavern, the patrons animatedly discussed the remarkable events they had witnessed, particularly the awe-inspiring feats of Sean against the Flying Six, their faces reflecting deep respect and admiration. "Boss, a glass of rum," echoed a calm voice amidst the fervent discussions in the tavern. Sean sauntered in, and upon hearing the voice, the crowd instinctively lifted their heads. As they discerned the figure before them, astonishment washed over their faces. Was it truly him? The one who single-handedly confronted the Six-Fingered Clan and vanquished the plague-infested Quinn. Indeed, it was he. But had he not departed? What brought him back? Within the tavern, the clamor of conversation diminished significantly, yet whispers continued among many patrons. Even the tavern owner and the staff stared at Sean in utter astonishment. News of Sean's triumph over the Six-Fingered Clan had already spread throughout the street, and upon his return, they naturally recognized him. Disregarding the reactions of those around him, Sean made his way to a chair, took a sip of rum, then rose and ambled toward Moore and his companions. The sight of Sean's approach sent a wave of tension through them, for his earlier display of formidable strength had left them awestruck. "May I sit here?" Sean inquired with a smile as he reached their table. "Of course. Absolutely." Moore replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. Without further ado, Sean settled directly across from Moore, retrieving a parcel from his bag and tossing it onto the table. "Is this a devil fruit?" Moore's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the contents of the package. The usual terms apply: a reward of 500,000 berries for finding a buyer, and an additional 500,000 upon successful completion. "What do you say?" Sean nodded, glancing at Moore with a smile. Moore took a deep breath, stifling his excitement, and then hesitantly asked, "That's fine. But may I ask how much this devil fruit is worth? Which type is it?" At this, Sean hesitated. He was uncertain of the fruit's classification or its abilities post-consumption. However, given that the system had assigned it a staggering price of 1 billion, it must be a fruit of considerable quality. After a moment of contemplation, Sean cleared his throat, feigning an air of profundity, and declared, "To be candid, this is a subordinate fruit of the tremor fruit, known as the quake fruit. Thus, its price is quite substantial, 1 billion berries, non-negotiable." At these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their faces revealing profound astonishment. They had long heard of the formidable power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, and as a lesser variant, the quake fruit surely could not be lacking in potency. With this thought, the eyes of Moore and his companions ignited with fervor. "Excellent. My friend, I will take on this business. You can trust me," Moore exclaimed, rising with palpable excitement as he looked at Sean. "Though I cannot afford this devil fruit myself, my wealthy uncle happens to be in need of one. Once I share this splendid news with him, he will surely be overjoyed." "Ah, in that case, I eagerly await your good news," Sean replied with a smile. Sean smiled as he retrieved a bounty of 500,000 berries from his pack and handed it over, patiently awaiting the news. Moore, showing no hesitation, accepted the money and hurriedly exited the tavern. In a brief moment, he returned, leading a middle-aged man who rushed inside. The man's face radiated joy, especially upon seeing Sean. He immediately approached and grasped the devil fruit on the table. After scrutinizing it intently, he released it, exclaiming with excitement, "Indeed, this is a devil fruit. I shall purchase it for 1 billion berries." Sean wasted no words and promptly completed the transaction, paying Moore the remaining 500,000 berries as his fee. Before departing the tavern, "Ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations, the host has unlocked the power of the boundless realm." Hearing the prompt in his mind, Sean's lips curled into a smile, and he swiftly left the island. At that moment, the previously gray and locked state of the boundless realm power in his mind transformed into the initial stage of mastery. Boundless realm power, initial stage, proficiency 0. The boundless realm power is a peculiar force, capable of manipulating the elements and climate of the world, allowing one to harness the energy of nature in combat and fuse various elements into an array of skills. Sean felt a surge of excitement at unlocking this power. Meanwhile, in a distant castle, Moore, flushed with embarrassment and resistance, pushed away the middle-aged man, angrily exclaiming, "Uncle, what are you doing? You imbecile, this is not the tremor fruit. It is the heartthrob fruit. Come here and let me kiss you." The man gazed at Moore, his eyes gleaming with fervent desire. "Get away from me, I refuse." Moore shouted in fury and quickly fled the castle. The heartthrob fruit, as its name suggests, causes one to experience a sudden infatuation upon seeing someone for the first time. Chapter 24, Wind, Thunder, Rain, and Lightning. At my command upon the vast ocean, Sean continued his journey aboard a small vessel. Days later, a fleet of over a dozen warships, displaying the seagull flag, emerged in the distance. Not only that, but the ships were brimming with Navy soldiers, their presence imposing and intimidating. This display caused Sean to furrow his brow. According to his route, This area was meant to be a safe zone. Also a recent path in pursuit of Ace and the hunt for Blackbeard Teach. He had not anticipated such a formidable Navy presence. Observing the flagship at the forefront of the fleet, a realization dawned upon Sean, and a sardonic smile graced his lips. It seemed that the hunt was about to commence. With a chilling curve of his mouth, Sean halted his advance. To his surprise, the number of warships exceeded a mere dozen within moments. Dozens of colossal battleships surged forth from all directions, totaling around 40 to 50 vessels, each manned by nearly 100 soldiers. However, the demeanor of these soldiers and ships suggested they were not the elite of the Navy. The entire scene was nothing short of breathtaking. In an instant, Sean found himself besieged by the warships, with no escape in sight. As he surveyed the surrounding naval vessels, his eyes narrowed. He understood that this encirclement was undoubtedly linked to his recent triumph over the naval colonel. Just then, a ship approached, and a man with a mohawk hairstyle stood at the bow of the flagship, draped in a white naval coat emblazoned with the word justice. 2 medals hung from his chest, marking him as a high-ranking officer. "Great pirate Sean, I regret to inform you that you shall not escape today," the man stated indifferently. His gaze fixed upon Sean. Sean's eyes scanned the man for a moment before a faint smile graced his lips. "Ah, so it is you? If my guess is correct, you must be Vice Admiral Weasel. What's the matter? Feeling a bit frisky today?" His tone carried a hint of mockery, seemingly dismissive of the Vice Admiral's presence. At this, a junior officer, unable to contain his anger, drew his pistol and aimed it at Sean, exclaiming furiously, "You bastard, you're courting death." "Huh, I am merely stating a fact," Sean replied, shaking his head lightly. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he focused on the lieutenant. "In my lifetime, nothing irks me more than having a gun pointed at my head. No matter who it is, I shall kill them without hesitation." Arrogant fool. Today marks your demise." The lieutenant scoffed, his finger poised on the trigger. Boom! With a sudden, deafening sound, it was not a bullet that was unleashed, but a strange bolt of lightning that struck the lieutenant's head, instantly reducing him to charred remains. "Ah!" he screamed, his body engulfed in smoke and ash. Witnessing this, the other naval soldiers stood frozen, their faces etched with shock and horror. The lightning had appeared so unexpectedly that they were utterly unprepared. Truly, he is the pirate who defeated Jack and Quinn. At this moment, Vice Admiral Weasel's expression grew grave. Sean's power had far exceeded his expectations. Had he not come prepared, the outcome would surely have been disastrous. "All units engage," Vice Admiral Weasel commanded sharply, drawing his katana with a swift motion. Instantly, dozens of warships trained their cannons upon Sean. The thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted as a barrage of shells rained down upon Sean's small vessel, engulfing him in a storm of explosive chaos. Boom! Boom! The shells landed upon Sean, creating massive mushroom clouds of destruction. The area of bombardment lay in ruins, smoke billowing everywhere. Under such relentless artillery fire, even a formidable fortress of steel would likely be obliterated in mere seconds. "Huh, it's utterly pathetic. This scoundrel has become mere cannon fodder." They laughed. How foolish to feign calm in the face of death. He'll be reduced to nothing but ash. Nothing more. Many of the naval officers could hardly contain their excitement, gazing at Sean's vessel, now reduced to mere dust. As the crowd murmured in astonishment, suddenly, amidst the dissipating smoke, a tall figure gradually emerged. How could this be? How is he still alive? No, it cannot be. Am I imagining things? The naval soldiers rubbed their eyes, repeatedly confirming the scene before them, yet it remained undeniably real. Upon confirming that Sean had not perished, the sailors were utterly stunned. They had never witnessed a human withstand such fierce artillery fire unscathed. It felt like a ghostly apparition. At this moment, even the Weasel was profoundly astonished, though he had not yet reached the point of fear. After all, a person capable of defeating the 3 great calamities could hardly be vanquished by a mere barrage. This outcome had long been anticipated in his mind. At that moment, Sean stood upon a wooden raft, a mocking smirk gracing his lips as he coolly remarked, "With such feeble firepower, you think you can impede me? You pitiful rabble are truly disappointing." His words ignited a wave of fury among the naval soldiers. Bastard! How dare you be so arrogant? I refuse to believe we cannot kill you. Fire at him. Eliminate him. In an instant, all the naval soldiers recalibrated their targets, aiming at Shan once more. Yet this time, it seemed they would have no opportunity to strike. In that instant, Shan unleashed the full might of the omniversal divine power. His gaze sharpening as an aura of unimaginable terror enveloped him. He bellowed, "You insignificant fish, witness the true power of the omniversal divine force. Winds, thunder, rain, and lightning. Heed my command." With his fierce cry, a formidable energy erupted from his being. In an instant, the entire sea was shrouded in darkness. The winds howled and the clouds roiled, as if the apocalypse had descended upon the world. The skies surged with tempestuous winds, and violent waves roared, while relentless thunder rolled above, illuminating with blinding flashes of lightning. Boom! In the next moment, a cacophony of thunder, bolts of lightning, and crashing waves descended upon the naval vessels. In a heartbeat, a tempest arose. The electrifying power violently lifted the warships, many being flung into the air, while one after another, the vessels shattered into fragments, and the sailors aboard met their demise without exception. At this juncture, Shan's proficiency in the omniversal divine power surged rapidly. Omniversal divine power, beginner, proficiency 139. Omniversal divine power, proficient, proficiency 517. Omniversal divine power, mastery, proficiency 836. Chapter 25. One person annihilates numerous naval warships in a matter of moments. Shan has proficiency in the omniversal divine power sword to an astonishing 915. Just a half step away from perfection. At this moment, Shan's face was alight with fervor and exhilaration. The omniversal divine power could reach such terrifying heights. He could only wonder what unimaginable strength the final, formless divine power of the 8 great divine forces possessed. Shan mused inwardly. Meanwhile, the naval vessels surrounding him had dwindled to a mere few. The majority had been obliterated in the preceding battle. In less than 10 minutes, one warship after another was utterly obliterated amidst the tempest of wind, rain, and lightning, resulting in catastrophic losses for the Navy. This scene evoked expressions of sheer horror on the faces of the naval officers, their gazes towards Shan imbued with a palpable trepidation. The strength of a single individual had reached such formidable heights. It was unfathomable. No wonder he dared to confront the naval fleet alone. He was indeed a terrifying force to be reckoned with. As the tempest raged on, Shan's mastery of the universal divine power surged dramatically, escalating from a proficiency of 967 to 996 in the blink of an eye, merely a hair's breadth away from perfection. Boom! Just then, with the crack of thunder and flashes of lightning, bolts of electricity intertwined with the fierce sea winds and torrential rain cascaded down like a meteor shower, striking the last 13 warships. The impact sent ripples across the surface, which erupted violently, generating powerful shockwaves that radiated outward, engulfing the entire seascape in terror. Beneath the ferocious shockwaves, naval soldiers were mercilessly torn apart, their anguished cries echoing relentlessly, staining the waters crimson. In this domain of chaos, the sight was utterly harrowing. A demon! A demon! He is a demon! Everyone flee! Witnessing this horror, the remaining naval soldiers' faces turned ashen, and they leapt from their vessels in a desperate bid for survival, fearing that a moment's delay would see them struck by lightning. Yet, despite their frantic escape, many were still caught in the onslaught, suffering grievous injuries or meeting their demise. In the blink of an eye, nearly 50 naval vessels were reduced to a singular flagship belonging to Rear Admiral Squirrel, while the soldiers either perished or fled, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Damn it! I underestimated him. At that moment, Rear Admiral Squirrel's expression was grim. He had come on a mission, deliberately assembling a formidable fleet and a contingent of sailors. Yet he found himself facing the annihilation of over 40 ships and nearly 4,000 soldiers. Although these soldiers were merely recruits, the scale of their loss rivaled that of a demon-slaying decree. Yet against the notorious pirate Shan, it had inflicted no damage whatsoever. Despite his reluctance to accept such a disheartening reality, Squirrel had no choice but to confront the truth before him. "What shall we do, sir? What shall we do?" The naval soldiers beside him were pale, their faces betraying their panic. "Retreat. We must retreat immediately." After a moment of silence, Squirrel gritted his teeth and commanded. Though he was loath to withdraw, he had to concede that Sean's prowess was insurmountable. They were no match for him. Remaining there would only spell their doom. Thus, the flagship swiftly turned around and sailed into the distance. At this very moment, Sean was enveloped in a sense of elation, for he had just achieved the pinnacle of mastery over the omniversal divine power. Omniversal divine power perfected. Mastery level 100 moreover. The triggering of a mission had occurred with astonishing swiftness. Triggered mission. Rescue Ace. Unlock Azura divine power. However, upon hearing the final words of the system, Sean's brow furrowed slightly, and he promptly retrieved the life card that Whitebeard had entrusted to him before his departure. To his astonishment, he discovered that Ace's life card had significantly diminished in size. Such a reduction in the life card only transpired when its bearer was in a state of decline. It would revert to its original dimensions once health was restored. This alarming indication suggested that Ace was in grave peril. With this thought, Sean wasted no time. His body surged into the air, darting towards the warship that had just altered its course, like an arrow in flight. At that moment, on the warship, all the officers had gathered, gazing in dread at Sean as he approached with astonishing speed. The Weasel, too, felt a twinge of unease, astonished by the swiftness of the infamous pirate Sean. Yet, at this juncture, the Weasel, as a rear admiral, would not succumb to fear. Thus, upon witnessing Sean board the ship, he remained composed, drawing his katana and preparing for battle. Suddenly, Sean leaped aboard, standing atop the warship, and cast a cold smile at the naval soldiers before him, tauntingly declaring, "Do you wish to flee? It seems rather too late." As he spoke, he swung his right fist with tremendous force against the mast. Boom! In an instant, the entire warship trembled violently, as if on the verge of exploding. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, the Weasel could no longer contain himself. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Sean, wielding his katana. Utilizing his moonwalk technique, the Weasel moved with incredible speed, appearing before Sean in the blink of an eye, swinging his katana fiercely towards him. However, at that moment, his expression abruptly shifted, his pupils constricting as disbelief washed over his face. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Sean did not evade as anticipated. Instead, he collided his fist forcefully against the katana. Instantly, the long blade shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the deck. What? The remaining naval soldiers were left aghast, their faces paling as they stared in horror, eyes wide open in disbelief. The might of Rear Admiral Weasel was beyond question. He was among the elite of the 5 vice admirals wielding the Demon Slayer order. Yet, shockingly, a single punch from Sean had shattered his offensive. "Rear Admiral Weasel, I require something from you." At that moment, Sean's indifferent voice reached their ears, and he grasped the broken katana, exerting tremendous force to crush it into a fine powder, which fell like dust through his fingers. This display sent chills down the spines of all present, leaving them utterly unnerved. Upon witnessing this scene, the expression on the face of the flying squirrel transformed into one of profound distress. However, before he could utter a word, Sean's figure abruptly vanished. Was this the moonwalk? No, this transcended mere movement. It was akin to teleportation. How astonishingly swift! As Sean's silhouette disappeared, all the naval soldiers present stood frozen in shock, their eyes brimming with sheer terror. The flying squirrel, in particular, was taken aback, immediately bracing himself for what was to come. In such close proximity, he discerned that Sean's speed was astonishingly swift, his form resembling that of an elusive phantom. "Fear not, I merely wish to borrow something." In the next instant, Sean appeared behind him, extending his left hand to rest upon his shoulder, a playful chuckle escaping his lips. Yet, just as Sean's words faded, the flying squirrel suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, followed immediately by an overwhelming force. Bang! The next moment, his body was involuntarily hurled backward, crashing violently onto the deck, the impact resonating with a thunderous sound that sent tremors through the hearts of those present. Sean then advanced upon him once more, gripping his neck with an iron hold, rendering the flying squirrel utterly immobile. What transpired next was a bizarre scene that left the flying squirrel limp on the ground, staring at Sean in sheer horror, his mouth agape in a visage of fear. Sean's eyes transformed into a ghastly white, the pupils shimmering with a sinister light that sent chills down one's spine. Soon after, the flying squirrel felt an excruciating pain surge through his mind, as if an inexhaustible flame were engulfing him, causing him immense discomfort, compelling his body to writhe violently. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, his efforts proved futile. Memory probing. At that moment, Sean's divine power infiltrated the depths of the flying squirrel's consciousness, directly accessing all of his memories. Skimming over inconsequential recollections, Sean swiftly unearthed a crucial lead, information regarding Ace. It was revealed that Ace had recently been defeated by Blackbeard and was now in the custody of the Navy, destined for Impel Down, where his public execution was scheduled to take place in 3 days. In addition to this, Sean discovered within the flying squirrel's memories that he had unwittingly become the notorious pirate known as the Devil Sean, with a bounty of 38 billion. What surprised Sean even more was the revelation that the flying squirrel was leading nearly 50 warships, not merely to capture him. Their true objective was to seize him alive and transport him to Impel Down for a public execution alongside Ace, thereby intimidating other pirates and inciting the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates. Having gleaned these memories, a wicked smirk appeared on Sean's lips. Originally, his plan had been to locate Ace and return with Blackbeard Teach's head, thereby thwarting Blackbeard's scheme and preventing a large-scale war. However, it now seemed that conflict was unavoidable, and thus he could only embrace it with fervor. Anyone who does not wish to perish, abandon ship. At that moment, Sean loosened the collar of the squirrel and cast a sweeping glance over all the naval soldiers on the deck, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. Upon hearing his words, the naval soldiers present were momentarily taken aback, their faces turning pale, their eyes filled with a profound mix of indignation and despair. Sean's actions conveyed a complete disregard for their naval force. However, they found themselves powerless to retaliate. Jump ship. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouted, and in an instant, all the naval soldiers began to leap from the vessel in a frantic escape. "My Lord Squirrel, come jump with me," urged a naval officer of the rank of colonel, as he assisted the squirrel while anxiously urging him. The squirrel's face was a portrait of shame and anger, yet he ultimately chose to leap from the ship, compelled to report this news to Admiral Sengoku without delay. Observing the panicked retreat of the naval forces, a slight smirk played on Sean's lips, and he then boarded the squirrel's designated warship, vanishing from the maritime expanse. However, during their earlier encounter, Sean had already implanted a deadly toxin within the squirrel using the powers of the underworld, ensuring that he could summon the poison moth at any time to ascertain his location. Meanwhile, after a harrowing escape, the squirrel and his companions finally reached the entrance of Impel Down. Gazing upon the familiar fortress walls, a wave of intense excitement washed over their faces. The trials they had endured over the past few hours were countless, yet they had successfully arrived at Impel Down. Stepping wearily through the gates, the squirrel exhaled deeply, finally able to catch his breath. Squirrel Admiral, weren't you pursuing the Devil Sean? Why do you look like this?" A voice suddenly interrupted, as Vice Admiral Bastille and several naval soldiers approached slowly. The squirrel offered a bitter smile, prepared to explain, when a few more individuals emerged from the distance, namely, Vice Admirals Doberman, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, and Stolo Berry. "Squirrel, why do you appear so disheveled?" Doberman inquired with a puzzled expression, followed by his question, "Where are your warships?" "They're all gone," the squirrel replied weakly. "Gone?" Upon hearing this, Doberman and the others were left in stunned disbelief. "Squirrel, you set forth with over 40 warships and thousands of naval warriors. Did you not manage to subdue a mere child?" Stolo Berry asked incredulously. With a bitter expression, the squirrel recounted the battle at sea in brief. "What? An extraordinarily powerful natural-type devil fruit user? Over 40 warships destroyed? How is that possible? As he spoke, disbelief etched itself onto the faces of Doberman and the others, their expressions filled with shock. Though the 40-plus warships were not the pinnacle of naval power, such strength should have been sufficient to sweep away several ordinary pirate crews, yet they had been vanquished by a mere youth? Is the Devil Shan truly that formidable? Fire Mountain furrowed his brow, his face gravely serious. The squirrel nodded with a bitter smile, replying, "Enough about this. I must report to Admiral Sengoku immediately. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Damn it, our entire fleet has been annihilated." Upon receiving the report from the Weasel, Sengoku was nearly propelled from his seat in indignation. Gazing with fury, Carp, seated nearby and munching on a rice cracker, inquired with curiosity, "Has something significant transpired again?" "It is that insufferable fiend, Shan," Sengoku exclaimed, his visage contorted with rage. "His arrogance knows no bounds. He has obliterated over 40 of our warships and slaughtered numerous naval soldiers. The most despicable act, however, was seizing the Weasel's designated vessel, forcing them to abandon ship. This is an utter affront to our navy." "Oh, is he the one who wields my fist to the meteor?" Carp interjected, a glimmer of intrigue lighting his expression. Sengoku refrained from responding, striking the table with force. "Regardless of his formidable devil fruit powers, we must dispatch an admiral to apprehend him. Allow me to take charge. I have long wished to confront this young rascal," Carp declared, rising slowly after swallowing another rice cracker. Sengoku's brow furrowed momentarily before he cleared his throat and replied, "I have heard that this devil, Shan, possesses exceptional speed. I have already decided to send Kizaru. You should remain at the naval headquarters to maintain order." Carp shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to enjoy his rice crackers and donuts. Meanwhile, in Kizaru's office, he perused the arrest warrant, stifling a yawn. Shan the Devil, how terrifying. Chapter 27. The pre-war conference simultaneously. The news of Ace's public execution by the Navy sent shockwaves throughout the New World. The capture of Port Gasti. Ace by the Navy signaled an impending declaration of war against the Whitebeard pirates, and the scale of this conflict promised to be monumental. It seemed the Navy was poised to shatter the balance with the Four Emperors. Should this war erupt, the very fabric of the world would undoubtedly transform. At the naval headquarters, the Four Emperors, how the world would stir. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. As the news spread, fervent discussions ignited across the globe. At Marineford, Sengoku, after concluding his call with the Weasel, promptly convened an urgent meeting. A multitude of high-ranking officials, including admirals and vice-admirals, gathered for this critical assembly. "Gentlemen, I have summoned you here to deliberate on our strategy against the Whitebeard pirates and the nearly 43 other pirate crews that will undoubtedly join them in this conflict," Sengoku announced, surveying the assembly with a steely gaze. Silence enveloped the room. Many present were visibly shaken by the mention of not only the Whitebeard pirates, but also the additional 43 crews. The sheer magnitude of this alliance was indeed staggering. After all, Whitebeard was one of the Four Emperors, and the formidable coalition seemed almost unimaginable. After a brief pause, Admiral Akainu suddenly scoffed. "This war is already a foregone conclusion for the Navy. Whitebeard's plans are destined to be a farce. Should he dare to come, he shall not return. Thus, we need not squander time on this matter." As soon as his words fell, Akiji slowly opened his mouth and suggested, "I believe the only course of action we must undertake now is to promptly adjust our strategic deployment. After all, the impending war is no ordinary conflict. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates is beyond question, and we must not underestimate those 43 pirates. A moment's carelessness could lead to significant errors on our part." The others, upon hearing Akiji's remarks, nodded in agreement. However, many also supported Akainu's perspective, as the Navy headquarters had made thorough preparations for this confrontation. If Whitebeard dared to approach, he was assuredly destined for defeat. "Yellow Monkey, what are your thoughts?" At that moment, Sengoku suddenly turned to Kizaru and inquired. Kizaru appeared momentarily taken aback, then scratched the back of his head and replied with an innocent expression, "I haven't given it much thought yet. I'll just handle the containment when the time comes." Oh, it's 5:30. Time clock out. I'm off. With that, Kizaru glanced at his watch and exclaimed excitedly. As he finished speaking, he vanished from the conference room in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone in astonishment. Sengoku was at a loss for words, but chose not to dwell on it. As long as Kizaru put in effort during the battle, he was indifferent to the rest. The meeting continued for another hour after Kizaru's departure. Before they left, Sengoku announced that a shocking secret would be revealed prior to Ace's execution. This astonishing revelation sparked a flurry of discussions among the attendees, all filled with intense curiosity. Meanwhile, Sean had docked his ship and entered a nearby island. "Old man, have you made up your mind?" In a tavern, Sean spoke into the Den Mushi, addressing Whitebeard. Moments ago, he had informed Whitebeard of Ace's capture and outlined his plan. Unsurprisingly, Whitebeard was already aware of the Navy's imminent public execution of Ace and had gathered all his pirate crews. "Kid, Ace is my son. He is my family. Even if it means flattening the Navy headquarters, I will save him. I understand your intentions, but I must partake in this war." Whitebeard pondered for a long time before he spoke. "Very well. Since you are so determined, I shall honor your wishes. However, I assure you, Ace will be fine." Sean responded after a moment of silence. Whitebeard was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Gururara? Good. But take care, Deputy Captain of the Moby Dick, the great pirate." "Sean, all right. I won't keep you any longer," Sean replied with a slight smile before hanging up the phone. In truth, his plan was to spare Whitebeard from this war, but it seemed increasingly unlikely. This conflict was destined to erupt. "Hush, look over there. That person looks just like the notorious pirate from the Navy's bounty list. Wow, it really is him, the great pirate, Sean, the one who killed Drought Jack and Play Quinn?" "Indeed. The most frightening part is that the Navy has reportedly suffered considerable losses at his hands, and he is now offered a bounty of 38 billion berries. How come I've never heard of his name before with such a high bounty?" As Sean finished his call, the patrons in the tavern exchanged glances, whispering quietly among themselves. Upon hearing these words, Sean merely smiled faintly. His mastery of the void awareness had reached an exceptional level, granting him acute perception. Thus he had long overheard their discussions. Moreover, he sensed a group of individuals hastening towards the tavern. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated from outside the tavern, and the entrance was forcefully thrown open. A burly, muscle-bound man led a cadre of armed pirates into the establishment. This rowdy band of marauders exuded a menacing aura. Upon entering, they immediately overturned tables and chairs, scanning the room with predatory eyes before bellowing, "Who is the doctor? Step forward at once." Witnessing this, many patrons in the tavern lowered their heads in fear, too intimidated to speak. Only a few waitstaff rushed forward, nervously imploring, "Gentlemen, please remain calm," before they could finish. The leading brute kicked a nearby table with such force that it splintered into fragments, sending shards of wood flying and eliciting terrified screams from the onlookers. Pleased by the surrounding expressions of dread, the towering man nodded with satisfaction. His gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately settling on Sean at the tavern's front desk, whereupon he revealed a sinister grin. "You, boy, seem remarkably composed. Are you the doctor?" The brute narrowed his eyes and took deliberate steps toward Sean. While others quaked in fear, this young man stood unfazed. "Is there something you require?" Sean glanced at the brute, neither denying nor confirming, and replied coolly. Chapter 28. The Yellow Ape Moves, Explosive Speed Hehe. The burly man smirked at Sean's tranquil visage, then drew 2 daggers from his belt, their blades glinting ominously. "Since you are a doctor, you shall accompany me. Our newly formed little devil pirate crew is in dire need of a ship's physician." As he spoke, he pressed the shimmering blades forcefully into the tabletop as a threat. Upon hearing this, it was not Sean who reacted first, but rather the trembling patrons, who paused in shock at the mention of the devil. Many exchanged bewildered glances with the brute, their expressions morphing into mockery as they regarded him as if he were a fool. What was this little devil pirate crew? They remained oblivious to the fact that they stood before a true menace. "Boy, if you're indeed a doctor, come along quietly. If not, leave me to the doctor. You have no choice today, 1 minute to decide." Seeing Sean's silence, the brute's expression darkened as he reiterated, "If you refuse, You will leave here horizontally. Apologies, but I believe I possess another option. With that, Sean shrugged nonchalantly. The brute was momentarily taken aback by Sean's response. Yet before he could utter another word, Sean's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind him in an instant. Fingers in, Sean brought his right index finger and thumb together, and with a flick, a forceful strike shot forth, aimed directly at the brute's back. Thud! The finger's strike instantly pierced through the robust man's body, blood spurting forth. In that fleeting moment, the man let out a wretched howl, clutching his left chest as he staggered backward. A small hole had been created at the site of the wound, from which wisps of steam rose, accompanied by a pungent metallic scent of blood. Such swiftness! I could barely comprehend what had transpired. How terrifying! It is no wonder that the notorious pirate, the Devil Sean, has a bounty of 38 billion. Witnessing Sean's deft maneuver, the tavern erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, with many expressing their shock in hushed tones. As the group of pirates, witnessing the robust man fall with a single blow, prepare to charge with their weapons, they suddenly froze upon hearing the commotion, their eyes filled with dread and disbelief. Why, you are the Devil Sean? The wounded man, pressing his hand against his injury, turned to Sean, his face a mask of shock, unable to fathom what he had just encountered. He was well aware of the deeds of the infamous Devil Sean, yet he had never seen his likeness nor met him in person, thus failing to recognize him, even as their small pirate crew operated under Sean's banner. Furthermore, he never anticipated that the formidable Devil Sean would appear on this remote island. Even more astonishing was the realization that this individual possessed such overwhelming strength. The incredible speed rendered him utterly defenseless, inflicting severe injury in an instant. Observing the astonishment in the robust man's eyes, Sean smiled faintly and remarked, "It seems my reputation precedes me." Cold sweat trickled down the man's forehead as he swallowed hard, stammering, "My apologies, Lord Sean. I did not recognize the mountain before me." "Then be swift in your departure." Sean waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you for sparing my life, Lord Sean." At Sean's command, the robust man hastily bowed and led his companions away from the tavern in a state of panic. As they observed the departure of these fierce pirates, many patrons breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the atmosphere within the tavern remained palpably tense, for the presence of the infamous Devil Sean lingered. Shortly thereafter, having finished a glass of rum, Sean too vanished swiftly from the tavern, in the southwestern direction of the island. As the robust man and his companions fled in a state of disarray from the tavern, they encountered a tall, slender man. "Hey, good fellow, may I inquire about something personal?" The lanky man, wearing sunglasses and clad in a yellow shirt paired with white trousers and black casual shoes, exuded an air of elegance. "Leave me be, I don't know." The robust man and his companions, gripped by terror, had no inclination to engage with a passerby, each one fleeing in fright. However, as they had only just sprinted a few meters, the slender man appeared before them with astonishing speed, lazily stating, "No need to be in such a hurry. Take a good look." With that, a bounty notice appeared before the eyes of the robust man and his companions. Just as the robust man was about to unleash his fury, he found himself utterly stunned upon seeing the image on the notice. His eyes nearly popped from their sockets, and his mouth fell agape. The individual depicted on the bounty was none other than the infamous Devil Sean, for whom a staggering bounty of 38 billion had been placed, and they had just crossed paths with him. After a moment of hesitation, the brawny man trembled and stammered, "All right, then you may begin." With that, the tall, slender man extended his right index finger and gently prodded, a beam of light slicing through the air and in an instant, piercing the brawny man's chest. The light then vanished into his body, transforming his expression into one of agony. He fell backwards, landing on the ground with a muffled groan, his eyes wide open, reflecting an unwillingness to close them. Witnessing the death of their leader at the hands of this slender man left the remaining 11 pirates utterly stunned. How formidable! Who is he? The gazes of the dozen pirates trembled as they regarded the seemingly frail figure before them. "Well, it is time to conclude this. Allow you to experience the speed of light," the tall man declared, and in an instant he vanished from sight, reappearing amidst the group of pirates. His movements were exceedingly peculiar, disappearing almost in the blink of an eye, his speed astonishingly swift, rendering him nearly invisible. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of muffled impacts echoed as the pirates were swiftly dispatched. At that moment, Sean had just departed from the tavern when he found his path obstructed. "Hey, terrifying devil, where are you headed?" The slender man inquired with a playful expression directed at Sean. Recognizing him at once, Sean identified the man as Kozuki, one of the highest-ranking admirals of the Navy, a user of the light fruit. With a raised eyebrow and a subtle smile gracing his lips, Sean replied, "I was on my way to the Navy headquarters. Little did I expect to encounter Admiral Kozuki here. What fortunate timing." Upon hearing this, a smile also appeared on Kozuki's face. "Indeed, what luck. I just stepped out and encountered the devil, Sean. No need for me to search far and wide." No sooner had he finished speaking than Kozuki's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Sean. He then unleashed a lightning-fast kick aimed at Sean, the speed beyond comprehension. How swift! Sean was taken aback. This velocity surpassed what the ordinary I could perceive. Even if he employed his own instantaneous movement, he doubted he could match such rapidity. Moreover, the force behind that light-speed kick posed a significant threat of injury. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Sean evaded the strike. Boom! Kozuki's attack cleaved into a massive boulder in the distance, splitting it in two, a deep gash evident as if severed by a sharp blade. "Impressive. You managed to evade my light-speed kick," Kozuki remarked, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. In the next moment, he advanced once more, delivering a kick aimed directly at Sean's face. This time, Kozuki employed not merely a single kick, but a combination of hands and feet, his speed astonishingly breathtaking. A flurry of light flashing around Sean. Although Sean was well aware of Kozuki's extraordinary speed, witnessing it firsthand left him slightly astonished. However, such swiftness was not beyond his own capabilities. First step. At that moment, just as the yellow ape's strike was about to shatter Sean's skull, Sean's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing 100 meters away. In that instant, he was no longer the same as before. Beneath his feet, an indistinct ripple of an invisible wave began to emanate outward, and as the wave spread, Sean's silhouette flickered like an afterimage in the void, eluding perception. Each of the yellow ape's attacks fell short. Chapter 29. The Shadowless Kick of Buddha, the lightning-fast series of kicks witnessing Sean's form continuously fading from view. A look of astonishment crossed the yellow ape's face. Soon after, a faint smile graced his lips as he called out to Sean, "Hey you, the title of demon is indeed well-deserved. Your speed nearly rivals my light speed." "Enough chatter," Sean replied curtly, and with a firm step on the ground, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the yellow ape. This explosive movement was fueled by his burning divine power from the Diamond Realm, reaching an extraordinary pinnacle that few could capture. However, the side effects were evident. It required substantial divine energy to sustain, and once depleted, he would succumb to weakness. Thus, a swift resolution was paramount. The longer the battle lingered, the more likely the tumult would attract countless naval forces, leading to further complications. As Sean swiftly approached, the yellow ape smiled and said, "Demon, have you ever witnessed the Lightspeed series of kicks?" Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished, reappearing at Sean's side. With a flick of his leg, numerous kicking shadows materialized in the air, accompanied by a howling wind bearing down upon Sean. Sean's figure danced in midair, narrowly evading these attacking shadows, while his arms flailed continuously, blocking the barrage of light-speed kicks. However, the yellow ape, a seasoned combatant, quickly adapted to Sean's techniques in a short span. He became intimately familiar with Sean's every move, controlling the flow of the battle. Sean's efforts to break through his offensive were futile, as every strike was deftly neutralized. "Indeed, my prey possesses astonishing speed. It is exhilarating." The yellow ape's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the first time he encountered such a formidable opponent in terms of speed, and his anticipation for the confrontation with Sean grew. "Little demon, I am eager to experience your limits. Show me what you can do." "Since you wish to test my limits, I shall reveal to you what they truly are," Sean replied with a cold smirk. As his words fell, his speed surged once more, multiplying several times, akin to an arrow released from a bow, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the yellow ape. How terrifying! A smirk of derision crossed the yellow ape's lips. In the next moment, he emitted a blinding flash, instantly vanishing from his position, only to reappear beside Sean, unleashing a terrifying series of light-speed kicks. This time, his lightning-fast series of kicks was relentless, ceaselessly targeting Sean's vital points. Each strike possessed a terrifying speed and power that enveloped Sean entirely, creating a barrage of kicks that was nearly impossible to defend against. You think you're the only one who can kick? I can deliver a kick as well. At that moment, Sean bellowed. While he was indeed astonished by the speed of the yellow ape, he did not feel fear. After all, with his full explosive speed, he could easily match his opponent's pace. What frustrated him was that this yellow ape was like a being of light, emitting blinding flashes that stung his eyes. To deal with such a foe, Sean preferred to send him flying far away. Foshan's shadowless kick. Just then, Sean's explosive speed surged again, unleashing a terrifying velocity and force as he darted into the yellow ape's attack range. Subsequently, he leaped, alternating his kicks in rapid succession, each kick faster and more powerful than the last. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Sean's Foshan shadowless kick clashed repeatedly with the yellow ape's lightning-fast barrage, producing a series of dull thuds that pierced the air. This time, Sean's speed was astonishing. Each strike surpassed the speed of lightning. Each blow felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The yellow ape staggered backward, his face paling from the relentless barrage of kicks. 1239 910 0108. As Sean's foot sliced through the flurry of lightning-fast kicks, it landed with force against the yellow ape's chest. His speed surged again, delivering hundreds of kicks that landed almost entirely on the yellow ape's torso, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a building. 108 kicks per second. What kind of technique is this? In the rubble, the yellow ape slowly rose. A look of shock etched on his face as he regarded Sean, who was approaching with a steady gait. Want to learn? I can teach you, Sean remarked with a slight smile. Look, the villa has collapsed. At that moment, the intense commotion from their battle had attracted a crowd. As they beheld the devastation, they were filled with astonishment, and when their eyes fell upon Sean, their expressions turned to sheer terror. Could this truly be the notorious pirate, the Devil Sean? Did he create that terrifying ruckus? My goodness, the houses over there have all been demolished. How frightening. I have never seen anyone capable of bringing down the walls of a building. This devil is truly terrifying. I am fortunate to have never crossed him. At that moment, the murmurs of the crowd rose and fell, their gazes toward Sean filled with awe. Wait, Kyuko Lola, look. The man lying in the rubble seems to be Admiral Yellow Ape. At that moment, an elderly man pointed towards the fallen figure, his face reflecting immense shock. Hearing his voice, the crowd quickly turned their gaze to the wreckage, and indeed, there sat a man, battered and bruised, with his face swollen and his mouth askew. At this moment, the yellow ape gasped heavily, his face a portrait of shock. Sean's final kick had struck him squarely in the face, shattering his sunglasses and fracturing his nasal bone. Is this truly the formidable Admiral Yellow Ape? I have seen him in the newspapers. How can this be possible? After all, Admiral Yellow Ape is one of the most powerful commanders of the Navy headquarters. Could it be that he is no match for the notorious pirate, Sean? As the crowd recognized the fallen figure amidst the rubble, their astonishment was palpable. This was none other than Admiral Yellow Ape, one of the three great admirals of the Navy headquarters, a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, possessing remarkable swordsmanship, powerful kicking techniques, and exceptional shooting skills. The fact that such a formidable figure had been bested by the devilish Sean was simply unbelievable. Chapter 30, Decayed to a Sword. A sword opens the heavenly gate while the crowd remained in stunned silence. Yellow Ape slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a glimmer of rage. Sean's strength surpassed his expectations. His speed was astonishing, and his kicking techniques were terrifying, each strike imbued with incredible force. Yet, he was a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, a man who commanded the speed of light. Little devil, the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi are not limited to this. If you think you can defeat me with such abilities alone, You are sorely mistaken. A frenzied light flickered in Yellow Ape's eyes as he suddenly lunged toward Sean. This time, his speed reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Sean, a sword of light coalescing in his hand. Heavenly light. This is a photon sword, formed from concentrated light. Is Admiral Yellow Ape preparing to unleash his swordsmanship? Let's not forget, he is also a master swordsman with exceptional skills. Indeed, Admiral Yellow Ape's swordplay is among the finest. It seemed he was ready to employ his sword techniques. If that were the case, the devilish Sean might truly be facing his demise. As they beheld the brilliantly radiant sword of light, the faces of those surrounding them were marked with astonishment. At that moment, Yellow Ape swung the sword of light downwards with ferocious intent. A fierce gust of wind accompanying the attack as it surged toward Sean. Faced with this sword technique, Sean sensed a hint of danger. After all, the cutting power of this photon strike could surely rend anything apart, and he was uncertain whether his formidable diamond body could withstand it. Realizing this, divine power ignited within him once more, and his explosive speed surged as he suddenly darted aside, narrowly evading the lethal blow. However, it was clear that Yellow Ape would not relent. Little devil, meet your end. Tengaku no Thamatsu. In that instant, he unleashed the sword of light with a fierce swing, slicing through the air as a colossal beam of sword light surged toward Sean with lightning speed, as if intent on cleaving him in two. This is the swordsmanship of Admiral Yellow Ape? Its might is astonishing. How formidable! With such a terrifying strike, it seemed that the devilish Sean might truly be unable to evade this one. Indeed, this time, even the formidable devil Sean could not withstand the swordsmanship of Admiral Kozuki. However, it was unexpected that such a scene could be witnessed firsthand. As they beheld the terrifying sword light, astonishment involuntarily escaped the lips of the onlookers. Their eyes ablaze with fervor, all convinced that Sean was truly doomed. Yet, at that moment, a surprising turn of events unfolded once more. Just as the immense sword light grew increasingly radiant, Sean's right hand began to coalesce a massive sword of a pale green hue. The giant blade exuded an eerie aura of death, enveloped by a thin veil of green mist that danced along its edge. What is this? Observing the sudden appearance of this strange sword in Sean's grasp, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, their shock evident as they whispered. Could he also be a user of a natural-type devil fruit? No, this is not formed from photon condensation. It resembles the manifestation of corrosive miasma, exclaimed a young man, his eyes wide with disbelief. Corrosive miasma? What is that? It is a unique toxin capable of decaying all living beings, inducing a myriad of adverse effects on the body, ultimately leading to a gruesome demise through rot or even complete disintegration into dust, explained an elder with a complex gaze. Upon hearing this, fear washed over the faces of the crowd, and they turned their gazes toward Sean, beads of sweat forming on their brows. At that moment, facing the oncoming blinding sword light, Sean gripped the giant sword with his right arm, its tip planted firmly on the ground, his gaze fixated ahead. In the next instant, as the dazzling sword light approached within mere inches of his body, Sean's aura erupted, and he swung the massive sword horizontally before him. One sword to open the heavenly gate. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the strike, slicing through the air. A sharp sound echoed as Sean's sword cleaved the brilliant sword light into fragments, and the terrifying attack continued to surge towards Kozuki, creating an oppressive sense of suffocation. Witnessing this unfolding spectacle, the surrounding crowd's expressions morphed in shock, prompting them to retreat immediately. At that moment, Kozuki, watching his own attack obliterated by Sean, displayed an expression of profound disbelief, his countenance shifting dramatically. Tengaku no Tachi, Kozuki exclaimed as he saw the azure swordlight approach. His face darkened, and gritting his teeth, he unleashed two more brilliant swordlights. This time, the speed and power of these strikes were enhanced, yet Kozuki's complexion grew pale from the exertion. Regrettably, he found himself utterly incapable of countering Sean's one sword to open the heavenly gate. The two radiant sword lights, before even drawing close, were swiftly corroded into nothingness by the pale green blade, as if they had never existed. How formidable! The Devil Shan truly lives up to his name, demonstrating not only mastery in swordsmanship, but also wielding such an eerie and terrifying technique. To my astonishment, even Admiral Kozuki proved no match. A terrifying realization that filled me with dread. Gazing at the unfolding scene, all onlookers in the distance wore expressions of shock and fear. How could this be possible? As the events transpired, Kozuki's pupils abruptly constricted, his face a mask of disbelief as he looked toward Shan, his eyes brimming with incredulity and confusion. He had unleashed the most powerful lightspeed slash. How could it be so easily consumed? Suddenly, the ominous sword aura, accompanied by a putrid essence, surged forth, crashing violently into Kozuki's entire being. Blood gushed forth, his Busashuko Haki dissipating, and he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, dust swirling, smoke billowing, the scene utterly monumental. Even more astonishing was that the terrifying azure sword light showed no sign of dissipating. Instead, it stretched toward the western horizon. The onlookers' expressions of astonishment deepened as they witnessed the spectacle. How incredible! That was Admiral Kozuki, and he was defeated just like that? I refuse to believe it. The demon Shan is truly fearsome. As the crowd absorbed the shock of Kozuki's defeat, the fearsome azure sword light reached the sky's zenith, culminating in a violent explosion that transformed into a colossal mushroom cloud. Expanding outward, the explosive force seemingly capable of annihilating everything in its wake. Even the heavens bore witness, as dark fissures appeared in the sky, resembling a celestial gateway. Admiral Kozuki, I beg your pardon. I possess a modicum of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, as Kozuki lay dazed on the ground, a clear voice suddenly pierced his ears. In an instant, Shan appeared before him like a flash of lightning. How terrifying! Kozuki struggled to raise his head, managing to utter a few words before slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 31. Capturing Kozuki alive. The shock of the Whitebeard pirates. Admiral Kozuki has been defeated just like that. I can hardly believe it. The demon Shan is astonishingly powerful. Is this the true strength of the notorious pirate, the demon Shan? Terrifying. Witnessing Kozuki's defeat, the mouths of the crowd gaped in disbelief. Shan paid no heed to the murmurs of the onlookers. With a swift motion, he hefted Kozuki and vanished from the area. Half an hour later, Shan came to a halt in a secluded part of a small island, carrying Kozuki. At this moment, Kozuki was entirely unconscious, plunged into a state of extreme weakness, utterly unresponsive. Exhaling a long breath, Shan's complexion paled slightly. Utilizing divine power to execute the explosive step granted him remarkable speed, yet it exacted a terrifying toll. Especially the prior technique, the sword that opened the celestial gate, which was unleashed through the gathering of the Xidigarba's miasma, draining immense energy. Now, Shan needed to recover swiftly to prepare for the impending battle. The divine power of longevity gradually coursed through Shaoan's body, and in a matter of moments, the weariness that had enveloped his limbs and bones was entirely restored, with his strength now greater than ever before. Seizing the moment, Shaoan immediately employed memory probing on the unconscious Huang Yuan. To his disappointment, the man's mind was preoccupied solely with thoughts of how to pass the day, the amount of his salary for the month, and where to vacation. There was not a shred of useful information to be gleaned. Nevertheless, Shaoan did uncover some insights regarding Ace. At that moment, Huang Yuan's memories revealed that Ace remained imprisoned and impelled down, under the watch of Warden Magellan. However, in 2 days, he would be transported to the execution platform at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, escorted by the very Vice Admiral, the Weasel, who had recently been forced to jump ship alongside Vice Admiral Bastille. Having delved into Huang Yuan's memories, Shaoan swiftly utilized the power of the Void Mind realm to exert mental control over the weak and unconscious man, ensuring he would not escape upon regaining consciousness. This mental manipulation was relatively straightforward, akin to the control he once exerted over Run T within the Flying Six. The purer the thoughts of an individual, the easier they were to control, and Huang Yuan was no exception. However, such control could only be achieved while he remained in his weakened, unconscious state. 2 days later, Xiao In ensconced Huang Yuan within a burlap sack, shouldering him, and awaited in the southeastern part of the island. Today marked the day of his rendezvous with the Whitebeard pirates, coinciding with Ace's imminent public execution. After half an hour, a formidable fleet finally emerged on the distant horizon, its leading sails emblazoned with a white skull flag. Indeed, the Whitebeard pirates, accompanied by a multitude of pirate ships. Among them were the icebreaker ship of the Ice Witch, Windy Bay, Elmi's grand vessel, and the ships of Captain Kuro and the peculiar monk, Urki, among others. These constituted the entirety of Whitebeard's formidable forces, vast and unimaginable in number. Just days prior, upon learning of Ace's capture, Whitebeard had been consumed with rage, promptly summoning all the pirate factions under his command to prepare for a rescue mission at Marine headquarters. Today was the day they would unite with First Mate Xiao and to embark on this perilous endeavor. Faster, push harder, more speed, Marco exclaimed excitedly, urging the sails to surge forward as he caught sight of a familiar figure. Old man, look quickly. It appears to be that lad Xiaoan. Marco's gaze was fixed on the silhouette ahead, his voice brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard followed Marco's line of sight, and upon spotting Xiao In, a wave of exhilaration washed over his countenance. Gurura, indeed it is that little fellow. Quick, accelerate, he urged, his voice infused with uncontainable joy, his eyes sparkling with profound enthusiasm. The days of Xiaoan's absence had weighed heavily on him, filling him with worry, particularly after hearing of Ace's capture. His concern for Xiao In intensified, for he was out there alone, pursuing the treacherous traitor Blackbeard Teach. After a brief moment, the grand ship of the Whitebeard pirates came to a halt before Sean. Gulalala, little one, at last, we meet, Whitebeard exclaimed, rushing forward to envelop Sean in a manly embrace, his voice resounding with warmth. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Sean couldn't help but smile, leaping onto the deck while tossing the sack from his shoulder onto the ship. Haha, you made quite a name for yourself lately, becoming a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1.38 billion in such a short time. Marco suddenly ambushed from behind, wrapping his arms around Sean's neck and laughing heartily. This time, I brought gifts for everyone. Sean smiled slightly, his gaze shifting towards the sack on the deck. Oh, you clever fellow, bringing us gifts. Let me see what treasures you have, Marco chuckled, releasing his hold and moving toward the sack. Diamond Jaws and several other captains, along with other crew members, began to gather around, their eyes brimming with anticipation. What'll be inside? It looks quite heavy. It must be substantial. Perhaps it's a great treasure that Vice Captain Sean has acquired, worth a fortune. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their eyes fixated on the sack, each face reflecting curiosity. Hehe, I'll open it first. Everyone shares in the spoils. Marco grinned, reaching for the rope. With a soft sound, the sack's cord fell to the ground. As Marco pulled aside the sack, a tall, slender figure emerged into view. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Wise man, this is absurd. If you were to capture someone, it should have been a beautiful woman, Marco exclaimed in irritation, addressing Sean. Sean smiled faintly and replied, Marco, take a closer look. Do you recognize him? Upon hearing Sean's words, Marco turned back to the sack in confusion. The figure inside was tightly bound, revealing only the outline of a man, seemingly unconscious. Squatting down, Marco grasped the bottom of the sack and yanked it down forcefully. With a rustling sound, the person wrapped within the sack came into full view. This is Admiral Kizuru. Marco gasped, his face etched with shock, his mouth agape. He could hardly believe that Sean had managed to capture Kizuru alive and brought him back. After all, Kizuru was one of the highest combat powers within the Navy headquarters. This was utterly astonishing. It's Admiral Kizuru, Marco exclaimed again. At this, the crowd turned their gaze in unison toward Marco's exclamation, and upon seeing Kizuru's face, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Holy moly, Admiral Kizuru! It is indeed the Navy Admiral Kizuru. He has actually been captured by Vice Captain Xiao. A chorus of astonished voices erupted, each gaze filled with disbelief. Diamond Jaw's face mirrored shock as he fixated on Kizuru's form. Immediately, he stepped forward. In full view of the crowd, and pinched Kizaru's cheek, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is the genuine article, the Navy Admiral Kizaru. You, my friend, are truly a devil. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable that you could bind even an admiral of the Navy. You are quite the superlative anomaly." Marco's eyes widened in astonishment, his shock difficult to articulate. "Ah, in this world, there are many things beyond your imagination." Shoutin chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned about capturing Kizaru. In truth, the plan to rescue Ace had not originally included this development. Shoutin had simply not foreseen that the Navy headquarters would dispatch Admiral Kizaru to apprehend him at such a critical juncture. Thus, he seized the opportunity to bind Kizaru, ensuring that the Navy would lack a portion of its combat strength during the battle. The moment of public execution would surely elicit a remarkable reaction from the Navy headquarters. "Ha ha ha, my little friend, you truly outdid yourself. Once Sengoku learns of this, he will surely be furious." Whitebeard, having just recovered from his shock, gazed at Shoutin and burst into laughter. Shoutin, upon hearing this, could not help but smile faintly. Before long, all factions of the Whitebeard pirates swiftly advanced towards Marine headquarters at Marineford. Chapter 32. The Imminent Battle. Kizaru vanished, level 6 of Impelled Down. "Ace, you scoundrel." Garp's face was a tapestry of fury and helplessness as he looked upon the disheveled Ace within the cage, his heart aching profoundly. Ace had grown up before his eyes, akin to a cherished grandson, yet now he found himself imprisoned in this forsaken hell, enduring such torment. "Old man, is that you?" Ace slowly lifted his head, regarding Garp with a pale, weak smile. "Why, you and Luffy, why must you oppose me? I have implored you countless times not to become pirates, yet you would not listen, and ultimately, both of you chose that path." Garp sighed, his face clouded with sorrow. "Speaking of Luffy fills me with rage. Do you know what he did at Sabaody Archipelago? He actually struck a celestial dragon, and quite fiercely at that." Garp lamented, shaking his head in exasperation. "It is all my fault for not caring for you properly. I have let your father, Roger, down." Upon hearing this, Ace's expression transformed into one of pure fury. His teeth clenched as he suddenly roared, "Do not ever mention that person to me again. My father has always been one and only one, Whitebeard." "You are such a scoundrel," Garp sighed, his aged face etched with sorrow. After a long moment, he turned away, his gaze heavy with melancholy. Shortly after Cap left, Warden Magellan announced that the time for execution had come, preparing to escort Ace from Impelled Down to the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing these words, Ace visibly trembled. Although he had anticipated this day, the reality of the moment enveloped him in a suffocating sensation, as if his heart were being tightly squeezed. He feared not death itself, but rather the thought of Whitebeard and that fellow Luffy attempting to rescue him, only to be vanquished by the Navy. "Let us proceed. Fire Fist, Ace," Warden Magellan stated coldly, his gaze fixed on Ace. "Your fate has long been sealed. But do not worry. Soon, the Whitebeard pirates and your brother Luffy will meet the same end." Ace clenched his jaw, remaining silent, as he stood and was led out of his cell. The task of escorting him fell to Rear Admiral Squirrel and Rear Admiral Bastille. After retrieving Ace, they hastened towards the Navy headquarters. The escort mission filled Squirrel with trepidation. Not long ago, he had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of the notorious pirate, the Devil Sean, who had even seized his ship. Now, he genuinely feared that Sean would come seeking trouble again, especially considering reports indicated that this infamous pirate had recently become the new vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, undoubtedly involved in the plan to rescue Ace. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, allowing Squirrel to breathe a sigh of relief. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, the shores were already teeming with soldiers. Numerous artillery emplacements were meticulously arranged, and a variety of large warships docked at the harbor, their cannons aimed both at the bay and the horizon. The naval patrols stood in orderly formation on either side of the port, with 100,000 elite Navy soldiers. Alongside the combined forces of the 7 warlords of the sea, they possessed the strength to decimate any pirate crew. Even the Whitebeard pirates, should they muster all their power, would find it nearly impossible to withstand such might. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. Each Navy soldier wore a serious expression, as if on the brink of conflict. This war was poised to be the largest in history. Regardless of the outcome, it would dramatically alter the world's power dynamics. At this moment, beneath the weight of 100,000 elite soldiers, Marineford was steeped in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, the air seeming to grow thick with tension. In addition to this, the members of the 7 warlords of the sea were all in position, including Doflamingo, Moonlight Moria, and the Empress Hancock, among others. In the square, a massive din-din mushi had been set up, ready to broadcast the events unfolding at the Navy headquarters to the entire world, allowing everyone to witness the spectacle firsthand. As people around the globe beheld the scene, they were left in awe. What an astonishing sight, truly befitting of the Navy headquarters. Is this a live battlefield broadcast? Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates dare to come today? They face 100,000 elite Navy soldiers. This scene is truly insane. The Navy headquarters is resolutely determined to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. Should the Whitebeard pirates dare to show up, it may very well spell their demise, for they stand no chance against the encirclement of 100,000 Navy soldiers. Indeed, this is the most terrifying lineup I have ever witnessed. If the Whitebeard pirates make an appearance, it is likely that the largest war in history will erupt. Such a formidable presence is astonishing. However, the beauty of the Empress Hancock captivates me. I cannot help but wish to embrace her and delve deeper into her essence. At this very moment, people from all corners of the world, be they commoners or affluent magnates, even some pirate crews, are engaged in fervent discussions about the outcome of this battle. The focus of their debates predominantly rests on the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters, with only a few individuals fixated on the screen, lost in daydreams about the Empress Hancock. Yet, at that instant, all discussions abruptly ceased, for 2 towering figures emerged in everyone's line of sight. On the platform, 2 men clad in white Navy coats, emblazoned with the word justice on their backs, appeared. They were none other than the Navy's highest combatants, Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu. The sight of these 2 ignited a fervor among the crowd. It is indeed the formidable Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu. They exude an impressive presence, truly deserving of their titles as the Navy's supreme strength. Wait, where is Admiral Kazuru? Someone in the crowd questioned, filled with confusion. Indeed, under normal circumstances, in such a significant event with the Navy's top powers present, Admiral Kazuru should not be absent. Why is he not here? The appearance of Akainu and Akiji sparked a wave of chatter across the globe. Meanwhile, in the office of Sengoku, frustration simmered. Where on earth has that rascal Kazura gone? Does he not understand the significance of today? Sengoku's expression darkened as he glared at Kizaru's subordinate, demanding, "Find him immediately. If you do not, I shall dock your salaries for a year." "Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I will go at once." Chapter 33. The revelation of Ace's origins. Look, it's Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Is this truly the man known as the Buddha of the Navy and the strategist Sengoku? Indeed, he possesses a commanding aura. Yes, he is the highest authority within the Navy. At that moment, Sengoku emerged from his office, causing a stir among the crowds gathered around the world. Amidst the murmurs, Sengoku slowly approached one side of the execution platform, receiving a din-din mushi presented by his subordinate. He declared in a resonant voice, "Before this monumental moment, I shall announce an exceedingly significant matter to the entire world." As he spoke, a heavy iron door creaked open. Under the watch of 2 guards, a disheveled figure, hands bound in sea-stone handcuffs, was led toward the execution platform. The blinding sunlight compelled Ace to open his weary eyes. Instinctively, he looked up, gradually comprehending the situation before him. The white Navy coats fluttered in the wind, as thousands of Navy soldiers stood in orderly formation on either side, their serious gazes fixed upon the execution platform, creating a grandiose atmosphere that sent a shiver down one's spine. "Old man Luffy, please do not come," Ace silently whispered to himself. This was his final hope. Gazing at Ace, whose complexion had turned pale, Sengoku slowly approached his side. Observing Ace, shackled and kneeling before the execution platform, Sengoku spoke with a calm yet resonant voice, announcing the grave matter at hand. "This is regarding the condemned criminal, Portgasti Ace. As his words echoed, Sengoku's piercing gaze fixated on Ace, demanding, "Port Gasti, Ace, reveal to the world who your father truly is." Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Ace's expression turned icy. He abruptly lifted his disheveled hair and bellowed, "My father is Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. He is the most powerful man in this world." "Fool, do you think you can conceal the truth from everyone?" Sengoku's expression darkened. "Your lineage has already determined your fate." Ace scoffed, defiantly raising his chin, insisting, "I shall repeat myself. My father is Whitebeard." Witnessing Ace's steadfastness, a flicker of anger crossed Sengoku's face. "After an extensive investigation by the Navy headquarters, we have uncovered some revelations. Your mother was Port Gasti Rouge, the wife of Gold Roger, the Pirate King, who was publicly executed in Logtown years ago. In a desperate attempt to prevent the world government from discovering that you are the son of the Pirate King Roger, Port Gasti Rouge went to great lengths to delay your birth, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion after bringing you into this world. Therefore, your father is Gold Roger. You are the descendant of an infamous criminal." At these words, Ace's expression twisted in anguish. In that moment, he felt an icy chill envelop his heart. Below the platform, Garp watched this scene unfold, his aged face etched with sorrow and helplessness. "I am sorry. I failed to protect you, Ace." Simultaneously, this revelation sent shockwaves across the globe. Fire Fist Ace, the son of the Pirate King Roger? The notion that a descendant of such a notorious lineage could still be alive was almost inconceivable. This was monumental news. Who would have imagined that the son of Gold Roger was none other than the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace? Given his lineage of criminals, it was only fitting that his blood should be spilled. The news of Ace's heritage had ignited fervor throughout the world. At this moment, discussions regarding Ace's identity erupted everywhere, and for some, the Navy headquarters' decision to execute Ace was seen as nothing short of brilliant. The elimination of a descendant of such criminality was deemed the most righteous course of action. How astonishing and exhilarating! Who would have thought this fellow Ace possesses such an astounding lineage? Below the execution platform, Don Quixote da Flamingo revealed a hint of interest. Not just him. Upon hearing Sengoku's monumental announcement, the naval officers at the headquarters were equally taken aback. Just 2 days prior to the execution, Sengoku had convened all high-ranking naval officials for a pre-battle meeting, concluding with a promise to unveil a shocking secret on the day of the execution. Unforeseen, this monumental secret pertains to the lineage of Port Gasti Ace. Shortly after Sengoku revealed Ace's heritage, journalists from various regions of the world fervently reported this astonishing news. Port Gasti Ace is astonishingly the son of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. This revelation is simply incredible. It is undoubtedly the headline of the century. I have even envisioned the title, The Mysterious Lineage of Port Gasti Ace. Who could have imagined that the heritage of Fire Fist Ace would be so astonishing? Newspaper offices and media reporters worldwide are in a frenzy discussing this revelation. At this moment, Sengoku's voice resounded once more from the execution platform. The Navy headquarters upholds the justice that reigns supreme over the world, and this public execution carries profound significance. However, as his words fell, an astounding number of pirate ships suddenly emerged upon the previously tranquil sea, hastily advancing towards the Navy headquarters. They have arrived. The Whitebeard pirates are coming. Observing the surging fleet, the Navy scouts atop the lookout tower immediately shouted. At this moment, audiences across the globe erupted in excitement. Look, so many pirate ships are arriving. It seems this battle is inevitable. This conflict is destined to become a part of history. Meanwhile, as they gazed upon the approaching pirate fleet, Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged concerned glances. For among the multitude of pirate ships, not a single one belonged to the Whitebeard pirates. Just as their doubts began to surface, enormous bubbles suddenly erupted from beneath the water within the crescent-shaped bay, followed by the emergence of a colossal pirate ship adorned with a whale's head at its bow. It was none other than the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. They have come, they have arrived. It is indeed the Whitebeard pirates. The appearance of the Moby Dick left audiences worldwide in sheer astonishment. At the execution platform, witnessing the sudden arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace clenched his teeth, his lips quivering, and then abruptly lifted his head to shout towards the Moby Dick, "Old man." No sooner had he uttered the words than a figure stepped forth from the Moby Dick. With a crescent-shaped white mustache and a towering stature, clad in a white coat and wielding the supreme sword, the Gura no Mi, it was none other than the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Gura, Ace, we have come to rescue you. Chapter 34. The Arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates. Let me forge a path of blood. The emergence of Whitebeard once more shook people across the globe. No one could have anticipated that despite the Navy's meticulous arrangements, the Whitebeard pirates would boldly appear. At this moment, Sengoku's gaze fixated intensely upon Whitebeard. On the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard gripped his mighty sword, Gura no Mi. His icy gaze locked on his Sengoku, and with a chilling tone, he demanded, "Sengoku, return my son to me." As soon as the words left his lips, Whitebeard's arms swung through the air. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound, the surrounding void suddenly fractured, with fissures rapidly spreading, and an overwhelming pressure began to permeate the air. Subsequently, the square of the naval headquarters was suddenly shaken by a violent tremor, causing the ground to sway. Witnessing this scene, everyone wore expressions of astonishment. Is this the true power of Whitebeard? Indeed, it is terrifying. A mere casual gesture has triggered an earthquake. How formidable! Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, the earth trembled, and suddenly, vast volumes of seawater surged forth. In an instant, the water roared towards the Navy like a tornado. This is disastrous, a tsunami. Hurry, take cover. Amidst the astonishment, terrified screams erupted, and figures hurriedly fled in all directions. Towering waves surged skyward, unleashing a cataclysmic tsunami that rolled forth like a relentless tide. However, at that moment, a tall figure leapt from the high platform, landing before Whitebeard. Ice Age. Instantly, a terrifying frost enveloped Aokiji, and with a fierce force, his right hand pressed against the ground. The tumultuous tsunami froze mid-air, and the entire sea surface crystallized into blocks of ice. Witnessing this spectacle, all present couldn't help but gasp in awe. Is this the power of the ice fruit? How astonishing! The battle between the Admiral and the Yonko truly is fearsome. As everyone stared in disbelief, a lean figure suddenly surged forth from the Moby Dick, appearing before their eyes with lightning speed. This figure was none other than Sean. At first, the crowd was taken aback by his sudden appearance. Yet, it wasn't long before someone recognized his identity. He is the notorious pirate, the Devil Sean, the one with a bounty of 38 billion. Indeed, not only that, but he also killed the drought-causing Jack and the plague-bearing Queen, and even routed the Flying Six. You are all unaware of the full story. I've heard he is the newly appointed vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and just days ago, he destroyed the warship led by Rear Admiral Squirrel. Upon hearing the name of the infamous pirate, the Devil Sean, both Navy personnel and people from across the world were abuzz with conversation, their faces filled with shock and horror. In recent days, the name of the Devil Sean has resounded like thunder, with some claiming he rivals the Yonko. Seeing Sean's emergence, Squirrel displayed profound astonishment. He had suffered great losses at Sean's hands and now regarded him with immense caution. Could this young man be the one capable of wielding my Meteor Fist technique? Below the execution platform, Garp observed Sean with a slight smirk, intrigued, while an inexplicable glimmer of hope stirred within him. Is the Devil Sean this young lad? Doesn't he seem all that impressive? In contrast, Admiral Akainu simply took a puff from his cigar, casually remarking. Truth be told, he had never paid much attention to Sean's exploits. At that moment, in front of the execution platform, Sengoku's expression grew serious as he gazed at Sean. Not long ago, upon learning of Sean's identity and achievements, he dispatched the formidable Admiral Kizuru to apprehend him, intending to publicly execute Ace today to instill fear in pirate crews worldwide. However, to his astonishment, Kizuru did not pursue the capture. Instead, he mysteriously vanished at such a critical moment, much to Sengoku's displeasure. Deputy Captain Sean, it's bad news. Admiral Kizaru has somehow escaped from the sack. At that moment, a pirate named Ramos swiftly approached Sean, his face etched with urgency. He got away. Upon hearing Ramos's words, Sean raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. Yet he activated the power of his void realm to investigate. Indeed, the individual had unexpectedly recovered and freed himself from mental control, stealthily slipping away. Truly, he was a formidable user of the Pika Pika no Mi. It was likely during the chaos of the tsunami's onset that he seized the opportunity to transform into light and flee from the Moby Dick. Sean soon caught a glimpse of Kizaru's figure. Ever since he had bound him, he had implanted a corpse poison within him. Now, as the toxin stirred, Sean quickly located Kizaru's presence. At that moment, Kizaru had appeared next to Akainu on the elevated platform. Kizaru, why have you only just arrived? Akainu exhaled a plume of smoke, regarding the newly appeared Kizaru with a puzzled expression. Hehe, I overslept a bit, Kizaru replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Akainu furrowed his brow, glancing at Kizaru's tattered attire, his confusion deepening. Nevertheless, he had unwavering faith in Kizaru's strength and did not dwell on it further. Gulalala, young one, let us fight side by side and rescue Ace. At that moment, Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, calling out loudly to Sean. Behind him, the immortal Marco, Diamond Jozu, and the swordsman Vista, among other captains, made their appearances. Old man, allow me, the vice-captain, to carve a bloody path to bolster everyone's morale. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Sean's mouth. He then turned to Ramos beside him, saying, Ramos, lend me your sword. Ramos promptly unsheathed a black longsword from his waist and handed it to Sean. Gripping the hilt tightly with his right hand, Sean's gaze became piercing. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically. His deep, obsidian eyes shone like two radiant jewels, emanating a dark brilliance. My heart desires to scorch the heavens. Even 1,000,000 troops cannot prevail. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying energy coalesced upon Sean's blade, transforming him into a being of immense power, radiating an aura of destruction. In the next instant, a cataclysmic force emanated from the sword's edge. Witnessing this, everyone held their breath. Only Kizaru, his eyelids twitching, seemed to sense the impending danger, instinctively leaping back several paces. Chapter 35. Cross-slash. The war begins cross-slash. At that moment, accompanied by a low growl from Sean, his long knife struck down fiercely, delivering a cross-shaped slash. With a thunderous roar, the entire sea erupted. A colossal cross-shaped strike, imbued with terrifying power, surged forth. In an instant, everyone felt a suffocating sense of impending doom. Boom! The immense cross-slash crashed onto the naval warships ahead, shattering several massive vessels into splinters, while the earth split open, creating vast chasms that spread like a spider's web. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, a piercing sound echoed throughout the area, revealing a seemingly bottomless cross-shaped trench on the sea surface, once frozen by Admiral Akiji, resembling the very entrance to hell. With one final crack, the ice sculpture collapsed in a thunderous crash. Witnessing this spectacle, all present widened their eyes, their expressions tinged with astonishment. Hiss! What kind of slash is this? It is astonishingly powerful, even cleaving through Admiral Akiji's Ice Age. Truly, the infamous pirate Demon Sean, this cross-slash is remarkably formidable. Gasps of awe escaped the crowd as they gazed at the unfathomable trench, waves of excitement rippling through their hearts. This technique was undeniably overwhelming. Indeed, a remarkable strike. Meanwhile, in the distance, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, regarded the cross-shaped trench with a serious expression. It seems you find him quite intriguing. Beside him, Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with interest as he glanced at Mihawk, a smirk playing on his lips. Heh, he is indeed powerful. But such a level of slash should suffice against the naval cannon fodder. However, when it comes to others, it may fall short, Mihawk replied with a subtle smile. While he was both surprised and curious about Sean's cross-slash, he did not take it to heart. Gururara, the first mate carved a bloody path for the crew, shouting, Sons, charge with me. Annihilate those Navy scum and rescue Ace. At that moment, Whitebeard suddenly stood at the bow of the ship, roaring loudly. Upon hearing Whitebeard's command, Marco raised his weapon, shouting wildly, "Kill! Charge! Save Ace! Eradicate the Navy!" The pirates, stirred by this rallying cry, responded with fervor, their voices ringing out, resonating across the vast sea. Subsequently, they all charged toward the Navy, brandishing their weapons with fervor, recklessly advancing against the naval defenses. In this moment, their morale soared. Their emotions ignited, especially fueled by Sean's cross slash, which set their blood ablaze, along with the victory of capturing Kozuki, a feat that, though not yet announced, had instilled them with immense confidence. Amid the resounding battle cries, all the pirates brandished their weapons, charging fiercely toward the Navy. The clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters had finally begun. This battle was destined to be anything but tranquil. Fire the cannons! Fire the cannons! Annihilate the Whitebeard pirates! Witnessing this scene, the somber-faced warring states stood before the execution platform and barked into the microphone. As his voice echoed, a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, and the elite Navy forces, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, sprang into action. Suddenly, shells streaked through the air, accompanied by a devastating shockwave, hurtling toward the pirates ahead. Amidst the relentless barrage, numerous pirates shrieked in agony, some unable to react before being obliterated, their blood staining the sky crimson. "Damn it! A wave of pirates has breached the defense line. Eliminate them all," shouted Vice Admiral Doberman and Vice Admiral Fireburn, their faces ashen as they glared ahead. Upon hearing their furious cries, the other Navy personnel swiftly adjusted their aim. The main cannons aboard the battleships locked onto the distant targets, preparing to bombard the approaching pirates. Boom! 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 In the next moment, a volley of shells whistled from the naval cannons, sweeping toward the pirates in the distance. The thunderous cannon fire filled the air as mushroom clouds ascended, smoke swirling ominously. One by one, the pirates fell, howling in despair under the relentless assault. Yet, despite the chaos, they pressed forward, for ahead lay their comrades. Is this what war truly is? It is terrifying. If only I could wish for world peace, for everyone to live in happiness and safety. At this moment, people across the globe gazed at the images on the large screen, holding their breath, their eyes wide with shock. "Marco, cover me." In the midst of the gunfire, the swordsman Vista shouted to Marco, then dashed into a defensive line, brandishing his weapon and launching a fierce charge, causing Navy soldiers to fall one after another. In that instant, Marco transformed into his phoenix form, blue flames surging around him as he flapped his wings and soared toward the advancing Navy, unleashing a ferocious attack. From his elevated seat, Akainu suddenly turned to Kizaru, perplexed. "Kizaru, when did you become so cowardly? Was that last strike enough to frighten you?" Earlier, when Sean executed a cross slash, Kizaru instinctively recoiled a distance, a movement too conspicuous to escape Akainu's keen observation. "Oh well, standing high affords a better view." Kizaru chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Then, with a flash of golden light, he lazily leaped into the fray. As an admiral, one must take action. Otherwise, one would be the subject of gossip. "Wow, the immortal bird Marco is truly formidable. Such incredible regenerative abilities," Kizaru remarked, having swiftly appeared before Marco. Grinning with a mocking tone, his demeanor seemingly inviting a fight. "Oh, it seems we have the Great Yellow here. Being captured in a sack by our vice-captain must be quite unpleasant," Marco quipped, flapping his wings while smirking. "You really know how to hit the nail on the head, don't you?" Kizaru retorted, rolling his eyes and leisurely drifting into a brief slumber. "Enough chatter. Prepare yourself." Having spoken, Marco suddenly exerted his strength, transforming into a shooting star as he surged toward Admiral Kizaru. With a resounding thud, a single kick sent Kizaru flying several dozen meters away. The surrounding Navy soldiers were left in a state of disbelief. Did I witness this correctly? Admiral Kizaru was actually sent flying by a single blow? Chapter 36. The War at Marineford. Full-scale battle. Is this truly happening? The captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates possesses such formidable power? Could it be that Admiral Kizaru's combat prowess has diminished? I thought I heard something about Kizura being captured, along with some mention of a sack. What in the world is happening? The nearby Navy soldiers rubbed their eyes, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. Wait, look! Admiral Kizura seems unscathed. A Navy soldier exclaimed in astonishment. Not far away, Kizura stretched lazily, gradually rising from the ground with a nonchalant expression, as if nothing had transpired. I had already anticipated this. How could Admiral Kizura be so easily defeated? Upon seeing that Kizura was unharmed, many Navy soldiers felt their spirits lift once more, charging into the fray to fiercely combat their foes. Meanwhile, amidst the forces of the seven warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo cast a glance at Dracula Mihawk beside him and remarked with a grin, "The world's greatest swordsman, it seems your weapon can hardly be contained." Hehe. I eagerly anticipate the clash between you and this newly appointed vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, said Gecko Moria, squinting his eyes with a sinister smile. No, my target is not him, Mihawk replied, shaking his head. His gaze then sharpened, and in a flash, he unsheathed the legendary black blade, known as the strongest in the world, Uru. The black blade emerged, radiating a chilling brilliance and exuding a terrifying battle intent. A resonating hum filled the air as Uru was unleashed, emanating an icy glow and a formidable pressure, darting like lightning toward Whitebeard's location. The azure sword light sliced through the sky like a streak of blue silk, swiftly aiming for Whitebeard's body. Just as the menacing beam drew near, a towering figure abruptly appeared, intercepting the fearsome attack. With a thunderous crash, the azure sword light collided with Diamond Jozu. The captain had managed to withstand the assault of the world's greatest swordsman. Witnessing this scene, many pirates gaped in astonishment, their expressions reflecting profound shock. Mihawk was, after all, the world's greatest swordsman. The power behind his strike was well understood by them. Yet, such a terrifying blow had been completely absorbed by Jozu. Truly our captain, brothers. Charge with me, eliminate the Navy. Exhilarated by Diamond Jozu's astounding defense, the pirates roared with fervor, rushing towards the Navy with reckless abandon. Furthermore, at that very moment, while the battle raged on, the Ice Witch's ship effortlessly broke through the icy surface on the other side, clearing a path for the other pirate crews behind her. The Navy soldiers' expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this turn of events. Damn it! Open fire! Unleash a relentless barrage upon them. We must not allow them to breach our defenses, bellowed a naval commander. As the order was issued, cannons roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of cannonballs that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. However, this time, the morale of the troops was soaring, and under the assault of several captains, a significant number of cannonballs were shattered to pieces. On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku gazed grimly at the scene unfolding before him, exclaiming in fury, "These bastards! Our defensive line is on the verge of collapse, and that fool Kizura still seems oblivious to the situation, bringing disgrace upon our Navy headquarters. I shall deduct 3 years' worth of his salary." As he watched the pirates' relentless assault, Admiral Sengoku's anger surged. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kizura took a moment to catch his breath before once again facing off against Marco. The two exchanged blows in a dazzling display of agility. Having already engaged in hundreds of exchanges within a brief span of time, the intensity of their combat palpable. Not only that, but the members of the seven warlords of the sea also sprang into action, joining the fray and clashing fiercely with the pirates. Chaos reigned supreme, and amidst the frenzy, countless pirates pressed towards the defensive line of Marineford. In a matter of moments, both sides suffered heavy casualties, with numerous naval soldiers and pirates falling into pools of blood, writhing in agony. At that moment, a colossal figure with an unusual appearance, sporting 2 horns atop its head and skin of a pale green hue, suddenly breached a defensive line. This giant, bearing a woven straw hat on its back, was already battered and bruised, marked by the ravages of cannon fire. Upon witnessing this, Ace's eyes welled with emotion as he shouted frantically to the figure below, "Little Oars, don't worry about me. Just run." Little Oars was a friend from his past, a descendant of the mighty Oars. known for his gentle nature and strong sense of loyalty. He had come to believe Ace was a kind-hearted companion after receiving a straw hat handcrafted by him. In this rescue endeavor, little oars should not have been present, as his massive size would render him an easy target. Thus, Whitebeard had initially not permitted his involvement. Yet, he had followed the pirate crew to Marineford in a desperate attempt to save Ace. Now, seeing little oars risking everything for his sake, Ace's eyes turned red with emotion. "Quick, stop him!" a naval vice admiral commanded urgently upon witnessing the scene. Instantly, a multitude of naval soldiers surged towards the giant, but none could match his strength. "Hehe, it's our turn to perform," came the sinister voice of Gecko Moria from among the warlords. "Fufufu, let us go," Don Quixote Doflamingo added with a chilling smile. And together with Moria and Bartholomew Kuma, they rushed towards the giant little oars. Colorless line, shadow angle gun, pressure cannon. The three unleashed their signature attacks upon little oars with ferocity. 3 terrifying assaults, akin to streaks of meteors, descended upon the giant. A bunch of insignificant fish. At that moment, a cold voice pierced through the air, and a figure suddenly materialized before little oars, delivering a fist imbued with the divine might of the Diamond Realm. Boom! In an instant, the 3 formidable attacks were shattered and scattered, vanishing without a trace as if they had never existed. The very air quivered in response to the force of this strike. With but a single blow, the combined assault of Moonlight Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, and Don Quixote Doflamingo was utterly obliterated. Witnessing this unexpected scene, Moonlight Moria, the tyrant Kuma, and Doflamingo were momentarily taken aback. "It's him." As they recognized the newcomer, Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, revealing a chilling expression. "I never anticipated that the notorious pirate, the Devil Shan, with a bounty of 1.38 billion, would be so formidable. No wonder Whitebeard appointed him as the first mate of the Moby Dick." "Hehe, Doflamingo, are you frightened now? There are 3 of us," Moria retorted with a hint of mockery. However, no sooner had he spoken than his smile froze in place. For at that very moment, Shan's figure had inexplicably vanished. In a flash, after igniting his divine power, a ripple of colorless waves emanated from beneath Shan's feet, and he abruptly disappeared. The next second, Shan reappeared beside Doflamingo, delivering a ferocious punch to his chest. Boom! Agonizing pain surged through Doflamingo as his body was propelled like a cannonball, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed violently to the ground. Upon witnessing this, both Moonlight Moria and Bartholomew Kuma's expressions changed dramatically, prompting them to activate their fruit abilities in preparation. Whoosh! Just as they readied themselves for offense and defense, a sharp sound of slicing wind pierced their ears. In the next instant, Shan's fist materialized before them. Bang! Bang! With 2 resounding thuds, Moria and Kuma were sent flying, their chests caved in, blood gushing forth in a horrifying display. Their bodies fell to the ground like projectiles, creating a deafening crash that even claimed the lives of several Navy soldiers. Is this the power of the Devil Shan? Such overwhelming strength. He has dispatched the trio of the 7 warlords of the sea with a single punch. Most terrifying was his speed. This battle would surely escalate into something far more brutal. As spectators across the globe beheld this scene on the giant screen, gasps of astonishment erupted from their lips. Before the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku glared furiously at the rogue Shan, his anger palpable. Once again, it was him. Shan had left an indelible mark on his mind. Who is he? Meanwhile, Ace, imprisoned on the execution platform, felt a surge of confusion as he watched Shan appear once more and rescue Little Oars. He had never encountered Shan before and was oblivious to the fact that he was the first mate of the Whitebeard pirates. At this juncture, having vanquished the trio of warlords, Shan's gaze suddenly shifted towards the execution platform. At this moment on the execution platform, aside from the 2 guards overseeing Ace, there stood 2 elderly figures, Admiral Sengoku and Captain Garp. As for the 3 admirals, Akiji was entangled with the forces under the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu had already surged into the battlefield, while Kizuru was still stealthily engaging Marco in a tactical dance. Currently, it appeared that Garp and Sengoku constituted the final line of defense, should one surpass them. The rescue of Ace would be assured. However, before Sean could make a move, Admiral Sengoku immediately bellowed, "Quickly, stop him!" No sooner had the words left his lips than nearly 500 to 600 naval soldiers surged forward. Their cannons aimed squarely at Sean, just as Sean was about to summon the forces of nature: wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. A colossal pirate ship suddenly leaped into view from the horizon. "Ace, I am here to save you." Chapter 37, Luffy's Arrival. Toppling 50,000 at the outset look. It's the Straw Hat Kid. No one expected the Straw Hat Pirates to arrive. This battle was becoming increasingly intriguing. Yet, aboard the ship was only the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. At that moment, many faces in the crowd displayed astonishment upon witnessing Luffy descend from the sky. "Luffy, you fool. Who told you to come?" On the execution platform, as Ace recognized the familiar figure of Luffy, his expression froze momentarily, sorrow overtaking his features as he shouted, "Fool! Hurry back. You have no reason to involve yourself in my affairs. For a coward like you to come to my rescue is an insult. Luffy, please go back. I beg you." As Ace gazed at Luffy, who stood resolutely ahead, unwavering in his determination, tears welled in Ace's eyes. His voice trembled with emotion as he implored, "I am your brother." Observing the weeping Ace, Luffy's face radiated unwavering resolve. He clenched his teeth, raised his head, and declared emphatically, "I will definitely rescue you." Upon hearing this, Ace's eyes glistened with renewed tears, cascading down his cheeks. Meanwhile, Garp watched Luffy's appearance with a mixture of frustration and helplessness, ultimately sighing in resignation. "Wait for me, Ace." At that moment, Luffy charged into the encirclement, and unexpectedly, his Conqueror's Haki erupted uncontrollably, unleashing an overwhelming wave of invisible pressure. Boom! The instant Luffy unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, his aura surged dramatically, enveloping the entire naval headquarters in a terrifying sense of oppression. Thud thud. In an instant, numerous individuals around him collapsed to the ground, succumbing to the overwhelming force of Luffy's Haki. This intimidation did not cease. It intensified and spread relentlessly. Thud thud. Within mere moments, vast swathes of the crowd, be they naval soldiers or members of the Whitebeard pirates, were engulfed by this formidable aura, with the majority falling unconscious to the ground. Even the naval soldiers stationed closest to the execution platform collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, while the two executioners furthest away also succumbed to the overwhelming aura and fell weakly to their knees. Witnessing this spectacle, both the crowd present and the viewers from around the globe were left utterly astonished, their eyes reflecting a profound horror. The sheer might of the Straw Hat Kid's Conqueror's Haki had managed to intimidate so many. This overwhelming force was simply extraordinary. What kind of monster was he? Had this individual truly grown so powerful? The atmosphere was charged with astonishment, as hearts raced in unison among the spectators worldwide. The young boy, observing the throngs of people collapsing around him, saw Whitebeard's expression darken as he gazed at Luffy's silhouette, his lips twitching slightly. Even Shorn, who stood behind Luffy, felt his own lips quiver in disbelief, for this unintentional release of Conqueror's Haki had incapacitated over 50,000 individuals in an instant, many of whom were members of the Whitebeard pirates. Such a staggering display of power was indeed astonishing. Though Shorn possessed the ability to wield the powers of the earthly realm and the cosmic realm to eliminate numerous foes, such area of effect abilities risked harming allies amidst chaos. And the power of his cosmic realm abilities had certain limitations in range. Thus, after carving a bloody path with a cross slash, Shorn swiftly breached several defensive lines, approaching the execution platform, only to be taken aback as Luffy suddenly descended from the sky. "Ace, wait for me. I'll be there soon." As the crowd remained enveloped in shock, Luffy dashed up the steps. "Look, the Straw Hat Kid is charging up. Wonderful, go for it. Kill the Navy, save Ace. Charge forth." The moment Luffy surged ahead, the scene erupted with fervor as pirates raised their weapons and charged madly toward the Navy soldiers ahead. At that moment, Luffy hastened toward the execution platform, while nearby naval officers reacted, raising their guns to fire. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets whistling toward Luffy as he charged the platform. A torrential downpour of lead cascading down upon him. Yet, Luffy seemed entirely oblivious. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, he leaped into the air, landing directly in front of the execution platform. Haha, I've finally made it, Ace. Upon landing, Luffy's face broke into a radiant smile as he looked at Ace, flashing his pearly whites, completely disregarding Sengoku beside him. Luffy, you idiot. Ace's lips trembled, his eyes welling up with tears once again. Luffy, I have the key, Luffy exclaimed, grinning widely as he moved behind Ace, retrieving the key handed to him by Hancock, ready to unlock Ace's sea stone handcuffs. Damn it, no one escapes from my grasp. At that moment, the overlooked Sengoku suddenly let out a furious roar, and an intense golden radiance emanated from his being. What is this? Witnessing the golden light radiating from Sengoku, countless onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Damn it, allow me to personally execute you two brothers. Just then, Sengoku transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, unleashing a formidable wave of energy toward Luffy. Faced with such a powerful assault, Luffy stood undaunted, positioning himself protectively in front of Ace. In the next instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his body, causing him to swell in size. Giant balloon. With a low growl, Luffy's form expanded further, morphing into a massive super balloon that charged headlong into Sengoku's attack. Boom! With the terrifying sound of a shockwave, the overwhelming energy rippled across the surroundings, conjuring a fierce whirlwind that shattered the execution platform into fragments. However, Sengoku's attack was devastatingly potent, and a mouthful of blood gushed from Luffy's lips as he and Ace plummeted toward the ground below the execution platform. The key that unlocked the sea stone handcuffs vanished amidst Sengoku's onslaught. Ace, watching the scene unfold, the members of the Whitebeard pirates felt a heavy weight in their hearts, their faces etched with sorrow. Fire! Blast it all to smithereens, along with the execution platform. Sengoku commanded his artillery troops with a cold glint in his eyes as he gazed at the falling Luffy and Ace. Booming thunder erupted. In an instant, countless cannonballs were unleashed, crashing violently against the execution platform, reducing it to mere splinters. The sky was ablaze with artillery fire. Explosions erupted both on and off the platform, showering sparks everywhere and distorting the surrounding air, which became unbearably hot. Ace Luffy, in that moment, witnessing the execution platform disintegrate, the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Empress Hancock felt a sharp pang in their hearts. It was over. Ace, bound in sea stone handcuffs, was as vulnerable as an ordinary man, surely unable to endure such relentless bombardment. Even the Straw Hat Kid would meet his demise alongside him. It appeared that this war was nearing its conclusion. As they gazed at the grim spectacle on the large screen, people across the world and the crowd present began to murmur in disbelief. Both of them had been taken down. In the midst of the chaos, the clown Buggy, who had witnessed the entire battle, was left utterly speechless at the complete destruction of the execution platform. Yet, just then, as the cannon fire ceased and the smoke cleared, three figures gradually emerged from the ruins. Chapter 38, Thunderous Shockwaves. Shocking the world, the three figures were none other than Sean, Ace, and Luffy. Simultaneously, a long-awaited voice resonated in Sean's mind. Ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the powers of the Azura realm. At that moment, when the crowd beheld the three figures before them, they were momentarily stunned, followed by an immediate shift of focus, as spectators both present and worldwide fixated their gaze upon Ace and the others. How is this possible? They were astonishingly still alive. As they emerged from the ruins unscathed, nearly everyone was left agape, their faces a mask of disbelief. It dawned on me. It must be the devil, Sean. He must have saved the Straw Hat Captain, Luffy. A gasp resonated among the naval soldiers, all eyes gravitating toward Sean, who stood centrally, their expressions etched with shock. It was utterly unbelievable. How could he have accomplished such a feat? The Empress Hancock, gazing at Sean and his companions as they slowly approached from the debris, felt her heart race, her lovely eyes widening in disbelief, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. In that moment of peril, amidst the relentless barrage of cannon fire from a considerable distance, Sean had somehow managed to rescue Luffy and Ace with lightning speed. Remarkably, none of the three bore any marks from the cannon fire, suggesting either that Sean employed some extraordinary barrier technique or that his speed was so unparalleled that he effortlessly evaded the onslaught of projectiles. Truly formidable. Damn it, Hancock. What have you done? At that moment, a furious roar erupted in the square of Marineford, as Smoker glared at Hancock, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Had it not been for her interference, Smoker was convinced he could have thwarted Luffy's attempt to save Ace. Just moments ago, when Luffy descended from the sky, Smoker had immediately led an elite team to launch a fierce assault against him. However, he never anticipated that at such a critical juncture, the warlord of the sea, Hancock, would suddenly betray him and launch a surprise attack. This allowed Luffy to charge unimpeded towards the execution platform. Step back, Great Rome afoot. The Empress Hancock stood in the sky, looking down at Smoker with an icy demeanor. Then she extended her beautiful leg, her fair foot swiftly kicking towards him. Boom! The air exploded as her kick, imbued with immense force, struck Smoker. Damn it! Smoker was infuriated by Hancock's betrayal and transformed into smoke, charging forward to meet her. On another front, before Luffy's appearance, Admiral Kizaru had been casually gliding through the battle. But when Luffy fell from the execution platform and was rescued by Sean, Kizaru seemed to disappear entirely from the scene. As for Admiral Aokiji, he appeared reluctant to engage in combat. However, with the conflict at his doorstep, he had no choice but to participate, albeit half-heartedly. Among the three admirals, it seemed only Akainu remained steadfastly committed to justice, fighting without fear. As Akainu, along with the various marine vice-admirals and warlords of the sea, joined the fray, the Whitebeard pirates suffered devastating losses. Now, with Ace rescued, the square of Marineford erupted once more into a cacophony of battle cries, led by Vice Admiral Doberman, Fire Fist, and other high-ranking officers, as they relentlessly attacked the pirates. The members of the Seven Warlords, aside from the temporary betrayal of the Empress Hancock, were either grievously injured by Sean Pryor or engaged in fierce combat with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos. Crush them. I vow to defend the Navy headquarters with my life. Sengoku's expression darkened as he surveyed the blazing scene and issued commands once more. As his order spread, nearby naval ships prepared to unleash their cannon fire upon the Whitebeard pirates. However, just then, from the ruins that had just been struck by cannon fire, Sean's dark eyes suddenly flared to life, his divine power raging within him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. At last, is it my turn? A wicked smile curved Sean's lips, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Following his gaze, Ace transformed into flames, swiftly creating a fiery passage for Luffy, leading them away from the area towards the Whitebeard pirates. Watching their safe departure, Sean pressed down with his feet, launching himself skyward like a rocket. Fire! Fire! Obliterate him! Sengoku bellowed furiously upon seeing Sean's silhouette, commanding a barrage of cannon fire in an attempt to eliminate him. Yet, the moment his command echoed in the air, Sean's foot struck the void with tremendous force, and he extended his arms wide. Thunderous might! Sean roared, and suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened, thick clouds gathered, and thunder rolled ominously, the air crackling with endless lightning. As countless bolts of electricity danced into existence, they tore through the earth, conjuring a terrifying storm of thunder that enveloped everything within a 500-meter radius of Sean. In an instant, the sky in this area became ominously dark, as though the very heavens had been consumed by the fury of thunder. Then, with a deafening roar, the violent power of lightning erupted, cascading over the area centered around Sean, wreaking havoc on everything in its path. The terrifying currents ravaged the nearby naval ships and soldiers. And in that moment, all naval personnel within the vicinity were struck by the lightning, releasing chilling screams as they fell, many collapsing under the onslaught, while the fortunate few who remained were left severely injured, groaning in agony. Damn it! What kind of power is this? Sengoku seethed with rage upon witnessing the grievous injuries inflicted upon his elite forces. It's lightning magic. Could this brat be a Logia-type devil fruit user? Carp exclaimed, his pupils contracting in shock at Sean's displayed abilities. As this awe-inspiring scene was perfectly captured on the large screen, people around the world erupted in excitement, buzzing with discussions about this astonishing display of power. What a formidable force of lightning! Is this truly the power of a Logia-type devil fruit user? How terrifying! No wonder the infamous pirate Sean possesses such alarming strength. Witnessing this scene, people around the globe were utterly astonished, their eyes filled with trepidation. Many naval soldiers present were so frightened that they fled in panic, becoming deserters. Chapter 39. The Strategy of Human Waves. Encirclement by thousands. Blast it! Attack the devil Sean with all your might. As the situation spiraled out of control, Warring State's expression darkened, and he bellowed his orders once more. No sooner had his words left his lips than several naval commanders, including Stolo Berry, Ghost Spider, Dalmesia, and Steel Rez, led tens of thousands of naval soldiers in a frenzied assault on Sean. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful cannon fire rained down upon the intangible Sean, the terrifying force dispersing the clouds in the sky, obscuring Sean's figure from view. This time, it appeared that they had discovered Sean's vulnerabilities. Under the leadership of several rear admirals, thousands of naval soldiers did not blindly charge into Sean's realm of lightning. Instead, they unleashed a barrage of artillery fire from distance. Clearly, they had deduced that the lightning domain had limited range, as lightning only descended within the area shrouded by dark clouds, while the surrounding regions remained untouched. Oh, have they discerned my flaw so quickly? Sean's feet flickered as he observed the overwhelming artillery fire, momentarily taken aback, before a cold smile crept across his lips. Such a widespread area attack was indeed formidable, but it had its limitations. Anything beyond its range was beyond Sean's control and, compared to physical techniques, consumed a considerable amount of divine energy. Whoosh! At that moment, a cannonball hurtled toward Sean, aimed directly at him. This cannonball was a fist-shaped meteorite unleashed by Carp, traveling at incredible speed and imbued with terrifying energy fluctuations. For an ordinary person, it would surely reduce them to nothing more than a smear. Return to sender. However, Sean remained unfazed. He swiftly rolled to the side and then delivered a powerful kick toward the incoming cannonball. With a resounding thud, the cannonball was sent careening away by Sean's foot, striking a high-ranking naval warship with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! In an instant, the cannonball obliterated the ship, reducing it to dust and creating a series of explosive craters. How is this even possible? All the naval soldiers present were left dumbfounded. Typically, when a cannonball lands or makes contact with any object, it produces a violent explosion. Yet, the scene before them defied all logic. Sean had, in a flash, kicked the cannonball away just moments before it was set to detonate, an act that was utterly unfathomable. This fellow's speed is truly terrifying. In a corner of Marineford Bay, Kizaru's expression shifted to one of grave concern. This scene reminded him of his initial encounter with Sean. Back then, Sean's speed had already been sufficient to rival his own light speed, but now, the Devil Sean's velocity seemed to have grown even more formidable. In that fleeting moment, Kizaru found himself unable to fathom the depths of Sean's capabilities. This young rascal, to his astonishment, effortlessly evaded my formidable punch, the Bone Meteor. Witnessing the spectacle, Garp was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sean would utilize the force of the projectile to obliterate a super battleship of the Navy. Truly impressive. At this very instant, Sengoku's countenance had darkened completely. He could scarcely believe that this devil, Sean, was even more formidable than he had imagined. He must continue the assault. It was imperative to eliminate him and ensure he did not escape. Sengoku roared in fury, issuing another command to his subordinates. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Upon receiving the directive, tens of thousands of naval soldiers launched another assault, recklessly charging toward Sean. This time, upon witnessing the complete disappearance of Sean's electric domain, the naval soldiers cast aside all hesitations, abandoning distant bombardments to engage in close combat with weapons drawn. It appeared they intended to exhaust Sean through sheer numbers. Moreover, an additional 20,000 naval soldiers joined the fray solely to hunt down Sean. Not only that, but even the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, personally entered the fray, wielding the Black Blade, Uru, with swift determination. As he surveyed the encroaching naval forces, Sean's expression remained unperturbed, a playful smirk gracing his lips. This scenario had long been anticipated. He was not far from the Whitebeard pirates, and the Navy's defeat, coupled with Ace and Luffy's successful escape, had incensed Sengoku to the core. Now, all his wrath was directed toward Sean. "Where is Kizaru? Where is Kizaru?" Sengoku bellowed. Scanning the battlefield, he noticed that Ace and Luffy, recently liberated, had carved a bloody path, yet he suddenly found himself unable to locate Kizaru. His rage boiled over, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Since Admiral Kizaru engaged in battle with Marco, the Phoenix, he has vanished without a trace. We have searched a 3-kilometer radius without finding any sign of him," a soldier reported. "However, there are rumors from the Whitebeard pirates that Marco has claimed our Admiral Kizaru was captured in a sack. Thus, we deeply suspect the integrity of Admiral Kizaru's prowess. Could he have been vanquished by the enemy?" At that moment, a naval soldier hurried forward to convey the report to Sengoku. "A sack? Defeated?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree. He could not bring himself to believe that Kizaru had been so easily bested, and the notion of a sack capturing him was utterly ludicrous. "Damn it, I must not lay eyes upon him." Sengoku's face was etched with fury, and his anger towards Kizaru was palpable. Subsequently, Sengoku's gaze suddenly shifted to his old companion, Garp, imploring him not to forget the promise he made as a hero of the Navy. As a longtime friend of Garp, Sengoku was deeply concerned that Garp might falter in his convictions. Garp was the grandfather of the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, and also the godfather of the criminal Ace. If he were to betray the Navy and assist the enemy in their assault, it was a scenario Sengoku desperately wished to avoid. "Rest assured, I have never forgotten my duties as a hero of the Navy," Garp replied, a frown creasing his brow, his eyes reflecting a complex light. After uttering this, he sighed and, with no choice left, plunged into the battlefield where Ace and Luffy were engaged in combat. Chapter 40. Garp deliberately lets up on the battlefield. The alliance of Ace and Luffy had already forced a significant retreat among the Navy, reaching a precarious state. Observing the fallen Navy soldiers, Garp let out a sigh, then enveloped his fist in Haki, reluctantly joining the fray. "Quick, everyone look! Vice Admiral Garp is actually going to take action against Luffy and Ace personally." The crowd around the world gasped in astonishment as they watched the images on the large screen. Garp's reputation was well known, a legendary hero of the Navy, and his formidable strength suggested that the Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. The ensuing battle promised to be exhilarating. Yet, in the next moment, Luffy's declaration left people across the globe utterly stunned. As Garp clenched his fist, Luffy, having dispatched several Navy soldiers with his elastic rubber machine gun, shouted, "Grandpa, don't stop me. I'm taking Ace away." His voice boomed loudly, penetrating the microphones and reaching ears worldwide. What? The Straw Hat Boy Luffy is actually the grandson of the legendary hero Garp? The revelation was explosive, shocking everyone. Who could have anticipated that Vice Admiral Garp's grandson would turn out to be the pirate Luffy? This was bound to be a spectacle. No one knew how Vice Admiral Garp would react to his grandson. Haha, this grandfather-grandson confrontation is sure to be quite interesting. Luffy's proclamation ignited a frenzy worldwide. Countless individuals erupted in excitement upon hearing the news. Nobody had foreseen that Vice Admiral Garp, the embodiment of justice, would have a grandson aspiring to become the Pirate King. That mischievous boy, hearing Luffy's affectionate address, brought an involuntary smile to Garp's face. Yet, as a member of the Navy, he knew he must uphold his responsibilities as a hero. His iron fist, cloaked in Haki, surged with overwhelming energy as it descended towards Luffy. However, just as Garp prepared to strike, he suddenly halted. He simply could not bring himself to do it. He was Luffy's biological grandfather, and the cherished memories flooded back, nearly bringing tears to the eyes of this iron-willed hero. Rubber rocket. In that instant, as Garp's fist began its descent, two elongated arms suddenly appeared. Bang! Bang! Two fists suddenly struck, causing the air to tremble violently in that fleeting moment, as a surge of ferocious energy erupted. Without warning, the fists collided with Garp's chest. "You little rascal, you hit too hard." With a spurt of blood, Garp's entire body was hurled backward, crashing to the ground. Finally, his eyes closed, and he lay there motionless. At that moment, the entire world fell into silence. Both the naval soldiers present and the spectators around the globe stared in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. Could it be that I did not see this incorrectly? Did Vice Admiral Garp truly fall? Indeed, it was astonishing. Although Garp was advanced in years, his strength remained formidable, and as a celebrated hero of the Navy, he was unexpectedly defeated by a mere boy in a single blow. Witnessing Garp's defeat, the surrounding Navy personnel were left in shock. The legendary figure among the Navy, the righteous hero Iron Fist Garp, had fallen so effortlessly. Meanwhile, the battle had also drawn the attention of Akainu, who, after incinerating two pirates with a fiery blast, immediately fixed his gaze upon Garp. Upon noticing Garp's eyelid twitch, Akainu's face contorted with rage. "What are you all doing?" As a Marine admiral, Akainu firmly believed in the doctrine of absolute justice, and to him, this war was one he could not afford to lose. However, from the onset of the conflict until now, he felt increasingly frustrated. Kazura was slacking off, Aokiji was playing around, and even Garp seemed to be deliberately holding back. It appeared he was the only one fighting earnestly. Moreover, he could now sense the pressure from the pirates, and what should have been a decisive victory was now teetering on the brink of disaster. Phoenix Strike. At that moment, Akainu was caught off guard and received two powerful kicks from Marco, sending him stumbling several meters back. "Damn it! Infernal dog!" Akainu roared in fury, swiftly extending his lava-infused arm to strike at Marco. Simultaneously, when Garp fell, only Sengoku remained unfazed. Instead, he surged forward in anger. "Garp, get up!" Sengoku bellowed at the motionless Garp, who pretended to be unconscious. "You rascal, rise at once. If you don't, the Marine headquarters will be reduced to rubble." Sensing Sengoku's wrath, Garp opened one eye to glance around before promptly closing it again, remaining sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. "You damned fool! Have you forgotten your promise to me?" Looking at Garp, who lay unmoving, Sengoku was on the verge of exploding with fury, especially upon witnessing Garp's eyelid twitch a few times, which only intensified Sengoku's ire. Yet, even knowing Garp was feigning unconsciousness, he could do nothing against him. After all, Garp was a legendary hero of the Navy and also his friend. However, such blatant negligence infuriated him greatly. Seeing Garp's condition also reminded Sengoku of that scoundrel Kazuru. Thinking of Kazuru made Sengoku wish he could immediately pin him down and give him a good thrashing. This despicable scoundrel always falters at crucial moments. The notorious pirate, known as the Devil Sean, with a bounty of 1.38 billion, has drawn the attention of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. At that moment, amidst the chaos of the battlefield surrounded by thousands, the voice of the legendary swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, rang out. Clutching his black blade, Yuru, his sharp gaze fixated on Sean, exuding an aura of overwhelming intensity. Initially, Mihawk was merely surprised by Sean's performance. After all, the initial cross-slash appeared deceptively simple, yet demanded exceptional skill. A novice in swordsmanship would find it impossible to execute such a precise cross-cut in that moment. However, after Sean's demonstration of the cross-slash, he did not merit Mihawk's full attention, as that strike's power was merely sufficient to dispatch weaklings. What astonished him, however, was during the critical moment when Ace and Luffy were falling amidst a barrage of cannon fire. Many believed Sean's speed had reached its zenith, allowing him to evade the onslaught with Luffy and Ace. Yet, Mihawk's perception differed. In such dire circumstances, Sean would have been unable to whisk the injured duo away from the incoming fire. They would have to endure the assault together. Yet in that fleeting instant, what Mihawk beheld was extraordinary. Amidst the relentless bombardment, Sean swiftly wielded his blade, shattering Ace's sea prism stone handcuffs with a lightning-fast strike. Subsequently, as a multitude of shells rained down, he did not retreat. Instead, He positioned himself before Ace and Luffy, wielding his weapon with fervor, executing a flurry of strikes. This seemingly chaotic onslaught was, in fact, infused with profound technique. Each strike appeared to absorb the explosive force of the incoming shells, deflecting their power, with some projectiles even veering off several meters due to the trajectory of his cuts. Such mastery of swordsmanship ignited a profound interest within Mihawk. Chapter 41. The sword immortal kneels, let us settle this. At that moment, Sean too felt a burgeoning curiosity toward Hawkeye. Engaging the world's foremost swordsman, regardless of the outcome, would undeniably be a source of pride. Moreover, Sean sought to validate his own understanding of swordsmanship. Since mastering divine power, he had yet to truly spar with anyone in swordplay. His comprehension of sword techniques remained superficial, lacking in substantial experience. Even his encounter with Kizaru had been a spontaneous inspiration. Clang! In that instant, Sean swiftly unsheathed the blade that Ramos had previously handed him. With a single step, he appeared before Hawkeye in the blink of an eye, seemingly oblivious to the tens of thousands of Navy personnel surrounding them. Sean's speed was astonishing. In the time it takes to blink, he stood directly in front of Mihawk. Then, with a ghostly slash, he aimed directly at Mihawk's arm. With a resounding clash, Hawkeye was not to be outdone. Gripping his black blade, he swiftly parried the strike, causing their weapons to collide with a shower of sparks that illuminated the air. The surrounding Navy personnel, pirates, and global spectators gasped in astonishment at the breathtaking speed and formidable power on display. The formidable Devil Sean truly possessed remarkable prowess. Capable of engaging the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, this battle was becoming increasingly riveting. Indeed, such a thrilling confrontation was not to be missed. Who could have anticipated that the Devil Sean was not only a wielder of the natural type devil fruit, but also a master of swordsmanship? Witnessing the duel, people from all corners of the world could not contain their discussions. Meanwhile, Sengoku watched the clash with a furrowed brow, unable to fathom that Sean harbored such an array of hidden talents, including an impressive mastery of swordsmanship. Devil Sean, should you triumph over me, the title of the world's greatest swordsman shall be yours. At that moment, after a brief exchange of blows, Hawkeye gazed at Sean and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept across Sean's lips as he replied, Hehe, that is precisely my intention. Hawkeye, with an impassive demeanor, responded, Come then, let me see whose swordsmanship reigns supreme. In an instant, a silvery flash sliced through the air, racing toward Sean with alarming speed. While the light appeared slow at first, it quickly closed the distance, catching Sean off guard with its overwhelming force. Sean's brow furrowed at the sight. In that moment, he sensed an unprecedented crisis, as if a millennia-old eagle had locked onto him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sean raised his long blade, meeting the silvery streak with a swift strike. As the light approached, Sean's body suddenly swayed in an uncanny manner. His blade reversed, becoming light and fluid. With a deft flick, he redirected the oncoming attack. Bang! In the next heartbeat, the silvery flash grazed Sean's shoulder, veering off at an angle and crashing into the ground several meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. What? He actually evaded Hawkeye Mihawk's strike? This astonishing scene elicited gasps from spectators worldwide, as well as the Navy soldiers present. The spectacle was utterly unfathomable, especially considering Sean's peculiar, almost acrobatic evasion that had effortlessly avoided Hawkeye's blow. Moreover, he had managed to alter the trajectory of Hawkeye's strike in the process. This unexpected turn of events left them in awe. As they grappled with their disbelief, Hawkeye regarded Sean with a serious expression, and after a moment of silence, could not help but inquire, what technique is this? This peculiar swordsmanship was the second time Hawkeye had witnessed Sean employ it, and he noted that no matter how formidable the enemy's strength, Sean's enigmatic technique effortlessly nullified it. This was none other than Tai Chi. Upon hearing Hawkeye's inquiry, Sean responded nonchalantly. The peculiar technique he had just employed was derived from the principle of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds in Tai Chi, effortlessly neutralizing Hawkeye's assault through the concept of yielding to overcome force. It was a seamless interplay of momentum and leveraging another's strength, This encapsulated the profound essence of Tai Chi. Tai Chi, Hawkeye echoed in bewilderment, having never encountered such a martial art before. In his understanding, the essence of swordsmanship lay in the balance of offense and defense. When attacking, one must either strike with the swiftness of lightning or employ speed to counter speed, strength to vanquish weakness. Yet, Sean's Tai Chi was ethereal and gentle, an embodiment of softness conquering hardness, truly elusive. Nevertheless, Hawkeye did not relinquish his determination to fight, for Sean was one of the most formidable opponents he had ever faced, and certainly the most intriguing. Come forth. Let me witness what other skills the devil Sean possesses. At that moment, Hawkeye's interest in Sean intensified as he grasped his black blade, knight, and charged swiftly toward him. In the face of Hawkeye's onslaught, Sean narrowed his eyes, planted his left foot firmly on the ground, and leapt into the air. Observing Sean's movements, Hawkeye's gaze sharpened with renewed intensity. At the instant Sean soared, Hawkeye gripped the hilt of his blade tightly and yanked it forward. In a flash, a faint sound sliced through the air as the black blade, akin to a venomous serpent, darted forth with a fierce gust, aimed directly at Sean. In that fleeting moment, Hawkeye unleashed his full power, intending to settle the duel with a single strike, a lethal maneuver that he deemed his ultimate attack. In his mind, he had exerted his utmost strength, rendering Sean's defeat inevitable. Even if Sean possessed other tricks, he could not possibly contend with him. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Hawkeye's pupils constricted in shock, for at that very instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Sean, a fierce energy radiating from him, starkly contrasting the previous gentleness. One sword immortal kneels. A deep, commanding voice erupted from Sean's lips. As his proclamation echoed, his form ascended once more, and an ethereal, colorless tornado materialized around him. Violent gusts of sword wind swirled incessantly, and countless silvery streams of light flickered wildly, resembling an endless array of sharp blades, racing toward Hawkeye. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. What kind of technique was this? It had conjured a tornado. The atmosphere was suffocating, as if it threatened to engulf them. An unbelievable manifestation of such terrifying power. What swordplay was this? This move surely transcended the realm of mere swordsmanship. As spectators from across the globe stood in awe of Sean's formidable technique, the ground trembled with a resounding boom. At that moment, a tremendous roar resounded as the tornado engulfed both Hawkeye's blade strike and his very being, culminating in a deafening explosion that obliterated Hawkeye's figure, rendering him invisible to the onlookers. Had Hawkeye truly been defeated? Witnessing this spectacle, both the Navy and spectators from every corner of the world were left in disbelief. Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, had succumbed to the hands of the devil, Sean. Chapter 42. Have you heard of elbow among men? The might of the devil, Sean, was simply overwhelming. It was utterly insurmountable. Were it not for the sight before my eyes, I would scarcely believe that such a formidable practitioner of swordsmanship existed in this world. It appeared that the title of the world's greatest swordsman was destined to change hands. From this moment forth, Sean would be recognized as the world's unrivaled swordsman. As people across the globe gazed at Sean's imposing silhouette, brimming with an aura of unparalleled dominance, excitement erupted among them, alongside a profound astonishment at Sean's prowess. I have lost. At that instant, a faint voice unexpectedly broke through the air. Soon, Hawkeye's figure re-emerged in the sight of all, revealing a gruesome wound across his chest, blood oozing from a deep gash that stained his attire crimson. His body bore numerous minute lacerations, inflicted by the force of the sword's wind. The sight elicited a collective gasp from the onlookers. Hawkeye had been driven to such a dire state. In that moment, it was evident to all that Sean had indeed surpassed their wildest imaginations. At this juncture, Mihawk's respect for Sean was absolute, and he refrained from further participation in the battle. Damn it, even Mihawk has been defeated. Buddha Sengoku's face turned ashen, his fury blazing as he glared at the man standing defiantly amidst the chaos, wishing fervently to rend him apart. Charge! Kill this devil! Slay him! Eliminate him! In response to Sengoku's furious roar, The previously encircling tens of thousands of elite Navy forces erupted into frenzied shouts, surging toward Sean with an intent to tear him to shreds. Confronted by the onrushing tide of troops, Sean maintained an air of serene indifference, as though the multitude bore no significance to him. Moreover, he even crouched slightly, one hand resting on the ground, striking a peculiar pose. Observing this, Whitebeard in the distant combat zone displayed a hint of concern. It was not a lack of faith in Sean's abilities, but rather the alarming increase in the number of forces surrounding Sean under Sengoku's command, which had swelled to over 30,000 in a mere span of time. These 30,000 were the cream of the Navy's elite, working in perfect unison. Should they succeed in forming a complete encirclement, they would ensnare Sean, leaving him no avenue for escape, regardless of his struggles. Furthermore, Sengoku himself remained a vigilant presence, ready to pounce. Once Sean finds himself in peril, it is certain that Sengoku will strike mercilessly, slaying him right where he stands. Father, you need not worry. This lad is no ordinary individual. He must possess numerous hidden cards. Observing the worried expression on Whitebeard's face, the swordsman Vista immediately offered words of reassurance. Although he too held doubts about Sean's survival against the onslaught of 30,000 Marines, his faith in Sean remained steadfast. After all, the combat prowess Sean had displayed was nothing short of astonishing, even surpassing his expectations and defying belief. Moreover, he had managed to capture Admiral Kazuru and even defeated the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. How could one not believe in such formidable strength? Upon hearing Vista's words, Whitebeard felt a slight easing of his anxiety. At this moment, he had no opportunity for reinforcements. Akainu, Akiji, and several Marine vice-admirals, along with tens of thousands of soldiers, had completely encircled him and Marco, seemingly intent on capturing the king before dealing with the thieves, aiming to bring a swift end to this conflict. Simultaneously, as Sean crouched down, his right hand pressed against the ground in a peculiar manner, audiences worldwide erupted in fervor. Look, what is the devil Sean doing? Faced with the assault of nearly 30,000 elite Marines, instead of fleeing, he crouched down, striking that strange pose. Could it be that his battle with Mihawk had left him weakened? No, that seemed unlikely. He displayed no signs of frailty and remained utterly composed, even before such a formidable force. As spectators gazed at the screen, they were utterly bewildered by Sean's strange actions, unable to comprehend his intentions. Kill him. Decapitate the devil Sean. We vow to defend the Marine headquarters. At that moment, the 30,000 elite Marines raised their voices in unison, charging madly towards Sean. However, just then, a peculiar smirk crept across Sean's lips, and he abruptly lifted his head, revealing a dark and sinister smile. Have you ever heard of elbow among men? As his words echoed, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth from Sean. Subsequently, the Azura power violently coursed beneath the ground. With the infusion of this divine energy, the earth cracked open, creating terrifying fissures. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, a towering figure appeared, standing at 8 feet tall, exuding an imposing presence, wielding a halberd, clad in battle armor, and adorned with black boots, radiating an aura of lethal intent. As they beheld this majestic war god, the world fell silent in shock, their faces instantly reflecting horror. What manner of creature is this? At that moment, countless gazes turned vacant, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. The sudden emergence of this colossal and formidable man was utterly breathtaking, leaving everyone unable to trust their own eyes, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. Before him stood a formidable war deity, gripping a square-tipped halberd, his cold gaze fixated on the densely packed elite naval forces. He uttered not a word, yet emanated an overwhelming aura of authority. What in the world is this creature? The intense malevolence radiating from this towering figure sent shivers through the 30,000 elite sailors and the admirals alike, as they felt the oppressive weight of his presence. Deep within their hearts, an indescribable tremor surged, as if they were not confronting a mere man, but an invincible entity. Such a fierce aura of slaughter. What manner of beast is this? The terror emanating from him was utterly chilling. The elite naval forces, over 30,000 strong, were momentarily engulfed by a sense of suffocation and dread. This was the manifestation of Shan's Shura realm divine power, summoning the war god, Elbu. The Shura realm divine power allows for the summoning of spirits or spiritual beasts to aid in battle. This potent summoning technique, akin to the abilities of the fruit of summoning, conjured tangible entities, corporeal undead formed from divine energy. Naturally, the strength of the summoned spirits or beasts dictated the amount of divine energy required. At that moment, Shan rose slowly from the ground. As his gaze met Elbu's countenance, he observed the war god's eyes gleaming with two piercing, ghostly lights. Though when Ho had perished, the flying general still endures. Today, Fengxian seeks but a solitary battle. With a resounding declaration, Elbu cast his frigid, domineering gaze upon the 30,000 elite sailors surrounding him. In that instant, countless naval warriors quivered at the cutting edge of Elbu's aura. Kill! With a low growl, Elbu brandished his square-tipped halberd and fearlessly charged into the throng of elite sailors. From this moment forth, I shall be the sole master of this battlefield. I am a nightmare of this world. Come fort, lit dem come. In the midst of this audacious proclamation, Elbu launched himself like a cannonball into the thick of the naval forces. Almost instantly, he swung his arm with vigor, the halberd slicing through the air, leaving behind a dazzling trajectory. In a heartbeat, torrents of blood erupted, followed by the anguished cries that resonated across the battlefield. "You bastards, kill him!" Witnessing the scene unfold, Admiral Sengoku's eyes blazed with fury. Elbu's might instilled immense psychological pressure upon the naval warriors, momentarily leaving them disoriented. Yet, many brave commanders and soldiers recklessly charged towards Elbu. In response to their assault, Elbu wielded his halberd through the void, each strike unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. In mere seconds, dozens of elite sailors fell before him, their lives extinguished in an instant. At this moment, Lu Bu resembled a relentless slaughtering machine, mercilessly reaping the lives of the naval forces before him. This scene was flawlessly captured on the large screen, delivering an overwhelming shock and horror to audiences around the globe. Witnessing the unfolding tableau, the spectators were undoubtedly once again struck with awe. This is the true essence of war. This is genuine carnage. Observing Lu Bu as he incessantly claimed the lives of the naval soldiers, an unsettling palpitation gripped everyone, instilling a profound sense of dread. How terrifying! What manner of demon is this? The sheer horror was palpable. He was nothing short of a machine of death. In that instant, the entire world was left in stunned silence. Meanwhile, many of the naval soldiers were engulfed in an abyss of fear. Before Lu Bu, they felt as fragile as ants, utterly powerless against his onslaught, akin to battling an immense mountain, evoking an overwhelming sense of defeat. Chapter 43: Lu Bu Among Men. This battlefield is mine to command, gazing upon the countless bodies that lay beneath Lu Bu's halberd. An inexplicable dread surged within the hearts of the naval forces. Under this pall of fear, they found themselves instinctively retreating, yearning to abandon the battlefield. Yet, the moment they took their first step back, Lu Bu's halberd sliced forward with ferocity. A piercing sound echoed through the air as the razor-sharp weapon struck, effortlessly severing the throat of a naval commander, as if slicing through tofu. Blood erupted like a fountain, instantly drenching the battlefield. Witnessing this sight, the eyes of all present narrowed in terror, revealing profound fear. Moreover, what astonished everyone was Lu Bu's astounding speed. In the blink of an eye, his halberd swept horizontally. In that fleeting moment, the weapon carved a flawless arc, ultimately slashing the throats of 5 naval soldiers. One strike, 5 lives extinguished. Upon witnessing this, expressions of boundless terror adorned every face. What in the world is this monstrous being? He is nothing less than a machine of slaughter, terrifying beyond comprehension. We must retreat. This being is a harbinger of doom. Anyone who crosses paths with him faces disaster. As they beheld Lu Bu, a deep-seated fear took root in the hearts of the naval soldiers, their trepidation erupting instantaneously, leaving them trembling. Retreat! Flee! Flee! Do not engage this monster. Disperse quickly. In an instant, under the command of a naval officer, the soldiers who had encircled Shao and turned to flee, eager to escape. However, at the very moment they turned away, the chilling voice of Elbu resonated sharply in their ears, causing their hearts to leap once more with trepidation. War is born for me. The darkness within me continues to swell. Upon finishing his proclamation, Elbu leaped fiercely, plunging directly into the retreating ranks of naval soldiers. Wielding his fanged Yanua halberd, he became akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly cleaving through the throngs of naval soldiers, harvesting their lives with relentless abandon. Under the relentless onslaught of Elbu, the lives of the naval soldiers appeared exceedingly fragile. Within mere moments, he had slain over 100 of them, including 3 colonels. This spectacle caused the expressions of numerous high-ranking naval officers to shift dramatically, their pupils contracting in disbelief, their faces etched with horror. Furthermore, the global audience, witnessing the fierce battle unfold on the grand screen, was equally aghast. Was this individual's prowess not terrifying beyond measure? He was nothing short of a monster, a veritable machine of slaughter. Faced with 30,000 elite naval troops, he exhibited no fear, charging into their midst and unleashing a frenzied onslaught. Truly a god of death. Regardless of this being a creature of monstrosity, one must not forget that he was summoned by the devil, Shao En, who represented the most formidable presence. As the elite naval soldiers faltered under Elbu's ferocious assault, unable to withstand even a single blow, the hearts of the global spectators nearly leaped from their throats. At that moment, they perceived Elbu as a demon from the depths of hell, wildly reaping the lives of humankind. Even the hidden observer, Kizaru, gazed in astonishment at the figure on the battlefield, brimming with murderous intent, though his focus remained fixed on Shao En. What manner of anomaly was this? Master of swordsmanship, adept in physical combat, capable of summoning lightning, and now even a harbinger of death. Could he possibly be a dual devil fruit user of both paramecia and logia types? Meanwhile, as they witnessed the naval soldiers being mercilessly crushed, the members of the Whitebeard pirates could not suppress their excitement and exhilaration. Ha ha! The scales of war seem to be tipping in favor of the Whitebeard pirates. Indeed, First Mate Shao is astonishingly powerful, having summoned such a monstrous killing machine. Ha ha! Truly worthy of being our Moby Dick's first mate. Observing the multitude of naval soldiers being relentlessly slaughtered by Elbu, the faces of the Whitebeard pirates brimmed with exuberance. To them, Elbu's might felt like a surge of encouragement, instantly inflating their morale. With Shao in here, our Whitebeard pirates can sweep through the Navy headquarters. Even Whitebeard himself wore a broad smile, his heart swelling with satisfaction. At this very moment, upon the elevated platform, Admiral Sengoku gazed upon the unfolding situation, his expression growing increasingly furious. How outrageous! 30,000 elite naval forces are being relentlessly forced into retreat by a single individual. This is nothing short of disgraceful. A complete loss of dignity for our Navy headquarters. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a palpable hatred flickered across Sengoku's face, and his eyes glinted with unrestrained rage. All of this turmoil stemmed from the presence of Sean. Were it not for Sean's emergence, how could their joint forces of 100,000 elite Navy soldiers and the 7 warlords of the sea find themselves in such a dire predicament? Everything was due to Sean's influence. Contemplating this, Sengoku's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a menacing glance towards Sean in the arena, a chilling murderous intent rising within him. He swiftly approached Garp's side and bellowed, "Garp, you fool, do you see this? Do you see? The Navy headquarters is on the verge of being obliterated." Upon hearing Sengoku's roar, a grave expression clouded Garp's face. The moment fissures appeared in the ground and Lupu manifested, he immediately rose to his feet. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief, his face betraying a profound incredulity. In the battlefield, the fearsome entity summoned by Sean loomed like a mountain amidst the encirclement of 30,000 elite soldiers. Despite the desperate efforts of countless naval soldiers to resist, They were utterly incapable of halting his advance, and instead, one soldier after another fell victim to the slaughter. In mere moments, hundreds of naval soldiers have been mercilessly slain. Garp, from this moment forth, we shall join forces, dedicating all our might to eliminate the demon Shan. He must not be allowed to leave the Navy headquarters alive. Otherwise, our honor will be utterly tarnished, Sengoku declared gravely, locking his gaze onto Garp. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, a deep seriousness washed over Garp's features as he nodded resolutely and replied, "Rest assured, Sengoku, I know what must be done." "Excellent." Sengoku responded with a cold snort, then suddenly lifted his head to fixate on Shan in the arena, his eyes flashing with a frigid glint. The murderous intent within him was palpable and malevolent. "Six powers, shave." At that moment, Garp shouted, exerting force through his legs, propelling himself swiftly through the air toward Shan. As Garp approached with astonishing speed, a look of surprise crossed Shan's face. The execution of the six powers, shaved by Garp, was nothing short of flawless, leaving onlookers in awe. This technique, utilizing powerful leg strength to tread upon the air, was akin to the Wudong's cloud ladder, capable of generating significant aerial momentum that allowed for rapid movement mid-air. Moreover, this technique retained a degree of flexibility, ensuring balance in the air. Such are the virtues of the six powers. Shave. Whoosh. In an instant, Garp's figure flickered, and he stood before Shan. However, just as Garp closed the distance of less than 2 meters to Shan, the latter's figure suddenly vanished from sight in a most peculiar manner. Witnessing Shan's abrupt disappearance, a flicker of solemnity crossed Garp's face. Immediately, utilizing his observation Haki, he anticipated Shan's movements, his right fist clenched tightly as he unleashed a powerful punch into the empty space to his left. As his fist struck, the air resonated with the sound of a violent gust, a formidable surge of energy slicing through the atmosphere, rapidly advancing toward Shan, who had reappeared. Like a cannonball, it was unparalleled. Sensing the terrifying force behind the blow, a faint smile graced Shan's lips. Remarkably, he neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he thrust his own right fist forward to meet the attack head-on. A resounding thud echoed across the sky as the two fists collided with tremendous force. In that instant, an incredible shockwave surged outward, whipping up a fierce wind that sent nearby soldiers flying several dozen meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. In this clash, Shan's expression barely shifted, while Garp appeared utterly astonished, his body trembling as if struck by lightning. In that moment, he felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train, his entire being numbed, his blood surging, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. What formidable power was this? What extraordinary physical strength? At that moment, disbelief flickered across Garp's face once more. Not only, but even Akiji and others gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Even Sengoku paused, his breath caught in shock. Garp was a naval hero, a legendary figure, fully aware of the sheer terror behind his iron fist. Yet, even so, that devilish Shan remained unfazed, having withstood such a blow. This filled Sengoku with a profound sense of astonishment. How powerful! This devil, Shan, was indeed not just a name. His physical prowess was astonishing. It was terrifying that he could endure Garp's punch. What a monstrous being was he, with an ever-evolving array of techniques. Even his physical combat skills were so formidable. As the audience across the globe beheld the black-haired youth on the large screen, expressions of awe, shock, and disbelief flooded their faces. However, at that moment, just as Shan and Garp's fists separated, Sengoku's gaze sharpened, two fierce blades of determination emanating from his eyes. Then, transforming into his giant Buddha form, a formidable and fearsome aura erupted from Sengoku. In the next instant, he shook his arms, unleashing a powerful shockwave imbued with a sense of destruction. Hurtling directly towards the devil, Shan. Under the canopy of this shockwave, the air seemed to twist, rippling with delicate distortions. This scene left the entire world in shock. The Admiral Sengoku himself took action. It seems that the infamous Devil Shan is doomed this time. Indeed, while the Devil Shan is formidable, he stands no chance against the combined might of Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. His defeat is inevitable. This war, it appears, will soon reach its conclusion. There is no alternative, given that both Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Carp, this seasoned duo, have personally intervened. This time, the Devil Shan is likely to meet his end. Spectators across the globe, witnessing the unfolding drama on their screens, could not help but engage in fervent discussions. Many self-proclaimed champions of justice displayed expressions of schadenfreude, seemingly eager to witness the execution of the notorious pirate, Devil Shan, in real time. The soldiers of the Navy headquarters, too, were filled with excitement and elation. The Devil Shan is as good as dead. This time, he is undeniably doomed. Indeed, Devil Shan has provoked Admiral Sengoku, and now he is certain to be executed as a public spectacle. This time, the Devil Shan is surely finished. Once he is gone, the summoned god of death will vanish as well, ensuring that our Navy headquarters triumphs in this war. It is truly a relief to know that under the immense power of Admiral Sengoku's Buddha form and the iron fist of Hero Carp, all evil shall be obliterated. Devil Shan, prepare to face the judgment of justice. The intervention of Sengoku and Carp instantly elevated the morale of the Navy headquarters, with sailors cheering and celebrating in jubilation. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying shockwave, brimming with overwhelming force, surged toward Shan's position in the blink of an eye. This dreadful shockwave carried a cataclysmic momentum, as if it intended to rend the earth asunder and annihilate everything in its path, clearly demonstrating Sengoku's true fury. Boom! In that instant, the fearsome shockwave struck Shan's location with tremendous force, erupting in a deafening roar. Suddenly, a blinding radiance burst forth, and the violent explosive winds caused everyone to squint, unable to open their eyes. Subsequently, the terrifying aftershock of the explosion radiated outward, reducing everything around it to rubble. Even 3 towering structures crumbled under the onslaught, transforming into a cascade of debris. The overwhelming shockwave engulfed the entire area, causing all present to experience a suffocating pressure. Where the shockwave had struck, a massive pit nearly 10 meters deep suddenly appeared, filled with chaos and swirling dust. Witnessing this scene, everyone's complexion turned pale as they stared, dumbfounded. Such power, such destructive force, was astonishingly formidable, truly befitting the Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. With a single strike, he demonstrated a terrifying prowess that left onlookers in awe. This enormous pit, capable of pulverizing stone and structures alike, suggested that the Devil Shan had been utterly obliterated. What a relief it is. This wretched being has finally met his demise. Indeed, this individual dared to challenge the authority of the Navy, and now he has met his demise. Though it is a pity that his head was not severed. Gazing into the profound, pitch-black pit, an inexplicable thrill surged within the hearts of the Navy soldiers present, with a small squad even approaching the edge of the abyss to observe. However, at that moment, a sudden, terrified scream erupted among the ranks of the Navy soldiers. Wait, the Devil Shan should still be alive. That harbinger of death has not vanished. Chapter 45. The Buddha's Hand and the Invincible Iron Fist. Upon hearing the terrified cry, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Subsequently, numerous gazes turned toward the depths of the pit. Boom! At that very instant, an unexpected rush of wind reverberated, and before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, a figure abruptly surged forth from the depths, exuding a ferocious aura as it charged violently towards the surrounding Navy soldiers. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku's countenance transformed in an instant, his eyes filled with horror. How could this Devil Shan still be unscathed? How could he possess such resilience? Surviving amidst that terrifying shockwave? This was inconceivable. In that fleeting moment, Sengoku felt an overwhelming disbelief wash over him, and his expression turned exceedingly grim. The Navy soldiers present were equally taken aback, their faces blanching as their pupils constricted, filled with profound astonishment. How could this be possible? That was the Buddha shockwave unleashed by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Even a small mountain would be reduced to rubble, yet this individual emerged from the pit unscathed. What manner of monstrosity was he, capable of enduring Sengoku's Buddha shockwave? At that moment, the multitude of Navy soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with shock, their hearts brimming with awe. As for Whitebeard and the others, upon seeing Sean's figure, they breathed a sigh of relief, their faces alight with excitement. This individual was simply astonishing. Bang! Bang! Just then, a series of dull thuds erupted as Sean, without hesitation upon emerging, bent his legs slightly and, with a powerful thrust, propelled himself like a cannonball towards the squad of Navy soldiers surrounding the pit. 8 extremities burst. In the next instant, Sean let out a thunderous roar, his fists swinging with ferocity as he hunched his body and struck out, unleashing a torrent of ferocious power akin to a flood breaking through a dam, crashing violently toward the small squad of Navy soldiers. Boom! Under the crushing force of this attack, the squad of Navy soldiers who had gathered to witness the spectacle instantly spewed blood and were sent flying, meeting their demise. The remaining Navy soldiers, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, were struck with terror, their faces drained of color. A devil, a devil. This individual, unfazed by Fleet Admiral Sengoku's Buddha shockwave, remained formidable and fearsome. It was truly terrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, the eyes of the naval officers widened in sudden alarm, their gazes towards Sean suffused with a profound dread. It was evident that Sean's prowess far surpassed their expectations. At that moment, Sean fully emerged before everyone. As he ascended from the abyss, Sengoku's expression transformed into one of utter dismay, his eyes reflecting an incredulous disbelief. He had never anticipated that his great Buddha shockwave would inflict no harm upon Sean. This was truly beyond comprehension. However, as Sengoku grappled with his astonishment, a cold smirk crept across Sean's lips. Sengoku, do you wish to continue? If so, then reveal your true capabilities swiftly, for you may never have another chance. As he spoke, Sean clenched his fists with fervor, emanating a tempestuous aura, his presence akin to that of a dark sovereign descending upon the earth. Sengoku felt a twitch in his eyelids, his brow furrowing as he regarded Sean, his gaze icy and resolute. Damn it, the criminal demon Sean, prepare to experience my most formidable attack. With a roar, Sengoku brought his hands together forcefully, and a golden radiance surged forth from his palms, swirling like a tempest, coalescing into a colossal hand. This hand was none other than Sengoku's great Buddha hand. As this golden imprint materialized, a terrifying aura of destruction began to emanate. Simultaneously, Captain Garp, who stood nearby, furrowed his brow, enveloping his right fist in the armor of Haki. At that moment, the world around them erupted into chaos and fervor once again. It was astonishing. Was this great pirate demon, Sean, truly an indomitable force? The previous great Buddha shockwave had failed to faze him, leaving spectators in utter disbelief. This demon Sean seemed to embody an immortal existence. Such a being was exceedingly strange and formidable, almost monstrous in nature. This was merely the prelude. The ensuing confrontation promised to be the true battle. Witnessing the spectacle, audiences across the globe were left in sheer shock. They could hardly fathom that Sean had emerged unscathed from Admiral Sengoku's assault, only to grow stronger in the face of adversity, a truly terrifying sight. Yet, it appeared that the commencement of battle was merely beginning, with Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp poised to unleash increasingly formidable attacks. Could the demon Sean withstand such onslaughts? All present were irresistibly drawn into such doubts. Just then, Garp's Haki-clad fist surged toward Sean with ferocity. Unmatched iron fist. As he struck, Garp's form transformed into a cannonball, hurtling towards Sean in an instant. A fierce shockwave of energy approached with a deafening roar. Shatter the mountains! Sen, gazing at the oncoming wave of force, did not evade. Instead, he charged forward to meet it head-on. Boom! At the moment of their collision, a thunderous crash resounded, unleashing a violent force that erupted outward, sending several naval soldiers, positioned at a distance, hurtling backward in shock and disbelief. As they witnessed this spectacle, all present could not suppress a gasp, their eyes wide with astonishment and incredulity. The strength of this individual was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. He had successfully withstood a full-force strike from Vice Admiral Garp. What manner of creature was he, to possess such formidable power? He was a demon. In that instant, the expressions of all were filled with horror and disbelief. Garp, too, felt his pupils constrict, his countenance reflecting shock. In that blow, he had distinctly sensed a tremendous recoil, surging toward him like a tidal wave, causing him excruciating pain. He was nearly toppled by this dreadful force, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Chapter 46. The emergence of the Crimson Devil. Flattening the Navy headquarters at that moment, Garp could no longer contain himself, spitting blood as his complexion paled significantly. Even more alarming was the sudden surge of residual force that assaulted him, akin to a raging torrent, sweeping through the surroundings with overwhelming intensity. Boom! In that instant, Garp was unable to stabilize himself and was propelled backward. Thud! He crashed violently against a nearby structure, falling heavily to the ground, creating a deep trench in the earth. For a moment, the entire world fell silent. All eyes widened in shock. Had Vice Admiral Garp truly been defeated in a single strike? How was that even possible? Had the Demon Shan reached such a terrifying level of power? Coughing incessantly upon hitting the ground, Garp struggled against the overwhelming pain, blood once again spilling from his mouth. Garp! Witnessing this scene, Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically, a weight settling in his heart. He had never anticipated that Garp's full-force iron fist would be so easily thwarted by the Demon Shan, leaving him grievously injured. This spectacle left Whitebeard, who was engaged with Akainu and Aokiji, equally astonished. Goodness, I never imagined this young fellow had attained such a dreadful level of strength. Marco, hearing Whitebeard's words, revealed his own astonishment. Father, I now understand why you held this lad in such high regard. He is truly a monstrous anomaly. Diamond Jozu, observing Garp's injury, could not help but remark, this young man's existence may indeed alter the very fabric of the world. Indeed, Flower Sword Vista solemnly nodded, unable to restrain his thoughts. Even Ace, who was engaged in battle with the ghostly spider, was profoundly shocked by the scene unfolding before him. He never anticipated that the very person who had just rescued him and his brother Luffy was endowed with such immense power. Amidst the astonishment of all, Shan once again executed a peculiar maneuver. He suddenly pressed his right hand against the ground, and the divine power of the Shuro realm surged forth violently, causing cracks to rapidly spread across the terrain. Look, the Devil Shan is performing that strange action again. Panic ensued, for it was evident he was summoning the god of death once more, and the Navy headquarters would likely suffer the consequences. As everyone beheld Shan's actions, they collectively inhaled sharply, their faces etched with terror. Whoosh! At that moment, from the fissure in the earth, the sound of galloping horses erupted, and forth leaped an extraordinary steed. This magnificent creature, resplendent in crimson, exuded an aura of majesty and unparalleled grace. It was none other than the Emperor of Horses, the majestic Chi Tu. Upon its appearance, Lu Bu, among the throngs of thousands in the Navy, was momentarily transfixed, as if awakened from a distant memory. Where is the flying general? I summon the divine steed Chi Tu to aid you in flattening the Navy headquarters. At that instant, Shan bellowed, and with a wave of his hand, Chi Tu emitted a resounding neigh that pierced the air like a shooting star, soaring directly towards Lu Bu amidst the sea of enemies. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment painted the faces of all present. It was indeed a horse, a creature of terrifying speed, surely a steed capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day. All gazed in awe at the lightning-like horse, their expressions mirroring profound shock. Yet, even more terrifying was the moment Lu Bu mounted the steed. Chi Tu let out a roar akin to a dragon's cry, and its blood seemed to boil with fervor upon recognizing its master, unleashing a torrent of colossal power from within. In the blink of an eye, Chi Tu dashed into the ranks of the army like a bolt of lightning, leaving death and despair in its wake. The Fang Tian Hua Ji swept through the multitude, and screams of agony filled the air. In that moment, the faces of all present were painted with deep fear and panic. The 30,000 elite soldiers of the Navy appeared as fragile as parchment before the might of Chi II, devoid of any defensive capability. Within mere seconds, casualties soared into the hundreds. The divine steed, the flying general, invincible in battle. This formidable force was summoned by Shan's divine power from the Shura realm. And with Chi II at his side, Lu Bu was emboldened, his fighting spirit soaring as he charged through the enemy ranks with unstoppable ferocity. It was terrifying. With the addition of the divine steed, the god of death was virtually unstoppable, an indomitable force. What other hidden cards did this devil Shan possess? It was utterly daunting. As they witnessed this scene, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone, their gazes fixed on the figure in the battlefield, each unable to suppress a gulp of apprehension. Even Kizaru, who had been observing from the shadows, could not conceal the profound shock reflected in his eyes upon witnessing this spectacle. Unbeknownst to me, this wretched creature harbors such formidable summoning abilities. It appears that my defeat at his hands is, indeed, not without justification. Upon witnessing this scene, Kizaru could not help but exhale a resigned sigh. At that moment, Sengoku's countenance was a ghastly sight, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his gaze directed at Cheyenne was filled with a murderous intent, as if he longed to devour him whole. "You scoundrel, I shall shatter you to pieces," Sengoku bellowed in fury, his eyes ablaze with a fierce desire for vengeance, eager to rend Cheyenne into fragments. The great Buddha's hand, observing the 30,000 elite naval forces crumble like ants in mere moments. Sengoku's face was a tapestry of wrath. He abruptly raised his gaze, locking onto Cheyenne, and forcefully thrust his hands forward. The golden great Buddha's hand, now fully formed, surged forth with an unprecedented, terrifying power, hurtling towards Cheyenne with immense velocity. This force was so overwhelming that it seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder and obliterating the earth itself. Look, Marshal Sengoku's great Buddha's hand is complete. The devil Cheyenne is undoubtedly doomed. Laughter erupted among the naval soldiers, their faces alight with exhilaration and fervor. Indeed, the might of this strike is sufficient to reduce him to dust. Once the devil Cheyenne is vanquished, the death gods and celestial beings he summoned will vanish, allowing us to swiftly conquer the Whitebeard pirates. Victory for the Navy. In the midst of this, Cheyenne maintained an air of composure and tranquility, though a barely perceptible smile graced the corners of his mouth. Might the divine power, coupled with divine technique, unveil a different brilliance? In the next fleeting moment, Cheyenne's eyes suddenly radiated two beams of resplendent divine light, emanating the essence of the ultimate power of the Vajra realm, exuding an incomprehensible pressure that distorted the surrounding space, causing it to hum ominously. "Heavenly strike," Cheyenne intoned in a chilling whisper, unleashing an overwhelming aura that erupted from within him. This pressure resembled that of the most fearsome deity in existence, enveloping the battlefield in an instant, causing the hearts of all present to palpitate violently, as an invisible force permeated the air, inducing a sense of suffocation. Boom! At that moment, a brilliant straight beam of golden light shot forth like a celestial stallion, racing towards Sengoku's great Buddha's hand. Bang! In the next instant, Sengoku's great Buddha's hand collided violently with the golden light, causing the very void to tremble, as countless fissures cascaded downwards, spreading in all directions. The entirety of Marineford quaked violently. Even the towering screens and transponder snails above were shattered, raining debris upon the scene. Witnessing this spectacle, the eyes of all present widened in horror, their pupils contracting in disbelief at the unfolding chaos before them. At that moment, a distinctly audible sound suddenly reverberated through the air, followed by the astonished gaze of the crowd fixed upon the colossal golden Buddha hand of Admiral Sengoku, which was unexpectedly shattered by an enigmatic force, disintegrating into fine particles that scattered in all directions. How could this be possible? The formidable Buddha hand of Admiral Sengoku, reduced to mere fragments? What a terrifying power! Witnessing this scene, all present widened their eyes, disbelief etched upon their faces as they beheld the radiant golden light. Boom! In the next instant, the golden light struck Sengoku with tremendous force, instantly dispersing the armor of Haki enveloping his body, causing him to be violently propelled backwards. With a thunderous crash, Sengoku's form slammed into the ground, carving a massive trench into the earth. Bang! 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 As the golden light relentlessly battered Sengoku, innumerable cracks appeared on his Buddha form, resembling shattered glass, rapidly fracturing. Soon after, crimson streaks of blood began to seep from his body, staining his robe and rendering him utterly disheveled. In that moment, Sengoku coughed up a mouthful of scarlet blood, his face paling dramatically. With a single strike, merely one strike, and the illustrious Buddha Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, was grievously injured. Moreover, the injury was severe, as the terrifying golden light had already compromised his internal organs. At this juncture, Sengoku's heart was utterly shaken. He had never anticipated that this damned devil Shan could possess such formidable strength, capable of overwhelming even his Buddha hand. What shocked him further was that, after shattering his Buddha hand and inflicting grave wounds upon him, Shan's attack, the Heaven Shatter, did not dissipate due to the clash of energies. Instead, it continued its relentless assault towards the naval headquarters behind him. In that moment, every pair of eyes was fixated upon the naval headquarters building. Under the onslaught of Shan's golden light, the offices of the naval headquarters, as well as the residences of all naval soldiers in Marineford, were instantly reduced to ruins following a tremendous roar, collapsing entirely. And even the entire base was leveled to the ground. The entire Marineford trembled violently, as if on the brink of collapse. This shocking spectacle sent a wave of terror through all the sailors present, beads of sweat the size of peas trickling down their foreheads, engulfing them in profound fear and astonishment. The naval commanders stood frozen, their faces blank, rendered speechless, completely dumbfounded. Upon witnessing this scene, Sengoku could not suppress another spurt of blood, overwhelmed by the devastation of the naval headquarters, which struck him with such force that he fell into unconsciousness, his complexion pale as a sheet, appearing to be on the verge of death. Admiral Sengoku had been defeated in such a manner. How could this be possible? He is our admiral. Upon witnessing the grievous injury sustained by Admiral Sengoku, the entire Marine contingent at Marineford was thrown into disarray. Countless soldiers were struck by a sudden pallor, their expressions contorted with fear as they stood paralyzed, overwhelmed by trepidation. The defeat of Admiral Sengoku had utterly shattered their morale, leaving them as pale as specters, as if mourning a great loss. The realization that even the formidable Sengoku had fallen to this devil, Shan, was nothing short of terrifying. Even the high-ranking officials of the Marine headquarters were visibly shaken, their faces betraying an intense shock. However, this dramatic scene remained unseen by audiences worldwide. For the moment Shan unleashed his divine technique, the Celestial Strike, its sheer force shattered the grand screen, plunging the image into darkness. In that instant, the visuals vanished, leaving viewers across the globe in a state of uproar and confusion. What on earth just happened? Why has it gone black? They exclaimed in frustration. What transpired at such a critical moment? How infuriating to be cut off, right when the clash between Sengoku's colossal Buddha hand and the Devil Shan was reaching its zenith. Who emerged victorious? This is maddening. The most riveting moment has been abruptly severed, leaving us in suspense about the outcome of this monumental battle. As the screen froze at the most exhilarating juncture, viewers from all corners of the world could not suppress their grievances and lamentations. In that moment, they yearned to rush to the Marine headquarters, desperate to witness this pivotal conflict that could reshape the world's destiny. Meanwhile, after executing the Celestial Strike, Shan's countenance bore a pallor dotted with beads of sweat. Throughout the battle, he had expended divine power, leaping to rescue Ace, summoning the might of thunder, and even invoking the recently unlocked powers of the Azura realm to summon the war god Elbu and the divine steed Chi-Tu for an assault. Ultimately, he unleashed the ultimate technique of the Diamond Realm, the Celestial Strike. This technique, a tempestuous surge of divine energy, demanded an immense expenditure of power, yet its destructive potential was astounding. It represented Sean's ultimate realization of the celestial strike, derived from a previous exchange with Carp. Chapter 48. The ruthlessness of Akainu. Although this technique was potent, the cost of its execution was equally severe. Particularly, the divine energy from the diamond realm within Sean was nearly depleted in an instant, leaving his physical form in a state of profound weakness. Yet, even as he sat cross-legged on the ground to recuperate, no marine soldier dared to approach or launch a sneak attack. After all, Sean's prowess and combat performance had thoroughly instilled fear in all the marines present, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the unparalleled war god El-Bu continued his relentless charge, galloping across the fray. In a brief span, the once formidable force of 30,000 elite marines had dwindled to a mere 17,000, the rest having perished under El-Bu's blade, leaving a harrowing scene of carnage in their wake. As for the remaining elite contingent of 17,000 naval soldiers, at this moment, they not only ceased their resistance, but also began a frantic and disordered retreat, their faces etched with despair and terror, appearing utterly flustered. These elite naval personnel, despite being the Armée de l'Armée, had exerted every ounce of their strength in this decisive battle and found themselves powerless to effect any change. The defeat of both the Warlord of the Sea and Vice Admiral Carp had further extinguished their fighting spirit, leaving them paralyzed by fear, too terrified to remain on the battlefield. However, just as this troop of naval soldiers fled for their lives, a flash of crimson light pierced the air, instantly transfixing a young naval lieutenant through the chest, sending forth a spray of blood. The lieutenant's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. For it was not El-Bu nor Shao-In who had delivered the fatal blow, but rather the Marine Headquarters' own Admiral Akainu. Witnessing this scene, many naval soldiers gaped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting profound incredulity. In the next moment, Akainu stood before the fleeing soldiers, the word justice emblazoned on his cape fluttering in the wind. He regarded them with a chilling gaze, narrowing his eyes as he spoke with a calm, yet authoritative tone. The Navy carries the weight of the world's justice. Engaging in battle against pirates is your sacred duty. In this moment, turning your back upon the enemy disqualifies you from being called a member of the Navy. Such individuals deserve only to be labeled as worthless. As soon as Akainu's words fell, the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. An icy chill emanated from his piercing gaze, causing the soldiers to shudder. A wave of fear washing over them. One soldier, trembling, thought to himself, "Admiral Akainu, I am truly terrified. I fear I shall never see my wife and children again. The mere thought renders my legs weak. I beseech you, allow me to leave. I long to return to my homeland." Following Akainu's declaration, a naval commander, a mere captain, immediately knelt before him, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. Yet, in the face of this commander's desperate supplication, Akainu remained unmoved, his demeanor as cold as ice, fixating his gaze on the kneeling officer as he coldly replied, "Better to die on the battlefield than to live as a coward." No sooner had he spoken than Akainu extended his molten arm, piercing through the commander's heart, instantly ending his life. Observing this gruesome spectacle, the surrounding naval soldiers trembled, their expressions filled with horror, their bodies quaking in fear. They stared at Akainu, the embodiment of ruthless dominance and brutality, their faces paling, paralyzed by terror, unwilling to make any further attempts to flee. Even the members of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing this chilling event on the battlefield, were momentarily stunned. At that very moment, the unparalleled god of war, El-Bu, brandishing his halberd and riding his divine steed, charged forth with great speed. Once again, Akainu's arm transformed into a molten state, taking on the shape of a canine head as it lunged ferociously towards El-Bu and the divine steed, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it had reached El-Bu, its jaws agape and ready to strike. Canine bite of the crimson lotus. With a sharp crack, a series of delicate fissures echoed, causing both the divine steed and El-Bu to vanish instantaneously. This spectacle sent shockwaves through the hearts of all the naval soldiers present, leaving even Akainu momentarily stunned. Had the fearsome god of death and his steed finally met their end? How formidable Akainu was! This terrifying harbinger of death had seemingly been vanquished. Witnessing this scene, the naval soldiers collectively exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to them, the disappearance of Elbu and the divine steed was due to Sean forcibly summoning them back. At this moment, Sean, who had been seated in meditation, finally rose. The summoning of Elbu and the divine steed had restored a considerable amount of his strength. While not at its peak, it was sufficient to deal with the lesser foes that lay ahead. Moreover, during his meditative state, Sean had harnessed the power of the divine force of longevity, discovering a hidden derivative technique. Previously, Sean had regarded the divine force of longevity merely as a means of healing injuries and curing ailments, devoid of any combat capabilities. In fact, when he initially unlocked this power, he had only acquired a mundane group healing technique that consumed divine energy. However, Sean's perspective on the divine force of longevity had undergone a significant transformation. It was not solely a miraculous healing art, but also possessed formidable destructive potential. Furthermore, in the face of such power, all constraints would shatter in an instant. Gazing at the system interface, a hint of a smile graced Sean's lips. Host Sean, alias the Devil, Diamond Realm Divine Force, perfected, proficiency, 100 Divine Technique, Heavenly Strike, Divine Force of Longevity, perfected, proficiency, 100 Divine Technique. Understood? Not unlocked. Earth Store Realm Divine Force, perfected, proficiency, 100 Divine Technique. None available. Void Awareness Realm Divine Force, perfected, proficiency, 100 Divine Technique. Glimpse of the Future, Myriad Realms Divine Force, perfected, proficiency, 100 Divine Technique. Thunderous Might, Million Volt version. Azura Realm Divine Force, novice. Proficiency, 786 Divine Technique. None available. Primordial Realm Divine Force, not unlocked. Proficiency, 0 Divine Technique. None available. Colorless Realm Divine Force, not unlocked. Proficiency, 0 Divine Technique. None available. Upon reviewing the system panel, Sean felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The unlocking of divine techniques was not achieved through mere tasks, but through personal insight and awakening. Oh, the god of death has vanished. At that moment, Huang Yuan was taken aback, having witnessed the complete disappearance of Elbu and the divine steed, before finally revealing himself. He had no desire to partake in this conflict, and even wished to let it slide, as he was, after all, the uncle of that rascal Luffy. However, as a member of the Navy, he could not bear to see Marineford reduced to rubble, lest he lose his salary. Jetta no Kagami. At that moment, as Kizaru made his appearance, he instantly transformed into light, soaring into the sky and unleashing a multitude of dazzling light projectiles towards the battlefield where Ace and Luffy were engaged. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds as these brilliant orbs rained down upon the two, their destructive power formidable. However, both Luffy and Ace were momentarily taken aback as the projectiles veered off course, whizzing past them. Upon witnessing this commotion, all the naval soldiers immediately turned their attention to the battlefield. Admiral Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru has finally arrived. The Demon Sean's harbingers of death have already been vanquished by Admiral Akainu. Previously, he had clashed with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, and it was evident that he was now in a weakened state. With all three admirals present, victory is assured if we can capture the Demon Sean. Eliminate the Demon Sean. The Navy is destined for triumph. As Kizaru made his entrance, several naval commanders in the crowd began to chant, momentarily boosting the morale of the Navy headquarters. At this juncture, apart from Akiji and the Weasel who were engaged with Whitebeard's crew, Akainu, Kizaru, and several vice admirals led nearly 20,000 naval soldiers to encircle Sean and the combined forces of the warlords of the sea. Demon Sean, evil shall never triumph over justice. Your end is nigh. To perish beneath my meteor volcano is the most exquisite form of punishment for you, Akainu said coldly, narrowing his eyes at Sean, who bore a sheen of sweat and a weary expression. It was evident to Akainu that Sean had succumbed to fatigue, significantly diminishing his combat capacity. Thus, Akainu's confidence surged as he prepared to obliterate Sean. Once he was dead, the scales of war would inevitably tip in favor of the Navy. However, upon hearing Akainu's words, Sean merely scoffed. Meteor volcano? What a joke. Have you ever heard of the true Thousand Hands? Chapter 49. An encirclement without escape upon hearing these words. Akainu's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Sean, and Icy retorted, "Those who resist are merely the souls beneath the meteor volcano. Demonsean, you shall face the most brutal execution." With that command, nearly 20,000 naval soldiers closed in on Sean. Even Kizaru stood in alignment with Akainu, confronting Sean. Yet, upon observing this scene, Sean's eyes reflected no trace of fear. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Such a spectacle was nothing new to him. Moreover, the powerful hidden technique he was about to unleash was a fierce area attack, capable of effortlessly crushing a horde of lesser foes. With Ace rescued, it was time to conclude this conflict. "Hey, you bastard, you're not really planning to annihilate Marineford, are you?" At that moment, Kizaru suddenly interjected, casting an irritable glance at Sean. If Marineford were to be utterly annihilated, last month's salary would go up in smoke, and even a year-end bonus would be confiscated, leaving him to fend for himself. "Ha, Admiral Kizaru, I presume your time captured in that burlap sack was rather comfortable? You seem to have bounced back quite swiftly." Observing Kizaru, a smirk of amusement graced Sean's lips. Akainu, the naval soldiers, upon hearing this, turned pale. Just days prior, Kizaru had been defeated by Sean's shadowless kick and celestial sword, ultimately being captured alive in a burlap sack, an embarrassment that reverberated throughout the Whitebeard pirates. The esteemed Admiral Kizaru, one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, captured by a pirate using a mere sack. If this news were spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Navy's reputation. Cough, cough, enough nonsense. No matter what, I will ensure you remain here today. Kizaru awkwardly coughed twice, then instantaneously transformed into light, raising his hands to unleash a barrage of photon finger guns directed at Sean. In an instant, hundreds of photon finger guns, imbued with an incredibly fierce aura, surged forth toward Sean. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left in astonishment. Each of these photon projectiles possessed terrifying penetration and destructive power. If struck, even steel would likely be pierced through effortlessly. Simultaneously, as Sean evaded the photon barrage, Akainu's expression darkened. He swiftly extended his massive magma fist, infused with molten lava, launching a surprise attack towards Sean's right side. Magma burst. This colossal magma fist struck with the force of a volcanic eruption, and upon bursting, it would transform into a barrage of volcanic projectiles, each capable of obliterating a top-tier warship. Akainu intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Sean, thus unleashing an even more ferocious eruption of power. However, Sean appeared to have anticipated this maneuver. He deftly swayed his body, dodging Akainu's assault. Boom! The magma burst collided with a naval warship, instantly erupting in a conflagration that reduced the vessel to ashes. Meanwhile, Kizaru's photon finger guns were converging, completely engulfing Sean. In that moment, an array of photon projectiles surged toward him, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance akin to radiant sunlight. Indeed, our Admiral Kizaru wields formidable power. The Devil Sean has been utterly overwhelmed. Such an onslaught would surely deter even the most cunning and powerful adversary. I doubt the Devil Sean can withstand this for much longer. Ultimate victory will undoubtedly belong to us, the Navy, as the soldiers around them grew, increasingly exhilarated. Cheering loudly at Kizaru's display of might, the submerged figure suddenly raised both hands, and countless golden rays erupted from his fingertips, shattering the surrounding photon projectiles in an instant. How is this possible? The photonized finger gun of Admiral Kizaru was unexpectedly shattered. What kind of technique is this? Could also be a finger gun? The spectators were taken aback as they witnessed Sean effortlessly deflecting Kizaru's assault. Even Kizaru himself was momentarily stunned. It is important to note that this photonized finger gun is one of his signature moves, characterized by its incredible speed and formidable power. In his estimation, even if Sean were immensely powerful, he could only evade temporarily. He never anticipated that his attacks would be systematically dismantled by Sean. "You rascal, what technique is this?" Kizaru, astonished, was filled with questions. His curiosity about Sean deepened, as each encounter revealed endless surprises. The Six Pulses Divine Sword. A faint smile played upon Sean's lips as he observed Kizaru's expression. This technique, formed by channeling divine energy through the fingertips, possesses astonishing might. Kizaru, stop with the idle chatter. Let us all join forces to eliminate him. At that moment, Akainu took a fierce drag from his cigar and spoke with a chilling demeanor. As soon as he finished his words, his arms instantaneously transformed into molten lava, enveloped in the armor of Haki. Moreover, the 2,000 naval soldiers behind him raised their weapons, adopting a menacing formation for a surround attack. Without hesitation, Kizaru photonized his body, hovering in the air, poised to unleash laser beams and the Yada no Kagami. The atmosphere was charged, on the brink of eruption, with Sean standing alone amidst the throng. Simultaneously, as Sean found himself encircled in a shadowy corner of Marineford, a rugged man with a thick black beard watched the battle with keen interest. He turned to the giant Saint Juan Wolf beside him and chuckled ominously. "Haha, Wolf, it seems our plan is nearing fruition. Although I am uncertain where this devil Sean emerged from, he will soon meet his demise. At that point, Admiral Akainu will undoubtedly lead his forces to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. We shall seize the opportunity to strike." Ha ha! This man was none other than Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, the traitor pursued by Sean and Ace. He had witnessed the entire encounter, and though he was initially shocked by Sean's unexpected prowess in defeating Garp and Sengoku, the situation had shifted. Everyone had seen Sean meditating to recover, his forehead beaded with sweat, and his complexion pale after executing that formidable technique, the Heavenly Strike. Thus, like Akainu, he concluded that Sean was at the end of his strength and would not last much longer. Furthermore, with both Admiral Kizaru and Akainu joining forces, along with the tight encirclement of 2,000 Navy soldiers, even the devil Sean could not hope to escape. Ha ha ha! Chapter 50, Celestial Technique. True Thousand Hands transforming into Buddha. With Blackbeard Teach's sinister laughter, the giant Saint Juan Wolf and the members of the Blackbeard pirates joined in a cacophony of laughter, as though they could already envision the successful outcome of their scheme. Yet, in the following moment, the smiles of all present abruptly froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. Mouths agape, as if they could swallow a duck egg. For amidst the throngs of people encircling him, Sean not only harbored no intention of fleeing or evading, but instead pressed his palms together, uttering an obscure and enigmatic incantation. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the crowd, the ground before Sean began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, the earth cracked with a resounding snap, and an immense golden Buddha emerged from the depths, radiating a resplendent golden light. How colossal it was! It bore a striking resemblance to the Buddha form of the Warring States period, yet this figure was magnified 100-fold. What manner of creature was this? It seemed yet another masterpiece of the devilish Sean. As the gigantic golden Buddha materialized, the entire populace of Marineford was taken aback, their faces etched with profound terror. Particularly, Akainu, who had appeared so self-assured moments prior, now found his expression shifting, his heart racing, eyes betraying his shock. What on earth is this monstrosity? This golden Buddha towered over 500 meters, its entire form gleaming as if sculpted from pure gold, instilling fear in all who gazed upon it. Even more astonishing was the fact that this colossal Buddha possessed 1,000 arms, each arm reaching a staggering height of 1,000 meters, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Most significantly, the immense power emanating from this golden Buddha was palpable, imparting a formidable sense of oppression that compelled those nearby to kneel in submission. One extraordinary feat. This boy truly is a devil. At that moment, even the entire Whitebeard pirates were rendered speechless, each member marveling at the spectacle. Meanwhile, the hidden Blackbeard and his crew were equally shaken, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. This gigantic, 1,000-armed golden Buddha was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring, delivering a profound visual impact to everyone in attendance. This was the singular group attack divine technique of the realm of eternal life, the true thousand-armed transformation into Buddha. The pinnacle of divine power in the realm of eternal life lies in grasping the essence of existence, wherein the ultimate truth of life is the pursuit of an undying physical form and an indomitable soul, thereby attaining the realm of immortals. The true thousand-armed transformation into Buddha is a celestial technique, a synthesis of Shan's insights derived from the reincarnation cycle of the divine power of the realm of eternal life, combined with the might of the diamond realm, and even drawing inspiration from the Buddha form of the Warring States. Yet, Shan's golden Buddha was even more awe-inspiring. At that instant, witnessing the emergence of the gigantic golden Buddha, Akainu, after a brief moment of shock, darkened his expression and commanded, "Quick, open fire, kill him." No sooner had the words left his lips than cannonballs began to rain down furiously upon Shan. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted, as the skies over Marineford were engulfed in a relentless barrage of cannon fire. However, in the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Shan remained serene, even sporting a hint of derision in his gaze. Celestial technique, true thousand-armed transformation into Buddha. Subsequently, Xiao uttered a low command, and the colossal Buddha statue suddenly radiated with brilliance, an ethereal wave swiftly permeating the surroundings. Witnessing this spectacle, Akainu squinted his eyes and with molten fists transformed. He launched a barrage of magma punches towards the golden Buddha and Xiao, as swift as meteors. Perish, meteor volcano. Countless magma punches, imbued with terrifying heat, rained down upon Xiao. Moreover, amidst the onslaught of the magma punches and innumerable projectiles, Kizaru soared into the sky, unleashing a multitude of dazzling light bullets upon Xiao. 8-foot Xiangjade. In an instant, overwhelming radiance flickered around Xiao, enveloping him entirely. Yet, just as all these attacks were about to descend upon him, the immense golden Buddha suddenly opened its eyes, emanating a dazzling golden light. Then, beneath the astonished gazes of Akainu and Kizaru, the giant Buddha's myriad hands moved in unison, unleashing a terrifying display of power and speed. Instantly, the barrage of projectiles and brilliant light bullets disintegrated upon contact with the thousand arms, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. How is this possible? What manner of creature is this, capable of nullifying our attacks? As the golden Buddha effortlessly dismantled all projectiles, even Kizaru's radiant light bullets, the expressions of the naval soldiers transformed into sheer horror, their faces reflecting utmost despair, their eyes filled with trepidation. Hellhound, evil shall never triumph over justice. Perish. David Xiaoin. At that moment, having unleashed a wave of meteor volcano, Akainu swiftly followed up with a surprise attack, his elongated magma arm targeting Xiao's heart. Once Xiao is dead, the Buddha shall certainly vanish. You are mistaken. Only the victor can be deemed just. Nevertheless, in the face of Akainu's ambush, Xiao's demeanor remained utterly unchanged, exuding an air of calmness as he uttered a mere phrase. Then, the immense golden Buddha took a heavy step forward. With a resounding stomp, it was as if divine wrath had descended, unleashing an overwhelming aura that reverberated throughout the land, causing the very foundations of Marineford to tremble perilously, as if on the brink of collapse. As the Buddha's foot descended, the surrounding mass of 20,000 naval soldiers was instantly sent soaring into the air, and 1,000 arms rained down upon them like a torrential storm. The sound of bodies being struck echoed, leaving them battered and bloodied, their cries of agony relentless. What in the world is this creature? It possesses such terrifying power. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach, lurking in the shadows, gazed in horror at the fearsome thousand-handed Buddha, exclaiming in disbelief, "Boss, our plan seems to be unraveling." Silence. I refuse to believe that this devil, Xiao, has no weaknesses. Upon hearing these words, Blackbeard harshly reprimanded him. At that moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The thousand-handed Buddha, after effortlessly dispatching 20,000 naval soldiers, swiftly maneuvered its 1,000 arms to strike at Kizaru and Akainu with ferocity. In an instant, countless shadows of arms flickered. Suddenly, Kizaru felt a jolt, sensing impending danger. Reacting with remarkable agility, he instantaneously transformed his body into light, vanishing without a trace. Once the Golden Buddha perceived Kizaru's disappearance, its 1,000 arms promptly redirected toward Akainu, launching a synchronized assault. Chapter 51. Akainu's Defeat, the Emergence of Blackbeard. Damn it! Akainu's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing Kizaru's escape. As the 1,000 arms launched their relentless attack against him, he immediately interrupted his technique and swung his molten fists, unleashing a barrage of meteor volcanoes. In an instant, colossal molten fists filled the air, hurtling towards the arms with terrifying heat capable of incinerating steel. However, the arms of the 1,000-handed Buddha were overwhelmingly powerful and utterly insurmountable. Countless molten fists were unleashed but could not withstand the onslaught of those arms. At that moment, a golden glow surfaced on the arms, which then swung down with tremendous force. With resounding booms, Akainu's molten fists were torn apart and shattered by those arms, falling to the ground as scalding magma that transformed the surrounding earth into a small sea of fire. Cursed be this! What in the world is this? My meteor volcano cannot inflict any damage upon it. This is impossible. Gazing at the 1,000 arms of the Golden Buddha, Akainu's face contorted with shock. His eyes filled with profound horror. In this instant, he realized how ludicrous his earlier confidence had been before Cheyenne. Perish! He roared, invoking the Dogbite Red Lotus. Reacting swiftly, he gritted his teeth and summoned the technique, transforming his molten arms into a massive head of magma. This iteration of Dogbite Red Lotus was even more ferocious, with a deeper hue of magma, and the dog head swelled in size, swiftly opening its gaping maw to fiercely devour Cheyenne beside the colossal Golden Buddha, intent on obliterating him with the most brutal onslaught. He was certain that with Cheyenne's demise, the 1,000-handed Buddha would undoubtedly vanish. However, just as Dogbite Red Lotus surged toward Cheyenne, the 1,000 arms abruptly swung into action, launching a torrent of attacks that cascaded upon the massive magma dog head, shattering it into pieces in an instant. Furthermore, as the dog head vanished, the 1,000 arms swiftly redirected their assault towards Akainu. Witnessing this scene, Akainu's pupils constricted, and a deep-colored magma armor rapidly formed around his body, enveloping him entirely. Boom! However, in the next moment, a violent cacophony erupted as Akainu's magma armor shattered under the relentless assault of 1,000 arms, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Akainu himself seemed struck by lightning, blood gushing from his mouth, and ultimately, under the onslaught of the Golden Buddha's myriad arms, his body was hurled like a cannonball into a building, causing the entire structure to collapse. Subsequently, Akainu plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating an enormous crater, leaving his life in question. Had Admiral Akainu been defeated? With such devastating blows from the Golden Buddha's 1,000 arms, it was a miracle if he survived. Yet he must be gravely injured. The terror was palpable. The devil Shan was truly fearsome. Witnessing the defeat of Admiral Akainu, the remaining Navy soldiers were struck with horror and disbelief, and even Vice Admiral Squirrel and his comrades displayed profound incredulity. Even the previously evasive Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Akiji, engaged in another battlefield, were equally shocked at Akainu's dire plight. The colossal 1,000-armed Golden Buddha was indeed a sight to behold. Father, Ace has been rescued, and the Navy headquarters has been destroyed. We must retreat. At that moment, observing Akainu's defeat, Marco urgently addressed Whitebeard. Although the tide of battle was currently favoring the Whitebeard pirates, both sides had suffered tremendous losses since the war's inception. Continuing the fight would only lead to further casualties. Moreover, since rescuing Ace, Shan had single-handedly faced tens of thousands of Navy soldiers, even defeating the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, and the highest-ranking Navy forces, such as Sengoku and Garp. These accomplishments attested to Shan's formidable strength. Yet, even the mightiest would eventually exhaust their energy. particularly after unleashing the thousand-handed Buddha, leaving Sean noticeably paler than before. "All right, men, prepare to retreat." Upon hearing Marco's suggestion, Whitebeard did not hesitate and immediately called out to his crew. Yes. As soon as the words left his lips, the various pirate crews began to assemble for their retreat. However, just then, as the thousand-handed Buddha vanished beneath the ground under Sean's command, he suddenly darted towards the fallen Akainu. Boom! A fist crashed violently onto a building behind Akainu, producing a thunderous sound as a massive structure, several meters thick of reinforced concrete, crumbled into ruins under Sean's blow, burying Akainu beneath the debris. As the building collapsed, an immense figure emerged before the onlookers. The sight of this colossal form momentarily stunned all members of the Whitebeard pirates, and their eyes widened in shock upon recognizing a man with a black beard standing atop the giant's shoulder. For that man was none other than the traitor Blackbeard, Teach, who had slain the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, and stolen the dark fruit. "Boss, it seems we have been exposed." At that moment, as the gazes of the crowd converged, the giant Saint Juan Wolf's expression shifted to one of alarm as he spoke. "I never expected that we would inadvertently reveal our location." Upon being discovered, Blackbeard Teach displayed no trace of embarrassment. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The appearance of this man caused Ace, Marco, and the others to wear expressions of grave discontent, as a surge of inexplicable anger and hatred welled up within them. However, there was someone present who felt even more fury than they did. This individual was neither Whitebeard nor Ace, nor was he Sean, but rather the recently revived Fleet Admiral Sengoku. With the aid of Garp, Sengoku struggled to stand, his face pale, bloodied, and marked with numerous gaping wounds, his injury severe. Upon seeing Blackbeard Teach, he was initially taken aback, but upon noticing the group of notorious individuals behind him, boundless rage erupted within him. For Blackbeard Teach and the men who accompanied him were the most heinous criminals of Impelled Down. Katarina Devon, known as the Moonlight Hunter, Abelo Pizarro, the Tyrant King, Baschote, the Great Drunkard, and the giant battleship, Saint Juan Wolf. Even Shiryu of the Rain, the former chief warden of Impelled Down, was among them. All of these individuals were the most vile scoundrels, having committed atrocious crimes that were beyond comprehension. Chapter 52. The Horror of Blackbeard Now. This congregation of the most nefarious criminals had assembled. As he surveyed the scene before him, the flames of unquenchable anger flickered in Sengoku's eyes. He could scarcely believe that during this time, a riot had erupted within Impelled Down, allowing this gang of notorious criminals to escape. Should they succeed in their breakout, the devastation they would unleash upon the world would be immeasurable. In Sengoku's eyes, this threat surpassed even that posed by the devil Sean. For these old fiends were ruthless and merciless, having committed heinous acts of slaughter against cities and nations. At least, Sean had yet to be reported as a mass murderer of innocents or a plunderer of civilians in the Navy's intelligence. "Damn you, you old bastards." Sengoku's gaze was fixed firmly upon the group before him, his eyes ablaze with intense fury. Not only he, but Garp Kizaru and Akiji also wore expressions of grave concern. Each of these individuals was a figure of extreme malevolence, each one a relentless force of destruction, and their formidable strength posed an undeniable threat. Should they be allowed to escape, the consequences for the world would be catastrophic. In that moment, the appearance of these criminals ignited a fervor among the pirates and Navy soldiers present, who, after a brief shock, erupted into chaos. To think that this group of old monsters had all managed to escape. It was truly unimaginable that they had not perished but instead had returned to the world. A terrifying prospect indeed. If these monsters were to emerge, the entire world would likely descend into an uncontainable calamity. Upon witnessing the emergence of these heinous criminals, numerous pirates, including high-ranking officials from the Navy headquarters, displayed visages of profound dread and trepidation, as if the appearance of this nefarious assembly heralded an impending cataclysm for the world. Admiral Sengoku, you ought to express your gratitude towards me. These are your old acquaintances. Without my intervention, how could you ever reunite with them? At this moment, Blackbeard Teach's eyes blazed with unbridled fury as a wicked grin spread across his face. The release of these malevolent criminals was a calculated move within his grand scheme. From the onset of the invasion of Impel Down, Blackbeard had conceived a daring plan to liberate this band of notorious felons and recruit them to bolster the might of his pirate crew. Their formidable strength was an undeniable force, one that could not be overlooked. With their assistance, his ambitions would surely progress with greater ease. As for the potential devastation their release could wreak upon the world, he held no concern. The loss of life meant little to him. His sole focus lay in the benefits these individuals could provide and the success of his endeavors. "You treacherous scoundrel! How dare you act with such audacity?" Just then, Marco's face was etched with rage as he transformed into his azure phoenix form. Ace, brimming with hatred, summoned flames, poised for an assault. "Teach, you bastard! You have slain our comrades and shattered the rules. A creature like you does not deserve to live." However, at that moment, Whitebeard's eyes reddened, his voice deep and resonant. Oh, it's dear old Dad. I almost forgot to greet you. It's been such a long time." Observing Whitebeard's expression, Blackbeard Teach remained unfazed, responding with a grin, as if accustomed to such titles. "I have no son as despicable as you," Whitebeard retorted, his fury erupting, shaking the very air around him. Father, do try to remain calm. Agitation can burden your health, especially at your age, afflicted as you are. Your frail body may not withstand our forthcoming onslaught." Blackbeard Teach, undeterred, maintained his jovial demeanor, jesting. "Teach, you wretched fiend, I shall end your life." At this juncture, Marco could no longer contain himself, swiftly lunging towards Blackbeard Teach in his phoenix form. "Traitor, scoundrel, I will slay you." As Marco approached Blackbeard Teach, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, unable to restrain their fury, erupted in a chorus of rage, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Blackbeard Teach. "Kill him! Avenge our fallen comrades!" Just as they prepared to surge forward, a towering figure loomed before them, launching the first attack. With his left hand gripping the swirling clouds and his right fist vibrating the air, a powerful shockwave surged towards Blackbeard Teach. Witnessing this scene, a look of astonishment instantly crossed Blackbeard Teach's face, for Whitebeard's strike was astonishingly fierce, utterly uncharacteristic of someone weakened by illness and age. It was filled with an intense vitality, exhibiting unparalleled might. How could this be possible? You were supposed to be gravely ill and nearing death. Blackbeard Teach's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Whitebeard, overwhelmed with shock, confusion, and incredulity. He could not fathom how Whitebeard, whom he knew to be in a dire state of health, could unleash such terrifying combat power, especially after being exhausted from battling Admiral Akiji, Admiral Akainu, and various vice admirals at the onset of the war. Just as Blackbeard Teach's astonishment settled, the tremor from the tremor fruit had already closed in. Dark water! This time, Blackbeard did not hesitate, immediately activating the powers of the dark fruit. Before him, a massive vortex of dark water materialized, rapidly spinning and devouring Whitebeard's attack. However, despite evading Whitebeard's blow, Blackbeard Teach was taken by surprise as a formidable presence emerged beside him. Bang! Sean's fist struck Blackbeard Teach's shoulder directly, sending him hurtling away. Spurt! Blackbeard Teach instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying through the air as he gasped in pain, his body convulsing from the double agony. "You bastard, it's you again!" Rising to his feet, Blackbeard Teach gritted his teeth, glaring at Sean with a face twisted in rage and resentment. If it weren't for Sean's interference, his plan would have succeeded by now. He yearned to shred Sean's face into pieces. Chapter 53, Thunder Dragon. A million volts version. Blackbeard Teach, you have violated the ironclad rules. This time, you must face punishment. Just as Blackbeard Teach regained his footing, the immortal bird Marco swiftly appeared before him, emanating an unmatched aura of terrifying blue flames. After a furious shout, he delivered a powerful kick, descending upon Blackbeard. This kick contained immense destructive force, unparalleled in its might. Yet, facing Marco's assault, Blackbeard Teach did not flinch or evade. Instead, Dark smoke enveloped his body, and his right hand radiated a profound black light. Subsequently, this dark hand merely grazed Marco's attack, directly consuming it. Witnessing this, Marco's pupils constricted in disbelief. The power of this dark hand far exceeded his expectations. Ha 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 ha, before the might of my dark fruit, all devil fruit powers shall turn to nothingness. A cruel smile crept across Blackbeard Teach's lips as he exuded an even stronger wave of darkness. Father, it has been a long time. Allow me to showcase my true abilities. The dark fruit. At that moment, Blackbeard Teach let out a great roar, and a surge of dark energy erupted, rapidly spreading in all directions, engulfing the surroundings in swirling black smoke. What? Such an eerie power. What exactly is this ability? It is utterly terrifying. Objects shrouded in darkness are instantly sinking and shattering under the influence of this dark force. The entire sky in this area was enveloped in a pitch-black mist, rendering the sunlight completely invisible. A realm of utter darkness where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Moreover, within this abyssal expanse, a faint shadow lingered, twisting incessantly, resembling grotesque, snarling faces that spread ominously, creating a truly uncanny spectacle. In the regions consumed by darkness, both people and objects would succumb to its corrosive grip, vanishing without a trace. Damn it, that darkness is spreading quickly. Everyone, take cover. This dark power is exceedingly sinister. As Blackbeard's dark abilities began to spread, the nearest Navy soldiers and members of the Whitebeard pirate crew finally reacted, shrieking in panic as they fled in all directions, terrified of being devoured by the dark power. Ha ha! Before the might of my dark fruit, all shall be reduced to dust. Seeing the chaos and fear in the fleeing masses, Blackbeard Teach couldn't help but wear a smug grin. Teach, I have warned you. Your arrogance is your undoing. Do you truly believe yourself invincible now that you possess the dark fruit? At that moment, to Blackbeard's astonishment, Whitebeard showed no fear of his dark abilities. Instead, wielding the Tremor blade, he charged swiftly toward him. Upon witnessing Whitebeard's advance, a wave of fear surged within Blackbeard, as if the formidable man had returned. In an instant, Blackbeard perceived a glint of cold steel, the menacing Tremor blade appearing before him, sending a shudder through his entire being. Reacting instinctively, Blackbeard attempted to evade. However, just as he moved, Whitebeard struck with a powerful blow. Splatter! A spray of blood erupted as Blackbeard's arm absorbed the fatal strike, crimson staining his attire. He collapsed to the ground, racked by excruciating pain, his facial muscles contorting violently as anguished cries echoed into the heavens. No, please, Father, do not kill me. I realize my mistakes. At that moment, gazing at the icy Tremor blade raised high in Whitebeard's hand, terror unlike any he had ever known gleamed in Blackbeard's eyes. Trembling, he watched Whitebeard approach, his lips quivering, voice shaking, as he wailed and begged for mercy. Father, do not believe him. Kill him quickly. Observing Blackbeard's hypocritical pleas for mercy, Marco immediately interjected with a warning. Even the old man Garp, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of satisfaction, a glimmer of relief appearing on his face as he hoped fervently that Whitebeard would deliver a fatal blow to Teach. This Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, was not only a perilous pirate, but also the one who had liberated the most heinous criminals from Impel Down. And it was this scoundrel who had captured his own grandson, Ace, and delivered him to the Navy. Thus, the thought of sparing such a wretch was enough to kindle an unquenchable fury within him. Suddenly, unnoticed by anyone, the surrounding dark energy began to swirl and churn violently. And soon, tiny currents of darkness emerged around them, coalescing rapidly to form a vortex behind Blackbeard. At that moment, Teach's body was swiftly engulfed by the black hole. But as he melded into the shadows, his expression shifted dramatically, his smile freezing on his face. For in that instant, he sensed an overwhelming force of pressure descending from the darkened expanse above. Boom! At that moment, flashes of lightning erupted above and thick. Roaring lightning dragons plummeted from the sky. The sight filled Blackbeard with dread, and a sense of impending doom surged within him. the thunderous might of 1,000,000 volts. Crash! In an instant, bolts of lightning descended upon him, drowning the entire dark realm in a tempest of purple lightning, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous explosions. As the purple lightning rained down, the dark world transformed into a vast ocean of electric fury. How terrifying and immense these bolts of lightning are. Oh, my eyes. My retinas are about to be blinded. What is happening? How can there be so many and such formidable bolts of lightning? I understand now. Look, it is the work of the devil, Sean. What? Sean again? Witnessing this spectacle, all eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed upon the dark realm engulfed by the electric sea, their expressions filled with disbelief and horror. Chapter 54. The true hunt has only just begun. Boom. At that moment, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the bolts of lightning coalesced into a colossal purple lightning dragon, spiraling and soaring through the dark domain. Its earth-shattering roars echoed, reminiscent of a primal beast, sending chills down their spines. The sight rendered everyone utterly astounded. It is terrifying. This purple lightning dragon appears almost real. Indeed, such a scene I have never witnessed before. This devil Sean is truly formidable. Gazing upon the immense dragon, the crowd gasped in awe, their expressions increasingly steeped in terror. This is the divine technique unleashed by Sean using the power of the myriad realms, the thunderclap of 1,000,000,000 volts. The skills of the myriad realms possess certain limitations in range. Thus, seizing the moment when Blackbeard activated the Dark Passage, Sean swiftly utilized the essence of heaven and earth to summon heavenly thunder in the area shrouded in darkness. Such a densely packed and fearsome assault was undoubtedly the ultimate nemesis of Blackbeard Teach. However, just as everyone believed that Blackbeard Teach was doomed, suddenly, that thick and intense lightning, along with the largest purple lightning dragon, struck a colossal figure. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and the giant Saint Juan Wolf had no time to even emit a cry before being brutally struck by the enormous purple lightning dragon. Instantly, his body shattered, blood raining down, followed by a plume of white smoke, crackling as it transformed into charred fragments. At that very moment, Blackbeard Teach and the other members of his crew had swiftly reached the coastline, boarding a super battleship. Ah, Wolf, my good brother, the captain will avenge you. Blackbeard Teach gazed at the remnants of the exploded Saint Juan Wolf, unable to contain his maniacal laughter, his expression rife with madness. Damn it, that treacherous and cunning traitor has escaped. Witnessing this scene, all members of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with rage and hatred, yet felt utterly helpless. Just moments ago, the countless bolts of lightning and the condensed lightning dragon were aimed squarely at Blackbeard, seemingly poised to obliterate him. Yet, the insidious Blackbeard Teach had cunningly redirected the lightning towards the giant Saint Juan Wolf. The massive size of Saint Juan Wolf had perfectly shielded Blackbeard Teach from this lethal blow. Little did he know, in his final moments, that he would become the shield for Blackbeard Teach. Curse him, that traitor, still as despicable and ruthless as ever, not even sparing his own comrades. Father, I will capture him and personally sever his head to avenge our fallen brothers. At that moment, seeing Blackbeard Teach group growing increasingly distant, Marco, unwilling to relent, flapped his blue wings in preparation to pursue. Ace, too, was seething with rage, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to chase after them. However, before their bodies could act, a calm voice reached their ears. Marco, Ace, do not pursue. Rest assured, he cannot escape. I promised the old man that I would personally twist off his head. Sean's voice was cold and composed, yet as he gazed in the direction of Blackbeard Teach retreat, a sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. The true hunt was merely beginning. Meanwhile, upon escaping the confines of Marineford, Blackbeard Teach took a deep breath, his cold sweat pouring down uncontrollably, his heart thundering in his chest, and his forehead drenched in perspiration. The recent scene was indeed perilous. Had it not been for the formidable presence of the giant Saint Juan, he would have surely been obliterated by that terrifying lightning. Furthermore, he was astonished to find that Whitebeard's body had recuperated significantly, nearly leading to his demise with a single strike. Had he not understood Whitebeard's character, and humbly pleaded for mercy to buy a moment's reprieve, he would likely have met his end at Whitebeard's hands. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a flicker of confusion emerged on Blackbeard Teach's face as he turned to range Shiryu and inquired, "Shiryu, is it not true that the Devil Shan is a user of a devil fruit? Why then did my dark fruit not devour his attack?" Blackbeard Teach held an unwavering confidence in the prowess of his dark fruit, believing that all devil fruit abilities would be rendered null before its might. Yet, he could not fathom why Shan's lightning techniques had evaded the grasp of his darkness. Upon hearing Blackbeard Teach's query, Rain Shiryu's expression grew grave as he contemplated for a moment before responding. "Perhaps he is a formidable item craftsman, but I'm certain he is also a user of multiple devil fruits. Otherwise, he could not summon those fearsome killing gods." Multiple devil fruit users. At this revelation, a glimmer of greed sparked in Blackbeard Teach's eyes. Throughout the battle, he had witnessed everything unfold, and Shan's accomplishments were nothing short of astonishing. Although he remained uncertain of the exact nature of Shan's abilities, the strength he had displayed was sufficient to suggest that the devil fruit he had consumed was indeed of a high caliber. Compared to Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, Blackbeard Teach's interest in Shan's multiple devil fruits only intensified. With that said, I feel much more at ease. However, with this plan having failed, it will be increasingly difficult to achieve our goals. We must depart swiftly and initiate the next phase. Blackbeard Teach chuckled heartily. Upon hearing about the initiation of the plan, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates were filled with fervor and anticipation. Why are there moths on the sea? Just then, the aptly nicknamed Big Barrel Busker Choate furrowed his brow, pointing towards a gray moth on the sails with a perplexed expression. A moth. The faces of all the Blackbeard Pirates mirrored his confusion. They followed the direction pointed out by Busker Choate. On the sail, the gray moth, no larger than a thumb, fluttered in the air, incessantly flapping its wings and emitting a peculiar squeaking sound that felt quite eerie. "Never mind that. It's just a moth. Let's hasten our departure." Blackbeard Teach glanced at it briefly before diverting his gaze, urging the others aboard to accelerate their escape. He could not bear the thought of being pursued by Whitebeard's crew. Chapter 55. The most powerful face fruit. Meanwhile, after Blackbeard Teach and his crew had fled, a stark confrontation once again unfolded in the square of Marineford. Behind Sengoku and Kapu, two admirals, Kizuru and Akiji, along with several vice-admirals of the Navy's high command, stood resolutely leading the last 3 battalions of Navy soldiers capable of combat, facing off against every member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. In front of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard, Shanks, Ace, Luffy, and the various captains of the pirate crews stood silently in confrontation with the Navy headquarters, creating an oppressive silence that weighed heavily upon the battlefield. The scene transformed the air into a palpable tension, as if it had solidified, making it difficult to breathe. At the zenith of this charged atmosphere, Sengoku's expression darkened. "We shall defend Marineford to the death and annihilate the pirates." Sengoku's voice reverberated across the sea, infused with an aura of authority and resolution. This conflict, disrupted by the intervention of the devil, Shanks, had thrown Sengoku's plans into disarray, leaving him bereft of the initiative he once held. Thus, he was compelled to resort to the most rudimentary and foolish method, to stake his life and the honor of the Navy in a desperate defense of Marineford. Sengoku's rallying cry resonated with the Navy soldiers, igniting their spirits as they collectively shouted, "We shall defend Marineford to the death. We shall defend Marineford to the death." The fervor surged within the hearts of the Navy soldiers, compelling them to seize their weapons and charge towards the Whitebeard Pirates with a fierce resolve to resist to the last. Confronted by the Navy's soaring morale, the faces of the Whitebeard Pirates turned grave, many drawing their weapons and bracing for the impending clash. The war had reached its critical juncture. The outcome hinged on this final battle. This confrontation would irrevocably alter the fabric of the world, heralding a seismic shift in its structure. Charge forth. Annihilate them. Destroy these pirates. The Navy shall prevail. The shouts of the Navy soldiers echoed once more over the expanse of Marineford Square, instilling a sense of dread and tightening the atmosphere to its breaking point. Simultaneously, The members of the Whitebeard pirates wore expressions of grim determination, weapons in hand, prepare to meet their foes. Yet, just as this climactic battle was poised to erupt, an overwhelming aura of terror suddenly swept through the vicinity, enveloping the entire Marineford square. Many pirates and Navy soldiers alike felt a tremor coursing through their bodies, with some even succumbing to unconsciousness. What immense pressure! How could this be? How could such a powerful Conqueror's Haki appear so suddenly? Is it that straw hat kid again? No, it's not that brat. As they sensed the suffocating force surrounding them, astonishment painted the faces of all present, their eyes widening in disbelief and confusion as they gazed toward the singular direction. It was none other than red-haired Shanks. The red-haired pirates had arrived. At that moment, someone finally reacted, gazing in astonishment at the figure stepping into the square, exclaiming in shock. It was him. This fellow had clashed with Kaido just the day before. How could he have arrived at Marineford so swiftly? This could spell trouble. For even the Yonko Shanks had come. Damn it, this man was the one who had set Luffy on the path of piracy. Carp's face was a mask of fury. Shanks. Upon seeing the red-haired figure, Luffy's excitement erupted into a broad, toothy grin. The arrival of this newcomer sent ripples of astonishment and disbelief through the gathered crowd, as they were utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of the Yonko Shanks at Marineford. With each step he took, clad in flip-flops and wielding the renowned sword Griffin, Shanks advanced, each footfall resonating with an unsettling gravity. "Everyone, I implore you, cease fighting," he proclaimed as he reached the center of the square, surveying the crowd with a calm, yet commanding presence. His voice, though not raised, reverberated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating waves that lingered in the air above the square. Under the weight of his imposing aura, nearly everyone held their breath in shock. Continuing the conflict would only lead to mutual destruction and unnecessary casualties. Yet, should anyone insist on battling, let them come forth. My Griffin is already yearning for a challenge. In that moment, Shanks swiftly drew his famed sword, executing a fearsome slash in the center of the square, and spoke once more. As his words faded, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. After a tense minute, Mihawk the Hawk-Eyes suddenly gripped his black blade and turned to depart. "Damn it, Mihawk! Come back!" A naval vice admiral's face darkened as he shouted in anger at Mihawk's indifferent retreat. "There is no longer any reason for me to remain," Mihawk replied, his voice cool and detached, before hastily exiting the battlefield. Infuriated, the vice admiral's countenance turned a deep shade of anger upon witnessing Mihawk's departure. He then turned his ire towards Shanks, exclaiming, "By what right do you command the Marine headquarters? Indeed, why should we heed the orders of a pirate?" The indignation echoed among many naval soldiers present, their voices laced with fury. Yet, amidst this uproar, at the forefront of the Marines, Sengoku suddenly issued a low command: retreat the entire army. This succinct order from Sengoku left everyone momentarily stunned. "Marshal Sengoku, the war has come to an end. I have spoken, and I demand a retreat." The muscles in Sengoku's jaw tightened as he reaffirmed with unwavering conviction, observing the resolute and unwavering gaze of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The naval soldiers present found themselves engulfed in turmoil. Yet, as soldiers, their duty was to obey orders, and under the command of Admiral Sengoku, they could only comply and vacate the battlefield. As for Whitebeard, his primary objective had been to rescue Ace, and with Ace now safely liberated, there was no need for further futile combat. Thus, at this moment, the climactic battle reached its conclusion. The final outcome revealed the Navy headquarters suffered significant losses. Among the three admirals, Akainu was gravely injured, barely clinging to life. Kizaru sustained minor wounds, while Fujitora emerged with merely a soiled hem. Chapter 56. The Declaration of the World Government. Subsequently, under the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Navy headquarters began to retreat, and the injured naval soldiers received medical attention. Simultaneously, members of the Whitebeard pirates sheathed their weapons, lifted their wounded comrades, and prepared to exit the scene. However, at that moment, Sean suddenly stomped his foot and ascended into the air. What was the captain planning? Look, his gestures are quite peculiar. Could he be about to unleash another formidable technique? No, it seems unlikely, for the war has ceased. Witnessing Sean's actions, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, utterly bewildered by his intentions. Yet, as all eyes were fixed in astonishment, a radiant aura of bluish-green energy enveloped Sean's form. Cycle of life and death, Sean exclaimed, his voice resonating powerfully as he waved his wrist, causing the azure energy to radiate outward. Within the illuminated area, the injured pirates felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over them, akin to basking in sunlight, and remarkably, their wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. What? My thigh can move again? At that moment, a pirate whose right leg had been pierced suddenly felt invigorated, and miraculously, his wound healed, prompting an exclamation of joy. In an instant, the remaining injured pirates erupted in cheers, their faces alight with exhilaration. Wonderful! My arm is healed. I can wield my sword again. What kind of miraculous healing is this? It's simply astonishing. Indeed, it was extraordinary witnessing such a swift recovery from injuries. Haha, my left arm can move too. This is truly miraculous. They marveled. What kind of healing technique is this, first mate Sean? It's nothing short of miraculous. Observing the wounds healing at an observable rate. The severely injured pirates erupted in jubilant celebration, their gazes towards Sean filled with fervor, admiration, and reverence. Even the newly arrived members of the red-haired pirates were utterly astounded, having not anticipated Sean possessed such abilities. Nearby, naval soldiers receiving treatment were equally stunned by the spectacle. Is this even human? To facilitate such rapid recovery for the gravely wounded is simply unfathomable. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect is the ability to simultaneously heal numerous pirates. Is this not utterly remarkable? Not only the soldiers, but even Sengoku and Garp, upon witnessing the spectacle, were left utterly astounded, their eyes glimmering with disbelief and awe. They had never anticipated that the devil, Sean, possessed such miraculous healing abilities. Had the battle continued, the Navy headquarters would likely have faced utter annihilation. Reflecting on this, Sengoku felt immensely relieved that red-haired Shanks had intervened to halt the war. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Of course, this extraordinary healing art left both Sengoku and Garp not only in shock, but also somewhat envious of the pirates who were swiftly restored to health. Nevertheless, being seasoned veterans and high-ranking officials of the Navy, they could only suppress their deep-seated envy and refrain from displaying it outwardly. At that moment, as Sean gazed at the multitude of severely injured patients recovering, he too exhaled with relief, fatigue etched across his face. "Hey, are you all right?" Marco inquired, noticing Sean's appearance. "Rest assured, it's merely fatigue," Sean replied with a strained smile, leaning against Marco and softly murmuring, "I'm utterly exhausted. Let us head back." Hearing Sean's words, Marco shook his head with a wry smile and assisted him aboard the ship. Soon after, the rest of the crew began to withdraw in succession. With both sides having retreated, the curtain finally fell on this fierce conflict. Shortly thereafter, the world government issued a proclamation to the world regarding the intense battle at Marineford. Due to the tenacious resistance of the Whitebeard pirates, the conclusion of this conflict came later than anticipated. However, it is fortunate that due to the valiant and righteous efforts of the Navy soldiers, the Whitebeard pirates and all allied crews were left in utter disarray, suffering heavy casualties. In this war, the Navy headquarters ultimately achieved an overwhelming victory. This is hereby announced. The colossal Den Den Mushi conveyed the announcer's voice across the globe, igniting a fervor among the populace. The Navy has triumphed. The Navy has triumphed. How splendid! The battle had been exhilarating, a true display of prowess. The Navy's victory was assured. Ha. One day, I too shall become a righteous Navy officer, fighting for the honor of the Navy and safeguarding world peace. Long live the Navy! Long live the Navy! As the Den Den Mushi broadcasted the world government's voice, countless individuals around the world erupted in excitement over the outcome of this battle. Particularly, some Na'vi new recruits, unaware of the truth, cheered with exuberance so loud it seemed to pierce the heavens, resonating throughout the entire world. On the day following the war's conclusion, within a certain castle in a holy place, 5 elderly men sat in the hall, their expressions grave. Among them, a tall elder furrowed his brow and pondered aloud. Not long ago, we received news that the Navy headquarters suffered a complete defeat in this war, and it is said that the heinous criminals imprisoned in Impel Down were released by Blackbeard Teach. What are your thoughts on this? As the conversation drew to a close, an elderly gentleman clad in a blue suit, his long white hair cascading down and a notably long beard adorning his face, suddenly rose to his feet and spoke with a measured tone. This war is fundamentally rooted in the existence of the devil, Sean. Who would have imagined that such an unassuming young man could single-handedly alter the course of this conflict? Indeed, this devil, Sean, is far from ordinary. We must regard him with utmost seriousness. Another elder nodded in agreement. Upon hearing these remarks, a bald man dressed in a white robe, wielding a katana in his right hand and adjusting his glasses with the left, softly interjected, "These matters are of little consequence. What truly matters is that the war was ultimately curtailed. Otherwise, the entire world would have descended into chaos, and the world government's reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. However, with the Navy headquarters currently holding sway over global media, we can still project a fa of justice in the eyes of the populace through strategic propaganda." As his words hung in the air, the final elder, clad in a black suit with white curly hair, suddenly adopted a grave demeanor. In addition to the devil, Sean, and the fleeing Blackbeard Teach, we must also pay heed to the long-dormant mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, Nika. It is highly probable that it will soon awaken within the Straw Hat Boy. Issue the order at all costs to eliminate both the devil, Sean, and the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. Chapter 57, Navy Conference, latest bounty notice Navy headquarters. On the third day following the conclusion of the Paramount War, Sengoku promptly convened an emergency meeting. The vast conference room, once bustling with activity, now housed only a scant few individuals. The Navy headquarters had suffered catastrophic losses from this conflict, with more than half of the brigadier generals having perished, alongside numerous vice admirals and tens of thousands of naval soldiers. Such devastation represents a monumental setback for both the Navy and the world government, significantly diminishing the overall strength of the Navy, which would likely take considerable time to recover. Thus, this meeting holds immense significance for the entire Navy. Within the conference room, Sengoku occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Aokiji and Kizu, along with advisors such as Tsuru and the Weasel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. If we fail to address this threat, the entire world may face annihilation, Sengoku declared solemnly, subsequently producing a strategic document along with the latest bounty notice, casting them onto the table. This dossier meticulously detailed the chronology of events, recent investigative conclusions by the world government, and the latest intelligence. Most importantly, it outlined the strategies to be executed in the month following this meeting. Upon examining the pivotal strategies outlined in the document, Aokiji furrowed his brow, paused in contemplation, and finally spoke. In the aftermath of this war, I believe our primary focus should be directed towards the Blackbeard pirates. After all, Blackbeard Teach and the notorious criminals who have recently escaped from Impel Down pose the greatest threat. If we do not eliminate them promptly, they will bring untold calamity upon the world. Regarding the Whitebeard pirates, the formidable might of the Dark Demon, Shanks, is indeed overwhelming, and Whitebeard's body has nearly recovered. Confronting them requires careful deliberation. Upon hearing Aokiji's words, Sengoku's gaze momentarily flickered with admiration. The aftermath of this war has profoundly altered Sengoku's mindset. Throughout his life, he and Garp have battled against pirates, achieving numerous illustrious feats and garnering countless honors, both serving as representatives of the Navy headquarters. However, this time, the Navy headquarters suffered a devastating defeat, incurring immense losses of elite forces, bringing great shame to the world government. What disheartened Sengoku even more is the government's actions following the uprising in Impel Down. Just before the war, Blackbeard Teach and his crew infiltrated the 6th level of the underwater prison, rampaging through, ultimately ambushing Warden Magellan and liberating numerous prisoners. These inmates are heinous criminals. Without issuing wanted notices, the lives of the populace would be gravely endangered. Yet, in a bid to preserve its facade, the world government has completely concealed the news of the prison break, disregarding the safety of the people. This maneuver incensed and saddened Admiral Sengoku, who has devoted his life to the Navy. Consequently, he resolved to tender his resignation to Fleet Admiral Kong after resolving the subsequent troubles of the war, intending to lead a tranquil life with his old friend Garp, indulging solely in donuts and ignoring worldly matters. Kizaru, what about you? Any thoughts? At this moment, Sengoku turned his gaze towards Kizaru, who had remained silent. Hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Kizaru lifted his head, stifled a yawn, and lazily remarked, "Oh, I believe we should request a salary increase." Upon hearing this, Sengoku let out a heavy sigh, placing even greater importance on Aokiji. For Aokiji's wisdom and strategy resonate profoundly with him. He handles matters with calmness and composure. In stark contrast, Kizaru's nonchalance, especially during the Marineford War, has left Sengoku utterly disappointed. As for Akainu, his extreme actions and inflexibility render him no different than a brute in Sengoku's eyes. His volatile temper, which even leads him to harm his comrades, makes him ill-suited for the position of Fleet Admiral. Let us heed Aokiji's counsel and temporarily focus our efforts on the Blackbeard pirates while keeping a vigilant eye on the movements among the Yonko. At a critical juncture, we might exploit the Blackbeard pirates against Whitebeard's crew. Sengoku articulated slowly before recalling something. He turned to the assembly and declared, "Additionally, let the latest wanted notices be issued. This meeting is adjourned." However, scarcely had Sengoku's words faded when a deep voice resonated from the doorway of the conference room. "I object." The familiar voice caused everyone in the room to pause, turning in unison towards the entrance. At that moment, Akainu stood at the door, clad in a hospital gown and leaning on a cane, his expression notably grim. He had awakened earlier that morning, only to be taken aback by Sengoku convening an important meeting without his knowledge. "Akainu, your injuries have yet to heal. Let Aokiji and Kizaru handle the upcoming battles." As Sengoku gazed at Akainu, his tone remained unyielding. "No, I do not concur with your proposed battle strategy. I believe we should first take decisive action against the demon. Sean." Akainu fixed his intense gaze upon Sengoku, his words laced with fury. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression instantly darkened, and he rebuked Akainu with a stern voice. "Akainu, you must understand that the Marine headquarters can no longer afford any losses. The most pressing matter now is to apprehend the escaped heinous criminals and spare the populace from disaster." Akainu's eyes bore into Sengoku's. His teeth clenched as he declared, "The honor of the Marines must not be trampled by anyone. Were it not for the demon Sean, the Marine headquarters would not have suffered such grave losses, and this war would not be mired in turmoil. Only by capturing him can we restore the dignity the Marine headquarters has lost." Listening to Akainu's fervent words, Sengoku's gaze grew increasingly frigid. At that moment, sensing the atmosphere growing tense, the previously silent Marine advisor, Crane, suggested, "Perhaps we should allow Kizaru and Akainu to undertake this mission with the organization." Upon hearing Crane's proposal, Sengoku's expression softened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly acquiesced. Unexpectedly, Akainu did not leave, but instead fixated on the latest bounty notice on the table, his eyes flashing with resentment. "The demon Sean is only offered a bounty of 3 billion? I disagree. He should be valued at no less than 5 billion berries." Akainu roared in anger as he stared at the bounty notice. Given Sean's achievements, this bounty is an affront to the demon. Indeed, 3 billion berries is far too low. Let us set the bounty at 2 billion berries. Sengoku spoke, fatigue evident in his voice, before slowly departing the conference room. Chapter 58. Parting moments. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, a moment of separation was unfolding. "Luffy, take care of yourself, have a safe journey, and reunite with your companions soon," Ace shouted from the bow, his voice echoing over the waves. "Ace, wait for me. We will meet again," Luffy replied from a small boat, waving with a broad, goofy grin that revealed his white teeth. He then turned his gaze towards Sean at the cabin entrance, grinning widely. "Hehe, Demon Sean, next time we meet, I will surpass you." Upon hearing Luffy's words, Sean smiled slightly, his face lighting up with a radiant expression. Little brat, then do your best. I hope that when we meet again, you can surprise me. Goodbye, everyone. After Luffy exchanged farewells with all the members of the Whitebeard pirates, the small boat slowly sailed away, eventually disappearing from sight. As they watched the vessel fade from view, Ace and the others gradually regained their composure. Hey, everyone, come here. I have astonishing news to share. Just then, as Luffy departed, Marco stood at the center of the deck, wearing a mysterious expression and beckoning to the crowd. As Marco displayed such exuberance, many aboard the Moby Dick were stirred by curiosity, prompting nearly everyone to gather around him. Hey, Marco, what is all this mystery about? Diamond Jozu queried, his face a mask of irritation and confusion. You'll find out shortly, Marco teased, then turned to the crowd, his smile radiating warmth. This news pertains to the reputation of our entire Whitebeard Pirates crew. Come, take a guess as to what it might be. Could it be that we have successfully rescued Ace? Came a hopeful suggestion. Certainly not. That is something you all are well aware of, Marco replied. Then it must be about the humiliating defeat we dealt to the Navy headquarters. Another chimed in. That too is implausible. The Navy controls the global media and would never allow such an embarrassing incident to surface, Marco stated, his tone serious. What then is it? Captain Marco, please do not keep us in suspense. Seeing the anxious expressions on their faces, Marco decided to reveal the truth. The news pertains to your bounties. This very morning, the Navy headquarters announced the latest bounty orders, and every member of the Whitebeard Pirates has had their bounty raised. A collective gasp echoed through the group. Our bounties have increased. Let me see if mine has surpassed 300 million. Observing their eager anticipation, Marco shook his head with a knowing smile. Hold your excitement for a moment. Can you guess how much our first mate's bounty has reached? At this, Ramos exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be 20 billion berries? 20 billion is rather modest. I reckon the first mate's bounty should be closer to 30 billion. I believe it has soared to 40 billion, given his formidable strength. The Navy must regard him seriously. As the discussions unfolded, Marco's smile widened. Why don't you see for yourselves? With that, he handed over a newspaper. As the crew focused their eyes on the print, shock spread across their faces. What the? The Moniker the Great Demon with a bounty of 52 billion berries? That figure is utterly staggering. A new era dawns. Our first mate has become a figure of infamy in the eyes of the Navy. Meanwhile, as everyone marveled at the bounty news, Sean entered the cabin with a deliberate pace. Old man, it's time for me to leave, he softly addressed Whitebeard, who was engrossed in his drink. In recent days, Sean had fully regained his divine powers, his vitality restored, and he had healed all the injured crew members. It was time to pursue Blackbeard teach. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard swayed slightly, falling into a momentary silence before responding, Young one, please take care on your journey. I eagerly await your return for our next adventure. Fear not, I shall. You remain aboard and enjoy your retirement until I return with Blackbeard's head. Sean smiled as he gently patted the shoulder of Whitebeard, then leisurely made his way towards the ship's cabin exit. Little one, I shall have Marco accompany you. He is quite in awe of you now, Whitebeard called out to Sean's retreating figure, his face betraying a sense of reluctance. No need, I already have companions. Sean replied with a casual wave and a faint smile. At these words, Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief as a stunning figure emerged from the depths of the cabin. Before him stood a breathtakingly beautiful young maiden, adorned in a white witch's dress that accentuated her curvaceous form. Her lustrous black hair framed a delicately featured face, and her long, fair legs were encased in white cotton stockings. Exquisite, lovely, and pure. Noticing Whitebeard's gaze, the girl timidly hid behind Sean, her slender, pale fingers clutching the hem of his garment, resembling a frightened little kitten. Little one, you should be aware that the Moby Dick forbids the presence of women, Whitebeard remarked, momentarily stunned, before a frown creased his brow. In his mind, the sea was a man's domain, fraught with peril, and thus the crew of the Whitebeard pirates upheld a strict rule against women aboard the ship, reflecting Whitebeard's staunch masculinity. Actually, she's even stronger than I, Sean explained with a bitter smile upon hearing Whitebeard's words. This girl was, in fact, summoned from the realm of Shura, harboring within her the power to annihilate worlds. However, to Sean's astonishment, this summoning seemed to have malfunctioned. Regardless of his attempts to send her back, she remained, compelling him to hide her. And today he had no choice but to confront Whitebeard. Just then, as Sean finished his statement about her strength, Whitebeard shot to his feet. His expression one of profound shock. "She is stronger than you," Whitebeard exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. Having witnessed Sean's formidable combat prowess firsthand, he found it utterly incomprehensible that this girl could surpass him. Noticing Whitebeard's astonishment, Sean nodded slightly, offering a wry smile. Indeed, she harbors a mysterious destructive power within her, a force that even I regard with trepidation. Even you feel apprehensive about this power. Whitebeard's pupils constricted once more, his astonishment intensifying. If the notorious Sean, with a bounty of 5 billion berries, felt such fear, then the entity before them must indeed be a terrifying presence. Yes, this power instills in me an overwhelming sense of dread, and even now, I remain uncertain of the nature of this formidable force. Sean's gaze was complex as he nodded and spoke again. "Old man, I must set off immediately to the island where Blackbeard Teach resides. I hope you can keep this matter confidential. If Marco and the others grow suspicious, just tell them she is my distant cousin." Sean's words were shrouded in ambiguity. Yet Whitebeard grasped their underlying meaning. This young girl harbored the power to obliterate the world, and should the world government discover her existence, it would surely incite global turmoil. "Rest assured, my young friend, this secret will remain locked within me." "Proceed with caution," Whitebeard replied, taking a deep breath and nodding solemnly. Seeing Whitebeard's agreement, Sean felt a weight lift from his heart and turned to exit the cabin. The girl clad in the witch's attire clutched the hem of Sean's clothing with her slender fingers, as if fearing abandonment. "Do not worry, now that you are here. I will not forsake you," Sean said, gently ruffling her hair. This assurance seemed to serve as a balm for the girl, who released her grip but remained closely tethered to Sean, as if terrified he might vanish from her world. In the past few days, Sean had come to understand her character. Innocent, gentle, and adorably simple-minded, she rarely spoke, resembling a well-behaved kitten. Her name was Arari. Just yesterday, she had inscribed the characters for Arari in her diary, followed by Sean's name. "Hey kid, we were just talking about you." "Huh? Why is there a beautiful woman on board?" At that moment, Marco suddenly called out from the cabin door, turning to gaze at the girl standing beside Sean, a look of confusion on his face. As soon as his words fell, the other members of the Moby Dick also turned their attention to Arari, their eyes wide with surprise. It was against the rules of the Moby Dick to have women aboard, a steadfast decree of the Whitebeard pirates. And the sudden appearance of a girl left them astounded. "You sly dog, hiding a beauty even from us," Marco exclaimed after a brief pause, breaking into a teasing grin. "Indeed, first mate, how could you be so inconsiderate and not introduce her?" Others chimed in, their expressions brimming with playful mockery as they directed their amusement towards Arari and Sean. Faced with the scrutiny and chatter of the crowd, Arari appeared quite timid, instinctively gripping Sean's clothing tighter, her face a picture of anxiety. Noticing her reaction, Sean cleared his throat and said, "Marco, enough with the teasing. You big fellows, disperse a bit, don't frighten my cousin." With that, he promptly took Arari by the arm and headed towards the small boat that was ready. "Cousin." Upon hearing this, Marco and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with incredulity as they watched Sean and Arari's retreating figures. Sean chose not to explain anything to them. Instead, he stepped onto a small boat and swiftly disappeared from their sight. As for the confusion of Marco and the others, let Whitebeard elucidate that matter. Meanwhile, on the island of Dressrosa, the entire crew of the Blackbeard pirates was reveling within a grand castle, indulging in joyous libations. "Ha ha ha! Although our recent plan has faltered, our next experiment will surely succeed. When that time comes, even the formidable demon Sean will pose no threat." Sitting at a table, Blackbeard Teach raised a goblet of wine and took a hearty swig, bursting into laughter. "Hehe, Captain, once our plan is successfully executed, not only will we disregard the demon Sean, but we shall also dismiss all the emperors of the sea." Upon hearing Teach's words, The eyes of several other pirates glimmered with fervor. This plan involved a new type of weapon they had been secretly developing, which, once completed, would undoubtedly astonish the world. Hey, look, what else with this moth again? At that moment, the giant barrel of a man, Busker Choate, exclaimed as he gazed out the window. Hearing his words, Teach, Rainy Shiryu, and the others turned their attention toward the window. There, a gray moth fluttered, its body semi-transparent and gray, with flesh-like wings and sharp claws that glimmered ominously in the light. It bore a striking resemblance to the one they had encountered at sea. But this moth appeared significantly larger. Just a moth, no need to make a fuss. Observing the scene, Rainy Shiryu furrowed his brow, then unsheathed his famed sword, Thunderstorm, unleashing a powerful blade of light that swiftly cleaved the moth in two. A bit of caution never hurts, Lafitte. For the next few days, take some men to patrol the vicinity and watch for any suspicious individuals approaching the island. We cannot afford any missteps before our plan is successfully implemented. Blackbeard Teach pondered for a moment before addressing the devilish Lieutenant Lafitte. He felt a sense of unease lingering in his heart. So he deemed it prudent to have Lafitte dispatch several teams for reconnaissance. After all, their crew was currently in a precarious position, and one could never know from which corner an enemy might emerge. However, unbeknownst to them, the moth that Rainy Shiryu had severed was slowly regenerating, fusing back together. Meanwhile, 3 hours had passed, and Sean had already set foot on the island of Dressrosa. This tropical paradise, known for its allure and passion, boasted a plethora of flowers, exquisite cuisine, and fashionable attire, making it an idyllic vacation destination. To avoid drawing attention, Sean had taken care to disguise himself before landing. Now, he appeared as an ordinary person, clad in casual attire, wearing sunglasses and carrying a travel bag, just another typical tourist. Let's proceed. Upon reaching the shore, Sean turned to his companion, Arei, and with a gentle gesture, led her towards the renowned clothing street of Dressrosa. Chapter 60. Arrival at Dressrosa. After traversing the famous Lovers' Avenue in Dressrosa, Sean arrived at the most illustrious apparel district. Within an upscale boutique, he selected for her a stunning white taffeta off-shoulder dress. With her fair, exquisite features and elongated neck, she appeared strikingly elegant, a stark contrast to the lifeless witch's attire she had donned before. However, just as they completed the purchase, trouble loomed on the horizon. With a resounding crash, the boutique's door was violently kicked open, and a throng of pirates brandishing weapons surged into the store, malice radiating from their presence. Leading the charge was Lafitte, the devilish lieutenant of the Blackbeard pirates. Fear not, Sean reassured, sensing Arei's trembling form as he grasped her hand. I'm not afraid with you here. Arei inscribed a few words in his palm, retreating behind him and clutching the hem of his garment tightly, exuding an aura of comfort in his presence, as if no worldly threat could intimidate her. Apologies for intruding upon your establishment in such a barbaric manner, Lafitte remarked, casting a playful glance at the already pale-faced shopkeeper. Kelly, Mr. Lafitte, you are too kind, Kelly stammered, hurriedly waving her hands in a flurry of panic, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Just days prior, the Blackbeard pirates had descended upon Dressrosa, looting every valuable item from the boutiques and leaving Kelly's shop in ruins. To compound her fear, the pirates not only plundered but also abducted numerous young and beautiful girls, rumored to be held captive for the pirates' depraved desires. The very thought instilled dread in Kelly's heart. These pirates were formidable, notorious for their brutality and mercilessness. To incur their wrath could mean not only the obliteration of her shop, but also her own doom. Mr. Lafitte, what brings you here? Kelly inquired, her voice trembling with trepidation. Well, Lafitte replied, a sinister smile creeping across his face. It's quite simple. The captain has instructed that any suspicious individuals landing on the island must be reported immediately. Should you choose to conceal such information, you can imagine the consequences. Yes. Kelly's heart quaked at his words, and she nodded fervently in acquiescence. Pleased with her response, Lafitte nodded in satisfaction and gestured to depart. However, just as he turned, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Sean and the girl behind him. This woman is truly exquisite, so fair and delicate. Lafitte exclaimed. "Shall we take her back, Captain?" At the sight of Arei, the eyes of Lafitte's crew glimmered with lascivious intent, their greedy gazes fixated upon her. "Let's take her then. I am certain the captain will be quite pleased." Upon hearing the suggestion from his subordinate, Lafitte's lips curled into a sinister smirk, and he began to chuckle ominously. Indeed, as Lafitte's words echoed, several pirates revealed lewd grins and hastily advanced towards Arei, completely disregarding Sean. However, before they could close the distance, a fierce aura suddenly surged from beneath Sean's feet, launching a powerful kick that struck the groin of the foremost pirate. The pirate was sent flying, blood staining his trousers, and he perished without a single cry escaping his lips. In an instant, the scene fell into a profound silence. All the pirates stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the lifeless body of their comrade, expressions reflecting sheer horror. Clearly, they had not anticipated that this seemingly overlooked young man in sunglasses possessed such formidable power. "You fools, kill him. Spare the woman." Lafitte finally regained his composure and barked orders to his remaining subordinates. The other 7 or 8 pirates promptly drew their swords and lunged at Sean, their eyes filled with murderous intent. In the face of the oncoming assailants, Sean's lips curled into a chilling smile, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. He slightly curled his right fist and unleashed a devastating Kapu iron fist, striking out with no forewarning. As his fist connected, a resounding crack echoed through the air, resembling the sound of an explosion, as Sean's fist crashed into a pirate's chest. With a sickening thud, the pirate was instantly slain, his body flying back like a kite severed from its string, ultimately colliding violently with the remaining pirates. A thunderous crash ensued, and all 7 or 8 pirates were knocked to the ground, their chests caved in, lifeless eyes staring blankly into the void. Witnessing this, the tavern owner, Kelly, turned pale with terror, trembling uncontrollably, her face ashen. At that moment, Lafitte's pupils constricted, his expression darkening to an extreme degree. He could hardly fathom that all his pirates had fallen in a single blow. "You scoundrel!" Just then, Lafitte's expression soured as he thrust his cane forward, akin to a venomous serpent striking, accompanied by a rush of air, aimed squarely at Sean's chest. However, just as his cane lunged forward, Sean removed his sunglasses, revealing a seemingly innocuous visage. The great devil, gazing upon the vaguely familiar face, Lafitte's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape, emitting a sound of sheer astonishment. "Surprised, are you?" Noticing Lafitte's astonishment, Sean's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he delivered a fierce punch directly to Lafitte's chest, shattering his ribs and sending him hurtling backwards to crash against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth, eyes wide open in disbelief, never to close again. This spectacle was witnessed not only by the tavern owner Kelly, but also by the surrounding crowd, who collectively turned their astonished gazes upon Sean, their shock lingering in the air. They could hardly fathom that this young man possessed such formidable power. "Sir, you must flee at once. You have killed Mr. Lafitte, and the Blackbeard pirates will not spare you." At that moment, trembling in fear, Kelly finally regained her composure and gently cautioned Sean. Hearing her warning, Sean merely smiled apologetically and replied, "I was just about to seek them out." With that, he took the delicate area behind him and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, made his way toward the headquarters of the Blackbeard pirates. As he departed, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. Who on earth is he to be so powerful? He disregards even the Blackbeard pirates. I overheard Lafitte refer to him as the Great Devil just before his demise. What? The Great Devil? No way. Could it be the bounty of 5,200,000,000? The Great Devil Sean? No wonder he looks so familiar. In an instant, the crowd surged with excitement, their faces etched with disbelief and trepidation as they stared at Sean's retreating figure. Meanwhile, within the castle, Blackbeard Teach frowned, revealing signs of impatience. "Where's Lafitte? I instructed him to return with a beautiful woman, yet there has been no word. He should be back soon," Rainy Shiryu remarked, polishing his renowned sword. Thunderstorm. Just then, a faint sound echoed as the castle doors were slowly pushed open. Chapter 61. Guan Yu and the fierce Zhang Fei upon hearing the noise. Nearly everyone instinctively turned to the entrance. However, the figures that appeared were not the Devil Sheriff Luffy, but rather two young individuals, a man and a woman. Particularly, when the crowd discerned the young man's identity, their pupils constricted, their faces painted with profound horror. The great Devil Shan? In that instant, not only did the drunken Bast Choate and others exhibit alarm, but even Blackbeard Teach's expression shifted dramatically. During their encounter in Marineford, the great Devil Shan had already instilled a deep-seated fear within Teach, and now, upon seeing him again, his countenance darkened, filled with rage, resentment, and undeniably a tinge of fear. The last time, had he not acted with quick wit to seize a sliver of hope, he would have been obliterated by Shan's lightning dragon. Now, to think that this audacious fellow would dare to come to the territory of the Blackbeard pirates, accompanied only by a delicate woman, was utterly brazen. Suddenly, Teach erupted into a maniacal laugh, his eyes gleaming with madness. The great Devil Shan, I concede your strength, but do you truly believe that you and a woman can stand against my entire Blackbeard pirates? How utterly foolish. During this time, his plans had already been set in motion, and today he had completed the vast majority, nearing its conclusion. If he could just delay for a moment longer, it would mark Shan's demise. This is a novel weapon crafted from sea tower stone, specifically designed for those endowed with the abilities of the Devil Fruit. It serves as a formidable deterrent. Once deployed, it is sure to instill fear in the formidable demon, Shan, regardless of Shan's type of Devil Fruit power. Once targeted by this weapon, he will undoubtedly be annihilated in an instant. Contemplating this, Blackbeard Teach's eyes darkened with intensifying malice. While his curiosity grew regarding the nature of the advanced Devil Fruit that Shan had consumed, which allowed him to display such terrifying combat prowess in Marineford. Oh, is that so? Then let us put to the test. At that moment, a mischievous smile graced Shan's lips, his gaze towards Blackbeard Teach imbued with mockery. Seeking death. Witnessing the derision and disdain in Shan's eyes, Blackbeard Teach erupted in fury, bellowing, "Seize him! I shall have this scoundrel torn to shreds." As his voice resonated, virtually all the vice-admirals present in the Grand Hall sprang into action. The helmsman, the captain of the first ship, the renowned champion of combat, Gazar Spagis. The captain of the second ship, Rains Shiryu. The captain of the third ship, the sharpshooter known as Echo Van Oka. The captain of the fourth ship, the Tyrant, Abelo Pizarro. The captain of the sixth ship, the enigmatic hunter, Catherine Butterfly. The captain of the eighth ship, the drunken barrel, Buscare Cart. The captain of the ninth ship, the notorious Reaper, Poison. In addition to these, there are dozens of Blackbeard Teach's newly recruited minions, all fixated on Shan, their bodies radiating an aura of lethal intent. However, just as they surged forward, they suddenly froze in place, their expressions transforming into sheer horror, their pupils constricting violently. For before Shan stood two towering figures, each exuding an overwhelming presence. The moment these two figures materialized, an inexplicable aura enveloped the entire hall, causing every individual to stiffen involuntarily, as if they were struggling to breathe under immense pressure. What in the world is this? Where did these two giants emerge from? Such a dense aura of malevolence. In that moment, astonishment and shock painted the faces of all present. Could it be that he has summoned forth yet another harbinger of death? Just then, the drunken barrel, Buscare Cart, turned pale, his gaze fixated on the two figures, his pupils narrowing with disbelief. Even Blackbeard Teach's eyes widened as he stared at the imposing silhouettes before Shan, his expression shifting dramatically. During the Marineford incident, he had witnessed Shan summon forth the deathly specter wielding a halberd, along with that remarkable steed. The sheer ferocity of their presence was etched in his memory. And now, the two towering figures before them were indeed summoned by Shan. To Shan's left stood a formidable man clad in a green robe, adorned with a green hat, towering at 9 feet, his face resembling a heavy jujube, exuding an air of authority, wielding a green dragon crescent blade. Before him stood a towering figure, a man of imposing stature, with a leopard-like visage, keen eyes, and a fierce beard, wielding a formidable 8-foot serpent spear. These two were none other than the revered warrior saint, Guan Yu, and the valiant Zhang Fei. Ha! My dear brother, who would have thought we would meet again after a millennium? At that moment, the red-faced Zhang Fei suddenly threw his head back in hearty laughter, his robust voice echoing with unparalleled grandeur. Brother, Zhang Fei, upon seeing Guan Yu, was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes. It seemed as though they had not laid eyes on each other for an eternity. This poignant reunion was brought about by Xiao In, who had expended the divine power of the Shuro realm to bestow upon them consciousness and memory. Thus, in this moment, the exhilaration was palpable for the long-lost brothers, and Xiao In was resolute in his heart that regardless of whom he summoned in the future, he would not allow them to depart with any regrets. Meanwhile, the expressions of Blackbeard Teach and his companions had turned to sheer astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Brother, some matters are imperative. Let us vanquish our foes with fervor today, with the heart of a fierce tiger. Just then, Zhang Fei brandished his serpent spear, thrusting it violently toward the massive barrel-like figure of Busker Chot. Ha! Let us fight to the bitter end. Divert your gaze from my brother's green hat. Qinglong Yinhua. Guan Yu roared, swinging his legendary blade as he charged fiercely towards the tyrant, Avalopizarro. Come fort. Bang! Clang! In an instant, several combatants clashed, producing a cacophony of violent collisions, swords and blades clashing, emitting dazzling sparks of light and showers of fire. You scoundrels, attack together and eliminate those two. Just then, Blackbeard Teach's expression darkened as he bellowed. Upon hearing his command, the others dared not hesitate, surging forward rapidly towards Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. However, just as they believed the brothers were alone, a chilling and authoritative voice resonated throughout the Grand Hall. Where is the Overlord? Chapter 62. The Overlord of the Western Chu. This phrase erupted from Xiao En's lips, booming like thunder, reverberating throughout the vast hall. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure emerged from the castle's entrance, a man of striking appearance, wielding a heavy sword, with long black hair cascading down. With each step he took, it felt as though he were treading upon the very hearts of those present, instilling a sensation of impending fracture within their bodies. Such formidable overlord's Haki. How is this possible? What manner of creature is this? As they beheld the suddenly appeared, domineering man, Blackbeard Teach and his cohorts turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, disbelief etched across their faces. Though they were well-versed in the world, they had never encountered a summoned entity possessing such overwhelming overlord's Haki. Moreover, most significantly, the overwhelming presence of the Conqueror as Haki seemed insurmountable, akin to a towering mountain, evoking an intense sense of suffocating oppression that compelled one to submit. What in the world was happening? Could it be that these were all summoned by the formidable demon, Shan? In that instant, Blackbeard Teach felt an unprecedented sense of peril wash over him, his expression shifting erratically. Suddenly, a surge of blood erupted forth, as a severed head was thrown high into the air, tracing an elegant yet eerie arc. Shortly thereafter, the head fell to the ground, and the body of Poison, the captain of the Blackbeard pirates' 9th ship, collapsed with a thud, transformed into a headless corpse. Just moments prior, Poison had approached in a feeble manner, attempting to ambush Zhang Fei, but before he could draw near, his neck was swiftly severed by Guan Yu's South Green Dragon Crescent Blade, killing him instantly. All of this transpired within a mere span of seconds. Poison was cleanly decapitated and met his demise. Furthermore, at that very moment, the man radiating the Conqueror as Haki, with his long hair billowing, suddenly narrowed his pitch-black eyes and then raised his heavy sword with great force, charging forward. With strength that could topple mountains and an awe-inspiring aura, he unleashed the unrivaled Overlord Slash. Who could contend against it? This strike was monumental, resonating like the tolling of a great bell, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Infused with an indomitable spirit, it descended upon Captain Giza's Bagus. With a swift motion, Giza's Bagus' countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his armored arm to shield his chest. A tremendous clash echoed akin to the sound of gold and iron colliding, unleashing a dazzling display of light. Giza's Bages felt a numbing sensation in his arm as an overwhelming recoil surged through him, forcing him to stagger back uncontrollably for several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the floor, leaving behind clear and distinct scratches that radiated outward. What terrifying power! How could this be possible? Giza's Bages possessed the strength to effortlessly lift an ordinary house. How could he be so utterly overpowered by this man's might? Witnessing Giza's Bages being repelled by the strike of the man in black, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. In that fleeting moment, the aura emanating from the Overlord Xiangyu disregarded all obstacles, advancing resolutely. Crack! Just then, as Blackbeard Teach prepared to assist, he was taken aback when the armor on Giza's Bages' arm suddenly emitted a cracking sound, splitting apart to reveal the bone beneath. Following that, his colossal body was cleaved in half by the heavy sword, blood gushing forth. Giza's Bages let out a heart-wrenching scream, and his bisected corpse thudded heavily to the ground, producing a dull thump. Observing the tragic state of Giza's Bages, the faces of the onlookers turned pale, a chilling dread rising within their hearts. This was not the end. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the Overlord Xiangyu's heavy sword was thrust forcefully into the floor. This is the fate of those who oppose me. Come, let us bring this to an end. The essence of a true Overlord. With a thunderous roar, as the mighty sword of Xiangyu plunged into the ground, an irresistible aura of dominance erupted from him, enveloping the entire arena. Under the overwhelming pressure of this indomitable force, many present seemed ensnared in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. The weaker pirates, in particular, coughed up blood and collapsed to their knees, some even meeting their demise on the spot. Before the might of this overwhelming presence, they appeared as mere ants, insignificant as dust. In the midst of this chaos, heads began to roll under the relentless assault of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, and in the blink of an eye, 19 pirates had lost their lives. Meanwhile, Shan stood at the entrance of the castle, his expression one of amusement as he observed the unfolding scene. Under such a formidable intimidation, the onlookers faced the utmost terror that death could bring. This was the essence of true fear. As for the gruesome spectacle that had just transpired, Shan instinctively shielded Ari's gaze, ensuring she did not witness it. However, at the very moment when Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and the Overlord Xiangyu were wreaking havoc, an individual had mysteriously vanished from the scene. The former warden of the great undersea prison, Shiryu of the Rain, a user of the transparent fruit. In that instant, he seemed to evaporate into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Yet, once Shan activated his divine power of the void perception, he immediately sensed Shiryu's presence. As Shiryu, now invisible, cautiously approached, gripping the legendary sword Raijin, a chilling smile crept across Shan's lips. Though the ability to become invisible is undoubtedly advantageous in battle, it held no sway against Shan's divine perception. Even shrouded in the void, he could still detect Shiryu's presence. At that moment, Shiryu had stealthily positioned himself within 2 meters of Shan. Observing Shan's nonchalant demeanor, Shiryu's eyes shimmered with lethal intent as he tightened his grip on Raijin and struck with a sudden, fierce swing. A sharp arc of blade light burst forth from the tip of his sword, transforming into a slender beam aimed directly at Shan's neck. In that fleeting moment, a faint cold smile appeared on Shan's lips as he prepared to retaliate. Yet, to his astonishment, Eri, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, shattering the assumption that she was mute. Chapter 63, Judgment. The endless death cut as Eri's words resonated in the air. The invisible Shiryu suddenly felt a chill sweep over him. In an instant, a slender beam of blade light sliced through the surface of his skin, revealing the muscles and bones beneath, plunging him into a bone-chilling agony. Gazing upon the gash that had suddenly manifested upon his collarbone, Shiryu's eyes widened in horror and disbelief. His expression was suffused with terror, a profound dread emanating from within him. This fear was not solely due to the exposure of his invisibility, but rather stemmed from the command issued by the girl before him. Although Shiryu could not comprehend her words, the instant Ariai's voice resonated. An excruciating pain surged through his collarbone as if a merciless blade had severed flesh from bone. The agony was so intense that it nearly rendered him unconscious, and he realized, to his utter dismay, that the wound was beyond healing, as if afflicted by some irreversible harm. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead, and his eyes mirrored boundless panic. This state of despair arose merely from a phrase he could not decipher. At that moment, Shiryu was further taken aback as Ariai abruptly seized a long knife from the ground, wielding it with an ease that appeared almost childlike. To him, her manner of swinging the blade seemed akin to a child's play. Yet this seemingly simplistic motion was imbued with an unparalleled intent to cut. In her grasp, the knife transformed into a true manifestation of lethal sharpness, slicing through the air without warning and making contact with his body. Those seemingly random arcs of the blade concealed a cutting force of remarkable precision. She was not merely wielding a knife, but commanding an enigmatic power to issue a decree of death upon him. In that instant, Shiryu was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of mortal peril, a sensation so profound that it raised every hair on his body. He was seized by an overwhelming dread, an exquisite terror that he had never before experienced. He felt his life slipping away at an alarming rate, his heart racing wildly, filled with an unparalleled despair of death. "No, please!" he cried out in agony. Yet his voice echoed futilely within the vast hall. Just 2 seconds later, his cries abruptly ceased, and he succumbed entirely, leaving behind a mangled, blood-soaked corpse sprawled upon the ground. This entire sequence transpired in a mere 7 seconds, as fleeting as a flash of lightning. This spectacle left the members of the Blackbeard pirates utterly stunned. They stared bewildered at the bizarre scene before them, their faces etched with shock. They could scarcely fathom that Shiryu had been so effortlessly dispatched, and in such an inexplicable manner, beyond their comprehension. Moreover, for Ariai, eliminating a devil fruit user like Shiryu seemed as effortless as playing a simple fighting game. At that moment, the long sword was discarded upon the floor, and her delicate, fair hands once again clutched tightly at Shaoan's garment, seeking refuge behind him, revealing her timid and anxious heart. Perhaps it was merely a matter of habit, or perhaps she feared that one day she would no longer be able to grasp his clothing. Shaoan finally comprehended her perpetual silence. It stemmed from her fear of harming those who should not be harmed. While he was not yet fully aware of Hui Li's capabilities, the death of Yuji Shilio suggested that Hui Li possessed some extreme and perilous offensive ability, one that could be described as an order of endless death, capable of severing all unauthorized life within its domain, leaving wounds that could not heal. The heavens would not allow me. I must defy destiny. The sky shattered. At that moment, the heavy sword in the hands of the Conqueror, Xiong, suddenly erupted with a fierce sword light, and he swung it with great force. A massive sword aura sliced through the air, imbued with an unstoppable and overwhelming terror, striking fiercely towards the great barrel-like Bast Xiaote. The speed of this strike was blinding, its might overwhelming, causing the air to rend with a sound akin to thunder, leaving hearts trembling in fear. This sword light resembled a resplendent river of stars, descending from above with the weight of 1,000 tons. In that instant, the entire world seemed to fall into silence, save for the colossal sword aura and the terrifying aura of destruction it emanated. As Bast Xiaote beheld the fierce sword light hurtling towards him, an expression of boundless horror spread across his face. Faced with this world-shattering blow, he felt diminutive, akin to a mere speck of dust. This strike instilled in him a profound dread of imminent death, leaving him with an unbearable sense of oppression. Then, the immense sword aura shattered through Bast Xiaote's defenses and struck violently against his chest. With a sickening sound, the sword aura cleaved him in two, blood gushing forth and splattering the floor with crimson blossoms. As Bast Xiaote's body collapsed, his eyes widened in terror and resentment, reflecting the horror of his fate. What was even more shocking was that the colossal sword aura had not yet dissipated. It continued its relentless assault, smashing into the walls of the castle with the same devastating force. With a resounding crash, the grand castle was etched with a profound sword scar, collapsing into a cloud of dust. This single strike had cleaved the once mighty fortress in half. In that moment, an invisible wave of terror enveloped everyone present. The sight of the fallen Basque Chiao Te, severed in two amidst the ruins, along with the grotesquely mutilated Yuji Shilio and the heads rolling on the ground, only deepened their horror and fear. This pervasive dread unfurls relentlessly assaulting every inch of their souls, inducing involuntary palpitations and a shiver of terror. Chapter 64. The Last of the Blackbeard Pirates. Third brother, let us shatter them together. Dragons soaring through the sky. Simultaneously, as the colossal bastion was cleaved in two by the formidable Xiangyu, Guan Yu leapt into action, raising his green dragon crescent blade high. A razor-sharp wind blade howled as it slashed toward the tyrant Abelo Pizarro. Faced with this fierce onslaught, Abelo Pizarro dared not hesitate. He immediately abandoned his drill-like hands for defense and hastily brandished 3 pistols and a cannon, unleashing a barrage towards Guan Yu. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, the green dragon crescent blade swept through, instantly shattering his firearms and cannon. Following this, Guan Yu's blade struck directly upon his skull, severing his head from his body in an instant. With this strike, his brain and body were irrevocably separated, his head rolling away as brain matter splattered. Holding the green dragon crescent blade, Guan Yu coldly surveyed the remaining rabble around him, his eyes glinting with a chilling light that deterred any who dared to meet his gaze. On another front, the mighty Zhang Fei wielded his 8-foot serpent spear with equal ferocity. With a flick of his wrist, the spear traced a swift arc, hurtling towards the moonlit hunter. Catherine Butterfly. Here stands Zhang Ida. Prepare for obliteration. Observing the spear hurtling towards her, Catherine Butterfly revealed a sly smile, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Is this truly your strongest attack? No sooner had she spoken than she transformed into a 9-tailed fox, her 9 tails swirling as vibrant, multicolored fox apparitions surged to meet the spear. Boom! In an instant, the 2 attacks collided, erupting in a cataclysmic roar. Amidst the cacophony, brilliant shockwaves radiated outward, demolishing surrounding structures and reducing them to rubble scattered across the ground. Catherine Butterfly stood unscathed, while Zhang Fei had vanished, likely buried under the debris. Such a weakling, she scoffed, bemused by the debacle of the tyrants. Yet, just as her derisive words left her lips, her smile froze in place. For from the rubble surged a formidable figure. Round 2. Divine Dragon's Tail. A thunderous roar erupted as Zhang Fei, grasping his spear, executed a ferocious divine dragon's tail, crashing down upon Catherine Butterfly. With a resounding thud, her body was propelled backward, shattering a hefty slab of concrete. What she had not anticipated was that as her body was sent flying, the formidable 8-foot serpent spear slipped from the grasp of the mighty Zhang Fei, piercing her firm chest with blinding speed. A spurt of blood erupted, splattering in all directions. Catherine Butterfly was thus impaled against the wall. Blood cascaded down her curvaceous form, dripping onto the ground and emanating a potent scent of iron. At this moment, the scene was left with only Blackbeard Teach and the captain of the 3rd ship, known as the Sharpshooter Van Oka, along with 6 other pirate crew members. Just moments ago, amidst the chaos, Blackbeard Teach had seized the opportunity to employ the power of the dark fruit, attempting to make contact with the arm of the formidable Xiangyu. To his horror, he discovered that his dark abilities had no effect on the lethal beings summoned by Shan. This indicated that these summoned entities were not mere manifestations of Shan's devil fruit powers, but rather an authentic extension of Shan's own might. Such a revelation sent tumultuous waves of dread crashing through Blackbeard Teach's heart. In desperation, witnessing his comrades fall one by one and feeling utterly powerless against Shan, Blackbeard Teach promptly activated the abilities of the dark fruit. Instantly, a vast expanse of darkness enveloped the ground, pulling in all objects, including the corpses beneath. which were swiftly consumed and obliterated. Meanwhile, the figures of Blackbeard Teach and sharpshooter Van Oka vanished without a trace. Observing this scene from the castle entrance, Sean raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his lips. He then crouched slightly, pressing his right hand firmly against the earth. In an instant, a silver-haired man with emerald eyes emerged from the soil, his tall stature accentuated by a pair of gray wolf ears atop his head. Most notably, he brandished a sophisticated sniper rifle, aimed meticulously at the fleeing Blackbeard Teach and Van Oka. "Do not worry. When it comes to extinguishing the enemy's life, I never falter." As his words lingered, the silver-haired man tilted his head slightly, closing his right eye while peering through the scope with his left. The next moment, a soft crack resonated. A bullet sliced through the air, racing towards Van Oka at an astonishing velocity, beyond the capacity of the human eye to perceive. In the blink of an eye, it reached Van Oka's rear, forcefully penetrating through his back and exiting through his chest, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Van Oka was dead. At that very instant, as Van Oka collapsed, Blackbeard Teach sensed imminent danger and activated the dark hole technique once more, shrouding his surroundings in darkness to obscure the sniper's view. Bang! Yet, at this moment, the silver-haired man's gun fired again, the bullet piercing through the shroud of darkness with pinpoint accuracy, striking Blackbeard Teach squarely in the shoulder and sending him hurtling backward. This shot caused Blackbeard Teach's complexion to shift dramatically, his pupils constricting in disbelief. However, the dark abilities unleashed by the Abyssal Path granted Blackbeard Teach a temporary reprieve from the clutches of death. Though a bullet had pierced his shoulder, his life remained intact. Yet, the sensation of being enveloped by death was undeniably tormenting for Blackbeard Teach, akin to a great serpent suspended in midair, filled with boundless fear and panic. It was not until half an hour later that Blackbeard Teach finally stepped aboard his pirate ship, gazing at the tranquil sea around him, his heart settling somewhat. "Damn it, that devil Sean is truly a madman. Once my ultimate weapon is successfully developed, I will surely annihilate you." He exhaled deeply, muttering to himself in a state of lingering dread. Suddenly, a sound reached his ears, the fluttering of moth wings. Turning his head, he was confronted by a strangely familiar gray moth flapping its wings before him. At that moment, the look of terror on Blackbeard Teach's face intensified. For this gray moth was the very one severed by Rain's Shiryu. Chapter 65. The torment of a life worse than death with the appearance of the gray moth. Blackbeard Teach was further horrified to find Sean standing before him, his eyes as dark as ink, fixed upon him. Upon seeing Sean, the gray moth fluttered its wings and landed upon his shoulder. Witnessing this scene, Blackbeard immediately comprehended the situation. No wonder he had encountered this gray moth repeatedly in recent days, and Sean seemed to know his precise location. It was, in fact, the means by which he was being tracked. All of this had long been under Sean's control. During the War of the Best, Sean had silently implanted poison within Blackbeard Teach during an assault, and this gray moth had followed in the wake of that deathly toxin. Damn it! At this moment, Blackbeard Teach could not suppress his anger, his eyes filled with rage and malice. "Dark Vortex!" With that, he roared, and a surge of dark power erupted from beneath his feet, causing the very space around him to tremble violently. In an instant, an eerie darkness materialized, and under Blackbeard Teach command, it seemed drawn by an unseen force, converging upon the ground beneath him to form a swirling black hole. The black hole expanded rapidly, soon enveloping Blackbeard Teach entirely. Yet, just as he vanished into the darkness, a chilling voice resonated. "Taste the flames of the heavens and earth." As the words fell, Sean's divine power surged forth, and suddenly, a flicker of azure flame ignited beneath the ground before the dark vortex, swiftly spreading outward. This was the first time he had invoked the elements of heavenly fire with his divine power. This rare fire, formed over a century and blossomed over a millennium, was known as the Azure Lotus Flame. Its hue was azure, with an extraordinarily high temperature capable of effortlessly melting steel. At this moment, under the terrified gaze of Blackbeard Teach, a blue ethereal flame surged towards him with a terrifying velocity. A piercing scream echoed within the dark vortex, followed by waves of scorching heat rapidly enveloping Blackbeard Teach, searing every inch of his skin. An excruciating pain ravaged his body. He felt as if his bones, skin, and veins were on the verge of being charred as cinders. Desperate cries erupted from the depths of Blackbeard Teach's throat as the flames within the dark whirlpool intensified. Ah, my Hans, my legs, my Vater. Help, help. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. As he writhed in agony, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafted around him. In that moment, he perceived Sean as a devil emerging from the depths of a hellish abyss, sending shivers down his spine. Ha! This is merely the beginning. What follows will be even more entertaining. Sean's indifferent voice resonated. Gradually, under his command, the blue lotus fire dissipated from Blackbeard Teach's body, ultimately entering the palm of his hand, guided by his omnipotent force. As the blue flame vanished, Blackbeard Teach's figure was fully revealed. His hands were scorched to a deep black, the charred remnants not only covering his arms, but enveloping his entire being, rendering his nose, mouth, bridge of his nose, earlobes, and chin charred and grotesque, presenting a sight both tragic and horrifying. He had transformed into a large, blackened mass, resembling a colossal black orb. Furthermore, this transformation was due to Sean's control over the blue lotus fire. Otherwise, its searing temperature would have reduced Blackbeard Teach to mere ashes long ago. Observing the grotesque figure that resembled a large black sphere, a faint smirk of derision curled at Sean's lips as he approached Blackbeard Teach. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a powerful slap. The sharp sound of the slap resonated throughout the area, sending Blackbeard Teach flying several meters, losing his front teeth in the process before crashing heavily onto the ground. Under Sean's control, this force would not claim Blackbeard Teach's life, but it would certainly inflict immense pain. Betraying your comrades and defying the ironclad laws, is it? After delivering the slap, Sean stood before Blackbeard Teach once more, his expression icy and his tone foreboding. Blackbeard Teach lay trembling on the ground, shivering uncontrollably. At this moment, he dare not oppose Shao En in the slightest. He had initially believed that Shao En was merely a formidable user of a devil fruit, confident that his own dark fruit abilities could effortlessly suppress him. However, to his astonishment, Shao En was an exceedingly monstrous entity, terrifying in his sheer power. His dark fruit abilities had no effect on Shao En whatsoever. Stealthy ambush and cunning tricks, was it? Gazing down at the prostrate Blackbeard Teach, Shao En spoke with a chilling tone, launching a powerful kick towards him. Crack! The force of the blow shattered Teach's knee, causing him to collide violently with a large rock, producing a deafening sound. Blackbeard Teach let out a howl of agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. Shao En refrained from further assaulting him. Instead, he crouched down, placing his hand upon Teach's cheek, and coldly mocked, running away. Are we? Continue to unleash the darkness and flee? And no, I won't run anymore. I was wrong. Please spare me. Teach's eyes brimmed with despair and tears of terror as he desperately pleaded for mercy. No more running? Then perish. Shao En shook his head, a cruel smile gracing his lips. He then stood tall and brought his foot down with great force upon Teach's chest. Crack! Accompanied by a clear sound of bones fracturing. Teach's chest caved in, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. Meanwhile, Shao En paid no heed to Teach's agonized screams. He relentlessly pressed down with one foot on Teach's chest while the other ruthlessly crushed it. Chapter 66. The utterly miserable Blackbeard, a tremendous force, surged through the ground beneath Shao En's foot, transmitting into Blackbeard Teach's body, obliterating his internal organs, bones, and muscles. He convulsed violently, frothing at the mouth, his eyes bulging, and his entire body quaking in torment, his face contorting in agony. Such excruciating pain compelled Blackbeard Teach to scream in anguish, rolling and struggling while pleading for mercy. Yet, his pleas only seemed to intensify Shao En's ferocity, as the force continued to ravage Teach's insides, annihilating all his organs. Crack! 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 Within Blackbeard Teach's chest cavity, a series of dull thuds echoed, as his teeth and bones crumbled one after another under Shao Un's relentless assault. Please, spare me. I truly understand my error. Vice Captain Shao, I beg you. Overwhelmed by pain, Blackbeard Teach could no longer endure. He collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely as he clung to Shao Un's leg, pleading desperately. At this moment, not a trace remained of his previous arrogance and hubris. He resembled a lost dog, entirely at the mercy of Shao Un. Observing Blackbeard Teach, who was kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, a faint, cold smile crept upon Sean's lips. He then seized Teach by the neck and slowly began to stride toward the sea. No, I was wrong. Old man Sean, I was wrong. As Sean's intentions became apparent, the pupils of Blackbeard Teach suddenly constricted, his eyes filled with terror. Haha, your betrayal has transgressed the ironclad laws of the Whitebeard pirates. An unforgivable sin. Sean maintained a cruel and unyielding smile, devoid of any trace of compassion in his gaze. No, Grandpa Sen, I'm willing to submit to you, to become your slave, to follow you forever. I beg you, spare me. Upon hearing Sean's words, the horror and panic in Teach's eyes deepened as he desperately pleaded for mercy. However, Sean's actions did not cease. Instead, he delivered a brutal kick to Teach's backside, propelling him into the ocean. With a splash, Blackbeard Teach fell straight into the water, creating towering waves. The fear that the ocean instilled in those with devil fruit powers was something Teach would undoubtedly come to understand deeply. Meanwhile, Sean stood at the shore, watching as Teach was engulfed by the sea, a wicked curve gracing his lips, his face adorned with a mocking smile. In a fleeting moment, under Sean's watchful gaze, a vast darkness emerged where Teach had fallen, signifying his final struggle. The darkness thickened, and a profound black hole gradually engulfed him, enveloping his entire being. When he reappeared, Blackbeard Teach found himself on the desolate western coast of Dressrosa. The beach was barren and desolate, stretching infinitely. Nearby lay the research base of the Blackbeard pirates. Soon, Teach arrived in the basement of the research facility. However, the scene before him sent chills down his spine, for all his comrades were dead, and the super weapons had been utterly destroyed. Before him stood 6 figures. Among them were the legendary Guan Yu, the fierce Zhang Fei, and an additional figure, Liu Bei, clad in straw sandals. The trio had transcended a millennium to reunite, currently engaged in a pirate version of the Oath of the Peach Garden. In addition, the formidable warlord Xiang Yu held the beautiful Yu Ji in his arms, sharing an intimate moment. The final figure was the one who had wounded him, Bailey Shou Yu, who casually toyed with a sniper rifle in his hands. Upon seeing Teach's intrusion, all gazes turned sharply toward him, their eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent, akin to sharp daggers piercing his heart, sending a wave of icy dread coursing through him, as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. Witnessing this scene, Teach dared not linger any longer. Enveloped by profound terror, he swiftly unleashed a torrent of darkness and fled the scene in utter disarray. Moments later, on the opposite side of the west coast, Blackbeard Teach finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, beads of sweat glistening on his charred visage. Damn, it seems my life is not yet forfeit. Cursed demon Sean, should I ever discover your weakness, I shall ensure your demise is nothing short of excruciating. Gazing upon the desolate expanse, Blackbeard Teach cursed bitterly. His hatred for Sean was palpable, a desire to devour his flesh, drink his blood, and obliterate him to dust. However, just as he uttered his curse, a faintly familiar, indifferent voice pierced his ears, sending tremors through his entire being, a wave of profound fear engulfing him. Regrettably, it appears you have no such opportunity. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind him, observing the crumpled Blackbeard Teach with a calm demeanor, speaking softly as if carried by a gentle breeze. Upon witnessing Sean's sudden appearance, Blackbeard Teach's legs trembled uncontrollably, his body instinctively retreating. Terror gripped him entirely. The dread he felt was akin to confronting a monstrous abomination, causing him to shiver incessantly, his eyes wide with horror. Yet driven by instinct, he immediately activated his dark fruit ability, unleashing a vast expanse of darkness in an attempt to flee. However, this time, Sean seemed to have lost his patience for jest. As the darkness spread, a divine spark ignited within Sean's eyes, and the power of the myriad realms surged forth. By the name of the descendant of the fire immortal, I command the flames of the world. 10,000 infernos, heed my call. With Sean's thunderous proclamation, an endless array of flames of various hues erupted around him, morphing into fiery dragons that soared and roared through the air. Each dragon was vivid and alive, exuding a potent spiritual essence, as if truly swimming amidst the flames. At that moment, vast flames swirled around Sean's form, intermittently emitting resonant roars. He appeared as if a deity had descended, wielding dominion over life and death, leaving Blackbeard Teach quaking in terror, stripped of the courage to escape, his face pale as he lay prostrate on the ground. In desperation, as the colorful flames drew ever closer, Blackbeard Teach frantically summoned the powers of his dark fruit, attempting to release a vast swath of darkness to obstruct the flames and seize the opportunity to flee. Yet, despite his noble intentions, reality proved merciless. As the darkness expanded, the relentless flames appeared in all directions, illuminating the expanse and leaving Blackbeard Teach with nowhere to hide. As Blackbeard Teach hastily fled, terrifying fire dragons roared above his head, unleashing waves of searing heat that illuminated the sky with a brilliance akin to daylight. Blackbeard felt an overwhelming warmth envelop him, as relentless heat waves assaulted his senses, suffocating him with their intensity. Soon, countless flames surged forth like a horde of locusts, accompanied by piercing screams. Under the relentless scorching of the flames, Blackbeard emitted a series of heart-wrenching wails, each more pitiful than the last. The chilling cries echoed relentlessly, sending shivers down the spine, as if one were ensnared in the depths of hell. No, I do not wish to die. I refuse to perish. Helplessly watching his hands and feet turn to ash, Blackbeard's screams grew increasingly frantic, filled with terror, agony, resentment, and profound despair. No, I do not want to die. Grandpa Shao, I was wrong. In that moment, the unbearable torment of fear overwhelmed him, and Blackbeard fell to his knees before Shao, pleading, Grandpa Shao, I beg you, spare me. Please, I implore you. Hearing Blackbeard's anguished cries, Shao glanced down at the kneeling figure before him, his gaze devoid of any emotion. The members of the Whitebeard pirates harbored an intense hatred for this man, wishing nothing more than to reduce him to ashes. Having vowed to Whitebeard to return with Blackbeard's head as atonement for their fallen comrades, Shao remained unmoved, regardless of the desperate pleas. At that moment, as Blackbeard's arms and legs were consumed by flames, and the fire threatened to engulf his head, a slight smile appeared at the corners of Shao's mouth. Then, a surge of divine power poured from his palm, and the raging flames abruptly ceased their assault, retreating to form a protective aura around Shao. Observing this, Blackbeard's expression shifted to one of relief, hastily bowing in gratitude with a demeanor of utmost trepidation. However, just as he prepared to lift his head, he felt an overwhelming and terrifying energy coalescing before him, rendering his body rigid with fear. As he slowly raised his gaze to comprehend the unfolding scene, he was left utterly dumbfounded, his pupils constricting in horror. Before him, the myriad flames of various colors converged frantically towards the azure flame nestled in Shao's palm, coalescing into a magnificent, 2-foot-wide, 9-colored lotus-shaped flame that radiated a dazzling light, suspended before Shao. In that moment, Blackbeard's face drained of color. Resembling a man who had encountered a nightmarish demon, his body trembling violently, his facial muscles twitching in a grotesque display of terror and despair. Go forth, Super Fire Lotus. At that moment, Sean uttered a low growl, and the lotus-shaped Buddha's wrathful fire burst forth like an arrow released from a bow, whistling through the air in a perfect parabolic arc before crashing down heavily upon the infamous Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. In an instant, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. The sound reverberated violently, akin to a muffled thunderclap in the clear sky. It was an overwhelming and piercing noise, reminiscent of a small mountain collapsing, incinerating the flora within hundreds of meters, while the very ground was rent asunder by the ferocious force of the blast, scattering the earth into dust. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, Blackbeard's entire being was utterly obliterated, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a disembodied head, eyes wide with extreme terror, rolling lifelessly upon the ground, as torrents of hot blood pooled around it, staining the earth a shocking crimson. Blackbeard dead. The traitor who had betrayed his comrades in a bid to disrupt the world order and assassinate Whitebeard to seize the Tremor fruit met his woeful demise at this very moment. This cataclysmic event reverberated throughout the entirety of Dressrosa. Along Lover's Avenue and throughout the island, the inhabitants gazed in astonishment toward the western coast, their expressions a mixture of shock and bewilderment, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. What had transpired? Had another faction dared to set foot upon Dressrosa? Uncertainty loomed, yet the recent explosive sounds were undeniably terrifying. Moreover, not long ago, I overheard Timo mention that the Blackbeard pirate stronghold had also experienced significant upheaval, with rumors circulating that a castle they had seized was cleaved in two by a single sword strike. Furthermore, it appeared that numerous members of the Blackbeard crew had perished. Though the veracity of this claim remained uncertain, waves of speculation rippled through various locales in Dressrosa as all eyes turned toward the western coast, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. Shortly after the battle's conclusion, in a certain sanctum, an intelligence officer delivered the latest news. Half an hour prior, the entirety of the Blackbeard pirates had been annihilated on Dressrosa, with not a single member spared. The perpetrator was none other than the notorious Devil Shan, rumored to have summoned many formidable beings. An elderly man clad in a blue suit, his white hair neatly combed, spoke with great gravity. As his words settled, another elder, dressed in green, bald with a distinctive mustache, remarked coolly that the strength of the Devil Shan surpassed all expectations, until sufficient measures could be devised to counter him. It would be prudent for the Navy headquarters to adopt a stance of watchful waiting. At that moment, a bald man in a white ceremonial robe, idly toying with a katana, casually interjected that the Emperor Kaido had been unusually quiet of late, which was uncharacteristic of him. He speculated that Kaido might be plotting something, especially after the Devil Shan had eliminated so many of his subordinates. If necessary, they might simply observe as the two sides clashed. Chapter 68. The Severed Head of Blackbeard. Upon hearing this, the other four elders nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, the previously speaking elder with white hair and straight strands suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked, "According to information relayed by our informant, the notorious demon, Shan, is now accompanied by a woman. Initially, the informant believed she was merely another entity summoned by the demon. However, after the other summoned beings vanished, she remained, accompanying Shan on his retreat in Dressrosa, likely as his companion. Most concerning is that the informant described this woman as an extremely dangerous presence. Her abilities remain unknown, but are reminiscent of a unique power that enforces a death-like command. Even a formidable Rain sure met an untimely demise at her hands, and the specifics of her capabilities are currently inscrutable. Nevertheless, the informant reported that she appears rather innocent, gentle, and timid, seemingly lacking mastery over her perilous abilities. I propose that for the sake of world peace, we could devise a plan to capture her, allowing us to study and potentially awaken the powers within her, or we could use her as leverage against Shan, which should yield fruitful results." Upon hearing the elder's words, the other four elders fell into silence, contemplating the feasibility of this course of action. Meanwhile, Shan wrapped the severed head of Blackbeard Teach and returned to the previously visited clothing store. During a hunt for Blackbeard Teach, Shan had preemptively placed Eris in Kelly's shop to await him, simultaneously implanting a colorless, odorless toxin within her to track her whereabouts at will. The gruesome nature of the hunt was too horrific for Eris to witness, prompting Shan to shield her from sight. At that moment in the clothing store, owner Kelly had finished gathering all her belongings and was preparing to leave Dressrosa for good. In her view, Shaw's act of killing Luffy in her shop would undoubtedly provoke retribution from the Blackbeard pirates, potentially embroiling her in trouble as well. Moreover, fierce battles had recently erupted near the castle seized by the Blackbeard pirates, suggesting that Shaw may have already met his end, while Eris remained foolishly awaiting his return. Miss, you should flee quickly. The Blackbeard pirates are a band of ruthless scoundrels. As a fragile woman, your presence here will inevitably lead to your downfall. And you will regret it too late, Kelly urged, grasping her luggage and looking earnestly at Eris. Yet, Eris continued to gaze quietly out the window, resembling a mere puppet. With a sigh, Kelly ceased her attempts to persuade her, hastily departing with her suitcase in hand. However, as she opened the shop door, she collided with a warm, solid wall of flesh. Looking up, she was taken aback to see Shaw standing there with a calm smile. The sight left her utterly astonished, and in the next moment, Shaw's words rendered her speechless, her face a mask of horror. Help me find a box to contain Blackbeard's head. With that, Shaw casually dropped the bloodied head, still wrapped in a coat, onto the ground. Gazing upon the gruesome, severed head lying on the ground, Kelly's mind buzzed with shock, her heart overwhelmed by an immense wave of disbelief. Blackbeard Teach was dead. Her lips trembled slightly, and without hesitation, she set down her belongings and retrieved an exquisitely crafted box from the cabinet. With trembling hands, she placed the head inside. Immediately after, she presented the delicate box to Shaw. Thank you, Shaw replied with a faint smile, handing her 5,000 berries as remuneration. At that moment, as Shaw appeared, Aria, like a moth emerging from the shadows into the light, suddenly darted towards him, diving into his embrace and clinging tightly to his form. Seeing the shivering girl nestled in his arms, her delicate body trembling slightly, Shaw's heart softened. He extended his right arm, gently patting her back. In that instant, Aria's anxious heart gradually found solace, yet she continued to hold him tightly, as if fearing that if she let go, he would vanish once more. Feeling the warmth radiating from his chest and inhaling the faint, elegant fragrance that enveloped her, Shaw found himself reluctant to part from her. In this tumultuous world of violence, possessing such simple, tender affection was truly a treasure. Furthermore, Aria's presence reminded him of everything from his homeland. Their embrace, however, was fleeting. Outside Kelly's boutique, a throng of people had gathered. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all misjudged the recent tumult. It was not another force invading Dressrosa, but rather the Blackbeard pirates that have been utterly annihilated. What? The Blackbeard pirates have been wiped out? Is this true? Indeed. How could this be possible? The Blackbeard pirates are immensely powerful. The entire street erupted with excitement, particularly after the terrifying explosion of the Fire Lotus that lingered in everyone's minds. It is indeed true. Just moments ago, Timo and I ventured nearby to investigate. All members of the Blackbeard pirates have perished, and their deaths were horrifically gruesome. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. The most crucial detail is, can you guess whom I saw? I saw the young man who previously killed Lafitte in Kelly's shop. It is highly likely that he single-handedly annihilated the Blackbeard pirates. Dr. Mondo, noticing the disbelief among the crowd, hastened to recount the scene he had witnessed. Upon hearing Mondo's words, the crowd erupted once again in a frenzy. Could that young man truly be the infamous Demon Shaw, who single-handedly obliterated the Blackbeard pirates? I can think of no one else with such capability. Indeed, it must be him. Do not forget Lafitte's terrified expression before his demise. He even uttered the words, "the great demon," as he perished. Do not speak too loudly. The great demon Shaw is here. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Shaw and Aria emerged from a shop, strolling onto the bustling street filled with onlookers. At this moment, numerous passers-by along the street gazed in utter astonishment at the silhouettes of the two individuals, particularly after hearing that the Blackbeard pirates had been utterly annihilated by Shaw. Alongside their shock, the crowd was also imbued with profound admiration and trepidation. In response to the murmurs, Shaw merely smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth before leading Arai into a lavish hotel. Chapter 69. Arai's Memories. This opulent hotel stands as one of the most luxurious establishments on Dressrosa Island, boasting impeccable facilities and attentive service, truly deserving of its esteemed reputation. After securing a high-end room, the two entered amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. "I'm going to take a shower," Arei announced as she stepped into the room. She jotted down 4 characters in her notebook and turned it toward Sean, her eyes fixed intently upon him, observing Arei's actions. Sean was momentarily taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement. However, the next moment brought forth a spectacle that rendered Sean's face flushed with heat. Arei loosened her belt, allowing her white taffeta off-shoulder dress to cascade down to her calves, revealing her snowy skin, which appeared even more alluring under the illumination. At that moment, Arei removed her white cotton stockings and shoes, her bare feet making contact with the floor. With elegant, long legs, she gracefully made her way toward the bathroom. Within moments, the sound of running water and splashes echoed from the bathroom. Watching Arei's enchanting figure subtly illuminated in the bathroom, Sean felt a wave of heat wash over him, and he couldn't suppress a gulp in his throat, yet he ultimately managed to quell the turmoil within. Diverting his gaze, Sean began to scan the room, finally fixating on a notebook resting atop the white taffeta dress. This somewhat weathered diary had been a canvas for Arei's thoughts since their first meeting. She diligently recorded her reflections and sketches, as if chronicling something of great significance. After hesitating for a considerable time, Sean picked up the garments Arei had shed and finally opened the diary. As he turned to the first page, his attention was immediately captivated by the initial drawing, a crooked abstract piece. It depicted a simple, adorable little monster fiercely battling a noble Ultraman. The monster seemed to have the upper hand, yet the valiant Ultraman was omnipresent, cornering the creature within the realm of justice, steadily advancing. Sean lingered on the monster for several moments before flipping to the first page of writing. There, he found a series of emotional entries, pinned in Arei's elegant and flowing script, each stroke executed with meticulous care and beauty. At the top of the page were the names of 2 individuals, Arei and. Upon seeing these names, Sean felt a slight jolt in his heart and shifted his gaze to the next line of text. 722. I have arrived in an unfamiliar land. I encountered him. He seems like a beam of light, filling my world. I like to tug at the hem of his garment, for fear of losing him. We ventured to Dressrosa for a holiday, where he bestowed upon me exquisite garments. However, we soon encountered malevolent individuals. Yet, with him by my side, I felt no fear. As dusk fell, he led me to a romantic suite. With him present, my world felt so warm. Each fleeting moment and every line of text vividly expressed Arei's heartfelt emotions. Observing this, Sean's gaze softened, and he gradually closed the notebook. Arei's arrival was unexpected for him, and even now, he remained oblivious to her true identity, only aware that she was a spirit summoned from the realm of Azura by his divine power. What had she endured that led such a vibrant young girl towards death? The enigma of the mysterious power within her body left Sean with a multitude of questions, shrouding him in confusion without answers. After half an hour, the sound of water in the bathroom seemed to cease. Sean turned swiftly, yet after a considerable time, no figure emerged. Frowning, he called out a couple of times, but received no reply. It was then he recalled Aries' tendency to remain silent. When she did speak, it often led to unintended consequences. Hesitating for a moment, Sean cautiously approached the bathroom. Gently pushing open the door, he beheld Aries reclining in the tub, eyes closed in tranquility. Her fair, delicate skin, illuminated by the light, appeared extraordinarily pure. Sean stepped closer, halting less than a meter from the tub, gazing at the young woman within. At that moment, Aries resembled a sleeping beauty, peacefully nestled in the bath. Her exquisite features, rippling with the water's gentle waves, rendered her even more enchanting, akin to a fairy. Before her floated a small yellow duck, bobbing playfully, the first toy Sean had gifted her. Taking a deep breath, Sean gradually knelt, pressing his forehead against hers, and prepared to delve into her memories by channeling both the divine powers of the realm of void and the realm of longevity. The mere act of memory exploration could inflict pain, thus Sean employed the power of longevity to nourish her, alleviating the discomfort. As moments passed, Strands of divine energy slowly infiltrated Aries' being. Approximately 5 minutes later, an overwhelming surge of information surged into Sean's mind, rendering his thoughts gravely serious. Within Aries' memories, he discovered that the kingdom she inhabited was, astonishingly, the same as his own. This revelation struck Sean like a thunderbolt, leaving him rooted to the spot, his mind echoing with the impact, unable to process the reality that Aries belonged to the same century as he. Furthermore, the subsequent memories unveiled by Aries left Sean in utter disbelief. In their world, individuals were conducting experiments involving the blood of dragons and parasitism. Aries is indeed one of them. She is the head of the Soraki family, possessing a hybrid lineage that harbors a mysterious power known as the word spirit judgment, a formidable and perilous ability akin to an unending command of death. However, the elevated purity of her dragon blood lineage results in an exceedingly unstable genetic makeup, limiting her control over this power. This lineage also grants her the innate ability to wield the dragon language, yet can only issue commands that lead to the demise of others, rendering Aries largely silent. Moreover, Aries frequently suffers from the encroachment of her dragon blood, relying solely on serum extracted from the fetus of a death attendant to maintain stability and prolong her existence. To regulate her movements, she has been confined within the Soraki family. Loneliness, desolation, fear, despair, and helplessness relentlessly assail her, making her feel like a pitiful creature abandoned by all. The most tragic aspect is that such a pure and gentle girl ultimately becomes a vessel for the blood required for the evolution into the White King. At that moment, as her body becomes a host for the sacred remains of the White King, she is forcibly drained of her blood by Herzog, leading to her tragic demise. Chapter 70. A warm and fulfilling night, these memories flashed through Sean's mind like scenes from a film, darkening his expression to an extreme gloom. The harrowing recollections instilled a profound hatred for humanity within him. Should he ever return to his homeland, he would undoubtedly seek to rend Herzog into pieces. With a deep exhale, Sean's gaze fell upon Aries' visage in the bathtub. His eyes flickered several times before he let out a sigh. He retrieved a towel from beside the bathtub and gently wiped away the foam and water from Aries' skin. Aries had a habit of bathing often, as she constantly felt herself drenched in blood. Once finished, Sean carefully lifted her and approached the bedside, tenderly placing her on the bed. After covering her with a blanket, he prepared to leave quietly. However, at the moment he turned, a pair of delicate, pale hands suddenly grasped his arm. Feeling the warmth and moisture emanating from behind, Sean's body stiffened abruptly. "Please, do not leave," Aries spoke for the first time. Her voice was sweet and melodious, akin to a lark singing, mesmerizing and enchanting to the ears. Yet, Sean recognized that her tone was filled with desperation and pleading, intertwined with a thread of fear. She feared that upon opening her eyes again, he would be gone, that she would once more be abandoned. Seeing Sean remain silent, Hui Li's anxiety and fear intensified. Her body trembled violently, and her arms clutched more tightly, as if she feared never seeing Sean again. Her fingers were cold and pale, as if they would melt away at any moment. Sean sighed softly, turned around, and enveloped her in his embrace, gently caressing her back while softly saying, "Rest well. Sleep now, dear." His movements were exceedingly tender, as if he were cherishing a priceless treasure. Under Sean's comforting presence, Hui Li's emotions gradually settled. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly closed her eyes, resembling a well-behaved kitten, peacefully falling asleep in his arms. Feeling the soft breath emanating from her and the delicate touch against his skin, along with the subtle fragrance wafting through the air, Sean felt his throat constrict slightly as he swallowed. Although he had a significant immunity to beauty, he was nonetheless a normal man, and the sight of such an exquisite creature lying naked in his arms inevitably stirred uncontrollable emotions within him. Taking a few deep breaths, Sean suppressed the rising turmoil within him, allowing Hui Li to nestle against his chest, holding her tightly as he savored this warm moment. As the night slipped away quietly, the eastern sky gradually brightened with the first light of dawn, illuminating the entire island with invigorating rays. Slowly, Sean opened his eyes. To his surprise, the first thing he saw was Hui Li's beautiful eyes, wide open and gazing at him intently, much like a curious little kitten. Their eyes met, and Sean's face flushed suddenly, a wave of inexplicable excitement coursing through him, causing him to shiver. "Good morning, Hui Li," he stammered with an awkward smile. "The world outside is vast. I wish to see it," Hui Li said, slightly turning her body, resting her head on one hand, her gaze fixed intently on Sean. "All right." Sean coughed lightly, diverting his gaze and nodding in agreement. Upon hearing his affirmation, Hui Li's face broke into a radiant smile, illuminating her countenance like the most beautiful clouds in the sky, enchanting all who beheld her. "Thank you," she said, extending her delicate arms to wrap around Sean's neck, leaning in to kiss him on the lips. As he felt the warm, soft sensation, inhaled her subtle fragrance, and was enveloped by the refreshing aroma, Sean froze momentarily, his mind going blank. For Hui Li, it might have simply been an expression of gratitude, as in her understanding, there seemed to be no distinction between genders. She was merely expressing her inner joy. However, for Sean, it was an entirely different matter. That was his first kiss, reserved for his future wife. "Cough. Let us get dressed first." At that moment, Sean regained his composure, awkwardly coughing as he quickly got out of bed. After some time, the two finally finished washing up and stepped out of their hotel room. This was the most relaxed and comfortable day Sean had experienced since arriving in the pirate world. As they traversed Lover's Avenue, the couple explored nearly every corner of Dressrosa Island. Ultimately, they found themselves at a nearby taffeta boutique. Each garment here was a masterpiece, priced extravagantly, yet for Sean, wealth held little significance. His sole desire was to see Aries' delight. Gazing at the exquisite dresses displayed in the window, Aries' eyes sparkled with palpable enthusiasm. Perhaps it was the first outfit Sean had gifted her, a white taffeta dress, that inspired her current admiration for this luxurious fabric. Inside the fitting room, Aries was trying on two of the latest off-shoulder taffeta gowns, while Sean stood at the entrance of the boutique, his brow furrowed in concern. Moments ago, his psychic powers had surged, revealing the presence of several unfamiliar auras nearby. Although he could not discern their identities, he surmised they were likely assassins or spies sent by some faction, their intention possibly directed at him. However, since they had arrived, he resolved that they would not depart unscathed. A sinister smile crept across Sean's lips at this thought. In a secluded corner, he pressed his right hand to the ground, unleashing a torrent of his demonic energy. In an instant, a shadowy figure wielding a blade emerged from the earth before him. "Go forth and crush them," he commanded. The dark figure vanished in an instant, akin to a wraith in the night, moving with unparalleled speed. Big sister, my back is dirty. Could you help me wash in the bathroom?" At that moment, a small boy, no more than 8 years old, clad in a pink kimono and wooden sandals, tugged at Aries' arm as he emerged from the fitting room, his expression one of innocent pleading. Aries gazed at the boy, momentarily perplexed, before he seized her arm and excitedly dashed into the private bathroom at the back of the boutique. The door slammed shut behind them. Chapter 71. The perverse and lecherous young boy. "Ah, sister, look, there is such a large bath over there. I want to play in the water." The 8-year-old pointed exuberantly at the distant pool, his voice filled with glee as he beckoned Aries to join him. Aries, still in a daze, turned to look at the pool. Beside it stood a row of luxurious bathing apparatuses adorned with an array of flower petals and bathing supplies. The water in the pool was a crystalline blue, exuding a gentle vapor, reminiscent of a delicate mist enveloping the space. Surrounding the pool were 12 rectangular metallic tubes, each with a candle inserted in the center. The flickering flames cast a soft, amber glow, creating an enchanting ambience filled with romance. Noticing Aries lost in thought, the young boy's eyes sparkled with mischief as he tugged at her arm, pulling her towards the pool, exclaiming, "Sister, let us go play in the water together." With a bewildered expression, Aries was dragged by the little boy to the edge of the bath, step by step. "Sister, let me take off your shoes for you." The boy's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Aries' fair, jade-like feet resting on the bath's edge, a sly smile playing on his lips. Before she could react, the 8-year-old boy crouched down, swiftly removing her shoes and socks, his fingers lingering just a moment too long on her ankle before pushing her into the steaming water. As Eri submerged, a wave of warmth enveloped her, the heat seeping into her skin. She inhaled deeply, closing her eyes as the silken water embraced her. The rich fragrance of the bath filling the air, intoxicating her senses. Seeing her surrender to the water's embrace, the boy's lips curled into a cunning smirk. He hastily shed his shirt and crept closer, his movements silent and deliberate. At the center of the bath, Eri lay still, eyes shut, lost in serenity. The boy's grin twisted into something far more sinister as he inched toward her, his face hovering near her ear, drinking in her delicate scent. His cherubic features contorted with an unsettling leer. "Sister, isn't this bath wonderful? Let me give you a massage." His voice was honeyed, but his gaze roamed greedily over her figure, lingering where it shouldn't. His small hands trembled with anticipation as they reached for the hem of her dress. Bang! The bathroom door burst open, slamming against the wall with a deafening crash. A figure stormed in, moving like lightning, his grip iron as he seized the boy by the throat and hoisted him into the air. Who are you? Why are you interrupting us?" The boy shrieked, his face paling as he squirmed in N's grasp, his cheeks flushing crimson. "Get out!" N snarled, hurling the child to the ground with a merciless throw. "Ow! That hurts!" The boy wailed, tears streaming down his face as he shot in a pitiful glare. "Mean uncle, why are you bullying me?" N's eyes narrowed, cold and unyielding, before he turned away, scooping Eri from the water without another glance. Yet, unnoticed by N, the boy's dark pupils flickered with something venomous, a shadow of malice and resentment. From now on, N murmured, cradling Eri's delicate face in his hands, his voice low and firm, "You don't go near any man but me." For the first time, fury burned within him, not just anger but guilt. Had he not marked Eri with the trace of the gray moth, allowing him to find her in time, she might have been lost to him forever. A girl like her, who has grown up without social interactions, unguarded and possessing a pure and gentle disposition, is exceedingly vulnerable to deception and exploitation. Although he arrived just in time, his anger remained palpable, primarily directed towards the lascivious 8-year-old child before him. This child, as Shaoan was acutely aware, was none other than Momonosuke, the son of Kozuki Oden from the Kozuki clan of Wano. Known for his lecherous nature, he had inadvertently consumed a failed experiment concocted by Vegapunk, transforming him into a Zoan-type artificial devil fruit user. Just a previous evening, Shaoan had discovered that a faction led by Doflamingo was pursuing this scoundrel. However, he was taken aback to find the boy hiding in a clothing store, attempting to take advantage of Eri. Such a despicable creature would not escape Shaoan's wrath easily. At that moment, upon hearing Shaoan's words, Eri obediently nodded, her delicate head nuzzling against Shaoan's chest, her fair arms tightening around his neck, as if fearful that his anger might drive him away. Feeling her frail form in his embrace, inhaling the subtle fragrance emanating from her, and witnessing her docile demeanor, Shaoan's ire gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of helplessness and tenderness. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to regard Eri as a cherished treasure, resolute in his determination to shield her from any harm. Those who had wronged her would not escape unscathed, even if it were a figure of divine stature. Shaoan would go to any lengths to annihilate them. Cradling Eri, Shaoan did not linger, swiftly exiting the bathroom. Momonosuke was temporarily spared, for the ensuing scene would be grotesque and merciless, and Shaoan wished to shield Eri from such horrors. Shortly after stepping out, in a nearby corner, Shaoan's formidable aura surged forth, summoning a female warrior to ensure Eri's safety. "Protect her well, remain here, and await my return," he instructed, gazing at the woman clad in silver armor, radiating a chilling, lethal presence. "Rest assured, I am legendary," she replied with unwavering resolve, her sword plunged into the ground. Standing like a spear, a veritable goddess of war, evoking both awe and trepidation. With this assurance, Shaoan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then seized the famed blade, Raijin, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted away at an astonishing speed. This blade, a relic of the late Shiryu, had been brought back after Arei expressed a preference for it following their battle the previous day. Chapter 72. I am more perverse than you moments later. Xiao En found himself before a castle, his gaze fixed upon the imposing structure, cold light flickering in his eyes. In the fleeting moment within the bathroom, he had surreptitiously implanted a corpse poison on Momonosuke, which would allow him to track the boy's movements through the guidance of moths. In the castle, within a young girl's bedroom, Momonosuke lay nestled in the embrace of a sweet and beautiful nurse, playfully calling out, "Sister, sister, I feel unwell all over. Could you give me a massage? Please." "All right, you little rascal, but once the massage is over, you must leave quickly. I have work to attend to." The nurse replied with a gentle smile, nodding in agreement. She then extended her delicate, fair hand to begin kneading Momonosuke's body. As he felt the softness of her touch, a blush crept across his face, yet his heart swelled with delight. Her hands are so soft and elastic. He thought, "Ah, this feels wonderful. You truly have a magical touch, sister." Within moments, a contented sigh escaped his lips, his expression radiating sheer enjoyment. "You are quite the mischievous little one," the nurse remarked, her face flushing slightly as she playfully scolded him. "Hehe, it's because you're so beautiful, nurse." Momonosuke replied with a cheeky grin, his tone laced with mischief, leaving the nurse both bashful and delighted. "Enough of the antics. I have important work to do." After a while, the nurse ceased her massage, feigning annoyance. However, just as her words faded, Momonosuke suddenly flipped over, resting on her chest, his hands playfully wandering, while his head nestled into her, greedily inhaling her fragrant scent. "Oh dear, you little rascal, don't be so unruly." The nurse was taken aback by his unexpected behavior, and she couldn't help but exclaim shyly. Yet, she dismissed any inappropriate thoughts, considering he was merely an 8-year-old boy, attributing his actions to youthful mischief. Hearing her words, Momonosuke chuckled mischievously and continued to indulge himself, his hands unabashedly exploring the nurse's form. "Little rascal, if you don't behave, I might just get angry," she warned, her cheeks flushed as she glared at him, a mix of embarrassment and irritation in her tone. Suddenly, the bedroom door was kicked open, and a figure appeared in the doorway. Observing the scene before him, Xiao En smirked with a hint of mischief. Startled by this unexpected intrusion, Momonosuke's face paled, and he scrambled to his feet in panic. However, before he could fully rise, Xiao En's fist struck him in the abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall before crumpling to the floor. "Ah, it hurts so much," Momonosuke cried out, clutching his stomach, his face drained of color as he lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Who are you? Why are you attacking a child so ruthlessly?" the nurse exclaimed, her face paling in shock and concern. It seems you are still unaware of the situation." Xiao En replied with a calm smirk, swiftly closing the distance to Momonosuke, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Sensing that terrifying aura, Momonosuke's face instantly contorted in horror as his entire body abruptly transformed into a draconic form, shattering through the bedroom ceiling. Witnessing this, the sweet-faced nurse paled in terror before collapsing unconscious. Meanwhile, the dragonized Momonosuke swiftly ascended into the sky, fleeing into the distance. After what felt like an eternity, he finally exhaled in relief, only for his draconic eyes to bulge in abject terror the next moment. His massive form wobbled unsteadily, nearly plummeting from the heavens. For there, suspended 1,000 meters above the earth, Momonosuke had believed himself beyond his reach, no matter how formidable the man might be. Alas, he was gravely mistaken. Have you ever heard of a palm strike that descends from the heavens? In that instant, En launched himself from the ground like a rocket, soaring upward until he materialized directly before Momonosuke. Before the latter could react, En's foot tapped against the back of a passing goose. The bird shrieked sharply as its momentum propelled En even higher. Then, a colossal palm imprint materialized midair, crashing down upon Momonosuke's draconic body with devastating force. Boom! Like a meteorite, Momonosuke's form hurtled downward, smashing into the earth with such violence that it carved out a massive crater. At its center, his body lay embedded in the soil, blood gushing from his mouth to stain the ground crimson. The impact had forcibly reverted him to his human form. Yet In was far from finished. With a cold smirk, he channeled the divine energy of the eternal realm, sustaining Momonosuke's flickering life force. Soon, the battered boy Pride opened his eyes with immense effort. Gazing down at him, Un's lips curled into a sinister grin. Kozuki Momonosuke, was it? You have yet to witness the depths of my depravity. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Un's eyes flashed with icy malice. In one fluid motion, he unsheathed his famed blade, Raiden, and swish. 3 of Momonosuke's fingers tumbled to the ground. Blood sprayed. Agony, raw and excruciating, erupted through Momonosuke's body, wrenching a blood-curdling scream from his throat. Button's frigid gaze had already shifted lower, to the space between Momonosuke's legs. Realizing the unspoken threat, Momonosuke shuddered violently, clamping his thighs together in abject terror. Iato slash. Within's chilling declaration, Raiden descended once more. Schlick! A crimson arc painted the air as a severed fragment of flesh dropped from Momonosuke's trousers. Ow! His shriek of pure torment echoed across the wasteland, his body convulsing, his face drained of all color. Horror and despair consumed his every thought. Yet Un's expression remained eerily composed, his smirk deepening. This is merely the beginning. Far greater depravities await. Chapter 73. The Death of Momonosuke Stay Away. Upon witnessing Sean's eerie smile, Peach Boy instinctively recoiled, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Sean. The sight of his palpable fear only deepened the malevolence of Sean's grin. Grasping the renowned blade, Thunderstorm, with his right hand, Sean advanced towards Peach Boy, each step instilling a profound dread within him, amplifying his mounting anxiety. Please, no, don't come any closer, Peach Boy begged, his voice hoarse and trembling, laced with a hint of sobbing. It was evident that his psychological defenses had completely shattered at that moment. Clutched tightly in his hand was the severed appendage, held like a precious treasure, as if it symbolized a glimmer of hope for future surgical restoration. Regrettably, he had already lost all chances. At that moment, Sean's actions pushed Peach Boy to the brink of total collapse, his eyes bulging and his face contorted in sheer horror and despair as he beheld Sean's next move. With the severed appendage lifted by Sean's blade, he unleashed a flurry of swift strikes reminiscent of a fruit ninja, reducing the severed piece to a mere pile of fragments. As Peach Boy stared at the scattered remnants and blood on the ground, his eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting, his complexion turning ghostly pale, overwhelmed by despair. Devil, you monstrous fiend, he cried, his fear escalating to an unbearable crescendo, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Sean's expression betrayed no hint of compassion. He coldly regarded Peach Boy, a murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Did you not enjoy preying upon others? Today, I shall introduce you to a different taste of suffering. With that, Sean's right hand pressed against the ground, and divine power surged from the depths of the underworld. In an instant, a figure clad in golden armor, wielding a long spear, emerged before him, a youthful warrior radiating an aura of righteousness, reminiscent of a general on the battlefield. Peach Boy's pupils narrowed as he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from the armored figure. Go forth, let him experience the depths of despair, Sean commanded indifferently. At those words, a flicker of excitement ignited in the eyes of the golden-armored youth, who then charged at Peach Boy with his spear, the chilling wind accompanying his movement causing the air to tremble ominously. Meanwhile, Sean instinctively turned away, seemingly unwilling to witness the impending scene. In a flash, the warrior closed the distance, the spear slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Peach Boy's rear. In that instant, Peach Boy's pupils constricted violently, his expression betraying intense fear, his body involuntarily seizing. The next moment, the spear pierced its target, and the scene descended into an utterly indecorous spectacle. A chilling scream abruptly resonated throughout the surroundings, permeating the air with palpable fear and trepidation. Tosaka, overwhelmed by terror, collapsed on the ground, curled up in a fetal position, his wide eyes fixated on Sean, reflecting an abject horror that obliterated any other thought. The torment he endured was almost more unbearable than death itself. Observing Tosaka's pitiful state, Sean's eyes glimmered with a cruel smile as he gradually crouched down, seizing a handful of Tosaka's hair and yanking it fiercely. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing, mingling with Tosaka's anguished wail, reverberating through the vicinity. Accompanied by the screams, Tosaka's once lustrous hair was torn away, snapping off in clumps like a bird's nest. Blood streamed from his scalp, a gruesome sight, as Tosaka's cries grew louder and more harrowing. Sean's grin transformed into that of a true demon, filled with malevolence. At that moment, Sean suddenly released his grip. Thud! Tosaka collapsed onto the ground, head down, frothing at the mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. There was not a hint of sympathy in Sean's eyes as he brandished his renowned blade. Thunderstorm, once more. The air sliced sharply as swift strikes resounded, abruptly silencing the cries. In the next instant, the wretched screams faded away, leaving behind pools of thick blood and a lifeless corpse. Sean slowly rose to his feet, cleansing his blade of the sanguine stains before swiftly disappearing with the young lance-wielder from the scene. After a considerable time, Sean reappeared near his previous position. Yet a frown marred his brow. During the torment of Tosaka, he sensed that the Reaper he had summoned to eliminate the assassins had been slain. This was a first for him. Each time he summoned a spirit, they possessed considerable strength, capable even of fending off formidable foes. Yet now, one had been defeated. This indicated that among the assassins, there existed a being of significant power, likely of general rank. Intriguing. He pondered who he might encounter this time. A hint of amusement played at the corners of Sean's mouth as he stamped his foot, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Stopping 100 meters away from Aerie and the female general, Sean waited briefly for the young lance-wielder to catch up. At that moment, 100 meters ahead, Aerie and the general were encircled by adversaries. The general, in a desperate bid to protect Aerie, bore a conspicuous wound on her arm and shoulder, her complexion as pale as a sheet, clearly indicating she had suffered severe injuries. It appeared that this enemy was indeed formidable. A group of men clad in long black garments and adorned with tall hats exuded an air of utmost seriousness, their eyes reflecting a subtle yet formidable presence that set them apart from ordinary pirates, resembling instead a well-trained organization. Before this assembly stood a man of imposing stature, with short black hair and a rugged stubble, wielding a staff sword. A stark scar, shaped ominously, marred his forehead, drawing the eye with its unsettling prominence. Suddenly, this man opened his previously shut eyes, revealing a stark expanse of white as he gazed upon the encircled Aerie and the female warrior, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Beautiful lady," he inquired amiably, "what manner of person are you? What color is the dress you wear, and what exquisite features adorn your face? If my sight were not impaired, I would dearly love to behold your beauty firsthand. It is indeed a source of great curiosity." Chapter 74. Admiral Fujitora, your curiosity shall cease henceforth. At that moment, a cold voice resonated from a distance. With measured strides, Sean approached, a devilish smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, it is the newly appointed Admiral Fujitora. When did you stoop to such despicable acts of kidnapping? How utterly surprising." As he spoke, Sean nonchalantly moved closer to Aerie, firmly grasping her hand, instilling a profound sense of safety within her. As for the blind man before them, Sean recognized him. He had once been a member of the Navy, and since the conclusion of the Marineford War, reports indicated that he had been traversing the globe, engaged in recruitment efforts to cultivate new warriors for the future. Moreover, Sean had recently come across a piece of information in the latest newspaper that astounded him. To his astonishment, not long after the Marineford War's conclusion, both Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp had resigned, retreating from the tumult of the world to indulge in a life of blissful ignorance, devoting themselves solely to donuts. Additionally, the former Admiral Akiji had also laid down his arms, completely severing ties with the Navy. Presently, the Navy headquarters was undergoing significant transformations. Admiral Akainu, having demonstrated exceptional valor during the war, had been elevated to the rank of Fleet Admiral. The positions of the three admirals were now held by Fujitora, who had been exceptionally promoted for his global recruitment efforts, alongside Green Bull and the lethargic Kizaru. These rapid changes were inextricably linked to one individual, Eri. Under the clandestine scrutiny of the five elders, it had become apparent that they were aware of Eri's existence and the potential terrifying power she harbored within her. They concluded that this gentle and unassuming Eri might very well be the Achilles heel of the formidable Shan. Should they succeed in abducting Eri and uncovering the power within her, or utilizing her as leverage against the great demon Shan, the Navy would face no further obstacles, ultimately wielding that power to dominate the entire world. The command to abduct the young woman had ultimately been issued by the five elders. However, it was unexpected that when the order, which involved the kidnapping of young girls as a strategy, reached the ears of Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters, it provoked immense anger and disdain within him, for such an approach was utterly contrary to the principles of justice he represented. Originally intending to address the aftermath of the war, he found himself profoundly disillusioned with the world government and promptly tendered his resignation. Consequently, the Navy headquarters fell into its current disarray. Fujitora was the prime candidate for this mission. At that moment, as the name Shan the Great Devil was uttered, the crowd turned their gaze towards him, their eyes filled with malice, clearly harboring deep-seated resentment towards him. After all, many of them had witnessed the brutality of the Marineford War, and their hatred for Shan had reached a peak. Fear and trepidation were also the most profound emotions coursing through them at that moment. Shan smiled nonchalantly, offering his renowned blade, Raijin, to Iriji, and with a mocking tone, he declared, "The last individual who dared to lay a hand on her has met a gruesome demise at my hands. It appears you possess quite the audacity." His voice was laced with an icy chill, and a murderous intent radiated from his gaze. Upon hearing Shan's words, Admiral Fujitora finally spoke, his expression jovial as he remarked, "Lord Shan, this era shall undoubtedly embrace a new chapter under the banner of justice. Pirates will ultimately fade into the annals of history. This is an unalterable truth. Therefore, I advise you, Lord Shan, to temper your savage and tyrannical heart." As he spoke, Fujitora concentrated gravity upon his blade, then swept his staff sword with a fierce motion, instantly cleaving the air before him, creating a gaping fissure several meters wide. "Gravity blade, fierce tiger," he announced. Subsequently, with a powerful downward strike, Fujitora unleashed a rift that tore through the space, accompanied by a howl as it surged toward Shan. Observing the gravitational force taking shape before him, a smirk curled at the corner of Shan's mouth. With a subtle extension of his right hand, just as the gravitational attack drew near, he effortlessly drew Raijin from Iriji's grasp and executed an extraordinarily intricate sword technique. Remarkably, the terrifying assault from Fujitora was entirely neutralized, crashing instead against a nearby rock and shattering a boulder several meters high into fragments. Witnessing Shan's nonchalant demeanor as he effortlessly countered Admiral Fujitora's attack left the surrounding Navy soldiers, who feigned composure, utterly astounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the shock of witnessing such a display. The might of Fujitora's gravity blade had been completely dispelled. How could this be possible? I'm all too aware of the immense power of the gravity blade. Fierce tiger. How could it be so effortlessly thwarted? Damn it! Is this fellow truly as formidable as he appears? The crowd was filled with awe at Shan's overwhelming prowess. Among this group of individuals, although there were soldiers who had participated in the Summit War, a greater number were newly conscripted recruits under Fujitora. These newcomers were entirely oblivious to the events that unfolded post-war, possessing only a vague awareness of Shan's formidable strength. At this moment, when they witnessed Shan effortlessly deflecting the General Fujitora's assault, astonishment enveloped them, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Even Fujitora himself appeared somewhat taken aback, intrigued by Shan's seemingly effortless maneuver that wielded immense power with minimal effort. "General Fujitora, relinquish your ambitions. Your abilities stemming from the gravity fruit, while formidable, are insufficient before me. Should you persist in your folly and disregard my counsel. I fear that both you and your soldiers shall soon meet your demise upon the shores of Dressrosa, Shan remarked, casting a calm glance at Fujitora. He never showed mercy to his adversaries. However, once he developed a bond with someone, he became acutely aware of his actions. At this moment, he was reluctant to unleash a massacre in front of Pudding. Justice shall not wane due to a mere utterance of yours. My lord Shan, we shall not permit you to leave Dressrosa so easily. With that declaration, Fujitora stomped his right foot, and instantly, a wave of invisible ripples radiated outward, compressing the gravitational force across the ground to its utmost limits. Hell's journey. As Fujitora's voice echoed, the gravitational pull around them seemed to respond, surging forth towards Shan with astonishing speed, enveloping him, putting the female warrior and the young spearman entirely, binding them in an increasingly oppressive force. Ha ha! The Hell's journey of General Fujitora is indeed terrifying, one of Fujitora's subordinates exclaimed. Indeed, this extreme gravitational suppression must be hard for even the formidable Shan to breach, right? Look, that female warrior seems to be struggling already. Confirming their observations, the young spearman appeared on the verge of collapse as well, eliciting gleeful reactions from Fujitora's men who were well aware of the prowess of this technique. However, as this scene unfolded, Shan's expression remained largely unperturbed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let them be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountains, and I shall tread my own path. Who can restrain me? Chapter 75. Thunderous Dragon. As his words faded, a smile curled upon Shan's lips. He gradually lifted the thunderstorm in his grasp, raising it high amidst the gaze of the onlookers, while an overwhelming power surged forth from the realm of phenomena. The thunderstorm is best complemented by a rainy day. As Shan's declaration rang out, dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, accompanied by crackling lightning, and a torrential downpour imbued with electric fury descended upon them. What is happening? Observing the deluge, all within Dressrosa, whether aligned with Fujitora or the distant island's inhabitants, widened their eyes in disbelief, a look of incredulity washing over their faces. The torrential downpour arrived with an uncanny ferocity, accompanied by a multitude of thunderbolts. The sheer power of the lightning was formidable within moments. Numerous towering trees were severed in half, and even a building was reduced to rubble. The Thunder Dragon. At that moment, with a low exclamation from Shaolin, the renowned blade, Thunderstorm, which he grasped in his hand, pointed sharply towards the heavens. In an instant, arcs of violet lightning converged rapidly towards the blade's tip, and before long, a colossal purple thunder dragon, nearly 100 meters long, manifested atop the blade. Witnessing this spectacle, the eyes of the crowd in Dressrosa widened in disbelief, filled with profound astonishment. Young master, what monstrous entity has arrived on the island, possessing such terrifying powers? On the observation deck of an upscale venue, a frail old man gazed at the immense thunder dragon, shock evident in his eyes, unable to restrain his astonishment. Ho 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 ho, indeed. It is the masterpiece of the great devil Shao En. How fascinating. It seems the Navy headquarters has altered its strategy this time. Observing the tempestuous sky and the figure of Eri beside Shao En, Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk gracing his lips. During the Marineford War, he had witnessed the terrifying strength of the great devil Shao En firsthand, hence was quite familiar with this ability to summon lightning. Moreover, had Shao En not been eager to breach the defensive line to rescue Ace back then, he likely would not have survived. Such a formidable individual was someone Doflamingo preferred to keep at a distance. Furthermore, in recent days, he had already learned of Shao En's arrival on Dressrosa Island and had witnessed the bloody scene of the Blackbeard pirates being slaughtered en masse. He was even aware of the news regarding the demise of Tama, a target he had relentlessly pursued. For the young lad had pilfered an artificial devil fruit from his factory. This factory produced artificial devil fruits as part of a deal with the Yonko Kaido, who sought to create a powerful zoological army. Little did he anticipate that this gluttonous and lascivious youth would provoke the wrath of the great devil Shao En and ultimately meet a tragic fate at his hands. Young master, should we assist Admiral Fujitora? At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly spoke up. Ho 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 ho, there is no need. Before the great devil Shaolin, we are simply unqualified to intervene. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo chuckled lightly, waved his hand dismissively, then turned away, lifting a glass of rum, and calmly remarked, "As for dealing with the great devil Shaolin, let Kaido handle it." Just then, the rain poured relentlessly, and thunder roared. In Sean's hand, the renowned blade Thunderstorm shimmered, and the purple lightning dragon grew increasingly larger and more substantial, resembling a true dragon king roaring in fury. A formidable aura emanated from the sky, instilling a sense of terror in all who beheld it in Dressrosa, causing hearts to race and breaths to quicken, with expressions reflecting sheer horror. Could this truly be a dragon? How could lightning coalesce into a real dragon? It was utterly terrifying, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The colossal dragon of purple lightning rampaged through the air, unleashing deafening roars as if venting its inner wrath. At that very moment, Admiral Fujitora's expression shifted dramatically. Though blind, his observation Haki was incredibly potent, allowing him to perceive, with crystal clarity, that within the form of the purple dragon lay an overwhelmingly fearsome aura, akin to that of a genuine divine dragon. Moreover, at the instant the dragon materialized, his gravitational abilities inexplicably vanished. This development caused Fujitora to furrow his brow deeply, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. The dragon before him was an elemental manifestation, and in the face of such elemental forces, his gravity had no point of attachment and thus could not exert its influence. Go forth and send these bothersome pests packing. At that moment, Sean suddenly swung Thunderstorm forward. The purple dragon, as if responding to a command, let out a thunderous roar and, baring its fangs and claws, surged downward towards the crowd below. Roar! As the dragon's furious roar reverberated across the entirety of Dressrosa, it descended with an unstoppable momentum. Not good. Everyone disperse. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Fujitora's subordinates turned pale, their faces draining of color. They swiftly retreated, desperate to evade the impending collision with the purple dragon. Bang! 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 The dragon's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had closed the distance. Amidst horrified screams, those who attempted to dodge the dragon's assault were unable to escape. All were consumed by the beast. A cacophony of anguished wails erupted, blood spraying forth as lives were extinguished in the jaws of the dragon. How brutal! They had no chance to resist. Witnessing the scene before them, many on Dressrosa were struck with terror. To their eyes, the purple dragon appeared as a relentless machine of slaughter, leaving carnage in its wake, with not a single survivor. In that moment, even those not present on the scene were gripped by fear, drenched in cold sweat, their faces ashen and legs trembling uncontrollably on the verge of collapse. Chapter 76, The Erosion of Dragon's Blood. Sean's resolve, Admiral Fujitora, save me, please. At that moment, a young soldier, his face etched with terror, rushed towards Fujitora. However, before he could finish his plea, the razor-sharp claws of the purple dragon pierced the void, seizing the young soldier and crushing him to a mere powder in an instant. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, all the inhabitants of Dressrosa collectively gasped, their eyes wide with shock and fear as they gazed at the ominous purple dragon suspended in the sky. Return, sean commandit softly. As his words echoed, the colossal purple lightning dragon emitted a low growl, swiftly turning to ascend into the heavens, transforming into a radiant violet light that vanished into the clouds. The tumultuous storm and dark clouds gradually dissipated, restoring the sky to its serene clarity. Observing this transformation, a collective sigh of relief swept through the populace of Dressrosa. That was close. I thought the dragon was coming for us. Indeed, it terrified me. Goodness, I nearly wet myself. Get lost. No wonder my shoes are soaked. As they watched the purple dragon fade from sight, the people of Dressrosa exhaled deeply, grateful for their narrow escape, their hearts still racing with lingering trepidation. Admiral Fujitora, kidnapping Eriri was the most foolish decision you've ever made. Your soldiers have perished due to your reckless actions. If this is what you deem justice, then I genuinely pity them, Shan remarked coldly, laced with scorn as he regarded Fujitora. Fujitora's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort at Shan's derision. However, he refrained from defending himself, for Shan's words rang true. Had he altered his course of action even slightly or heeded Shan's advice to retreat, his soldiers would have remained unharmed. Alas, as the embodiment of justice, he often found himself devoid of choices. Return and inform Akainu that I shall eventually sever his head and use it as a ball. Also, convey to him that should this happen again, I do not recommend the continued existence of a world government. Shan stated indifferently once more. Upon hearing Shan's menacing proclamation, the muscles in Fujitora's face twitched, visibly shaken by Shan's audacious words. After a moment, he regained his composure, exhaling heavily with a wry smile that bore the weight of resignation. It is indeed fortunate that I am unable to see. In this world, there exists far too much foul and vile corruption. I shall convey your words faithfully, Lord Shan. With that, Fujitora gradually departed from the scene. The defeat he had suffered was undeniably humiliating, akin to offering one's head on a platter, leaving his spirits in a dismal state. As Fujitora left, Shan returned to the hotel room with Eriri. I am so tired, Eriri murmured, her pallid face resting against Shan's chest as she gently closed her eyes, exuding an air of profound fatigue. Xiao furrowed his brow, his right hand resting upon her smooth forehead, only to discover it was exceedingly hot, causing his heart to sink. This condition indicated the encroachment of dragon blood. Should Huili succumb to its influence, she would gradually transform into a dragon, devoid of consciousness and overwhelmed by a murderous aura. In her world, Huili could temporarily suppress the dragon blood coursing through her veins only by injecting the serum derived from a Deadpool fetus, preventing her from losing her sanity and becoming a bloodthirsty fiend. However, in this realm, such a serum was utterly non-existent. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao swiftly cradled Huili in his arms, his right hand resting on her wrist as he channeled the divine power of the eternal realm into her, rapidly cooling her feverish body and alleviating her state of weakness. Yet, regarding the dragon blood, even Xiao could only temporarily use the divine energy to suppress it. He could not eradicate it from her system. This dragon blood was overwhelmingly dominant, pervading Huili's entire being. Any attempt to forcibly alter or eliminate it would pose a grave threat to her life. Moreover, her corporeal form was forged from Xiao's Azura realm divine energy, rendering it an unsuitable vessel for blood. Any indiscriminate replacement could lead to immediate collapse. Thus, the sole means to expel the dragon blood from Huili's body lay in seeking a purer and more potent bloodline to reconstruct her blood and circulatory system, thereby awakening the latent power within her veins. At that point, even if she were a being of the undead, even if her physical form was forged from Azura energy, Xiao would be able to reshape her body and facilitate her resurrection. It seemed imperative that he exert himself to unlock the primal divine power as soon as possible. With this thought, a spark of inspiration flickered in Xiao's mind, and a subtle smile graced his lips. After some time, while Huili was bathing, Xiao swiftly made his way to an open expanse. He then pressed his right hand against the ground, as the Azura divine energy surged into the earth beneath him. In a matter of moments, numerous fissures appeared on the surface before him, and with a sharp crack, 13 eerie figures emerged from the ground. Each figure was imbued with a dense aura of malevolence, emanating a formidable killing intent akin to that of a demon. At the forefront stood an extraordinarily seductive woman with a serpent's body, exuding a wild and alluring essence. Beside her was a fiery beauty clad in tight leather pants and a short leather top, her two snow-white legs accentuating a tantalizing waist, with her hands gripping two firearms. To her left was a figure shrouded in black, enveloped in shadowy mist, bearing a grotesque visage that sent chills down the spine, with a character representing his lineage emblazoned upon his back. In addition to these three, there was also a cloaked figure in black robes, emanating an insidious aura of death that discouraged any approach. Resting upon his shoulder was a massive scythe, its blade gleaming with a chilling silver light, sharp beyond measure. Queen Medusa, Take them and unleash your fury. Obliterate those factories and the insignificant, gazing at the stunning woman with a serpent's tail at the forefront. Sean's lips curled into a cruel and malevolent smile. Upon hearing Sean's command, the serpent woman, Medusa, flicked her tail and replied with a delighted cackle. Indeed, powerful men exude charm. Fear not, I shall spare no effort in clearing all obstacles for you. Her voice resonated with palpable excitement. Subsequently, she led the 12 companions beside her, swiftly departing towards a certain location on Dressrosa Island. Chapter 77. Assault on the Armory. Watching the retreating figures of Medusa and her entourage, a faint smile graced Sean's lips. Moments later, upon returning to his hotel room, he found Aria luxuriating in the bathtub. The mist-laden bathroom enveloped the entire space in a hazy and mysterious atmosphere. At this moment, Aria reclined in the warm water, her graceful form immersed, inciting a flurry of imagination. Particularly, her fair skin radiated a subtle fragrance, adorned with glistening droplets of water. As he beheld the enchanting beauty in the tub, a sensation of thirst surged through Sean, igniting an overwhelming impulse within him. However, he promptly suppressed this urge with steely resolve. Though Aria's beauty was enough to stir his heart, Sean was not one to act impulsively, nor did he wish to take advantage of her in such a vulnerable moment. With this thought, he inhaled deeply, swiftly taking a seat at the edge of the bed, closing his eyes to meditate and recuperate from the fatigue of summoning numerous spirits. Before long, the bathroom door swung open, splashing water as a mesmerizing figure emerged. At that moment, Aria was still devoid of any coverings, save for a white towel wrapped around her waist, revealing expanses of her flawless skin and delicate waist. Her gentle bosom quivered with each breath, emanating a lethal allure, complemented by her exquisitely sculpted face, rendering her an exquisite work of art, brimming with an irresistible charm. Droplets of water clung to her cheeks, cascading down as her long hair fell freely, exuding an enticing fragrance. Gazing upon this tantalizing scene of beauty, Sean felt his throat involuntarily constrict, and he inhaled deeply, diverting his gaze to feign calmness. At that moment, Aria had approached the bed, glanced at Sean, and then sat beside him, her soft form pressing closely against him like a docile kitten. Feeling Aria's softness and inhaling the intoxicating scent from her hair, Sean's mind began to drift, his heartbeat quickening, and a wave of warmth surged through him, as if a blazing inferno were raging within. However, at that moment, as he gazed at the continuously refreshing proficiency statistics in his mind, Sean's spirit swiftly returned to a state of normalcy. Shura Realm Divine Power, Great Achievement. Proficiency 7922. Shura Realm Divine Power, Great Achievement. Proficiency 8063. Shura Realm Divine Power, Great Achievement. Proficiency 8196. Prior to this, his Shura Realm Divine Power had been gradually increasing since the summoning of the Flying General Elbu and the Divine Steed Redhair during the war on the summit. Now, after several days, and having summoned various undead beings, his Shura Realm Divine Power had long reached the realm of Great Achievement. Yet as time progressed, the increment in proficiency became exceedingly sluggish. To his astonishment, the maximum summoning of 15 high-ranking undead beings caused the previously stagnant proficiency list to spring back to life. In mere moments, the proficiency of the Shura Realm Divine Power surged rapidly, sending a wave of joy through Sean's heart. If this pace continued, it would not be long before he reached the pinnacle of perfection. Regrettably, aside from the exceptional case of Arii, summoning 15 undead beings simultaneously was already at the limit of Sean's current capabilities. Besides the 13 members of Medusa, there were also the spear-wielding Chrysanthemum Letter and the female, General Hua Mulan stationed outside, making the simultaneous presence of 15 high-ranking undead beings the maximum he could endure at this moment. Meanwhile, near a significant armory of the Don Quixote family, led by Medusa, Soul Void, Miss Misfortune, and a member of the Akatsuki organization, Haydn, a total of 13 figures swiftly darted toward a towering building ahead. This structure was among the most elite in the industrial castle and housed Doflamingo's largest armory, located at the southeastern corner of the industrial fortress. Spanning approximately 3,000 square meters, it was encircled by a series of buildings, each designated as separate work zones. With over 100 burly men armed with weapons in each area, as well as various defensive measures to thwart any enemy intrusions. At that moment, on one of the floors of this building, 6 individuals were present, and at the center stood an elderly man clad in a gray-brown suit, adorned with round spectacles, commanding his subordinates. This man was Dekasov, the head of the armory, responsible for its security and defense, a figure of considerable managerial prowess. "You bunch of incompetents. The young master has already instructed that this mission must be expedited and completed swiftly. You have only accomplished 50% thus far. How am I supposed to report this?" Dekasov's booming voice reverberated through the room, causing the eardrums of all present to thrum. Upon hearing his furious proclamation, the 5 subordinates lowered their heads, fearing to utter a single word of dissent. "Oomph." Observing their bowed heads, Dekasov's expression softened considerably, letting out a cold snort. Subsequently, Dekasov turned to a voluptuous woman beside him and spoke with patience. "Mana, we are at a critical juncture. It has come to my attention that the notorious bounty of 5 billion has recently landed on Dressrosa Island. This individual, known as the Ruthless Demon Shan, poses a significant threat. We must ensure our security measures are impeccable. Additionally, it is imperative that we urge all workers to expedite the production of this batch of armaments." "Yes, Mr. Dekasov, you can rest assured that I shall fulfill this task." Mana nodded and replied earnestly. "Very well," Dekasov said with a satisfied nod, followed by a couple of coughs. "You may return to your duties for now, Mana. Do come to my office later." "Understood." The others bowed respectfully before departing. These imbeciles are becoming increasingly inept, Dekasov thought bitterly as he watched his subordinates leave, his expression darkening. He then made his way towards the factory's exit. However, as he opened the heavy door, he was confronted by 13 unfamiliar figures. "Who are you?" Dekasov's face paled at this sudden turn of events. In that moment, Medusa flashed a sultry smile, playfully extending her delicate fingers to point at Dekasov's nose. "Why, we are merely here to take your life." No sooner had she spoken than her alluring serpent tail coiled around Dekasov's neck, pulling him towards her. With a swift motion, she flung him violently to the ground. In an instant, Dekasov's neck was snapped by Medusa's tail, leading to his immediate demise, his death a gruesome spectacle, leaving no time for cries for help. Gazing at the lifeless body, excitement sparkled in Medusa's eyes as she turned to the other 12 with a playful laugh. "Let us proceed to revel in the thrill of battle." As her words hung in the air, the 13 figures surged into the heart of the armory like phantoms. The core area of the armory is a pivotal section, shrouded in secrecy, guarded by several formidable overseers. The instant the 13 figures appeared, these overseers sensed the intrusion. "Who dares to trespass in the Don Quixote family's armory?" Authoritative voices echoed almost immediately from the surroundings. "Kill." Yet, the only response was Medusa's chilling single word. In an instant, the 13 figures moved with astonishing speed, and several sprays of blood erupted as the overseers were swiftly dispatched, unable to emit a single call for aid before being annihilated. The commotion was immense. The alarm throughout the armory blared instantly. Within moments, over 500 robust men, responsible for the facility's security, converged from all directions. In no time, they surrounded Medusa and her companions. However, before they could launch an attack, the 13 figures swiftly brandished their weapons. Bloodstorm, execution, soul devour, embrace the favor of misfortune. Amidst the hail of gunfire, the storm of death, the hand that devours souls, waves of devastating assaults erupted from the hands of 13 individuals, akin to meteors streaking across the sky, instantly obliterating 1/5 of the robust men. The remaining 500, witnessing the instantaneous demise of their comrades, were left pale-faced and gripped by terror. This shocking scene soon reached the ears of Don Quixote da Flamingo. "Young master, grave news. The weapons factory has been attacked." A heavily built man, his complexion somewhat darkened, rushed to da Flamingo, panic etched across his face. Just now, a group of mysterious individuals in bizarre attire assaulted the factory, resulting in the deaths of 500 of our subordinates, and they are headed towards the laboratory of artificial devil fruits. What? 500 subordinates have perished. Doflamingo's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the report, clearly taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Young master, these individuals are formidable. What should we do now? The burly man inquired urgently. Doflamingo took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, and replied coldly, "Gather everyone and head to the laboratory immediately." The artificial devil fruit laboratory was one of his most significant enterprises, a crucial collaboration with the Yonko Kaido, and must not be jeopardized. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, as the battle raged outside, Sean, cradling Arari, felt an exhilarating surge within him, his lips curling into a fervent smile. Shura Realm Divine Power, Mastery, Proficiency 9663. Shura Realm Divine Power, Mastery, Proficiency 9759. Shura Realm Divine Power, Mastery, Proficiency 9847 Ding. Shura Realm Divine Power, Perfection. Proficiency 100. With the final chime of the system, Sean's eyes suddenly sparkled. He had reached the realm of perfection. Once he triggered the mission, he would unlock the next stage of the primordial realm divine power. This ancient power of divine beasts would awaken corresponding bloodlines based on individual constitution. Possessing formidable strength with exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities, ultimately rendering one effectively immortal when mastered. Ding. Mission triggered. Acquire the artificial devil fruit to unlock primordial realm divine power. At that moment, the system's voice resonated again, causing Sean to squint with delight. The timing of the mission was fortuitous, allowing him to unlock the primordial realm divine power today. He envisioned infusing this ancient beastly power into Arari, suppressing or even merging with the dragon blood within her and with the nurturing of his own eternal realm divine power. It wouldn't be long before he could restore Arari's physical form and achieve resurrection. Moreover, it would be the most potent resurrection. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sean felt an immense exhilaration. What is wrong with you? Sensing the fluctuations in Sean's emotions, Hori nestled against him, her delicate, fair fingers tracing a few words upon his chest. Let's go. It won't be long before you are no longer fearful of the dragon's blood's encroachment. Sean grasped her hand, a faint smile gracing his lips, before assisting Hori in donning her attire, and together they proceeded towards Doflamingo's artificial devil fruit laboratory. Who the hell are you? At that moment, within the laboratory, several members of the Don Quixote family stared in alarm at the sudden intrusion of 13 figures, their faces reflecting apprehension. Fools, such needless chatter. However, the response came in the form of a cold snort from Han Shuzi, followed by a terrifying black aura of death surging forth from him, rushing towards the individuals before him. In the blink of an eye, these individuals were reduced to ashes under the onslaught of the black mist. Han Shuzi and the others showed no signs of hesitation, continuing their advance towards the heart of the laboratory. 5 colored threads. Super Strike Whip. Yet at that moment, several sharp threads suddenly shot forth from behind the 13, capable of slicing a person into fragments with ease. Fufufu, you dare destroy my armory and expect to leave alive? Simultaneously, a sinister and eerie laughter echoed through the chamber. In the next instant, Doflamingo appeared at the entrance of the laboratory, flanked by numerous subordinates, all of whom regarded the Medusa 13 with predatory grins, their eyes glinting with malice akin to that reserved for corpses. However, no one anticipated that at that very moment, a flash of sword light would abruptly sever those threads. Subsequently, a renowned blade, imbued with a fierce aura, was thrust diagonally before Doflamingo, deterring anyone from approaching. Chapter 79. Doflamingo's sincerity upon beholding the suddenly materialized famed blade. Doflamingo's pupils constricted sharply. He was all too familiar with this weapon. It was none other than the renowned sword Thunderstorm once wielded by Shiryu of the Rain. This sword had been taken by Sean and Hori following Shiryu's demise. The appearance of Thunderstorm before him unmistakably signified that the formidable demon, Sean, had arrived. The formidable demon. San. At that moment, As Doflamingo grasped this realization, he swiftly turned around. Upon seeing Sean and Hori approaching the laboratory, his expression darkened significantly, the muscles in his face twitching involuntarily. Ah, the King of Dressrosa, it has been a while. Upon seeing Doflamingo, Sean felt no surprise, for in his eyes, Doflamingo was hardly a threat. He had always regarded Doflamingo as a lamb waiting for slaughter. As Sean advanced, the Medusa members stepped back, granting him a clear path to enter the forefront of the laboratory. Witnessing this scene, Doflamingo's fists clenched tightly. The present situation made it abundantly clear who the master of these 13 figures was. None other than Sean. Medusa, plunge in without restraint. Spare not a single entity aside from the devil fruit. Just as Doflamingo's gaze fell upon Sean turned to the side and spoke softly to Medusa. Understood. Hearing Sean's words, Medusa nodded, her enchanting visage illuminated with palpable excitement. In an instant, her lithe form transformed into a captivating silhouette, leading the remaining 12 towards the core of the laboratory. Doflamingo's expression contorted in response. If these 13 figures belonged to another faction, he might not have feared offending them. However, should the formidable Sean be involved, even the combined might of the Don Quixote family and the 7 warlords would likely falter, and they could face utter annihilation. Hehe, the formidable Sean truly exudes arrogance. Perhaps we can sit down and converse. At that moment, Doflamingo inhaled deeply, striving to quell his tumultuous emotions, before addressing Sean. In response to Doflamingo's words, Sean dismissed him entirely, taking the hand of Aerie and settling onto a nearby leather sofa. Observing Sean's indifference, a fleeting expression of awkwardness crossed Doflamingo's face, though it quickly dissipated. As a member of the 7 warlords and a shrewd businessman, he understood the necessity of adapting to circumstances. His immediate task was to placate the calamity that was Sean. Clearing his throat, Doflamingo forced a strained smile and addressed Sean. Your Excellency, the previous incident was a mere misunderstanding. I had no intention of causing them harm. Oh, they seized your armory and intruded upon your laboratory. And you harbor no objections? Sean raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his gaze. Doflamingo's smile faltered further at this query. To him, Sean appeared as a madman, someone to be reckoned with, but not provoked. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke slowly. This is but a misunderstanding. I implore your Excellency to show mercy and refrain from pursuing this matter. I am prepared to offer you anything you desire. Oh, and what might you be able to offer me? Sean's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Doflamingo's expression shifted subtly before he gritted his teeth and replied, I can provide you with the most successful artificial devil fruit, and even allow the entire Don Quixote family to serve under your command. Oh, the most successful artificial devil fruit? Sean's brow arched, surprise flickering across his features. Indeed, this devil fruit was a result of the collaboration between Dr. Vegapunk and Dr. Caesar, achieving a standard of perfect quality. It remains a closely guarded secret of our laboratory. Doflamingo, sensing Sean's wavering interest, let out a sigh of relief and continued. Before Sean could inquire further about the specifics of this artificial devil fruit, he was interrupted by one of Doflamingo's subordinates. Young master, that cannot be allowed. Once this artificial devil fruit comes to light, the formidable Emperor Kaido will not spare us. Indeed, young master, this artificial devil fruit must remain undisclosed, and our Don Quixote family shall never become subservient to others. Otherwise, it would tarnish our legacy. Upon hearing Don Quixote's proposal, several individuals among his subordinates immediately voiced their dissent. This artificial devil fruit, shrouded in secrecy from Kaido, is a closely guarded project known to only a select few, modeled after Kaido's dragon form. If it were to be revealed to him, their lives would undoubtedly be forfeit. However, as soon as these individuals expressed their concerns, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Don Quixote's lips, and he abruptly extended 5 fingers. 5 color threads. In an instant, 5 nearly transparent threads erupted from his fingertips, hurtling towards several high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family. Witnessing this scene, the individuals let out heart-wrenching screams. The 5 threads pierced through their bodies, causing them to collapse instantaneously, severed into countless pieces, blood mingling with fragments of flesh, splattering across the ground and staining it crimson. Observing this horrifying spectacle, everyone present was left in shock, especially Don Quixote's subordinates, who stared wide-eyed at the lifeless bodies, their faces etched with disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that the young master had executed several high-ranking family members over a mere disagreement. Fufufu, how noisy, as he regarded their astonished expressions. A chilling smile reappeared on Don Quixote's lips. Taking a step forward, he materialized before the last 3 individuals privy to the secret. Once again, he extended his fingers, and 5 threads shot forth, instantly piercing through the chests of these 3, dispatching them in a single blow. Blood, mixed with internal organs, erupted forth, painting the surrounding space a vivid scarlet. Observing this scene, Sean maintained a stoic expression, merely watching Don Quixote's grim display. How about it, great demon lord? Is my sincerity sufficient? After effortlessly eliminating several high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote's gaze intensified as he looked at Sean, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his features. Chapter 80, Ultimate Defense? The Artificial Devil Fruit. It's acceptable. Take me to see that perfect artificial devil fruit. Sean responded with a faint smile, observing Don Quixote's demeanor. Upon hearing Sean's words, the weight in Don Quixote's heart finally lifted. His initial revelation of the ultimate secret was not only to curry favor, but also to safeguard his life. For Sean had explicitly instructed the 13 not to damage the artificial devil fruit, indicating his own interest in it. Moreover, at this juncture, if one cannot appease Sean, it is likely that he will meet a fate as grim as that of others. Furthermore, as the new era dawns, the fragmentation of power has rendered the name of the great demon Sean the most resounding. To have dealings or interactions with him would, in some measure, forge a connection. At this moment, Doflamingo hastily led Sean towards the basement on the right side of the laboratory. The door to the basement creaked open, and Doflamingo entered first, followed closely by Sean and Airy. The hall of the basement was remarkably spacious, stretching approximately 100 meters in length and about 10 meters in width, with around 36 rows of shelves. Various devices and instruments were arrayed on the shelves, alongside a plethora of peculiar specimens, each exuding an uncanny aura that filled the air with a suffocating sense of foreboding. At the very center of the hall, within a colossal cylindrical glass enclosure, lay a round object quietly resting inside. This fruit, resplendent in dark gold, was adorned with an intricate tapestry of runes, each seemingly imbued with infinite power, emanating a faint golden glow that rendered it profoundly sacred and almost blinding to behold. This artificial devil fruit was the culmination of years of research and an immense expenditure of resources, crafted with unparalleled dedication. Its effect, as described by Dr. Caesar, was termed the ultimate defense. Upon uttering these words, Doflamingo caressed the plump artificial devil fruit with pride, as if showcasing his magnum opus. The ultimate defense? Hearing Doflamingo's declaration, Sean's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of muted delight glimmering in their depths. As the term suggests, the ultimate defense is designed to withstand all attacks and powers that surpass human limitations, boasting an unimaginable degree of protective strength. Excellent. Accepting this artificial devil fruit, Sean nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his mind. Bing. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the primal divine power. However, Sean was mildly taken aback to find that, following this unlocking, the status in the panel remained unchanged, still shrouded in gray, with the words unlocked transformed into inactive. Primal divine power, inactive, proficiency 0. In less than a moment, the system's voice reverberated once more. Primal divine power has been unlocked. Would you like to activate the divine beast bloodline immediately? Yes. No. Listening to the system's prompt, Sean hesitated briefly before ultimately opting for no. The activation of the divine beast bloodline would be better suited to remain within Arary, serving to suppress her dragon blood while simultaneously enhancing her formidable combat prowess, thus achieving a dual benefit. Ho 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 ho, great demon lord, if this artificial devil fruit meets your approval, I believe we can pursue further collaboration. After all, my armaments factory is established worldwide, and should the need arise, the Don Quixote family is fully capable of engaging in deep cooperation with the Whitebeard pirates. It is a venture that promises guaranteed profit, is it not? Seeing that Sean remained silent, Doflamingo assumed he was still unsatisfied with the value of the artificial devil fruits. Unable to contain himself, he spoke again, his gaze hopeful as he sought Sean's affirmation. Upon hearing this, Sean raised an eyebrow slightly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the wealth of the Don Quixote family is substantial. We shall proceed as you suggested. From now on, the armed forces of the Whitebeard pirates will be entrusted to you at half price. However, before that, at this point Sean halted, his eyes filled with malice as he regarded Doflamingo. Suddenly, his right hand clamped down on Doflamingo's shoulder, a surge of hidden divine power coursing into Doflamingo's body, roaming within, wreaking havoc, eroding, and ultimately destroying. Your Excellency, the Great Devil, what is this? Doflamingo gasped, feeling an unusual sensation within his body. A chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder involuntarily. You, who can slay your own companions, how can I trust you completely? Sean remarked, his tone indifferent. Nonetheless, in light of your apparent sincerity, this venom shall not take effect for the time being. However, you will endure the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at your bones each month until 6 months later. If I do not personally suppress it, you shall succumb to the poison. Sean continued, of course, should you choose to serve me for a lifetime, this venom shall never manifest. Sean spoke deliberately, each word crystal clear to Doflamingo, sending a chill down his spine and raising the hairs on his neck. After all, the Great Devil Sean was ruthless, and his methods were notoriously unpredictable and insidious. With that, Sean exited the basement, a satisfied smile lingering on his lips, leaving Doflamingo standing there with a dark expression. Meanwhile, under the onslaught of Medusa and her cohorts, the laboratory lay in ruins, many of the guards annihilated. Apart from a few researchers, nearly all were dead. As for the bounty of artificial devil fruits, Medusa had collected approximately 12. After careful selection, Sean retained only 2 of these, discarding the rest as defective. Along with the one known as the ultimate defense, Sean now possessed 3 artificial devil fruits, all of his zone type, though their specific forms remained unknown. Shortly thereafter, after summoning 13 figures back, the 2 returned to the hotel before nightfall. With the primal divine power now unlocked, it could be infused into Arari, activating the beastly bloodline to suppress or merge with the dragon blood within her. Without hesitation, Sean placed both hands on Arari's back, forcefully channeling the primal divine power. Waves of this power surged from Sean's palms into Arari's body. Bang! However, at that moment, a tremendous repulsive force suddenly emanated from within Arari, instantly expelling Sean's primal divine power. What is happening? Is the dragon blood this formidable? Noticing the sudden eruption of anomalies, Sean momentarily froze, then promptly ceased the infusion of divine power. 3 seconds later, the system's abrupt voice caused his lips to twitch and his ears to flush. Ding! The primordial divine force in an inactive state within the body must combine with the counterpart. Otherwise, backlash will ensue. Chapter 81. Let us play a game. Upon hearing the system's notification, a myriad of embarrassing images surged through Sean's mind, and an awkward expression immediately appeared on his handsome face. Although Arari had revealed everything about herself to him, they had yet to establish a definitive relationship. Moreover, Arari was naturally naive and utterly oblivious to matters of romance, leaving Sean feeling flustered and uncertain about how to respond to this unexpected situation. However, he quickly regained his composure, his expression turning grave, for he had sensed that Arari's life force was rapidly dwindling. Although the longevity, divine power, sustained her, the damage inflicted by the dragon's blood was far beyond ordinary comprehension. Furthermore, her physical form, solidified by the Azura divine power, could not fully absorb the effects of the longevity divine power. Arari, shall we play a game? The moment those words escaped his lips, Sean felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, resembling a lecherous man attempting to entice an unsuspecting girl. Is the game fun? Eri tilted her head, gazing at Sean with her innocent and adorable demeanor, causing him to feel a flutter in his heart. Yet, he remained focused on the matter at hand. Suppressing his embarrassment as he replied, "It should be quite enjoyable, but you can only play with me from now on." Eri gently acknowledged, then obediently settled onto the sofa, her demeanor attentive and eager to listen. "You should lie down on the bed. Then, remove your white taffeta dress." All done. What's next?" "Here I come." After a moment of hesitation, Sean stepped forward, slowly raising his hand to unfasten Eri's final garment. However, at that moment, Eri abruptly seized his arm, biting her red lips, her face adorned with shyness as she gazed at him, her delicate lips parting as she said, I would like to take a shower first." All right." Sean was momentarily taken aback and instinctively nodded. Yet, just then, Eri's eyes darted mischievously, and she suddenly leaped from the bed, wrapping her arms around Sean's neck. She tiptoed and quickly pecked his left cheek before darting away. Watching Eri's retreating figure, Sean stood in a daze, then touched his face, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. What on earth is she up to? Did she not claim to be ignorant of romantic matters? Why does it not seem that way? With this thought, Sean's face grew even more flushed with embarrassment. If she understands these things, then my earlier actions were nothing short of mortifying. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Eri gazed at her exquisite reflection in the mirror, her heart inexplicably racing like a startled deer. Taking several deep breaths to calm her mind, Hori began to remove the last remaining piece of her pink lace lingerie, revealing her fair, delicate skin and alluring curves. She then stepped into the bathtub, her long, slender legs sinking into the warm, comforting water. Closing her eyes, she indulged in this rare moment of warmth and tranquility. After 30 minutes, Hori emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a pristine white towel, exuding a subtle scent of roses that rendered her enchanting and innocent. At that moment, her cheeks bore a faint blush, evidently shy about the game proposed by Xiaoan. "Shall we commence the game?" she said softly, biting her lip, her voice imbued with an innocent charm as she gazed at Xiaoan lying on the bed. Alright. Xiaoan replied awkwardly, nodding as he jumped off the bed. Hori pressed her lips together and gradually laid back on the bed, closing her eyes in a pose that invited admiration. Observing this, Xiaoan swallowed hard and gently caressed Hori's smooth, pale cheek. At that moment, her flawless, jade-like visage seemed to radiate with shyness. Xiaoan paused momentarily, then sighed softly and leaned down to kiss her. Feeling his kiss, Hori let out a gentle murmur, slowly opening her eyes to reveal her shimmering, innocent gaze. Their breaths intertwined, and their eyes reflected an intense desire. Xiaoan focused his attention and leaned closer, slowly kissing Hori's crimson lips. Chapter 82. Awakening the bloodline of the White Dragon Emperor. As Xiaoan's kiss lingered, Hori instinctively murmured, and the mingling of their breaths stirred a sweet flutter in her heart, prompting her to embrace him. This affectionate embrace enveloped both with an inexplicable sense of happiness. As time passed, when Hori's breathing began to steady, Xiaoan prepared the powers of the realm of eternal life and the primordial realm for any unforeseen circumstances. After all, this was the first time channeling divine power. Any mistakes could lead to dire consequences, necessitating the protective measures of the eternal life power. At that moment, gazing at Hori's enchanting, ivory body, Xiaoan bit his lip and drew closer, unleashing the full force of the primordial realm's divine energy. In an instant, a surge of this primal energy flowed from Xiaoan, gradually enveloping Hori's limbs and body. Primordial realm divine power transmission in progress. 3269, 3674, 3946. In less than a quarter of an hour, the transmission of the primordial divine power had reached over 80%. After another quarter of an hour, with a deep exhale from Xiaoan, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Primordial realm divine power transmission complete. As the system's prompt echoed, Xiaoan took a few breaths, a joyful expression gracing his face, for the transmission of the primordial divine power had finally concluded. Next, As long as he activated the bloodline of the divine beast, the dragon blood within Horii would either be suppressed or merged, which was undoubtedly the most exhilarating prospect for Xiaoan. At this moment, the two individuals lay intertwined upon the bed, quietly attuned to the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. After the passage of another half hour, the overwhelming force bestowed by the primal realm's divine energy finally dissipated, and the agony and numbness within Hui Li's body gradually began to fade. Observing her adaptation to the primal realm's divine power, Xiao promptly directed both hands towards her heart, infusing her with a stream of life realm's divine energy. As this energy flowed into her, Hui Li felt as though a refreshing current surged through her chest, enveloping her in warmth and comfort. Furthermore, with the assistance of the life realm's divine energy, her physical constitution began to undergo rapid enhancement, even her meridians and internal organs becoming more resilient in the process. Seizing the moment, Xiao unleashed a substantial amount of life realm's divine energy, while within his mind's interface. He swiftly selected yes in response to the query. Would you like to activate the divine beast bloodline immediately? The primal realm's divine energy having vacated his body, he could only connect with Hui Li's form through the life realm's divine energy for a temporary sharing in order to issue the command for activating the divine beast bloodline. Yes. Upon uttering this affirmation, a radiant crimson light began to coalesce at Hui Li's chest, pulsating and shimmering with a life of its own. Soon, this crimson glow ceased its dance and abruptly expanded, swiftly enveloping her entire being. In an instant, a peculiar force commenced its circulation within her body, traversing through various acupoints. Before long, this extraordinary energy had thoroughly transformed her meridians, muscles, and skeletal structure. As this enigmatic power coursed through her, Hui Li felt as though her body had been rejuvenated, her muscles and bones brimming with elasticity and boundless strength. This remarkable force soon traversed her entire form before vanishing entirely. Just then, the red light at her chest erupted into a dazzling brilliance. As this resplendent luminescence radiated, the primal realm's divine energy within Hui Li's body began to bubble uncontrollably, as if drawn by an irresistible allure, surging towards her limbs and vital organs. In no time, this mysterious crimson light penetrated Hui Li's being, merging seamlessly with her blood vessels, bones, and meridians. The abruptness of these occurrences left Xiao momentarily stunned. What astonished him even more was the sudden surge of power emanating from Hui Li, which completely overwhelmed the original dragon blood within her. In less than a moment, the original dragon blood was entirely consumed by this force, vanishing as if it had never existed. Sensing the tumultuous energy now coursing through Hui Li, Xiaoan's expression was one of profound shock, his heart brimming with awe. For the bloodline she had awakened was none other than the most pure and regal lineage of the dragon clan, the bloodline of the White Dragon Emperor. This bloodline embodies the supreme power of the heavens and the earth, representing the most noble existence of the dragon lineage. Those endowed with the blood of the white dragon will find that, over time, the dragon blood within them awakens autonomously, unleashing boundless potential that intensifies their inherent power, ultimately transforming them into the pinnacle of the dragon race, possessing an awe-inspiring might. Chapter 83, Second Game, Reforging the Body. The dragon blood coursing through the veins of Aria is that of the esteemed White Dragon Emperor. Although Sean is not of the dragon lineage, he is aware that dragons are ancient divine beasts, particularly the White Dragon Emperor, whose bloodline purity far surpasses that of ordinary dragons. Endowed with limitless terrifying potential and formidable strength, marking it as one of the most illustrious divine beasts of the dragon clan. However, the number of those bearing the White Dragon Emperor lineage is exceedingly scarce, leading to a near absence of any legacy. It is indeed astonishing that Aria has awakened such a highly pure White Dragon Emperor bloodline, which took Sean completely by surprise. At this moment, a fleeting mark of the White Dragon Emperor suddenly appeared on Aria's smooth forehead, only to vanish in an instant. This phenomenon further substantiated Sean's earlier conjecture. Iria has truly awakened the bloodline of the White Dragon Emperor. I feel so exhausted, Iria suddenly murmured, leaning against Sean's embrace, her tone tinged with weakness. Startled, Sean paused momentarily, a jolt of concern coursing through him. He immediately channeled a significant amount of divine power from the realm of eternal life into Iria. However, given her current condition, it offered merely a modicum of assistance, failing to resolve the underlying issue. Would it be the cause? Is it possible that her body cannot withstand the power of the White Dragon Emperor's bloodline? Sean furrowed his brow, a grave expression taking form in his eyes. Iria's body is forged from the concentrated divine power of the Shura realm, and her awakening of the White Dragon Emperor bloodline may be due to the impurity and imperfection of her corporeal form, rendering her unable to bear the weight of such a bloodline. "Let's play a game once more," Iria suddenly suggested, extending her delicate hand to stroke Sean's head. Her gaze filled with hopeful innocence, though her voice was faint. Upon hearing this, Sean felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, his expression turning a shade of crimson. "Playing games seems to invigorate my body," Iria continued, her countenance radiating childlike simplicity. Sean's eyelids twitched incessantly, and his face flushed a deeper hue. "I also wish to take a bath." Observing Sean's reaction, Iria leaned against his chest and reiterated her desire. At this moment, she was exceedingly frail, likely due to the awakening of the White Dragon Emperor bloodline, which her current body could scarcely support. If this issue remains unresolved, Iria could be in grave danger. Breathing in the fragrant air, Sean took a deep breath and swiftly carried Iria towards the bathroom. Petals of roses were scattered across the bathtub, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Xiao cradled his beloved in his arms and gently stepped into the tub, carefully placing her upon the soft cushion at its edge. He then settled across from Huili, tenderly wiping her body as warm water cascaded down her shoulders, revealing glimpses of her snow-white, slender legs. Before long, as the moment ripened, Xiao took a deep breath and embraced Huili tightly, unleashing the full force of his divine power from the realm of eternal life. An overwhelming vitality instantly filled the bathtub, and wisps of mist gradually rose, enveloping the small chamber in an ethereal shroud. Simultaneously, Xiao leaned in once more, pressing his lips against Hui Li's soft, pink ones, with waves of warmth. The temperature in the bathroom soared, brimming with the essence of spring and thickening the atmosphere with intimacy. After a quarter of an hour, as beads of perspiration began to form on Xiao's forehead, Hui Li's weakness finally dissipated. Under the nurturing influence of the divine power, her once pale complexion regained a healthy hue, and her exquisite features blushed with a vibrant radiance, resembling the enchanting allure of blooming peach and plum blossoms, evoking a flutter in one's heart. Moreover, as Xiao's hand glided across her skin, he felt a remarkable warmth, a full 362 degrees of normal human temperature. This signified her complete revival. Huili had truly returned to life as a normal person. Chapter 84. The Joy of Youth. Furthermore, upon awakening the bloodline of the White Dragon Emperor, Huili became even more proficient in the dragon tongue and mastered her language judgment with greater finesse. No longer fearing that her spoken words would manifest as fatal commands. Witnessing this scene, Xiao was filled with exhilaration, as it marked his first successful resurrection of soul. Of course, this revival was not a mere resuscitation. If one were to use the divine power from the realm of eternal life alone for a straightforward revival, the consumption would be immense. However, with this experience, Xiao grew more resolute, realizing that by summoning a soul with the divine power of the Shura realm and merging energies with it, while utilizing the power from the realm of eternal life to coalesce a physical form, he could grant the soul a new life, achieving the effect of revival. Yet, being a normal man, Xiao found that the merging of energies could only be applied to women, and he had no desire to resurrect other females unless a method that did not require such merging were to be discovered in the future. Contemplating these thoughts, a smile crept upon Xiao's lips. Should other methods arise, reviving the Pirate King Roger would surely stir monumental waves. Just as Xiao was immersed in these musings, Willie seemed to sense something amiss. She opened her beautiful eyes and, with a hint of confusion, gazed at Xiao, inquiring, "Why is your face so flushed?" At this remark, Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, hastily diverting the conversation. Ahem, it must be the heat in the room. The water is too hot. Willie nodded in vague understanding, choosing not to press further. In truth, it was the recent merging that had flustered Xiao, particularly during the moment when the divine power from the realm of eternal life was concentrated and transmitted. Certainly, in such circumstances, Sean found it difficult to explain to Arei, and could only offer some casual remarks. For a while thereafter, Sean entered a state of recuperation while Arei nestled against him. The following morning, as dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room with a bright radiance. When Sean gradually awoke from slumber, he was taken aback by the alluring visage of Arei. She lay quietly in his embrace, her long eyelashes framing her fair cheeks, rosy lips, and enchanting closed eyes. Her delicate nose and elegantly long neck, along with her soft, pink lips, exuded an irresistible charm. In the past, Sean would have restrained himself, but after experiencing the sweetness of the previous day, he found his throat parched and could not help but swallow hard. It must be said that Arei was indeed a rare beauty, her angelic features surpassing even those of heroines in manga. Just as Sean gazed upon her with an infatuated expression, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned his head, only to be momentarily stunned by the breathtaking face mere inches from his own, her captivating eyes fixed intently upon him, shimmering like precious gems. Arei, good morning," Sean greeted awkwardly. To his surprise, Arei wrapped her arms around his neck, her soft, supple body pressing against him, and without hesitation, her lips met his in a fervent kiss. In that instant, Sean's eyes widened, yet he quickly reciprocated Arei's affection. However, he couldn't shake off his frustration. It seemed the game they had woven together the day before had ensnared Arei in its allure. Moments later, the room echoed with their heavy breaths, the intoxicating sounds reverberating through the air, igniting a blush upon their cheeks and a fervor within their hearts. After an hour, they finally calmed down and stepped out of the hotel room, carefree upon the island of Dressrosa. Time passed swiftly, and Sean and Arei lingered on the island for 5 more days. During this brief interlude, they explored the scenic beauty of the island together, occasionally venturing into a nearby city, savoring the rare leisure. As for the head of Blackbeard Teach, it remained enveloped in a thread of divine energy, ensuring it would not decay for the time being. Throughout these 5 days, apart from their daytime excursions, the hotel room was filled nightly with the sounds of fervent breaths and soft moans. Finally, on the 6th day, with a resounding crash, the large round bed in the room suddenly split apart, and Arei, with her breathtakingly alluring form, descended from the bed, her cheeks flushed and a bewildered expression adorning her lovely face as she gazed at Sean. The tremendous clamor finally stirred the ire of the neighboring Mr. Bowers, who unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Sean and Arei's room. Yet, after his tirade, Bowers could not help but sigh enviously, lamenting, youth is truly a blessing. Chapter 85. The return of the great devil. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the hotel bedroom, casting a warm glow over the scene on the bed. A blissful smile gracing his face. Perhaps these were the most leisurely and delightful days he had experienced in this world. However, today marked their departure from Dressrosa to reunite with Whitebeard. What Sean did not anticipate was the surge of gossip surrounding them as they prepared to leave. Look, there's the great devil Sean and his girlfriend. Oh, it's him. He doesn't seem nearly as fearsome as the rumors suggested, does he? Indeed, I've seen them enjoying the sights around here for days. They appear far more amiable than the bounties from the Navy would imply. He even greeted me yesterday. Let me be frank with you. In these few days, Dressrosa has undergone a transformation. The notorious Blackbeard pirates have been annihilated, and King Doflamingo has become a subordinate of the great devil Sean. Moreover, the previously inhumane systems have seen significant improvement due to Sean's arrival. So, the great devil Sean is indeed a benefactor to our island? Absolutely. Despite his infamous reputation, his character is commendable. He never indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. Upon hearing the chatter, Sean could only shrug in resignation. In truth, he had done little more than eliminate some minor villains. Yet somehow, he had become the revered savior of the populace. He realized that his influence in Dressrosa was burgeoning, and he would likely become the center of attention here henceforth. After traversing this hubbub, Sean and Aerie made their way toward the island's edge, preparing to board their ship. To his astonishment, Doflamingo personally appeared to present him with a magnificent battleship. Sean was immensely pleased with this display of insight and pragmatism. Setting sail, they headed toward the harbor of the Whitebeard pirates. 2 hours later, in the vicinity of the Whitebeard pirates' domain, Marco suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Dad, that lad has returned with a beautiful woman." Upon hearing this call, Whitebeard was instantly filled with exhilaration, hastily setting aside his affairs to lead his crew to the ship's bow. Spotting Sean, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. "Grrrr, I knew that rascal would return safely." The other crew members joined in jubilant cheers, especially as their eyes fell upon the elegantly packaged box Sean carried. Their anticipation heightened. If he were not mistaken, it surely contained the head of the traitor Blackbeard Teach. Just a few days ago, news of the annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates spread across the globe. Who else, if not their vice-captain, could have executed such a feat? The mere thought ignited a fervor within the hearts of many, especially Ace, who trembled with excitement upon learning of the bounty on Blackbeard Teach's head. Before long, Sean's warship finally rendezvoused with the Whitebeard pirates. Holding the delicate hand of Aerie, Sean stepped aboard the Whitebeard ship. His return undoubtedly sent waves of exhilaration through the entire crew, with cheers and jubilation echoing throughout. At that moment, a smile crept across Sean's lips as he declared, "I have not failed in my mission." No sooner had he spoken than he presented a box containing Blackbeard Teach's severed head to Whitebeard. As Whitebeard gazed at the box, his expression grew somber, and he slowly reached out to open it. There, at the center, lay the gruesome head of Blackbeard Teach. Indeed, it was Blackbeard's head. Ha! Ha ha! Splendid. That scoundrel, that traitor, is finally dead. It is utterly satisfying. I have long wished to see him perish. The sight of the head within the box elicited a chorus of cheers from the crew, their faces aglow with unrestrained joy. "Well done, my boy," Whitebeard exclaimed, patting Sean on the shoulder, his face radiant with pride and excitement. "Moreover, I have another piece of news to share," Sean continued. "Doflamingo has become our partner. Henceforth, all armaments for the Whitebeard pirates will be provided at half price by Doflamingo's faction." The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere erupted once again. Wait, did I hear that correctly? The Shichibukai, Doflamingo? Indeed, Doflamingo is also the king of Dressrosa, with influence spanning the globe. Who would have thought he would show such sagacity after being bested in a Marineford war? Ha ha! If that's the case, it's absolutely marvelous. Upon hearing Sean's announcement, the entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in exuberance. Observing the lively scene, Sean merely smiled and said, "In addition to these 2 pieces of news, I have brought other gifts for everyone." At that moment, Sean opened the gift box held by Aerie. Chapter 86. Challenge. Reward of devil fruits instantly. 3 devil fruits of varying colors and distinct shapes, resembling gourds in size, emerged before them. As the crew beheld these 3 devil fruits, many felt their pupils constrict in shock, an overwhelming sense of astonishment flooding their hearts. Is this could be the devil fruits? My goodness, I am witnessing 3 devil fruits appear simultaneously. In that instant, the breaths of the onlookers became labored. The presence of not 1, but 3 devil fruits was utterly astonishing. In that moment, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates turned their astonished gazes toward Sean. They had never anticipated that during his pursuit of Blackbeard Teach, Sean not only annihilated the Blackbeard pirates, but also returned with 3 devil fruits. These were artificial Zoan-type devil fruits developed by the Don Quixote family for the Yonko Kaido, and their specific forms remained unknown. Sean smiled faintly and explained. To his surprise, the reactions of Marco, Diamond Jozu, Ace, and Flower Sword Vista were filled with sheer astonishment. "Wait, You actually stole something from Kaido? Marco exclaimed incredulously, staring at Sean in disbelief. In response to Marco's inquiry, Sean shrugged, saying, "What do you mean by stole? This was willingly given by Doflamingo." Huh. Marco, look at your reaction. What is so shocking about this? Let us not forget our great demon has already defeated the drought-causing Jack, the plague-ridden Quinn, and the Flying Six. Even Kaido hasn't dared to make a sound sense. What's the big deal about snatching a few fruits from him? Vista scoffed disdainfully. Gururara, little one, you truly are full of surprises. What do you plan to do with these devil fruits? At that moment, Whitebeard expressed his astonishment and inquired. Hearing Whitebeard's question, Sean replied with a calm smile. These 3 artificial devil fruits may be of unknown form, but they are all completed products. To enhance the overall strength of our Whitebeard pirates, I propose that the members below the captain level earn them based on their abilities. He chose not to mention the devil fruit reputed to possess ultimate defense, allowing everyone to acquire the fruits by merit. Naturally, he was also quite intrigued to witness the true forms of these artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the crowd. Yes, I support this. It's quite fair. Hehe. I also endorse Vice Captain Sean's proposal. Let us battle based on our strength. I concur. Seeing everyone eagerly express their agreement, Sean smiled slightly before addressing them. Then let us commence the practical challenges. Upon hearing Sean's words, many couldn't help but rub their hands together in excitement. Sean, however, remained at ease, as the competition was to be conducted as he had stipulated, through a drawing of lots. This challenge was divided into 3 groups, with the final victor of each group randomly receiving 1 artificial devil fruit. In a nearby open area, the first match of the first group featured Ramos against him. This was a contest devoid of suspense. In the face of Ramos's formidable strength, Tim had no power to resist whatsoever. With a single strike, he was knocked flat to the ground. Subsequently, 20 more matches followed, each battle a complete rout, without exception. It wasn't until the last opponent was sent flying by Ramos's Iron Mountain technique that the first Group S competition officially concluded. Ramos emerged victorious, earning the opportunity to randomly select a devil fruit. Observing the spectacle, Sean watched with great interest. It is surprising to witness Ramos's prowess advancing so swiftly, particularly with that recent demonstration of the Iron Mountain lean, which bore a striking resemblance to the execution of the 8 Extremes collapse. Congratulations to Ramos for securing first place. As the first round of competition concluded, Marco, acting as the judge, rendered the final verdict. With a grin, Ramos remarked, "Well then, I shan't hold back." He then strode confidently towards the 3 gourd-shaped artificial devil fruits, seizing one adorned in dark gold and inscribed with runes, and promptly consumed it.